Chapter 1, You're no longer good enough for me. Jiangzhou City Suburb, the 9th prison. Yi Qing slowly walked out from the prison gate carrying his luggage. Outside the prison gate, a Bentley was waiting at the gate. After seeing Yi Qing walk out, a woman in her 20s, dressed for the workplace, wearing black framed glasses, with a very intellectual beauty, walked towards Yi Qing. Mr. Yi, long time no see, please get in the car. Yi Qing looked at this beautiful woman and said with a smile, Lin Ji, haven't seen you in 3 years, you've gotten more and more beautiful. Where's your error? She didn't come to pick me up? Lin Ji pushed the glasses on her face, revealing a bland smile and said, President HD Moon still has an important meeting to attend today, so she entrusted me to pick you up. It's almost time. Everything has been arranged on the hotel side. Please get on the car. Looking at Lin Ji's picture of indifference, Yi Qing didn't say anything more, nodded and said, Then can I give you a call? Such a simple request. A husband asking to call his wife. As a result, Lin Ji directly shook her head and refused. I'm sorry Mr. Yi, the president is in a meeting right now and doesn't want to be disturbed. Still, please get in the car. Yi Qing looked deeply at Lin Ji, walked to the front of the car, and laughed softly. Bentley is even bought. It seems that during these 3 years of my absence, Yuer has been living quite well. After saying that, Yi Qing directly opened the door and sat in the car. Subsequently, the vehicle started, and on the way, no one spoke, until, after the car drove to the Emperor Hotel in Jiangzhou City, Lin Ji brought Yi Qing to a luxurious suite, and at this moment, inside the room, it wasn't empty, but there were 2 men and 1 woman, 3 people in formal attire, waiting. Mr. Yi, you just came out from the prison, the clothes are ready, you can go take a shower and change your clothes first, then we can talk. Looking at the battle in front of him, Yi Qing had a bad premonition in his heart, but he didn't say anything, he just smiled and went to his room to take a shower and change his clothes. Half an hour later, by the time Yi Qing walked out of the room again, the eyes of all the people present, all of them couldn't help but light up. It had to be said that Yi Qing was very handsome, the kind of handsome that was very sinister, coupled with a height of 1.85 m and a robust body, so that people would not be able to help but take a second look after taking one look. Taking a bottle of mineral water, Yi Qing sat on the sofa, looking at Lin Ji and a few other people, faintly spoke, What is there to say? Say it. Lin Ji nodded, directly took a copy of the agreement, and spoke, Mr. Yi, this is a divorce agreement between you and MS. High Definition Moon. The agreement states that you will get the ownership of the house that you used to live in, and at the same time, MS, High Definition Moon, will gift 2 sets of storefront houses located in the bustling downtown area to you, and a one-time payment of $5 million in cash to you. Mr. Yi, with these, your life from now on will not be any more problem, please sign. Of course, if you have any other opinions, you can also put them forward. These 3 are our group's lawyers. If you have any opinions, they will convey them. Conditions, very generous. Yi Qing picked up the divorce agreement on the table, smiled and spoke. So, all I can choose from is divorce? Lin Ji pushed her glasses, nodded, and said, You can say that. You're a person who has been in jail. There is a stain on your body. To MS, HD Moon's reputation, there will be a defamation. Plus it's been 3 years, and the feelings are no longer there, so it's better for you to sign it. A stain? Yi Qing smiled. I sat in jail for High Definition Moon. This is something she knows only too well. So when I get out of jail, her thanks to me will be a piece of paper for a divorce agreement, right? Lin Ji's face was expressionless as she pointed at the divorce agreement and said, Mr. Yi, although you have been in jail for 3 years, you have been given 2 stores worth $5 million, as well as $5 million in cash. This $10 million in assets should be enough for you. 3 years in jail, in exchange for $10 million of wealth. I think, anyone else, should be able to accept it. Why do you need to dwell on it? A good get-together. Perhaps there are any difficulties in the future. President Qingyu can still help you out. If you make a mess and everyone loses face, I think, you won't be able to do any good, isn't it? Really, good eloquence, good calculation. Yes, 3 years in jail, in exchange for $10 million of wealth. Really, cost-effective. Yi Qing directly threw the divorce agreement on the table and said indifferently, Word, you can sign it. Let HD Moon personally come and talk to me. My feelings with her. It's not your turn to meddle. Is a lawyer great? Is $10 million a lot of wealth? Let High Definition Moon come and talk to me personally. I don't want a penny. Sign immediately. That's it. Inform her. After saying that, Yi Qing directly returned to his room, and 10 minutes later, Lin Ji knocked on the door. Mr. Yi, President, has arrived. Yi Qing went out, and sure enough, HD Moon had already arrived. At this moment, HD Moon was beautifully set off by the long black dress plus jewelry, but on a face, there was only coldness and indifference. Strange, only strange. No more once familiar feeling. I'm coming. Sign it. Without any extra words, not even a greeting, HD Moon coldly uttered these words. Yi Qing walked to HD Moon and sat down in front of her. Looking at HD Moon, he let out a light smile and said, "So, our relationship, in the end, because of my incarceration and mediocrity, I'm not worthy of you, is that right?" HD Moon smiled, nodded, and said, "If you want to understand it that way, it's fine. After all, we are no longer what we once were. Let's just get along. Yi Qing, let's just say that I'm sorry for you." Yi Qing took the divorce agreement, sighed, said, "Indeed you are the one who has wronged me. 3 years in jail. Do you think this district of $10 million can buy it back? Especially, my Yi Qing's affection towards you, is it really that worthless?" HD Moon, the chairman of the Qingyu Group, a billionaire female tycoon with $1 billion fortune, a beautiful and unrivaled iceberg president. This is the current you, the high and mighty you, isn't it? So, I'm not worthy, right? HD Moon sighed, slowly got up, said, "Yi Qing, if you see me, just want to dig at me, then, there is no need for this. This word, you cannot sign, but this marriage, is divorced. I will entrust a lawyer to deal with it. In the future, let's not see each other again." After saying that, HD Moon was about to leave. As for Yi Qing, he picked up a pen, swish 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 and directly signed his name. Then threw the agreement to Lin Ji. "Words, I have signed. Your property, I won't want it either. As you said, from now on, we have nothing more to do with it." When HD Moon heard this, her body, for some reason, gently trembled, but in the end, without turning her head back, she directly left. As for Yi Qing, sitting alone on the sofa of the hotel, looking at the clouds rolling outside the window, at this moment, on his face, there was only bitterness, only sadness. Ding bell, cell phone ringing. Yi Qing looked at the unfamiliar number. His face slightly frowned. He had just been released from prison. The people who knew this phone number were not many. Who was it? Who came to find him at this time? Picked up the phone. Before Yi Qing could say anything, in the middle of the phone, an urgent voice came out. "Excuse me, are you Divine Dr. Yi?" Chapter 2, The Truth Behind. Divine Doctor? Yi Qing frowned slightly and said, "I'm sorry, you have the wrong number. I'm not a divine doctor." After saying that, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone, and right at this moment, the richest man in Zhengcheng, the chairman of Wan Group, Wan Haixin's home. Wan Haixin, who was past middle age and majestic in front of people, was anxiously looking at the cell phone in his hand at this moment. "Wrong number? Ninth uncle. Are you sure this number is the right one?" The man known as Ninth Uncle respectfully looked at Wan Haixin and said, "Master, there will be no mistake. This is the number that I paid a lot of money for and also took your favor to ask for from Chen Lao's hands. It won't be wrong. By the way," Elder Chen said at that time, "Divine Dr. Yi is just a name that other people call Mr. Yi, but Mr. Yi himself has never admitted it. Moreover, Divine Dr. Yi never goes out easily, so you see, let's try again." Wan Haixin sniffed, nodded, and said, "I know that all of these strange men and women will have some strange tempers, but my father's illness really can't wait that long. As long as I can cure my father's illness, it will be the lifesaver of my entire Wan family, and I will agree to whatever request Divine Dr. Yi makes." After saying that, Wan Haixin dialed the number once again, as if in order to not let Yi Qing hang up the phone again. He hurriedly opened his mouth and said, "Divine Dr. Yi, please, save my father. No matter what the conditions and demands are, I will agree to you. I know, you are a low-profile person, but you know Elder Chen, right? It was Elder Chen who gave me your number. Please, give me a chance." And at this moment, Yi Qing, who was sitting in the hotel, when he heard Elder Chen's name, his brow wrinkled slightly, sighed, and said, "Elder Chen, to be able to give you my number, obviously, you have either paid a great price, or your relationship is quite deep. However, Elder Chen won't actually owe you guys anything, because Elder Chen knows very well that when he gave out his number, he owed me another life. I can make a move, but I don't guarantee that I will be able to save the person. This point, let's make it clear first." Having received Yi Qing's promise, Wan Haixin was already trembling with excitement over the phone. Good, good, as long as you can come, everything is fine. Mr. Yi, look, where are you now? I'll send someone to pick you up, okay? Yi Qing sniffed and said, "I still have things to take care of in the next few days. You send the address over. Within 3 days, I will personally come to the door." Afterward, Yi Qing directly hung up the phone. After all, it's time to get out of prison. What should come, will always come. Yi Qing lowered his head, looked outside the floor-to-ceiling window, like ant-like people, and said softly, HD Moon, am I really not worthy of you? Once I willingly went to jail for you for love. Even in the middle of the prison, I got acquainted with many big names, let them silently guard you behind the scenes, to help you. 3 years later, you became the beautiful president that everyone envied, and I, Yi Qing, just a dusty ant in your eyes? But I am not a mole cricket. Yi Qing said here, looked at the sky and said softly, if I wanted to, I could be the dragon that soars in the sky and makes countless people look up to me. Or I could be the deity that sits on top of the clouds and looks down on people as if they were looking down on mole crickets. You could have stood at the top of the world with me, enjoying the worship of millions of people, but you, instead, kicked me away, abandoning me as if I were a piece of trash. HD Moon, when you learn that everything you have is given to you by me, when you learn that you can't catch up with me even if you work hard for 10,000 years, will you cry? I don't know. So, I want to see, when that day comes, what kind of mood will you be in? Meanwhile, HD Moon and Lin Chi had already left the hotel, sitting in the car. After a moment of silence, HD Moon looked at Lin Chi and said, Lin Chi, did I do something wrong? Lin Chi sniffed, directly shook her head and firmly said, no, Mr. Gao, you're right, your choice is right, and the only way to do so is to make a choice that's good for both of you. Yi Qing is too mediocre. If it was only that, it would be just, but on the contrary, he has also been in jail. Even if he was in jail for you, you have already given enough compensation. You don't owe him anything. If you want to blame him for being too mediocre, and even, it will only become an obstacle that will stop you. Mr. Gao, don't think too much. For such a man, it's not worth it, not to mention, you've already divorced. HD Moon gently sighed, nodded, and said, Yi Chang and I, indeed, are no longer in the same world. His existence will only drag me down, or even, ruin my image. For so many years, my path of entrepreneurship has been smooth. So many people have helped me and protected me. If they know that I have a husband who has been in jail, I'm afraid, it will really affect me. Plus some other reasons, it seems, I don't have a choice. But you are right, the compensation that should be given to Yi Qing, I have already given all of them. I don't owe him anything. If you want to blame him, he's too ordinary, too mediocre, and he's in jail again. At this moment, HD Moon seemed to have convinced herself that there was no longer half a bit of sadness in her heart. It was also fortunate that Yi Qing did not hear their conversation at this moment. Otherwise, he would only want to laugh and also cry, right? Obviously jailed for the sake of HD Moon, but as a result, it has become his mediocrity, and a stain. What is this? Obviously he asked others to help and protect HD Moon, but as a result, it became the reason for HD Moon to be superior? This, to put it mildly, was not a big joke. Just at this time, HD Moon's younger brother called, Sister, you and that criminal is not already divorced? Is this kid of his pestering you and wanting more of your property? Don't be afraid. Your brother, I have this ability to protect you. Yi Qing this fool, I will let him know how powerful I am. When HD Moon heard this, she frowned slightly and said, Gao Cheng Shu, Yi Qing has already signed. Don't mess around. And also, I know that you are following the Wan family's ninth uncle and mixing with the underground world. But remember, don't mess around and don't get me into trouble. Do you hear me? As soon as Gao Cheng Shu heard that Yi Qing had signed the divorce, he was happy at that time. But then, he said with some dissatisfaction, Sister, you said, did you give Yi Qing a large amount of compensation? Several millions? Tens of millions? I'm telling you, no, I won't agree. I'm your own brother. You didn't even give me tens of millions of dollars. These are our family's wealth. I'll never allow it to fall into the hands of this idiot. Yi Qing, in short, you don't care about it. All this money, I'll definitely make Yi Qing spit it out for me honestly. After saying that, Gao Cheng Shu directly hung up the phone. As for HD Moon, she sighed helplessly, looked at Lin Ji, and said, you go find a trip to Qing Shu. Don't let him make any extra trouble. For this younger brother of theirs, the HD Moon family, was truly spoiled to the bone. Therefore, even if Gao Cheng Shu even wanted to go to Yi Qing's trouble, for HD Moon, it was just a light sentence. Let Lin Ji persuade him, as if Yi Qing's death or life, far less important than whether his brother is happy. Chapter 3 Getting Back the Property. At this moment, Yi Qing had already left the hotel and returned to his and HD Moon's former home. The house was not big, 3 rooms and 1 hall, more than 100 square feet, but it was very cozy and carried many good memories. Only, now look again, but things are not the same. Look at the dust scattered on the furniture. we know that high-definition moon has been a long time, did not come back. It is also a successful, wealthy female president. And how will live in this kind of broken house? What's more, it's still the same place where a criminal used to live. However, what HD Moon discarded as if it were her own, was what Yi Qing cherished extraordinarily. Picking up a rag, Yi Qing began to clean up the room. This was his home, even if it was dirty, broken and small, it was still his harbor. Only, these once beautiful memories have now turned into a real sting, making Yi Qing all a little bitter and sour. At this time, Yi Qing does not know, he was extremely loved brother-in-law, High Green Tree, is now a changed person, and is coming to find him on the way to trouble. Green Park Villa area is considered to be Jiangcheng City's high-grade neighborhood. Each set of houses are worth more than 10 million, and Gao Qingshu and his parents lived here. The house was a year ago. HD Moon bought it and gifted it to his parents to live in. Mom, my sister has already met this trash Yi Qing. However, it seems like she gave Yi Qing a large amount of compensation. It's estimated that it won't be less than 10 million. Gao Qingshu sat on the sofa, looking at the middle-aged woman who wore gold and silver, a picture of a noblewoman's dress, and spoke with some dissatisfaction. And when Gao mother heard this, her eyes glared and she said loudly, "What? $10 million compensation? Are you kidding me? Is this criminal worthy of taking so much money from our family? If I look at it, giving him 100,000 or 80,000 is enough. A dime more is a waste. No, I'll call Chengyu. It's just nonsense." Gao mother, this acerbic face, is Yi Qing has always known, but rarely seen. The reason is very simple. At the beginning, HD month family, not only is no money, can even be used to describe poverty. To put it bluntly, the family cannot even eat a few meals of meat a year. In this day and age, perhaps some people feel that it is alarmist, but on the contrary, this is the truth. It was them who met Yi Qing, whose lives had fundamentally changed. It could be said that Yi Qing, alone, had raised their entire family, allowing them to live with dignity, and this was the truth. Therefore, when facing Yi Qing, Gao mother used to, not to say that it was extremely close to flattering, but it was also similar. However, 3 years had passed, and nowadays, things were already different. I don't know when Yi Qing saw Gao mother is this expression, will be, how a kind of mood. Gao Qingshu looked at Gao mother, directly stopped, said, "Mom, don't call my sister. This matter is left to me to solve on the line. Yi Qing this wimp, I want to deal with him. That is not the hand to take the pinch. When the time comes, to give him 10 guts, he would not dare to take my sister's money." When Gao mother heard this, she nodded and said, "That's right, son, you go and scare him. Yi Qing this bastard, used to be a wifey, soft persimmon, the kind that wouldn't dare to talk back even if you smacked him in the face. Go, you can scare him to death by casually bringing a few people with you now." Gao Qingshu heard Gao mother said so, very proudly straightened his chest, said, "That's not true. Now your son, in the city of Jiang, that is also a number of characters." "Mom, okay, I do not talk to you more. I go first, you will be at home to wait for my good news on the line." After saying that, Gao Qingshu directly went out the door, while the business car outside the house. There are 4 or 5 people already waiting. "Young Gao, are we leaving now to clean up that brother-in-law of yours?" Gao Qingshu sniffed and sneered. "Brother-in-law? He's not worthy? Just a loser. Let's go. Follow me to teach this ungrateful bastard a lesson. When I'm done, at night at the brilliant nightclub, I'll treat you all to a big drink." A few small yellow hairs, all of them cheered happily, and from their name-calling, it could also be seen that they all understood Gao Qingshu's bottom line. Only, I'm afraid they wouldn't have imagined that the current high and mighty young Master Gao was once an honest child who couldn't even afford to wear new pants. In 10 minutes' time, Gao Qingshu and the others arrived at Yi Qing's house. "You guys will just look at my face later. When I say fight, fight me hard. Don't worry about anything else. I'll be responsible for anything that goes wrong." After saying that, Gao Qingshu led the people directly up the stairs, came to the door of the room, didn't even bother to press the doorbell, directly slapped it hard. "Open the door. Yi Qing, hurry up and open the door for me. I know you're home. Don't try to hide from me. Open the door." Yi Qing had just finished cleaning the house at the moment, and hadn't even had time to sit down and take a break before he heard the sound of tapping on the door. The tone was very impulsive, but the voice was very familiar to him. It was Gao Qingshu, this brother-in-law who used to like to pester him, shouting one brother-in-law at a time. Getting up, after opening the door to his room, Yi Qing smiled and spoke. "Qingshu, haven't seen you in 3 years, you've grown taller and fatter. It seems like you're doing well." Looking at Yi Qing, who was giving himself a polite greeting, Gao Qingshu didn't even have a good face, directly pushed Yi Qing away and entered the room. A few other juniors also followed Gao Qingshu into the room. but they didn't sit down, but stood behind Gao Changshu, very much a picture of juniors escorting the big brother. Yi Chang, less to me to get close, you and my sister have divorced, do you think you are still my brother-in-law? Looking at Gao Changshu's appearance, Yi Ching slightly frowned, but didn't say anything more. Your sister and I are indeed divorced, so, you came to find me, just to meet me? Xing Shu, I remember once, you weren't like this, how did you become like this now? Yi Ching's words seemed to have pricked Gao Changshu's nerves, directly causing Gao Changshu to storm up. Yi Chang, cut the crap, do you think I'm still the weak and pitiful Gao Changshu I once was? Let me tell you, I changed a long time ago. I'm no longer that person who can be bullied by anyone. Also, don't bring up the past to me again. Just with you, you are also worthy of replacing my Gao Changshu's past? You're the one looking for death. I'm telling you, in the future, don't say you know me, and don't let me hear anything about the past from other people's mouths, or else, I'll cut out your tongue, believe it or not. Gao Changshu was like a chicken cub that had its tail stepped on, at this moment, bouncing all over the place, as if, the past life, for him, was a black history that could not be mentioned, and in fact, it was true. Gao Changshu had never mentioned the past, and had always created the persona of a rich son, and everything in the past, for him, it was as if it was taboo, as if, it was disgusting, and couldn't be mentioned, just like many people will forget their roots after they become rich. Gao Changshu only forgot even more cleanly. As for Yi Ching, looking at the stormy Gao Changshu, his eyes narrowed slightly, and he said in a cold voice, cut out my tongue? Gao Changshu, is this how you treat me? He, it's really giving you face. Brother-in-law is not called, brother is not called either, and you even specially bring people to the door to provoke. What do you want? Since you said we don't know each other, then what are you still sitting here for? Hurry up and get lost. I, Yi Chang, am not in the mood to accompany a stranger to play around. Get lost. Chapter 4, beaten into a pig's head. The person who gave his face no face. Yi Ching never intended to spoil it. The people of the Gao Changshu family all felt that Yi Ching was a wimp and good at bullying, but, if Yi Ching was really that good at bullying, then he wouldn't be Yi Ching anymore. There were some things that Yi Ching just didn't want people to know, otherwise, it would scare a lot of people to death, and see Yi Ching even dared to let himself roll. Gao Changshu was angry at that time. In these years, Gao Changshu mixed with the wind and water, the whole Jiangqing city people, no matter whether it is in the face of the ninth uncle, or in the face of HD Moon, more or less will give him a few points of face. Where has he ever suffered from this kind of wimpy gas? So immediately, Gao Changshu directly slapped the table, stood up, pointed at Yi Ching's nose, angrily said, Yi Chang, you are really not afraid of death? You really think that I don't dare to move you, is it? Sitting in jail for a few years, you're sitting stupid, not to mention that it's not what it used to be, even if it is. You, Yi Chang, you're just a waste of space, not to mention hitting you, I'll just kill you. So what? Yi Ching looked at this finger pointing at his nose, revealing a cold smile, and directly pinched Gao Changshu's finger, and then wrenched it with force. The intense pain immediately made Gao Changshu scream out. His entire body bent down. Pain, pain. Yi Chang, you seek death. Quickly let go of me. As for Gao Changshu's several little brothers, when they saw Gao Changshu had suffered a loss, then each and every one of their faces immediately changed, pointing at Yi Ching and started cursing bitterly. Yi Chang, let go of young Master Gao, or I'll break your legs. Hurry up and let go of young Master Gao. Make amends and apologize to young Master Gao. Otherwise, I'll make you not walk out of this door. And at this moment, Gao Changshu couldn't help but roar angrily, give me a beating, beat this bastard to death. After that, several of Gao Changshu's men directly rushed towards Yi Ching. As for Yi Ching, who himself had a belly full of anger, at this moment, he finally found a chance to vent it out. With his left hand still pinching Gao Changshu's fingers, and his right hand, he directly smashed a heavy fist on the nose of the yellow hair who rushed up, and immediately made this yellow hair bleed from his mouth and nose, and crouched down on the ground, unable to stand up in pain. And then, Yi Ching did not pause for a moment, directly kicked out a heavy foot, and kicked a yellow hair fell to the ground. And this is not the end. In the other yellow hairs rushed up, Yi Ching with a very fast speed to avoid their attacks, and then, a fist one, directly put them all down. The degree of ruthlessness, power, no one can have a strike under Yi Ching's hands, and this scene, also watched Gao Changshu was a bit dumbfounded. How could he not expect that Yi Ching would have such fighting strength? Was it still the same Yi Ching who, in front of his sister, groveled and agreed to anything he said? Or was it the same Yi Ching, who wore an apron, wiped the table, swept the floor, washed the clothes, and cooked, like a Yi Ching who had no temper at all, and only served people? This is clearly is a ferocious and cruel bandit is right. Without waiting for Gao Qingshu to react, Yi Qing directly choked Gao Qingshu's neck, lifted Gao Qingshu up and angrily said, "It seems that between us, there is only hatred." After saying that, Yi Qing heavily slapped Gao Qingshu's face, saying, "This slap teaches you to be a human being." With a slap, Gao Qingshu's face, 5 fingerprints were immediately revealed. His teeth were all somewhat loosened by the beating. To be honest, looking at the ferocious Yi Qing at this moment, Gao Qingshu was indeed a bit intimidated. However, as soon as he thought that he was actually afraid of Yi Qing, Gao Qingshu felt that he had simply lost his face. It was, simply, a strange shame. Covering his face, Gao Qingshu gritted his teeth and said angrily, "Fine, fine, Yi Qing, you're great, you dare to hit me, fine, today's matter is not over, I swear, I will not spare you." Looking at Gao Qingshu who still dared to clamor with himself, Yi Qing's eyes glared and coldly said, "These 3 years, I didn't control you, and as a result, I let you turn into this appearance now? Alright, then today, I will properly discipline you." After saying his words, Yi Qing directly grabbed Gao Qingshu, then swung his right hand and slapped Gao Qingshu's face with another heavy slap. "If that slap just now didn't teach you a long lesson, then with this slap, I'll teach you that in the future. When you speak, don't be too crazy." As the words fell, the second slap followed. "This slap, to beat you for being ungrateful and in vain." After the slap, Yi Qing's right hand was once again raised high, and in his eyes, he was filled with ferocity. "This third slap, I'm smacking you on behalf of your parents, your sister, who worked so hard to raise you up, just to let you act recklessly and do wrong?" 3 slaps down, originally red face, at this moment, swollen as a pig's head, almost can't see the original appearance, and 3 teeth, it is directly from Gao Qingshu's mouth spit out, full of blood, looks miserable, and right at this moment, a roar with anger in its eagerness, reached Yi Qing's ears. "Stop, Yi Qing, you asshole, you dare to treat Qingshu like this, you're crazy you." The person who came was no other than Lin Ji, this HD Moon's good girlfriend plus assistant. At this moment, finally rushed over according to HD Moon's order. She originally wanted to come to persuade Gao Qingshu not to find Yi Qing in trouble, but at this moment, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. At this moment, Lin Ji regretted. She in fact, had already arrived for a while, but she thought, to give Yi Qing a lesson is fine. After all, this $10 million of property is not so good to take, but also let Gao Qingshu to teach Yi Qing a lesson, so that he knows now the high family is not at all Yi Qing cannot climb up, not to mention cannot be offended by. That way, Yi Qing will also be honest. But how could she not expect that things would develop to such a point? Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, and casually loosened the hand that was holding Gao Qingshu's neck, making Gao Qingshu, directly like a puddle of mud collapse to the ground. Only then did he faintly speak. "You came? What a coincidence. Say, what do you guys want to do by running over here one after another?" Lin Ji glared fiercely at Yi Qing, then hurriedly ran to Gao Qingshu's side and helped him up. "Qingshu, are you alright? Qingshu, don't scare me. Call for an ambulance. Quickly call for an ambulance." Lin Ji looked at Gao Qingshu's juniors who were also injured, and immediately roared with glaring eyes. These juniors hurriedly called the ambulance. As for Lin Ji, only then did she look at Yi Qing and said angrily, "Yi Qing, you're crazy. You're really crazy. You dare to treat Qingshu like this. You're finished. I'm telling you, you're finished. This last little bit of affection, there's no more love between you and Qingshu. You'd better think about it. What should you account for next?" "Account for it?" Yi Qing laughed. "There should be an explanation. But, shouldn't it be you guys, giving me Yi Qing an explanation? From the time I got out of jail until now, first you brought a lawyer to threaten me with divorce. Well, I agreed. The words have been signed. As a result, you guys ran to my home to cause trouble again? What's the matter? I, Yi Qing, deserve to die, deserve to be bullied by you guys? Lin Ji, I'm telling you, today this explanation is really going to be finalized. But it's not you guys who are going to ask me for an explanation. It's me, Yi Qing. If I don't see an explanation, I'm not done with you guys." After saying his words, Yi Qing pushed Lin Ji away, then directly stomped on Gao Qingshu's face, and said in a cold voice, "Today, if you don't give me an explanation, no one will want to leave." Chapter 5: The Gao family's current power. At this moment, Lin Ji was dumbfounded. It wasn't that she hadn't seen Yi Qing, but she hadn't seen such a mixed-up Yi Qing. This is after 3 years in prison. The whole person has changed. Crazy, crazy, really crazy. Hitting someone is not enough. Now even not letting people go. Not only that, but also directly stepped on Gao Qingshu. This is too humiliating. Yi Qing, you bastard. You're crazy. You let go of Qingshu. Lin Ji was so anxious that she started yelling at Yi Qing. When Yi Qing heard this, his eyes narrowed slightly. Looking at Lin Ji, he said in a cold voice, I generally don't hit women, but it doesn't mean that I won't hit women. Lin Ji, how much did you get involved in the middle of the divorce between HD Moon and I? Although I don't know, but to say that you don't have anything to do with it at all, I don't believe it. I'm not taking care of you right now. You'd better not mess with me either, or else I'll smack you with my big ear. These words made Lin Ji furious. Yi Qing had not only beaten Gao Changshu, but now he even wanted to beat himself? Fine, then let's fight. Let's see if he has the guts. Yi Qing, fine. You want to hit me, right? Come, I'll let you hit. You hit, you bastard. Selfish. Taking Qing Yu's brother to vent your frustration. That's all you've got, right? But you're in pain today. Have you thought about tomorrow? You're dead, Yi Qing. I'm telling you, you're dead. Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, who was clamoring with himself, and let out a cold smile, saying, Gao family? Good bullish Gao family. Jiangcheng, these 3 years I was not there. A six-parent, ungrateful Gao family has risen. But, so what? Just based on that, they dare to be arrogant and domineering in front of me. Yi Qing, based on what? Based on the fact that the Gao family is rich, powerful, or on the basis of her HD Moon being cold-blooded, heartless and ungrateful? Regardless of what you guys rely on, if you want to come and mess with me, you have to think about the consequences. Now, if you want to take someone away, you can. Let HD Moon personally come over to apologize to me and then lead the people. Otherwise, I won't release anyone who comes. The name of the Gao family might be able to scare a lot of people, but it was impossible to scare Yi Qing, let alone the fact that Yi Qing was not an ordinary person at all. Even if he was, so what? Should he be bullied by the Gao family? Stepping in the mud, not to mention spitting in his face? It was simply too much bullying. But now, in Lin Ji's eyes, the one who was bullying people too much, doing things excessively, practically running amok, was not Gao Changshu, nor was it HD Moon, but him, Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing should have honestly accepted his fate, should have been bullied, should have remained silent. But now, Yi Qing dared to resist? This was simply revolting. Lin Ji took a deep breath, looked at Yi Qing, suddenly laughed and said, Good the fox's tail, finally revealed. Yi Qing, after all is said and done, you still can't forget about Qing Yu, right? That's why you use this way, to get Qing Yu's attention, so that she can see that you're not the same soft persimmon that you once were, and you're quite capable of fighting, a little bit of a skill, right? It's simply ridiculous. Do you know, you now, is simply a jumping clown. That little mind, don't mention how disgusting, how clumsy. Let Qing Yu come, see this scene, she will not have half a point to change her mind about you at all, except for hating you even more. Yi Qing, don't you understand? You now, simply can't match Qing Yu, can't match word to poke the heart, obviously ungrateful, thinly veiled, as a result, but said that they are the sky is the truth. Others, are little cute, the same. Yi Qing just wanted to laugh. People, how can they be so shameless, turning black and white upside down, confusing right and wrong, with money and power? People have to become like this? Lin Ji, what's the point of saying more nonsense, since you all think that I'm not worthy, and that I'm deliberately picking a fight? Let's pretend that I'm deliberately picking a fight. Go on, inform HD Moon that if you want to take her brother away, come and collect him in person. Lin Ji saw that after she said so much, Yi Qing was still oil and salt. She immediately became anxious, pointing at Gao Changshu. She coldly laughed. Yi Qing, you think I'm mocking you, but you don't know, I'm saving you. Do you know, who is the person who is now being humiliated by you stepping on his feet? Do you think that he is still just HD Moon's younger brother now, or the same kid he once was? Nope, let me tell you, he is now a famous young master in the underground world of Jiangcheng City. The big brother behind him is the ninth uncle who can influence the pattern of the underground world of Jiangcheng City. Until who is the ninth uncle? That is casually wave his hand. There will be hundreds of minions running over to sell their lives for him. Underground world big brother. To put it in a bad way, on your small body, you slaughtered and thrown into the river. Won't be a bit of water splash. Understand? Oh, if you don't understand who ninth uncle is, then let me tell you, the backer behind ninth uncle is even the biggest giant in Jiangcheng City, Wan Haixin of the richest Wan family. Now, you know the enemy you will be facing. Who is it? Lin Ji uttered a series of names, just to emphasize that the current Gao Changshu was no longer the Gao Qingshu of the past. This was to elevate Gao Changshu's status, and at the same time, it was also to tell Yi Qing that if he offended Gao Changshu, the entire Jiangcheng City would not have a place for him to stay. But she didn't see, when she talked about ninth uncle, when she talked about Wan Haixin, Yi Qing's eyebrows raised a little bit. It seemed a little bit surprised, and a little bit ridiculous. And if Lin Ji knew that just before they came, the so-called Wan Haixin personally called Yi Qing, groveling and begging for help, I'm afraid, would not know what to do. And if Lin Ji and the others knew that Elder Chen, who even Wan Haixin didn't dare to mess with, was respectful to Yi Qing and owed favors and even owed his life, perhaps, if they wanted to cry, they wouldn't be able to cry. So much nonsense, saying so much, just want to scare me, right? Yi Qing waved his hand and said indifferently, you succeeded. I'm so scared. Now, I can let HD Moon give me an explanation. If you dare to bull ***** one more time, I'll whip you. If you don't believe me, just try it. Lin Shi saw that she said half a day. Yi Qing was not moved, immediately became a little angry. This call, she did not want to call. After all, Gao Chung Shu accident, she did not persuade, more or less is also some responsibility. Yi Qing, you don't know what's good for you. After a sentence was uttered, Lin Shi instantly regretted it, because she saw that Yi Qing was actually walking directly towards her, and in his eyes, he was full of danger. What are you doing? Yi Qing, what do you want to do? Are you crazy? Are you, even dare to hit me? Don't dare? Yi Qing didn't even bother to say any unnecessary nonsense. He directly slapped Lin Ji's delicate face, heavily slapping her. Instantly there was a red palm print. The pain was still secondary. Lin Ji was directly dumbfounded. Yi Qing even really dared to strike. Moreover, he also hit a woman. I warned you, if you say one more word, I'll whip you. Moreover, I said, in my eyes, as long as a woman becomes an enemy, then, it doesn't matter if she's a man or woman, old or young. If you should fight, you should fight. If you should kill, you should kill. Now, if you dare to speak one more word of nonsense, I will break your legs. If you don't believe me, try it. Chapter 6, Get out. Get out now. At this moment, everyone in the room was honest. Yi Qing was not only ruthless, it was simply 6 relatives, no matter how they were going to retaliate against Yi Qing afterward. But right now, none of them dared to say anything. They could only stay honest. Lin Ji covered her face, couldn't take it anymore, directly dialed HD Moon's phone, and told a whole lot about the tragic situation here, including how Yi Qing bullied her brother, and how he threw himself a slap. These words, listen to the high-definition Moon simply do not believe. However, the fact is in front of the eyes. It is not the turn of high-definition Moon's skepticism. Yi Qing watched as Lin Ji sat on the sofa after making the phone call, poured herself a cup of water, and said blandly, then wait for her to come and claim the person. Lin Shi still wanted to say some more harsh words, but, thinking of the fiery palm prints on her face, she didn't dare to say anything. The current Yi Qing was a madman who had lost all hope and had fallen into despair. This was broken. At least, in Lin Ji's opinion, it was like this. At this moment, HD Moon was in the group office, and after learning about the situation here, her entire body was in a state of fury. Picking up the phone on the table, HD Moon immediately roared, gather all the bodyguards and security for me and wait for me downstairs. After saying that, he directly hung up the phone. Looking at the divorce agreement on the table that hadn't been put up yet, HDU roared in a low voice, Yi Qing, originally, I still wanted to give you a few points of face, so that we can get together and part ways, but now it seems that you're simply being stubborn and intensifying your behavior. Alright, even my brother you dare to beat up, even Lin Ji this woman you dare to make a move. Good. It seems that in these 3 years in prison, you haven't learned anything, just learned to show off your bravery and fight ruthlessly. Then I'll let you completely understand that you, Yi Qing, are nothing. After venting, HD Moon directly huffed and puffed her way out the door, and at this moment, her bodyguards and the group's 20 security guards were already all waiting downstairs. After HD Moon arrived, a group of people immediately drove a fleet of cars towards Yi Qing's home. When they arrived, HD Moon originally thought that Lin Ji would not be slightly exaggerated, but when she saw the palm prints on Lin Ji's face, and when she saw her own brother, who was practically unrecognizable, lying on the ground, not even daring to get up, HD Moon was completely enraged, especially when she saw Yi Qing, who had done all this, but was blandly sipping tea on the sofa. Her anger, she simply couldn't control it halfway. Yi Qing, you asshole. HD Moon walked to Yi Qing's front, directly slapped the teacup in Yi Qing's hand, pointed at Yi Qing and started to roar. I know that you are in a bad mood because you divorced me, but, how dare you hit my brother like this? You are simply an inhuman asshole, bastard. Yi Qing looked expressionlessly at HD Moon who came up and accused him, a pang of sadness in his heart. This woman with a ferocious face, like a furious tigress, really, is she the woman that he once loved so much that he even went to jail for her? 3 years of time, said long is not long, said short is not short, but, how can a person into a complete stranger to another person? Only, just time change? Or is it that when a person, with money and power, only after a complete and utter change? Yi Qing did not know, but he knew that HD moon, perhaps it was no longer the HD moon that it once was, slowly getting up, looking at the more than 20 security guards that came along with HD moon. Yi Qing didn't have any fear in his heart, but looking at HD moon's face that was so angry that she wanted to kill herself, in his heart, there was sadness. HD moon, you'd better figure out first, where is this? I'm in a bad mood to beat up your brother? You but a bit of eyes can see that it's your brother who brought people to find me in trouble. What's the matter? I, Yi Qing, should just tie my hands and let your brother beat and scold me, right? How the truth was, anyone who looked at it would be able to see it at a glance. This was Yi Qing's home. It was Gao Chengshu who ran here to find trouble. That was the truth. But how the truth was, HD moon wouldn't care. She only cared that her own brother was seriously injured by Yi Qing, and that was what made her the most angry. That was her brother. Her own brother. Yi Qing, even if Qing Shu did something wrong, it's not your turn to discipline him. Who do you think you are? What do you think you are? I gave you face. Are you shameless? Watching HD moon speak harder and harder. Yi Qing's eyes, slowly, filled with anger. What a good HD moon. What a good Gao Chengshu. What a good family. He, Yi Qing, gave everything for them, as a result, but ended up in such a situation now. Really, sad, pathetic. Gao Chengyu, you become now this appearance. Will not regret? Confusing black and white, right and wrong, ungrateful. You, do you still have half the shadow of the once HD moon? Without waiting for Yi Qing to finish speaking, HD moon directly said angrily, what is there about the once HD moon that is worth keeping? Yi Qing, you went to jail for being stupid. People, they all become the once HD moon, poor, cowardly, incompetent. Besides being kind, what else is left? That kind of HD moon will never come back. If you want to miss it, just hide yourself away and miss it. We don't have half a penny to do with each other now. Yi Qing, don't let me see you again. This is the last chance I'll give you. You say I'm ungrateful. Fine. Then today, I'll completely and utterly break with you. You better move out as soon as possible. Leave Jiangchang. Today, I can let you go. But, my brother won't let you go. My family won't let you go either. Hurry up and get out. Just take it as me returning everything I once owed you. And, my money and real estate. Originally promised to divorce to your things. You a point, don't want to get. You, already not worth me have half a point of attachment and miss. You, more unworthy to take my property. Keep you this life, is already my biggest gift to you. Only this, only, get lost. Money, when it came to the end, HD Moon even talked about money with Yi Qing, which made Yi Qing couldn't help but feel pathetic and ridiculous. From the beginning to the end, he, Yi Qing, had ever opened his mouth to ask for a penny from HD Moon? Everything, all is just HD Moon's self-righteousness. And Yi Qing also said very clearly, he, will not want high definition month a little something, these, why no one believe it? Oh, he, Yi Qing, in their eyes, in the end, what does it count? Good then I'll see, what exactly do you guys have? What can you do to me Yi Qing, since I said you came and took your brother away? Then go, I, Yi Qing, live here, whoever is not satisfied, just come, now, HD Moon, I don't want to see you again, you, make me feel sick, the one who should roll, is also you, this is my home. After saying that, Yi Qing pointed at the door and roared, now, immediately, get lost. Chapter 7, Why don't you cherish him? HD Moon looked deeply at Yi Qing and suddenly smiled, saying, Yi Qing, perhaps, I really should let you open your eyes and see the world. Yi Qing did not expect that from HD Moon's mouth. Such a sentence suddenly popped out, and immediately frowned, saying, what do you mean? HD Moon shook her head. After sending someone to help Gao Chengshu up, she said, in the next 2 days, I will make an appointment with you. If you have the guts, don't hide and not meet. Don't worry, I won't do anything to you. Of course, if you are afraid, you can also escape. After saying that, High Definition Moon directly led the people to leave. After walking downstairs, HD Moon sent Gao Chengshu to the ambulance, and then brought Lin Ji to follow in the car. Today Gao Chengshu received such a serious injury. It was impossible for her to pretend she didn't know about it, and even more so if she didn't tell her mother. Only, I'm afraid that after telling her mother, the bigger trouble will come. Lin Ji, sorry for letting you suffer. Don't worry, I will make it up to you. Lin Ji herself had made some mistakes. How would she dare to let HD Moon make up for it? It was just that. This breath. She was really holding her breath. Qing Yu, just letting Yi Qing go? even if you let it go. Qingshu won't let it go. After he comes to his senses, he will definitely find Uncle Nine to complain. At that time, Uncle Nine will definitely send someone to clean up Yiqing. Also, you just said that you're going to ask Yiqing out in a couple days? Are you, regretting it? Lin Ji was most afraid of this. She actually knew. Seemingly strong and determined HDU, in fact, in her heart to Yiqing, is holding some apologies and guilt. As to say, whether there is still feelings, Lin Ji did not dare to jump to conclusions. Perhaps, there is still a little bit of residue. It may also be possible. After all, Yiqing at the beginning of the HDU, the entire Gao family, are too good. Too good. When HDU heard Lin Ji's words, but she faintly shook her head, a trace of ice coldness appeared on her face. Regret? No, I just feel that this is too cheap for Yiqing, and also, it makes him not be able to tell the difference between him and me at all. Since he doesn't know, it's better to let him know. Lin Ji, do you know what makes a person despair the most? What is it? Lin Ji sniffed, shook her head, and said, what? HD Moon said indifferently, it's the two people who once matched each other and even had some gaps. Suddenly, became the difference between heaven and earth, whether it's values or worldview, whether it's living habits, or living environment, all changed, which is what makes a person the most desperate, because he wants to catch up, but no matter what, he can't catch up. In the end, he can only mourn his own mediocrity and weakness, and from then on, even speaking out loud, he no longer dares to do so. I just want Yiqing to take a good look at how big the gap between the current me and him is. I want him to understand completely and utterly that he, Yiqing, in front of me, is just a mole cricket that will never be able to catch up with my footsteps. When Lin Ji heard this, her eyes immediately lit up. Nodding heavily, she said, I see, you want to make Yiqing's self-esteem completely low, and from now on, he will never be able to lift his head up again, and will never be able to pick up his self-confidence. Right, good, this is good. This way, only then can you completely and utterly grind his self-confidence out from the inside out, so that from now on, he will be living in remorse and pain, in self-abasement and despair. Great, Qingyu, you're really great. High-definition Moon sniffed and revealed a smug smile, and just at this time, a phone call dialed in. Looking at the name of the person on the phone, High-definition Moon frowned slightly, but she still connected it. By Ruoro, why did you remember to call me? Didn't you say that you were angry with me? In the middle of the phone, a female voice with a gentle voice reached HD Moon's ears. HD Moon, I am angry with you, but today, I am not talking to you about this. I want to ask, Yiqing, has he been released from prison? Did you really divorce him? Hearing by Ruoro's tenderness when she mentioned Yiqing, for some reason, HD Moon just felt uncomfortable in her heart, as if someone was thinking about her beloved toy. What does Yiqing being out of prison have to do with you? And also, whether he and I are divorced or not, it seems to have nothing to do with you. By Ruo, if I don't remember wrongly, you're already engaged, and now you're still thinking of another man. Aren't you afraid that, when people find out about it, they will say that you don't abide by the ways of a woman? After hearing HD Moon mention her engagement, Bai Ruo on the phone was silent for a moment, then said with a somewhat gloomy voice, I know I'm not qualified. I wasn't before, I'm not now, and I'm not now. But, HD Moon, I don't want you to hurt him. Yiqing is the best man under the sky. If you miss him, you will really regret it, while there is still a chance. Qingyu, listen to my advice. Don't do things that make you regret it, or else, you will cry later. Hearing that Bai Ruo was even in this situation, still advising herself and still infatuated with Yiqing, HD Moon was a bit furious. Bai Ruo, I advise you to just mind your own business, and also, whether Yiqing is a good man or not, it has nothing to do with you. You are heartbroken about him, right? Fine. Heartache him, then you go to protect him. Just go to him. I've already divorced him. Go ahead. I'd like to see you. Bai Ruo, dare to risk being found out to sympathize with caring about Yiqing. Don't forget, what will happen if the Bai family knows? What is the current situation of the Bai family? If it's really known by Xiao Tan, not only will you be beaten to death by Xiao Tan, the entire Bai family will suffer along with you. After saying that, HD Moon seemed to gamble as if she was angry, and directly told Bai Ruo's address and phone number, as if she wanted to see if she, Bai Ruo, really had the guts to care about Yiqing. If she can't do it herself, who is she to use a lofty posture, standing on the moral high ground, despising her HD Moon for not doing the right thing? And at this moment, at the other end of Jiangcheng City, a sweet-looking, gentle and generous-looking woman wearing a white dress, looking at the cell phone in her hand, was fuming, and in her eyes, apart from heartache, it was pain. as if, in her life, she was experiencing a great change. HD Moon, until now, I envy you for getting Yi Qing's love, but you, why don't you cherish it? I who obviously want to cherish so much, but I am no longer qualified to love Yi Qing. Perhaps, this is my sorrow. Bai Ruoruo gently lowered her head, and out of the corner of her eye, a tear slipped. She knew that if she wanted to be at peace with each other, she shouldn't go to Yi Qing, but she wanted to go, especially wanted to go, to see this man that she had loved for a long time, to see if he, after being abandoned, was in pain. Chapter 8, Don't Regret. Ruoruo, why are you crying? A middle-aged woman appeared behind Bai Ruoruo, looked at Bai Ruoruo's tears and sighed softly. Ruoruo, I know you're not willing to marry Tan Xiao. Mom is actually not willing either. That Tan Xiao is a playboy. Apart from attracting bees and butterflies, he's simply useless. However, the current Bai family is only saved by the Tan family. Mom knows that. It's aggravating for you. Bai Ruoruo looked at her mother, wiped the tears from the corners of her eyes, and softly said, Mom, I'm fine. You don't have to worry about me. I know what to do. This is my destiny. There is no way for me to deny it. The entire Bai family need me to save it. I will not do anything to harm the Bai family even if I am reluctant. You can rest assured. Sad to say, a white family in Jiangcheng is also a famous existence. As a result, now, but to be reduced to rely on the marriage of children to save the family. The most critical thing is, clearly know that the other party is not a good marriage object, but even refuse. Do not dare to refuse. Let a person heartbroken at the same time, only helpless. Bai Ruoruo was resigned to her fate, but when her grandfather, who loved her the most, bent down and begged herself, when everyone in the entire Bai family bitterly begged herself to save the Bai family, she knew that in her own life, she was finished. Mom, I'm going out, call me if anything happens. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo left the room. She still decided to go and see Yi Qing. Even though she was no longer qualified to love Yi Qing, she still couldn't let go, couldn't forget, especially now at this time. Yi Qing has just been released from prison, but as a result, he suffered a divorce. This kind of thing, inwardly, must be very broken, very painful. She wants to go to see Yi Qing, even if can give Yi Qing a little bit of comfort. For her, it is also worth it. And at this moment, hanging up Bai Ruoruo's phone call, HD Moon, the whole person seemed to be like a volcano that was about to erupt, looking full of anger. This Bai Ruoruo. Back then, she was ambiguous towards Yi Qing. Now, a few years have passed. I didn't expect that she is still so shameless. It's simply abominable. Looking at the angry HD Moon, Lin Ji, who was sitting next to her, sighed in her heart, always feeling that this shouldn't be the attitude that HD Moon should be showing right now. After all, HD Moon and Yi Qing had already divorced. If she was really hooked up with someone, it would still be a lot less troublesome. But the way HD Moon was acting right now, it was clearly like a jealous woman. Qing Yu, at this time, you shouldn't be angry. You should be happy. Originally you are going to break up with Yi Qing and have no more involvement. Moreover, also afraid of Yi Qing's entanglement. If he really hooked up with Bai Ruoruo, then, it's not a bad thing. Hearing Lin Ji's words, HD Moon instantly exploded and angrily said, my divorce with Yi Qing is a matter between the two of us. Even if I'm thinking of breaking up with Yi Qing, it's not Bai Ruoruo's turn to say that I'm thin-skinned and ungrateful here. Especially because of her condescending, a picture of deep love and affection, which is annoying to me just looking at her. Yi Qing used to be my husband. Now even if he's divorced, he's still an ex-husband. What does she, Bai Ruoruo, count as? What right does she have to stand on the moral high ground to lecture me? Especially, she's the one who's shameless, liking someone else's married husband. Still thinking about it even now. Simply shameless. Lin Ji smiled helplessly and bitterly, not even knowing what to say at this moment. But she has a feeling, that is, high definition month, I'm afraid that deep down, is really did not forget Yi Qing, even if do how determined, can, heart always, is there Yi Qing? Only, high definition month perhaps himself, has not found just, thinking of here, Lin Ji's eyes showed a trace of ice cold. She absolutely do not allow high definition month have any chance to regret. Otherwise, if you really let high definition month and Yi Qing in the end to get back together, then she, can be a basket of water is empty. The promise given by the eldest young master of the Shiman family in the eastern province, that was something that how many people dreamed of wanting to get, enough to make one soar to the sky, soaring to great heights. This was Lin Ji's best chance, even the only chance. She, absolutely could not miss it. So HD Moon, must be cut off from Yi Qing, or even, become enemies to do so. That's right, Bai Ruoruo is just shameless. Moreover, she is always a picture of high and mighty. Qing Yu, you still remember, she is this person. the most hypocritical of all. Because of her good family condition, when the three of us were together, she didn't do some small favors to us. Do you think that she is kind? No, she is just trying to satisfy her own sense of vanity, for the sake of her own pride. To us, she is simply in the mood for charity. She is the most detestable person. She is the most detestable person. Lin Shi followed HD Moon to say all kinds of bad things about Bai Ruorua, but she forgot that the hypocrisy in her mouth was Bai Ruorua, who had helped them more than once at the beginning. People even don't want to thank them, and even help them a lot of the time are careful, for fear of hurting their self-esteem. As a result, this becomes pride, becomes charity? High definition. Moon sniffed, lowered his head, clenched his fist. Anger simply cannot be eliminated. Lin Ji added fuel to the fire. If I say so, Qing Yu, you don't need to be angry. The most important thing to do now is not anything else, but we should let Bai Ruorua go to meet Yi Qing. At that time, no matter whether they have any relationship or not. How to talk? Isn't it still up to us to say? What's more, with Xiao Tan's temper and persona, do you think that would let Bai Ruorua and Yi Qing go? At that time, Xiao Tan will definitely clean up Bai Ruorua. If you don't want Yi Qing to get hurt, you can also appear as a savior, being able to advance and retreat. This is the best choice. When HD Moon heard this, she looked deeply at Lin Ji and said, "You seem to hate Yi Qing and Bai Ruorua even more than I do." When Lin Ji heard this, her heart trembled. She smiled and shook her head. "I'm not thinking from your point of view. It's not worth it for you, Qing Yu. I am watching how you step by step to today. Don't let Yi Qing and then ruin your future. Otherwise, it's really too late to regret. Moreover, Qing Yu, don't forget, young Master Shiman will be coming to Jiangcheng in a few days. If you don't press Yi Qing down at this time, and then make some trouble, if young Master Shiman really makes a move, then Yi Qing, he really won't be able to live. So, it is necessary to control Yi Qing, even, if possible, sending him to prison for a few more days is the best way. At least, this is also considered a kind of protection for Yi Qing, right?" High definition. Moon heard, after a moment of silence, said, "I'll think about it. If it's not possible, it can only be done this way. I'm also doing this in order to save Yi Qing's life. Who let him is really too ordinary, too common. I'm really being kind and righteous towards Yi Qing. It's just a pity that, how would he know that? Some of my hard work, he doesn't understand it at all. Good intentions were treated as a donkey's liver lung, I guess behind my back. I may not know how to scold me, but let him be. Anyway, I no longer have a relationship with him. I also don't expect his gratitude. I only hope he won't come back to pester me in the future." After saying this, HD Moon gently sighed, as if she had done a great good deed and suffered a great grievance. However, what she was going to do next was something that was simply going to harm people. Chapter 9, Yi Qing, you've lost weight. At this moment, Yi Qing sat in the old house, looking at the room that had just been cleaned up but was in a mess, and sighed softly. This was different from the life he had imagined. He had originally thought that what he would be greeted with after his release from prison this time would be a sweet and happy life. At the very least, it would be bland happiness, but in reality, things often went against his wishes. HD Moon, wealth and power, can it really change a person so completely? Yi Qing shook his head inside. The time had already reached the evening. Just as Yi Qing was about to leave, the doorbell, once again, rang. This time, Yi Qing directly frowned, a little angry. It's endless, isn't it? However, when he opened the door in a huff and saw that standing outside the door was a clean and kind girl wearing a white dress, the anger in his heart disappeared cleanly. "Bai Ruorua, why are you here?" The person who came was no other than Bai Ruorua, who had called with HD Moon earlier, and was also HD Moon's former BFF. Looking at Yi Qing, Bai Ruorua revealed a smiling face. She was truly happy from the bottom of her heart to be able to see Yi Qing released from prison. "Yi Qing, haven't seen you in 3 years, you've lost weight." Yi Qing sniffed, smiled, and said, "It's not bad. The food in the prison isn't too good, but I'm eating quite well. Come in and sit down." This point, Yi Qing did not lie. His treatment in prison, but it was different from ordinary criminals. Of course, saying this, Bai Ruorua might not believe it is. After entering the room, Bai Ruorua looked at the room that Yi Qing hadn't had time to clean, frowned slightly and said, "Is it Qing Yu who came to cause trouble? Is it because of the matter of forcing you to divorce?" Yi Qing sniffed and glanced at Bai Ruorua, saying, "You know all about it? That's right, you guys are bosom friends, but it's not possible to talk about making trouble. It's just some misunderstanding." Was it a misunderstanding? But the current Yi Qing, perhaps he could only say this, otherwise how could he say it? He himself was beaten at the door by his ex-brother-in-law? This was something that, when said out loud, didn't make sense. Bai Ruorua looked at Yi Qing and shook her head slightly. HD Moon and I haven't contacted each other for almost 3 years now, and since you went to prison, our relationship has completely changed. Yi Chang, I already know the matter. Now, I would love to ask you, do you regret it? Hearing Bai Ruoro speak like this, Yi Ching fell silent. Regret? Was it regretting falling in love with HD Moon? Or regretting being too good to HD Moon? Or perhaps, regretting going to jail for HD Moon? More so, regretted finding so many people to help and protect HD Moon, so much so that her career developed rapidly, smooth sailing, and ultimately, anyway, turned into the current such a snarky touch? Perhaps there is it, perhaps not. But, Yi Ching is some feeling. To this point today, he is also regarded as self-inflicted. After all, if he was not so spoiled HD month, perhaps things will not develop to today. Ruoro has happened. There is no need to say what regret not regret it. Do not chat these unhappy, these years, how is it? Married? Hearing this, Bai Ruoro's face became a bit bitter. Looking at Yi Ching, said, by now, you still want to ignore my feelings for you? Yi Chang, I really want to know, where exactly am I not as good as HD Moon, making you so disdainful? You clearly know that the person who loves you the most is me. Speaking here, Bai Ruoro also seemed to realize that she was a bit out of line, gently shook her head and said, I'm sorry, I'm a bit out of line. I'm just feeling unworthy for you. Bai Ruoro likes himself. Yi Ching has actually always known, but his heart, from beginning to end, can only fit one person. In his love for HD Moon, never thought of betrayal, and Bai Ruoro also keep a distance from himself. Between the two of them, is restrained, and is innocent. But today, Bai Ruoro seemed to not want to continue to endure. Yi Chang, I came here today, just to see you. It's not early, you haven't eaten yet. Right, I'll treat you. Yi Ching smiled and said, it's all in my home, how can I let you treat me to dinner? Moreover, I don't really want to go out anymore. If you don't mind, how about I personally cook 2 dishes? But let's talk about it first. Although I think I'm pretty good at it, I don't know if you'll be able to get used to eating it. Bai Ruoro smiled, looked deeply at Yi Ching and said, I have tasted your handiwork before, and I can't forget it until today. Today, you are willing to personally cook. Of course I am very happy. Speaking here, Bai Ruoro softly whispered, a home-cooked meal to be able to eat with you, to be able to watch you personally cook for me. Perhaps, it's also considered to let me make up for my regrets a little bit. Yi Ching didn't hear Bai Ruoro's last whisper and spoke with a smile. You sit and rest first. I'll go cook. After saying that, Yi Ching went directly to the kitchen. Bai Ruoro sat in the living room, looking at Yi Ching, who was busy in the kitchen, with her eyes not leaving for a moment, as if she wanted to keep looking. Not many things, simply made a few. See if you like it. After Yi Ching was busy, he brought all the dishes to the dining table. At this moment, Bai Ruoro had a happy smile on her face as she looked at the dishes in front of her and laughed. Spicy and sour shredded potatoes, fried pork with green peppers, scrambled eggs with tomatoes, and stir-fried yellow beef with small stir-fry. Yi Ching, all of them are what I love to eat. Thank you for remembering. Yi Ching sniffed, shook his head and laughed. You're the first person who sincerely came to see me after I was released from prison, so it should be me who thanked you. After all, it's you who made me re-experience warmth. That's right. From the moment Yi Ching was released from prison, he was divorced, bullied, and beaten on the door. Everything, as if it had all changed, and all the goodness that was once there, was already gone. And when he was disappointed and lost, it was Bai Ruoro with a sweet smile and sincere eyes, who came here to see him. Yi Ching was really touched and warm. Just when Yi Ching was about to move his chopsticks, Bai Ruoro took out a card from her hand, and placed it on the table. Yi Ching, I know that you have a strong sense of self-esteem, and even more so, you have pride that belongs to you. But, please give me a chance to love you and help you. Don't reject me, okay? In this card, there are $3 million. It's my savings over the years. I know the money may not be a lot, but, you just got out of prison. Everything has to start over. So, take it, even if it's just to let me have no regrets. Please take it, okay? Chapter 10, Ex-mother-in-law hits the door. Looking at the bank card on the table, Yi Ching fell silent. In this card, it was not just money, but also heavy love. Bai Ruoro's deep love for himself, Yi Ching really did not know how to face it. Sighing softly, Yi Ching pushed the card towards Bai Ruoro, shook his head and said, I appreciate the thought, but the money, I can't take it. And, don't worry, I have the money. Yi Ching was unwilling to accept it, not only because of the problem of not lacking money, but most importantly, this friendship. He really didn't know how to repay it. While Bai Ruoro looked at the bank card that Yi Ching pushed back, her eyes instantly turned red, and her tears, even more so, snapped and fell. Yi Qing was instantly helpless, and hurriedly opened his mouth. Ruoruo, don't cry. I really don't lack money. I won't lie to you. I'm not rejecting your goodness to me. I'm just half a day. Yi Qing also did not say a reason. He is really do not know how to face, and how to say. Bai Ruoruo wiped her tears, looked at Yi Qing and choked. Yi Qing, I have never pestered you. Even if I love you very much, I love you silently, and have not bothered. I just want to help you. That's all. This card, just take it. Yi Qing, even if I beg you, okay? You just got out of jail. How much money can you have in your hands? And with your temperament, after divorcing HD Moon, you're bound to not accept any compensation given by her. But your pride, your self-esteem, won't allow you to sink all the way down. Consider it as the startup capital I'm giving you, okay? Consider it a loan from me, okay? Take this card. This is the last thing I can do to help you. In the future, I'm afraid, we won't see each other again. Speaking here, Bai Ruoruo finally couldn't help but lose her voice and cry. And this crying, looking at Yi Qing, some heartache. What a wonderful girl. But from the time they met today, Yi Qing felt something different. Although Bai Ruoruo's face has been hanging a smile, but her eyes, but full of pain, but also full of struggle and despair, as if she fell into a quagmire cannot break free. Around, but no one to save, can only be a person, silently struggling, sinking into the darkness. Yi Qing had wanted to ask, but always felt that it was inconvenient for him to inquire. But now, he could no longer care about anything. Ruo, these 3 years I was away. Now, what happened to you? Can you tell me? I can feel that you are in pain and struggling. If you say it, perhaps, I can help you too. Yi Qing didn't talk big. He sincerely wanted to help this kind, always silently loving girl. However, Bai Ruoruo wiped her tears and shook her head, not intending to throw her problems at Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing was already very difficult, and shouldn't be bothering over her things. And, besides the fact that it would invite a whole lot of trouble for Yi Qing couldn't help her much. And just as they were eating, a heavy tapping sound rang out. Yi Qing, you bastard, open the door for me. Yi Qing was helpless. This voice knew who it was as soon as he heard it. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, Yi Qing softly said, sorry, I'm afraid this meal is not going to be very pleasant. After saying that, Yi Qing opened the door to his room, looked at the middle-aged woman outside who was wearing gold and silver with an angry face, sighed and said, Mom, you're here. The person who came was no other than the mother of HD Moon and Gao Qing. From the moment she knew that HD Moon and Yi Qing were divorced, Gao's mother was happier than anyone else. Moreover, also condoned her own son to find Yi Qing's trouble. After all, in her opinion, the $10 million property, indeed, couldn't just be cheapened to Yi Qing for nothing. But what was the result? What did she wait for? Surprisingly, she waited for the news that her own son had been beaten into the hospital by Yi Qing. At this instant, Gao's mother directly exploded. She simply couldn't help it, and directly rushed over to look for Yi Qing's trouble. Mom? Who are you calling mom? Who is your mom? You punk has divorced my daughter. What qualifications do you have to call me mom? Yi Qing's face was bland as he looked at Mother Gao, nodding his head indifferently. Auntie, you're right. I'm already divorced from your daughter. So why are you still coming to find me? Yi Qing never expected Gao mother to come to explain. As Gao mother's former son-in-law, and a family member who had lived together for a period of time, he understood more than anyone else how snarky Gao mother was. This person, again, how to dislike the poor and love the rich. At the beginning, Yi Qing changed Gao mother's family's life. Let them have food to eat, have a room to live in, have a very good life. So Gao mother to Yi Qing is all kinds of fawning. However, when everything was slowly given by Yi Qing to Gao Xingyue, when Gao Xingyue's life became better and better, everything changed. Until now, HD Moon had become a beautiful president with a fortune of over $100 million, while she, herself, was nothing more than an ex-criminal who had just been released from prison. What kind of attitude Gao mother would have, was already imaginable. Looking at Yi Qing, who even dared to speak to herself with such an attitude, Gao mother immediately couldn't help herself and directly slapped Yi Qing's face. You dog, still saying what I came to find you for. Tell me yourself, did you hit my son? You bastard, you have big guts. How dare you make a move on my son? I'm telling you, I won't be able to spare you. Yi Qing covered his face. It wasn't that he couldn't dodge the slap, but he didn't think about dodging. This slap was considered to be all the love and affection. All of it had been beaten to death. However, before Yi Qing could open his mouth, Bai Ruoruo couldn't see Yi Qing being beaten and directly couldn't help but rush up. Auntie, how can you hit someone? Even if Yi Qing hit Gao Changshu, you have to ask why he hit it. What kind of person is Yi Qing? Aren't you clear about it? He's never been a person who takes the initiative to look for trouble. If he did it, there must be a reason. Moreover, as soon as I came, I saw this house in a mess. It was clearly Gao Chengshu who took the initiative to come to the door to provoke. Why are you so indiscriminate? Gao mother looked at the heartbroken Bai Ruo and immediately became angry. Good you Bai Ruo? In the beginning it was a thief's heart, wanting to destroy Qing Yu's marriage. Now it's hard for you to find the opportunity right. Let you two dog and boy meet here. Still eating? Is this the days are over? I'll let you guys eat. I'll see how you eat. After saying her words, Gao mother directly came to the dining table, a hand on the table of food, all pushed down on the ground. Mouth is not clean, open cursing. You this pair of dog man and woman. You wait, and you will not let it go. My son's revenge. I definitely want to report. And you, Bai Ruoro, you vixen, shameless, aren't you already engaged? Now even behind the back of the fiancé and other men hooking up. You wait, I will tell your fiancé, at that time, to see if he can beat you to death this Tai Fox. With these words, Bai Ruoro's face instantly paled, and Yi Qing's face became more and more ugly and angry. Chapter 11, Hug me, please. Enough, Auntie. I'm still addressing you as Auntie. Please respect yourself. Also, I no longer have any relationship with HD Moon. This is my home. Please leave. As for this matter of your son being beaten up, that was my doing. It has nothing to do with anyone else. If you dare to insult my friend again, I will be rude to you. Yi Qing had a good temper? Wrong. Yi Qing, perhaps once had a good temper, and was able to endure much more for the sake of love, for the sake of HD Moon. But when he was unwilling to endure, no one could bully him. But Gao mother was the one who didn't listen to advice. Looking at Yi Qing, who dared to yell and lose her temper at herself, she immediately became furious, pointing at Yi Qing's temper, and said angrily, you still dare to be rude to me? Fine, come on, let's see how you can be impolite to me. You want to hit me, right? Come on, come on. Yi Qing gritted his teeth, pointed at the door and said, get out. Mother Gao snorted coldly, looking at Yi Qing, and Bai Ruoro coldly said, Yi Qing, don't think that just because Bai Ruoro's family is good, she can protect you. I'm telling you, you're looking for the wrong person. The entire Bai family is struggling to protect themselves. They are about to marry Bai Ruo off to the Tan family's male son. When the time comes, she herself is struggling to protect herself. Do you think she can protect you? Speaking here, Mother Gao looked at the miserable Bai Ruo and laughed coldly. Bai Ruo, you and Yi Qing are having a private meeting here today. Just wait. When the Tan family's young master knows about this, not only will you not be able to avoid a severe beating, but your Bai family will also suffer along with you, as well as Yi Qing. As far as the Tan young master's bad temper is concerned, will he be able to let go of Yi Qing? Ha ha, I'll wait to see how you all die. You Tai Fox, you are really lowly. Even an incompetent criminal can hook you up. You are really disgusting and shameless. Yi Qing heard Gao mother say these words. He couldn't hold back any longer and directly slapped Gao mother's face heavily. If you dare to talk half a word of nonsense again, I'll smash your mouth. At this moment, Gao mother, with a face of shock and anger, how could she not expect Yi Qing actually dared to make a move on herself, actually dared to slap herself. At this moment, Gao mother went crazy, like a shrew at Yi Qing, scratching and clawing. Ah, you punk, how dare you hit me? I'll fight you. I'll make sure you die. I swear, I won't let you go. You dog, how dare you hit me? You deserve to die. You deserve to die. Looking at Gao mother, who was splashing and rolling around, scratching and clawing at herself, Yi Qing couldn't hold back any longer. He directly grabbed Gao mother's hand, then left and right. It was 2 slaps on the face. Immediately, it made Gao mother's face somewhat red and swollen. I'll say one last thing. Get lost now. Otherwise, I don't mind breaking your mouth full of teeth. At this moment, Yi Qing's eyes, cold and dangerous, looking at Gao mother, she was a bit dazed and scared. She had never seen such fierce and icy eyes of Yi Qing, and at this moment, she had a feeling that if she didn't leave and continue to fool around, she was afraid that Yi Qing would really come down hard on herself. It had to be said that at this moment, Gao mother was abashed. Good, 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 you pair of dogs, you wait, I will definitely not let you go. After saying that, Gao mother directly left in a huff, and after Gao mother left, Yi Qing looked at the soulful, pale-faced Bai Ruo, gently sighed and said, I'm sorry for letting you suffer. Bai Ruo shook her head. The tear stains on her face hadn't been wiped off yet, looking pitiful. No, it's me who's sorry. Because of my irrationality, I'm afraid that I will bring you some trouble. Yi Qing, you go, leave Jiangcheng first, go out and hide, okay? In Bai Ruoro's opinion, if she hadn't been discovered by Gao Mother today, it might have been okay. But if she was found by Gao Mother, and Gao Mother was so angry, she would definitely spread this matter out. At that time, it was okay to say how Bai Ruo herself would be tortured. However, she didn't want to involve Yi Qing. In her opinion, Yi Qing will not be Tan Xiao's opponent, and Tan Xiao's temper will definitely take revenge. At that time, Yi Qing will definitely be injured, or even be broken arms and legs, are not impossible things. After all, this kind of thing, Tan Xiao hadn't done it once or twice. Yi Qing gently sighed and said, Ruo, you are doing it for my own good. It's to come and see me, to help me. How can it be your fault? And also, from the time you came, I can see that your mood is not quite right. Just now, what is the matter with what she said about the engagement? And this Tan Xiao, what's up with that? You are getting married? But I clearly can't see that you're half happy. Tell me, are you being forced? At the mention of this, Bai Ruo could no longer control herself, and directly sat on the sofa covering her face, and cried bitterly. She had always pretended to be strong, but she was just a weak woman. She couldn't change her fate, she could only hold on to it, to meet a future that might be like hell. But she was really going to be in pain, sad, and heartbroken. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruo, who was crying in pain and sadness, sighed softly, took out a tissue and handed it to Bai Ruo. Ruo, if you don't want to, don't marry him. Marriage should be happy for a lifetime. This Tan Xiao is what kind of person? I don't know. If he loves you and treats you well, maybe it's okay, but I can see he seems not a good person, and also won't be good to you. Since this is the case, why do you want to marry? Just for what is called compulsion? Happiness is in your hands to grasp. You do not have to for anything to commit yourself. Ruo, this marriage, not to close is, do not cry. Yi Qing's words warmed Bai Ruo's heart. However, it couldn't change anything. Bai Ruo slowly stopped sobbing, forced herself to calm down, squeezed out a smile and said, I'm sorry for letting you see my fragile side. Okay, it's okay, my matter. I can solve it. It's just that, Yi Qing, I might really bring you trouble. Promise me that you will leave Jiangqing for a while first, okay? Take the money I gave you, and go out to live for a while, not just to avoid some trouble, but also to take a break, okay? Promise me, don't make me sad, don't make me worry, okay? Even if please. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Qing with a deep look on her face, and was truly afraid that Yi Qing, who was already living a miserable life, would be hurt by something she shouldn't be because of herself. Yi Qing hadn't opened his mouth yet. Bai Ruo gritted her teeth, directly stepped forward and hugged Yi Qing. Hug me, please, just this once. Chapter 12, Who did the master give the shares to? Feeling the warmth in front of him, looking at holding himself, constantly sobbing, tears wet his chest. Bai Ruo, Yi Qing can feel. This time, Bai Ruo, bear too much aggression and pressure. A simple and kind, never change the girl. A deep love for yourself, no complaint and no regrets to pay the girl. Now, but fell to this point, Yi Qing cannot bear. Gently embraced by Ruo, Yi Qing softly said, Ruo, bank card, I left. Even if your investment, I will bring you a return that will make everyone envious and jealous. Although you don't say what happened to you, but I know that you are unhappy. That's enough. The rest, I will solve it. Trust me, I will help you. When Bai Ruo heard Yi Qing's words of concern, her cries became louder, as if only in Yi Qing's presence, in Yi Qing's embrace, she was able to get warmth and safety. Until, after a few minutes had passed, Bai Ruo slowly stopped choking, and then looked at Yi Qing and said, I'm sorry, I was out of line. I know that you care about me, and that's enough. But, Yi Qing, just for my sake, just for yourself, promise me to leave Jiangcheng first, okay? Even if I'm begging you, leave. Even if you go out for a break and play for a while, please, leave. The problem's on my side. I might be able to solve them if I put my life on the line. But, you beat up Gao Chengshu today, and even beat up Gao Chengshu's mother. They won't let you go. High-definition moon is not the high-definition moon that once was. Gao Chengshu was also a little famous in the underground world of Zhongchang. Behind him, he is even followed by the ninth uncle of the Wan family. That one is the real big brother of the underground world. You can't fight them. Even if I beg you, leave, okay? Yi Qing knew what he said now is useless, because Bai Ruo will not believe that he has enough ability to solve the problem. However, again, he didn't want to let Bai Ruo worry, so Yi Qing could only temporarily agree first, so as to comfort Bai Ruo and let her rest assured. Okay, Ruo, I promise you, you don't have to worry about me. I will protect myself. Moreover, if I tell you that, in fact, I'm not afraid of any Tan Xiao. much less anyone family's ninth uncle. Are you not going to believe me? But the truth is, not only am I not afraid of them, they, in fact, have begged me. The way this was said, Ruoro felt that it wasn't funny at all. However, thinking of a man's face and dignity, Ruoro didn't intend to expose Yi Qing. Anyway, as long as Yi Qing promised to leave, and was able to guarantee his safety, this was enough. Okay, I know that Yi Qing you are the best, but, just for my sake, just go out for a walk. Don't let me worry, okay? I know, you're not a pool animal. As long as you're willing, you'll definitely achieve something. I believe in you. Yi Qing, you're the best, always. No matter what HD Moon and the others say about you, please remember, in my heart, you, Yi Qing, are the best. No one can compare. That's the truth. After saying that, Ruoro looked at Yi Qing reluctantly, then looked at the meal scattered on the floor, and said bitterly, this meal, not eating, is my regret, but seeing you well, seeing you safe, I'm happy. Yi Qing, goodbye. After saying that, Ruoro did not look back, and directly left, as if, afraid that once she turned her head, she would never be able to leave again. As for Yi Qing, looking at Ruoro's departing back, he gently sighed and said, Ruoro, your piece of infatuation, how can I repay you? Perhaps, what I can do is to help you solve your problem, and I, too, will use practical actions to tell you that I'm really not afraid of these people. The ones who should be afraid are the ones who are right. The Wan family, Uncle Nine? Perhaps, I should make a trip. Mentioning the ninth uncle and the Wan family, Yi Qing's eyes brightened slightly, and in his heart, he had a decision. And at this moment, within the small meeting room of the high levels of the Cloud Group, a giant group in Dacia with hundreds of billions of dollars in assets and spanning dozens of industries, a few high levels of the Cloud Group, or rather, a few of the brothers of the Cloud family, were sitting together, and were looking sad and angry. Each one of them. What does the old man mean? A letter saying that he has transferred his shares to a young man? It's simply outrageous. The Cloud End Group is our Cloud families. Others, what qualifications do they have to meddle? A middle-aged man. His face was incomparably angry, as if his things had been stolen. And in fact, it is indeed similar. The Cloud Group is the Cloud Old Man single-handedly created. The development until now has been decades, of course. The asset is to reach a staggering hundreds of billions of dollars. As a result, the old man without saying a word, the shares to someone else, which makes whoever hears, are unable to understand. This is the Cloud Group, casually 1% of the shares, that represents tens of billions of dollars of wealth. Not to mention, Cloud Old Man's hands, still hold 30% of the shares that is hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth. The most important thing is not this, but these shares, can completely shake the current management of the Cloud End Group. If someone wants to intervene, Cloud End Group will change the owner. Boss Yun's words made everyone present filled with righteous indignation and anger. When the old man was in jail, it was our fault, but we weren't ungrateful. It was something that couldn't be helped. What is this now? Revenge? No, this matter, absolutely not, belongs to our Yun family's property. Anyone, don't want to take it away. The old master is senile. What he said, doesn't count. That's right, that what young man, do not know how to fool the old master. But, not important. The important thing is, this person to find out. I would like to see, in the face of such a large amount of wealth, he really dare to want? I'm afraid that he has the life to ask for it, but not the life to spend it. Send someone to investigate. Find out everything. That young man who accepted the old master's shares, if he is sensible, give him 3 melons and 2 dates to allow him to transfer the shares. That's all. If he is not sensible, kill it. Several Yun family brothers sat together, and soon, the matter was finalized. And at this moment, Yi Qing still does not know. He unknowingly, a little more trouble wrapped around, but even if he knows, he will not care. He cares more about the Cloud Old Man's wish, cannot be achieved. As for someone wanting to deal with himself, just come. If he was afraid, then he was not Yi Qing, and if he wasn't afraid, it didn't matter. The crux of the matter now was that the trouble was really quite a lot, especially the High Mother and Ran to make such a mess. His relationship with the High family, it is impossible to ease. Even Yi Qing now did not sleep, has been prepared for the HD month. Once again on the door, who let himself, smacked her mother a few slaps. Chapter 13, They're Cheating. Gao family. Mother Gao was sitting at home, angrily dropping several teacups. To her, today was a strange shame. Being beaten by Yi Qing, this was something that could not even be dreamed of. HD Moon soon returned home. After learning about what happened to Gao mother, the whole person was also angry to the extreme. Yi Qing, beating Gao Changshu, had already made her unacceptable. Now, Even her mother was beaten. Was there any kingly law in this? Yes, she knew that her own brother and mother must have taken it upon themselves to come to the door to provoke, but no matter how provocative, it was also her own mother and brother. Was it Yi Qing's turn to come out and teach her a lesson? Asshole, simply outrageous. Mom, you leave it alone. This matter, I will definitely give you an explanation. Yi Qing, I will make him pay a painful price. Once Gao mother heard this, she nodded heavily and said, this old face of mine doesn't matter, but he beat your brother like this. You can't just ignore it. I'm telling you, I've already asked someone to notify the ninth uncle. The ninth uncle will go to the hospital very soon. When the time comes, I want Yi Qing to die. Upon hearing that Gao mother notified the ninth uncle, HD Moon immediately flinched for a moment, then frowned and said, Mom, what are you doing notifying the ninth uncle for? It's not like you don't know ninth uncle's status and methods. If he makes a move, then someone will really die. This is a big deal. It will have an effect on me. You are too impulsive. Ninth uncle's name. In the underground world of Zhongcheng City, it was renowned. Even if HD Moon is now a beautiful president with over $100 million, when she sees ninth uncle, she has to give 3 times of face. After all, people are not only the big brother of the underground world, but also the people of the Wan family. In the face of the Wan family, HD Moon, she can't be proud of it. Gao mother looked at HDU some hesitation, scorn, immediately shook her head and said, people have beaten your mom, your brother. At this time, you are still worried about whether he is dead or not for what? HDU, don't tell me that you are to Yi Qing. There are still feelings. I'm telling you, I absolutely won't allow it. Even if I die, I won't agree to it. Also, I'm telling you, just die. This Yi Qing is basically a beastly thing with a human face. He has a belly full of tricks. You have no idea. Guess what I saw? I saw Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. Yes, that's your bosom friend Bai Ruo. The two of them were sitting in a room, eating a candlelight dinner. What about a date? In the middle of the night, this shameless pair of men and women were together in such a bright and honorable manner. Do you dare to say that there's nothing going on between them? I'm afraid, between them, there has long been something unspeakable. HD Moon, you're confused. Now, you know why I'm so angry. Gao mother's words. High definition month flabbergasted for a moment. She received a call from Bai Ruo, but she had already warned Bai Ruo, but did not expect Bai Ruo really looked for to go. Moreover, the two people also candlelight dinner? For some reason, when she heard about this matter, HD Moon's anger, she couldn't control it, especially when she thought of that unbearable picture. HD Moon wanted to lift the table and hit someone. Mom, are you telling the truth? Bai Ruo and Yi Qing, are they really having a candlelight dinner together? Gao mother sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, it's true. You say, this Yi Qing and Bai Ruo have not hooked up a long time ago. Otherwise, how could they just get divorced and be so bright and shameless? You still have a guilty conscience towards Yi Qing. Maybe they didn't betray you a long time ago, but don't worry daughter. This breath, Mom will give you out. At this moment, HD Moon only felt burning with anger, as if she was really betrayed and abandoned. Looking at the High Mother jumped to try. High Definition Moon directly shook his head and said, no, Mom, this matter you do not need to care. I will personally deal with it. Beat them a meal. Too cheap. I will let them know. Dare to do sorry for me behind my back. What kind of price will pay? Not confused about their own identity. Cannot distinguish what they count. Well, then I will let both of them understand. They, in the end, what to count. Looked at High Definition Moon face cold. Gritted teeth appearance. High Mother heart happy. She rarely see High Definition Moon this side, but every time as long as see, on behalf of High Definition Moon is really angry, then, everything will be good to say. Daughter, that property, you cannot give. Your brother also grew up. Give him it, or find a girlfriend. Have no money to spend, but also too humiliating point. You say right. HD month at this time we still care about these. Immediately nodded. Said, line. I know. Mom, then I first go. In short, these things you do not have to care. I will deal with. After saying that, HD Moon left the house in a huff. She behaved like this, but it was confusing to people. In the end, who was it that abandoned who? And who was it that betrayed who? After leaving the house, HD Moon immediately called the phone to Yi Qing's cell phone. Soon, the call was connected. Yi Qing, tomorrow at noon. Let's find a time to meet. That's all. After saying that, without waiting for Yi Qing to speak, HD Moon directly hung up the phone. Yi Qing, don't you not realize that you are a toad? Don't you still think you have a sense of superiority? Fine, then I'll show you how big the gap between you and me is now. I hope that when the time comes, you won't feel so inferior that you want to die. After saying that, HD Moon edited a text message and sent it to Tan Xiao. The content was very simple. Bai Ruo cheated on her. After doing this, only then did HD Moon drive back to the villa she was currently living in. At this time, Yi Qing looked at the cell phone, eyebrows slightly wrinkled. Do not know what HD Moon again to engage in. However, at this moment, Tan Xiao, who was hugging left and right at the bar, playing with a group of beautiful women, after seeing the text message on his cell phone, immediately revealed an angry expression. Bai Ruo, cheating? Simply outrageous. This world, there are still people who dare to give him Tan Xiao cuckold, especially Bai Ruo. He worked hard to chase so many years. People are not half good face to him. His patience has long been worn out. More no, Bai Ruo's heart, there has always been a person. Just these, it is enough to make him Tan Xiao hate to ruthlessly clean up Bai Ruo. Taking out his cell phone, Tan Xiao directly dialed Bai Ruo's phone. Now, immediately, come to the hotel to find me. Otherwise, our engagement will be cancelled, and my Tan family will unite with other forces to carve up your entire Bai family. And at that time, I'll let your entire family run out into the street to beg for food. After saying that, Tan Xiao immediately left the bar drunkenly, drove directly, and came to the hotel's own long private room. White Ruo, at this moment is sitting on the street bench. After the phone hung up, she revealed a bitter smile. Long ago guessed that there will not be a good result. This is not. The phone called, but she, do not dare not go, because, her whole family's future, on her body. Chapter 14, The Severely Beaten Bai Ruo, Maple Leaf Hotel. In front of Tan Xiao's long private room, Bai Ruo stood at the door, took a deep breath, then, knocked on the door. After half a ring, the door to the room opened, and Tan Xiao looked at Bai Ruo with a drunken look on his face, and then, without saying a word, he directly pulled Bai Ruo's hand with one hand, and then pulled Bai Ruo into the room. Afterwards, Tan Xiao directly forcefully hugged Bai Ruo, wanting to kiss her. Bai Ruo desperately resisted, struggled violently, and finally kicked Tan Xiao severely before being released. Tan Xiao looked at the panicked Bai Ruo. His expression became more and more hideous. Bitch, you're engaged to me. You're going to marry me, and now you won't even let me touch it. You say, do you want to die? Pretend what White Lotus flower it. You think, what you have done, whether there is someone else in your heart. I do not know, I ignore you. You still come to force it. I tell you, today, either you serve me well, or, beat you cannot leave the door. After saying that, Tan Xiao once again rushed towards Bai Ruo, wanting to force Bai Ruo to have a relationship. As for Bai Ruo, she was still fighting for her life, and her tears were pouring out. Tan Xiao, what are you trying to do? What are you trying to do? I'm begging you, leave me some dignity, okay, even if I beg you. Bai Ruo violently pushed Tan Xiao away, choked and crouched in the corner crying bitterly. Tan Xiao looked at the blood marks on his face from Bai Ruo's scratches, his expression, getting angrier and angrier. Bitch, I touched you, you swore to die, but behind your back, you took the initiative to go to someone else's bed, hooking up with someone else. You gave me a green hat, you want to die, your whole family wants to die. After saying that, Tan Xiao directly walked up, a hand grabbed Bai Ruo's hair, pulled Bai Ruo up. The pain of Bai Ruo tears are flowing down, hair were yanked off a lot. Bitch, say, who is that adulterer? Don't think I don't know, can't find out. When I find him, I will break his legs and hands in front of you. At that time, I'll see if you still look at him. You are really dirty. Why don't you let me touch it? Does labor love you enough? Is it not good enough for you? Even dare to hurt me like this? Today, I let you know no. I Tan Xiao, in the end, what kind of person? You, in the future should be in front of me. How to do? After saying his words, Tan Xiao directly slapped heavily on Bai Ruo's face, immediately put Bai Ruo's white and tender little face, made 5 clearly visible fingerprints, and that's not all. Tan Xiao seems not to be relieved, grabbed Bai Ruo's hair, began to open the bow left and right, non-stop slapping, not a moment's effort, Bai Ruo's entire face, all red and swollen, the corner of the mouth, but also the blood flowed out. It looks extraordinarily miserable. Say, you will cut off relations with that adulterer in the future. Say, who is that adulterer? Now kneel in front of me, give me an apology and repentance, tell me who he is, I will let you go, otherwise, today I will beat you to death. Bai Ruo was beaten with a bleeding mouth and nose, her nose was bruised and swollen, however, her mouth was firmly closed. She knew that as long as she told who Yi Qing was, Tan Xiao would not beat her anymore. However, with Tan Xiao's temper, he would immediately gather his men and go to look for Yi Qing's trouble. At that time, Yi Qing would really be in dire straits. Therefore, Bai Ruo was definitely not going to say anything. She was definitely not going to watch something happen to Yi Qing, especially, or because of herself. Surname Tan, if you have the guts, just beat me to death. I've already said it. I don't have any unsavory relationship with anyone else. It's you who's overthinking it. Also, the engagement will be in 2 days. You can beat me so much that I can't see anyone. You, Tan Xiao, will have face and be able to account for it? At that time, your Tan family's face will also be without honor, right? Seeing that Bai Ruoro not only didn't open her mouth, but even dared to talk back, Tan Xiao immediately became furious, and directly grabbed his hair, and slammed Bai Ruoro down on the ground, and then used his feet to continuously kick Bai Ruoro's body. This scene, anyone who sees, will be chilled to the bone. This kind of beating is going to kill people. Beating an adult man, I'm afraid it will make people suffer, let alone, or Bai Ruoro such a delicate woman. But Tan Xiao did not care, constantly kicking and punching Bai Ruoro's body, until Bai Ruoro completely fainted. The whole body has been beaten by a piece of blue and purple. Tan Xiao is only considered to subside. Get up, give me what to pretend to be dead. Again dare to pretend to be dead in front of me. I will really beat you to death. Well, Tan Xiao used his foot to kick Bai Ruoro who was lying on the ground. As a result, Bai Ruoro didn't have any half reaction. Only then did Tan Xiao squat down somewhat nervously, and used his hand to probe Bai Ruoro's nostrils. Feeling that Bai Ruoro was still breathing, Tan Xiao was relieved. If you really put Bai Ruoro to death, not to mention their own is not really cannot let go. Just say this matter. I'm afraid it is not good to solve. No matter how, the White family, there is still a fight. Hit the White Ruoro a meal, okay, but killed a person. That is really torn face into the enemy. At that time, their own certainly will not have good fruit to eat. Viciously looking at Bai Ruoro, Tan Xiao gritted his teeth and said, "Bitch woman, you think you can protect that man by not speaking? I tell you, you dream. Today, I'll let you off the hook for now. When you're better, I'll let you watch how I beat that adulterer to death in front of you." After saying that, Tan Xiao dialed 120, and then arranged for his men to immediately rush to the hotel, taking Bai Ruoro to the hospital together, and he Tan Xiao, actually directly lying on the bed huffing and puffing. Even the hospital are not willing to go to a trip. At this moment, Jiangcheng City Hospital, VIP ward, one family old man, because the condition suddenly aggravated, was sent to the hospital in an emergency. One family's master, Wan Haixin, at the moment as anxious as burning. The whole Wan family people, almost all the building to the full, looked at the chattering non-stop crowd. Wan Haixin cannot help but rage. All give me shut up. Here to give me what mess? Go back. All go back. In the Wan family, Wan Haixin was the head of the family who said there was no other way. When he was angry, no one dared to go against him, especially when it was something related to the health of Elder Wan. Everyone had to be careful with it, because the Wan family head is a filial son, the kind that can give everything or even his life for the sake of Elder Master Wan. At least, in Jiangcheng and even the entire eastern province amongst the various fields, as long as one knew the Wan Haixin people, there were those who said he was bad, those who said he was ruthless. In short, there were those who said anything about him, but there wasn't a single person who said he was unfilial. Great filial son. This is recognized. After waiting for the crowd to leave, only the necessary people remained in the building. Wan Haixin looked at Ninth Uncle and couldn't hold back any longer. "No, Ninth Uncle, we must call Divine Dr. Yi. 3 days is too long. The old man simply can't wait now." Chapter 15, Saving him is against the sky. Ninth Uncle, not surnamed Wan. However, in the status of the entire Wan family, the Ninth Uncle is only under Wan Haixin. Deeply Wan Haixin's trust, especially, the Ninth Uncle is also the big brother of the underground world. So, even the first line of the Wan family, to see the Ninth Uncle, also have to be respectful. Ninth Uncle looked at the anxious Wan Haixin, nodded heavily and said, "That's right, there is an urgency. Now that the old master's condition has changed, this matter needs to be made known to Divine Dr. Yi. Family head, this call, I'm afraid you still need to make it personally." Wan Haixin sniffed and immediately took out his cell phone. Only, looking at the early morning time displayed on his cell phone, Wan Haixin again hesitated a little. "Ninth Uncle, at this hour, will it disturb Divine Dr. Yi? This kind of strange person's temper is all very strange. If we offend him, and he doesn't even make a move anymore, then it's really, completely desperate. The old master is now lying in the hospital for first aid. At least he is still alive. There is still a ray of hope, perhaps still able to wait for the arrival of Divine Dr. Yi. However, if Divine Dr. Yi is angry and does not come, then it is really hopeless." Ninth Uncle sniffed, gritted his teeth, and said, "It won't be. In the beginning, since Divine Dr. Yi promised to come, it represents his promise, and since he's a doctor, he knows very well that the patient's condition is changing at any time. He should have this kind of mental preparation. Family head, fight it. If Divine Dr. Yi gets upset, we'll go all out to make amends and apologize is all. Right now, there's nothing more important than the old master's life safety. When Wan Haixin heard this, he immediately nodded his head and gritted his teeth. As long as Divine Dr. Yi can save the old master's life, even if I have to put my life on the line, I'll admit it. After saying that, Wan Haixin directly dialed Yi Qing's phone. After just a few seconds of the call, Wan Haixin's originally apprehensive face became overjoyed. After hanging up the phone, Wan Haixin looked at ninth uncle and said happily, Divine Dr. Yi is a good man. After learning that the old man's condition suddenly worsened and he was sent to the hospital for emergency treatment, he didn't even say a word. He directly asked for the address and said that he would rush here now. Good man, really good man. I originally thought Divine Dr. Yi would not be happy to disturb him so late. I didn't expect that he would be so heavy on promises. And so good, too good to be true, just too good to be true. Looking at Wan Haixin happy, ninth uncle was also relieved, gently nodded his head and said, Family master, we must treat Divine Dr. Yi well, no matter if he is Chen Lao's savior or not, and whether there is more to him, just based on the fact that he was able to save the old man, and is so emotionally attached to him, we have to treat him well. Wan Haixin sniffed and nodded heavily. A glint of essence flashed in his eyes as he said, Not bad. In the future, Dr. Ye's matter is my Wan Haixin's matter. As long as Dr. Yi has a word to say, if you want me to die, I will give it all. In less than half an hour, Yi Qing arrived at the hospital. It was a matter of human life, and what was promised. For Yi Qing, it was a matter of honoring his word. What's more, in his opinion, it was time for him and the Wan family to make contact. When he came to the entrance of the VIP ward, looking at the Wan family lord and ninth uncle who were anxiously hovering outside the ward, Yi Qing directly walked up and faintly spoke. You are the Wan family lord, right? The Wan family lord sniffed and glanced at Yi Qing, and immediately flinched. From the phone call, he had heard that Yi Qing was very young. However, he couldn't have imagined that it would be this young. Obviously in his 20s, would he be a divine doctor? You are? Yi Qing smiled and said, You called me, and now you're asking who I am? Where is the old master? I'll go and take a look. When the Wan family master heard this, he immediately opened his mouth and said, You are Divine Dr. Yi? I'm sorry, I didn't expect you to be so young. Please come in, quickly come in. Although the Wan family lord was now a little questionable because of Yi Qing's age, but, after all, it was someone that Elder Chen had even recognized. There would not be a problem. After Yi Qing entered the hospital room, he looked at the unconscious old man lying on the hospital bed, and directly sat down beside the old man and began to take his pulse. The Wan family master carefully said, Divine Dr. Yi, the hospital's various test results and medical records are already prepared. You can look at them anytime if you need to. Yi Qing didn't open his mouth. He just continued to take his pulse with all his heart, until, after a while, Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord and said, The old man was suffering too much when he was young, resulting in a deficiency in his body, and when he got older, he was too weak to replenish it. To put it bluntly, the old man is, right now, in a state of being out of oil. This is something that the other doctors should have said to you guys as well, right? The master of the Wan family sniffed, nodded, and said with some sadness, That's right, the other doctors have also said the same thing. So, apart from resuscitation to save his life, there is, almost, no medicine to save him. But Divine Dr. Yi, I know that you are a person with great ability. Please, save my father. His old man's life, he has never been blessed. It's not easy for me to wait for me to have money. His body has collapsed again. Please, help. Yi Qing gently sighed, looked at the old man on the hospital bed, shook his head and said, Saving him now, although it's not considered as bringing the dead back to life, but, it's still snatching someone from the hands of the king of Hades. I, Yi Qing, think that my medical skills are still not bad, but the problem is that this matter goes against the way of heaven. It's not good to do it, and it can't be done either. Family Master 1, it's not that I won't help you, but, your father is nearing the end of his life. What I can do now is to help you guys maintain the old man's lifespan for a few days, so that he can come to his senses. Other than that, forgive me for not being able to help. With these words, Wan Haixin's entire body collapsed. However, hearing Yi Qing say that it wasn't that he couldn't do it, but that he couldn't do it, it wasn't good to do it, then that meant that, Yi Qing, there was still a way. Wan Haixin hurriedly held Yi Qing's hand and choked. Mr. Yi, I beg you, I know you have a way, as long as I can save my father, no matter what request you have, I promise you, I beg you, save my father, please. After saying that, Wan Haixin was actually about to kneel down and beg. This scene, looking at Yi Qing also frowned slightly, and at this time, Uncle 9 looked at Yi Ching and softly said, "Divine Dr. Yi, can you come out and talk alone for a while? Afterward, no matter what, we won't blame you." After leading Yi Ching out of the door, ninth uncle sighed softly and said, "Divine Dr. Yi, if you can help, please, please, please help. You see the Wan family lord crying so sadly, but in reality, do you know? Master Wan is not the old master's real son. In fact, the old master has been helping people all his life, and adopted many children. He never married in his life." Subsequently, ninth uncle told Yi Ching about the old master's good deeds in his life, and Yi Ching, who was listening to it, was shaken and touched by it. Such a good man, did good deeds all his life, but did not enjoy half a day's blessings. Pitiful, pathetic. Yi Ching gently sighed, and softly said, "Your Uncle 9, right? Don't say it. I know, people, I'll save, just by virtue of the old man's life of kindness. It's worth me acting against the heavens for once." As he spoke, Yi Ching was about to enter the ward when he saw that Bai Ruoro's family members had hurriedly rushed to the next ward, with Bai Ruoro's name still on their lips. At this moment, Yi Ching's brows furrowed with a bad feeling. Chapter 16 Green Emperor's Everlasting Skill. Bai Ruoro had just looked for herself today, and she had already learned that Bai Ruoro was going to marry a very bad man, and Gao Mother had even bumped into this matter, and as a result, she had seen Bai Ruoro's family in the hospital at night. This to say that there is no relationship. Yi Ching also do not believe. Watching Bai Ruoro's family enter the hospital room, Yi Ching could no longer hold back and directly walked over, and Uncle 9 flinched for a moment, then hurriedly followed Yi Ching. In the room, the beds were empty, and Yi Ching had just walked to the entrance of the ward when he heard the doctor speak. Bai Ruoro is undergoing surgery in the operating room, although the patient was severely beaten, but the good thing is, it hasn't harmed her life yet. As for the rest, we can only wait until the patient wakes up, and then we will do the examination. Please ask the family members to wait here for a while. Bai Ruoro was severely beaten. Into the hospital. Into the operating room? In Yi Ching's eyes, a trace of anger flashed, his fists clenched tightly. At this moment, in his mind, there was only Bai Ruoro's gentle and kind side. There was only Bai Ruoro's caring and warmth towards himself. Such a beautiful girl, who was so tolerant, to lay such a cruel hand. Unforgivable. Absolutely unforgivable. Ninth uncle could see the change in Yi Ching's emotions, and at this moment, carefully spoke. "Divine Dr. Yi, is there anything I need to do?" Yi Ching sniffed, took a deep breath, looked at the still empty hospital beds, then directly walked towards Elder Wan's hospital room. "Ninth uncle, I'm going to treat Elder Wan right now, and we'll talk about other things later." Taking advantage of the fact that Bai Ruoro was still in the operating room at the moment, Yi Ching only wanted to hurry up and finish what needed to be done, and then, waiting until Bai Ruoro was awake, he would personally ask who, in the end, dared to lay such a cruel hand on Bai Ruoro. No matter who it is, he Yi Ching never forgive. Never. After arriving at Elder Wan's hospital room, Yi Ching's face was clearly already a little off. "All of you go out, without my order. Anyone may not approach." After saying that, Yi Ching directly took out a purple wooden box from his body, and within the box, there were 108 golden needles. Wan Haixin swallowed his saliva, even if he believed in Yi Ching's medical skills, but after all, it was related to his father's life and death. It was impossible not to be careful. "Divine Dr. Yi, is there anything we need to do? Could it be that you want to use acupuncture to treat my father?" Yi Ching glanced at Wan Haixin and said with an icy expression, "Your father is already in a state of powerlessness. If I save him now, it would be like acting against the heavens. Seeing as the old man has been kind all his life, I'm willing to make an exception and take the consequences." "What? You still don't believe me?" Wan Haixin sniffed and waved his hand saying that he wouldn't dare. Yi Ching waved his hand and said, "Get out. I heal. I don't like people watching." Wan Haixin sniffed and didn't dare to say anything more, and hurriedly left the ward with ninth uncle. After leaving the ward, Wan Haixin looked at ninth uncle and said softly, "Ninth uncle, why do I feel that Divine Dr. Yi's mood is a bit off? Did something happen?" Ninth uncle smiled, pointed to Bai Ruoro's ward, said, "Just now after Divine Dr. Yi saw those people outside the ward, his mood was off. I saw it. It was the Bai family's people. It seems to be their daughter, who was given a severe beating and sent to the hospital, and now she is still in the operating room. I reckon it has something to do with this matter." Wan Haixin smiled, his eyes narrowed slightly, and said, "As long as it's Dr. Ye's matter, it's my Wan family's matter. That's what I've already said. Ninth uncle, go and inquire about the matter clearly, and if we are needed to make a move, then we'll go all out." Ninth uncle sniffed, nodded heavily and said, "Good, I'll go now." And at this moment, in the hospital room, looking at Elder Wan, who was lying on the hospital bed, unconscious. Yi Qing took out his golden needle and said softly, "Elder, you are a good person. Since I came across it, then I'll give you a hand. At the very least, I'll also fight for 3 years of young life for you, so that you can enjoy a little bit of heavenly happiness." As the words fell, Yi Qing held the golden needle. The first needle stuck on Elder Wan's arm. Then, Yi Qing's hand speed became faster and faster, and stumps actually appeared. Until, after all 108 golden needles were stabbed into Elder Wan's body, Yi Qing was already so tired that sweat appeared on his forehead. This kind of needle application technique required one to stab several acupoints at the same time at an extremely fast speed. It was an absolute test of the precision and speed of the person using the needles. Especially, these golden needles were more than just golden needles. The moment each one of them was stabbed down, it would be used by Yi Qing to perform his own unique secret technique, transferring an internal energy, so as to achieve a better effect. This process was exhausting and tiring, beyond the imagination of outsiders. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, drinking tea, watching the 108 golden needles begin to slowly emit white smoke. He knew that half of it had already been completed. For the next half, Yi Qing would need to use his unique secret technique, Qing Di Changsheng skill, to transform the life of Elder Wan. For him, saving someone's life was not simple, especially saving a person who had run out of fuel and light, and was already equivalent to a person who was about to be pronounced dead. That was even more so fighting with the heavens and the earth for the chance of survival, and the price to be paid was extremely high. The color of the sky gradually brightened. Yi Qing's body has long been wet with sweat. The whole person looks not a few good spirit. Only at this time, looking at Elder Wan who was lying on the hospital bed, breathing steadily, his face starting to become rosy, did Yi Qing let out a sigh of relief? Opening the door, Master Wan and ninth uncle had been waiting anxiously outside, but they didn't dare to disturb Yi Qing at all, until they saw Yi Qing's incomparably weak appearance. Although they didn't know what exactly Yi Qing had done, they also knew that Yi Qing, I'm afraid, had paid a great price. "Divine Dr. Yi, are you alright? My father, is he alright?" Yi Qing took a deep breath, slowly sat on a chair by the wall, waved his hand, and said, "Don't worry, Elder Wan's life is saved. Not only that, today, without any accidents, he will be awakened. Moreover, his body will become healthy. Only, Master Wan, you have to be ready. 3 years, at most, 5 years' time, Elder Wan will die of longevity. What I can do is just to help him prolong his life for a few years at the same time, so that during these few years, he will be able to eat and walk and communicate normally. You guys have to let the heavenly happiness that he enjoys during these few years, don't leave any regrets." It didn't sound like a very long time, but, for those who truly understood Elder Wan's physical condition, this was simply a miracle. Yi Qing, not only was he able to let Elder Wan's body recover, he even said such words as extending his life by 3 to 5 years. Is this still a human being? Where is this still some kind of medical skill? This is simply immortal magic. The master of the Wan family and the ninth uncle looked at each other, and both saw horror in the other's eyes. As for them, their respect for Yi Qing, at this moment, was even more extreme. "Divine Dr. Yi, I really don't know how to thank you. In short, just one sentence. As long as you use my Wan family's place, you can just open your mouth, whether it's up the mountain of swords or down the sea of fire. Even if it's to ask for my Wan Haixin's life, I'll never say anything." Yi Qing nodded and said, "Don't call me Divine Dr. Yi. I don't like to flaunt it. Go and take a look at the old master. I still have things to do this time, so I'll leave first." After saying that, Yi Qing looked towards Bai Ruoro's hospital room, then somewhat weakly stood up and walked towards Bai Ruoro's hospital room. As for Uncle Nine, he didn't dare to be slow, and directly walked to Yi Qing's side, reaching out to support him. Chapter 17 Parents Who Sell Out Their Daughter. Yi Qing waved his hand and shook his head. "I'm fine. I'm just a little weak, not so weak that I can't walk." Uncle Nine sniffed and looked at Yi Qing respectfully, saying, "Mr. Yi, the Bai family's matter, while you were being treated, I've already sent someone to inquire about it, so let me report to you first." When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately stopped and looked at Uncle Nine, saying, "Good, tell me, what exactly happened? Ruo, by whom was she seriously injured? And what happened to her engagement? Tell me what you know." "All of it." Bai Ruo died at that time, refused to tell Yi Qing, is afraid that Yi Qing will be hurt. After all, in Bai Ruo view, Yi Qing is just an ordinary person, and just got out of prison. If in the event of something happens, it will be really big trouble, especially the Tan family, a lot of power. Want to deal with a small Yi Qing? That is simply a matter of hand to hand, and even, do not need the Tan family to come forward. There are people who can please the Tan Young to get things done. Therefore, Bai Ruoro insisted that Yi Qing leave Jiangcheng, so as to avoid accidents. But she had underestimated Yi Qing, just as HD Moon and the others had all underestimated Yi Qing. Ninth uncle had seen Yi Qing's means of bringing the dead back to life. This kind of character, how could he be an ordinary person? Especially, even without mentioning the medical skills. Let's just say that Chen Lao owed Yi Qing the grace of saving his life. It was enough to let Yi Qing walk sideways in half of the eastern province, and Uncle Nine had a premonition that what he had seen was, perhaps, just the tip of the iceberg. Mr. Yi, the Bai family has been poorly run over the years, and has encountered problems with capital turnover, coupled with other business bigwigs eyeing them. So the Bai family is on the verge of bankruptcy, and the Tan family is taking advantage of this timing, before they use the Bai family's life and death to force, and allow Bai Ruo to marry that young master of the Tan family, and this is the reason why they are engaged to be married. Miss Bai Ruo is for the family, had to be, and that Tan young is notorious mixed not stingy, everywhere idle, dabbling in the grass not to mention, temper is also very violent. Miss Bai Ruo, this time, is Bai Tan young to beat? As for why will be under such a cruel hand, my side has not yet found out the specific situation, but it is said, as if it is because, Miss Bai Ruo, give Tan Shao a cuckold. When hearing Uncle Nine say this, the matter, there was no need to investigate anymore. Yi Qing, it was already clear why Bai Ruo was severely beaten. It was because Bai Ruo came to see herself and was known by Tan Shao, so Tan Shao must have forced Bai Ruo, but Bai Ruo didn't say anything in order to protect herself. So that would make Tan Shao so furious and beat Bai Ruo so severely. Yi Qing had already guessed the matter. The more so, the guilt and anger in Yi Qing's heart at the moment became stronger and stronger. Bai Ruo was to protect himself, only to be beaten like this, and was beaten like this, still refused to spit out his name. Bai Ruo's deep love and friendship for himself, let Yi Qing do not know how to repay. And Tan Shao, damn, he even dared to beat Bai Ruo so badly, damn it. And the person who tipped off Shao Tan, all deserve to die. All deserve to die. Mr. Yi, as long as you open your mouth, the Wan family and myself will be at your service anytime, anywhere, although the Tan family's strength is not weak. However, as long as it's what you, Mr. Yi, want to see, we will go all out to make them fall to the results you want to see. Uncle Nine immediately spoke directly to state his position, and in place of the Wan family master, he also expressed his commitment. This was not just a thank you to Yi Qing, but moreover, was using practical actions, wanting to get Yi Qing's friendship. Yi Qing did not intend to be polite either. It was naturally not a problem to let him personally capture Tan Shao, but it was too much of a waste of time to have a ready-made person and not use them, but to seek far and near. This was not a reason for Yi Qing to be pretentious. Then I'll trouble Uncle Nine. Please help find young Tan's location and just let me know. Ninth uncle originally wanted to say something more. However, looking at this cold and angry expression of Yi Qing, he immediately closed his mouth. In short, what Yi Qing wants him to do, then do it right. Mr. Yi, don't worry, I have, before, already arranged it. His location, I know it at all times. Yi Qing nodded, then walked towards Bai Ruo's ward. At this moment, in the hospital room, only Bai Ruo's parents were there, and Bai Ruo had already woken up from her coma. Only, the pain caused by the injuries to her body made Bai Ruo's brow furrowed, and she was sweating profusely. Bai Ruo's mother is now choking and crying, seems to be very distressed about her daughter. As for Bai Ruo's father, the Bai family's family head, at this moment, other than sighing, there was only anger. However, what made people feel pathetic was that his anger was not towards the person who had injured his daughter, but, rather, towards Bai Ruo. Bai Ruo, the Tan family side has already told me about the matter. You say, what kind of shameless things have you done? What kind of people have you seen that you shouldn't have seen? Are you going to disgrace my entire Bai family? Make my entire Bai family, all of them go bankrupt and sleep on the street? I know you don't like Tan Shao, but, no matter what, since you promised, you shouldn't do something that betrays Tan Shao. Bai Ruo, tell me, who is that person? If it wasn't to protect that person, you wouldn't be beaten up like this now. But where is he? When something happened, other than hiding, he dared to come and see you? Not to mention helping you out. This kind of wimpy punk, what does he have that's worth protecting? Tell me who he is. Speak up. As a father, after his daughter was severely beaten, the first time, instead of going to help his daughter take revenge, he was here to complain that his daughter had done something she shouldn't have done, and to force his own daughter to ask. This kind of father, doing, is also enough to be able to do. Bai Ruo closed her teeth tightly, turned her head to the side, tears kept falling from the corners of her eyes. As for Bai Ruoruo's mother, seeing this scene, she was heartbroken. Looking at her husband, Bai Ruoruo's mother choked. Just don't force your daughter at this time, will you? Your daughter has already been beaten like this. Do you still want to force her? Just give her some time. The Bai family master sniffed and immediately roared. I'm giving her time? Then who's going to give me time? Whether or not Tan shall beat Bai Ruoruo is not to be said, but our daughter did something wrong. How could she go to a private meeting with someone else and still be caught by someone else? This is disgraceful. Disgraceful to herself, and even more disgraceful to my Bai family. This matter, the Tan family won't stop there. No, Bai Ruoruo, you must tell me now, who that man is, otherwise, not to mention that Tan Shao won't be able to spare you. I, as a father, won't be able to spare you either. And right at this moment, an icy cold, but rage-filled voice, reached their ears. The man you're looking for, if that's correct, should be me. Chapter 18, You guys are nothing. Yi Qing's appearance. It made the Bai family's parents flabbergasted for a moment, as if they didn't expect that at this time, someone would dare to come directly to the door, and, moreover, recognize this matter. However, after seeing Bai Ruoruo seeing Yi Qing, even struggling to sit up, and the expression on her face was full of worry, the Bai family head immediately knew that this person in front of her, I'm afraid that he was really the man who secretly had a private meeting with Bai Ruoruo, causing Bai Ruoruo to become the way she was now. Before the Bai family lord could say anything, Yi Qing had already directly crossed over them and walked to Bai Ruoruo's face, looking at Bai Ruoruo's beaten and almost inhuman body. Within Yi Qing's eyes, a bearish rage began to burn. Yi Qing, why are you here? Didn't I tell you to leave? Behave. Yi Qing, I'm fine. Go away. Go away. The moment Bai Ruoruo saw Yi Qing, in her heart, besides being happy, she was only worried. Xiao Tan was a madman. Just by looking at the fact that he was able to beat himself up like this, one would know how ruthless Xiao Tan's heart was. Even he, a weak woman, was able to be dealt such a harsh hand by Xiao Tan. Then, what about Yi Qing? It was simply unimaginable if he was really caught by Tan Xiao. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoruo, who had already become like this and still kept worrying about herself. His heart at this moment was filled with emotion. Gently holding Bai Ruoruo's hand, Yi Qing squatted on the edge of the bed, and tenderly said, I'm fine, and I won't leave. Ruoruo, it's because of me that you've become like this. I'm going to avenge you. Don't worry, I'm going to make them pay for it. When Bai Ruoruo heard this, her face was horrified. She hurriedly shook her head and said, No, Yi Qing, I beg you, don't take revenge. You can't fight them. Go now. It's not too late. And right at this moment, the angry voice of the Bai family master finally came. From the moment he saw Yi Qing, he felt as if there was something familiar, and after hearing Yi Qing's name, he finally remembered who Yi Qing was. But this wasn't important. What was important was that seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo in this lovey-dovey manner, the Bai family lord was truly burning with anger. What time is this? Still dare to hook up so blatantly? If this is known by Tan Xiao, their entire Bai family will have to follow along and eat hanging down. I said, who is it? It turns out to be you, the criminal. I remember correctly. You are the man of HD Moon. Right. What's the matter? Jail out? You, this scourge. High definition Moon should have already divorced you. Right. Now feel no one wants. Run over to hook up with my daughter? I tell you, you dream. Today, you can't even leave if you want to. You wait. I'll notify Tan Xiao right now. Tell him that I've found you, the culprit. At that time, you'll just wait to die. Hearing the Bai family lord's words, Bai Ruoruo was almost about to go crazy. Tears flowed out directly, trying to struggle to get up, but the intense and severe pain made Bai Ruoruo's entire body in agony if she moved a little. No, Dad, I beg you, don't tell young Tan, don't hurt Yi Qing. I promise you guys, I will definitely marry young Tan. I swear, I won't even meet Yi Qing again in the future. Please, let him go. After saying that, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing, crying, and said, Yi Qing, I beg you, go. Where to go? Can you go? Yi Qing, it's because of you that my daughter was beaten up like this. I'm telling you, even if Xiao Tan spares you, I won't let you go. At this moment, the Bai family lord was like a good father who was able to fight to the death for his daughter. However, what in fact, the White family lord's behavior made Yi Qing feel sick. He had already learned from Uncle Nine's mouth the reason why Bai Ruoruo wanted to marry Tan Xiao, and now, having witnessed it with his own eyes, not only did the Bai family lord not dare to avenge his daughter's death, but instead, he had to persuade his daughter to endure it, and he also felt that it was Bai Ruoruo's fault, not Tan Xiao's fault. Was this something that a father should do? Yi Qing took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoruo, who still wanted to continue begging for mercy, and softly said, Ruoruo, do you believe me? Looking at Yi Qing suddenly saying this sentence so seriously, Bai Ruoruo nodded and said without hesitation, I believe in you. When Yi Qing heard this, he let out a light smile and gently patted Bai Ruoruo's forehead, saying, then don't say anything, everything, let me be the master. I guarantee that no one will be able to harm you. No one. After saying that, Yi Qing turned around, and looked at the Bai family master who was glaring at him angrily, took a deep breath, suppressed his temper for a moment, and said in a cold voice, Bai family master, today, I don't want to make a move against you, for the sake of you being Bai Ruoruo's father, but if you dare to push me again, and if you dare to push Ruoruo again, I will let you know that you're nothing. 1. Who doesn't even try to protect his own daughter? Who can give up affection and everything for the sake of the so-called money and power? You, what kind of thing are you? Watching your own daughter being beaten up, as a result, but you don't dare to say anything. You only dare to flaunt yourself in front of your daughter, saying that your daughter doesn't abide by the ways of women, humiliating your own daughter. You don't deserve to be a father. From now on, Bai Ruoruo will be protected by me. Yi Qing, his marriage contract with the surname Tan, is null and void. Of course, there's no need to get the surname Tan to agree, because he doesn't have this chance anymore. Looking at Yi Qing who had an arrogant face and was actually lecturing himself, the Bai family lord was furious and directly raised his hand, about to slap Yi Qing, and right at this moment, without Yi Qing's intervention, ninth uncle silently walked to Yi Qing's side, then with one hand, he directly grabbed the Bai family master's arm and said indifferently, Bai family master, so majestic, so domineering, but no matter how majestic and domineering you are, if you dare to disrespect Mr. Yi, I won't be able to spare you. Until this moment, the Bai family master saw that Yi Qing didn't come alone. By his side, there was also a middle-aged man following him, and ninth uncle, as a well-known big brother in the underground world of Jiangchang, and a person from the Wan family, Bai family lord. How could he not recognize it? That was not just recognizing it, it was simply too high to climb. Ninth uncle, why are you here? This is my family matter. Could it be that ninth uncle also wants to intervene? Or is it that you, ninth uncle, and this Yi Qing, have some kind of relationship? The Bai family master felt that he was losing face, and with the fact that there was already a marriage contract with the Tan family, although he was afraid of the ninth uncle, but he also dared to open his mouth and ask about it. The ninth uncle just looked at the Bai family lord indifferently and said, Mr. Yi is the great benefactor of my entire Wan family, so you say. What qualifications do you have to be disrespectful to Mr. Yi? Not to mention you, even if you and the Tan family are tied together. So what? Dare to offend Mr. Yi, my Wan family, is to give up everything? Will also let you all suffer? Do you hear me? Hearing it or not is a lie. No matter how much the Bai family master thinks, he can't figure out how a criminal who just got out of prison suddenly got involved with the Wan family. Moreover, it's still such a deep relationship, but no matter whether he figured it out or not, he understood one thing, and that was, the Bai family and the Tan family together. I'm afraid, were not the Wan family's rivals, and the Wan family's methods, they simply did not dare to appreciate them. Chapter 19, Heartbreaking by Ruoruo. Yi Qing looked at ninth uncle and spoke indifferently. Ninth uncle, please ask them to go out. I will. I don't want to see them. With these words, the Bai family master immediately became a little angry. This was his daughter's hospital room. As a result, Yi Qing came and not only disrespected them, but now, he also wanted to drive them out? It was simply outrageous. However, looking at the serious face of the ninth uncle, the Bai family master is in the heart there is even more fire. Do not dare to send out. Moreover, go out or not, so that there is a chance to be able to inquire with the ninth uncle. In the end and Yi Qing what is the relationship? To save, more said more wrong. After they all left, Yi Qing pulled Bai Ruoruo's hand and softly said, It hurts, doesn't it? Could it not hurt? Bai Ruoruo's face had been beaten into a pig's head. Her whole body, almost all of them were blue and purple. There were bruises everywhere. Just by looking at it, she could feel it. Not to mention, Bai Ruoruo herself. Bai Ruoruo wiped the sweat from her forehead, gently shook her head, and said, It's okay, it's all just a few superficial wounds. It'll be fine after a while. Yi Qing, do you know ninth uncle? Related to the Wan family? If that's the case, then perhaps, Xiao Tan wouldn't dare to do anything to you, and I would be able to rest assured. Yi Qing, is your relationship with the Wan family deep? If it's not deep enough, it's better to leave for a while. Anyway, with the help of Uncle Nine today, leaving this place is not a problem. It's all come to this, the whole person is sweating from the pain of talking, yet she is still constantly thinking and considering for Yi Qing. Such a good girl, Yi Qing, how can she bear to hurt gently shaking his head. Yi Qing spoke. I saved the life of Master Wan's father. In their eyes, I am their savior, so they will help me. Of course, even if they don't help me, you have to trust me. I can fix it. Ruoruo, don't worry. This matter of your marriage contract, I will help you solve it. In short, I said that I won't let you marry someone you don't like, so I will definitely do what I said. Moreover, the harm that you suffered today, I will definitely help you to get justice. Surname Tan, I won't let it go. When he said this, Yi Qing's eyes exuded a strong killing intent. That's right, he hadn't moved to kill for a long time, but at this moment, he moved. When Bai Ruoro heard this, she looked at Yi Qing and shook her head. No, don't trouble yourself for me. Without waiting for Bai Ruoro to finish, Yi Qing directly blocked Bai Ruoro's mouth with his finger, and softly said, Your matter, is my Yi Qing's matter? You are in this world, one of the best people to me. Ruoruo, I won't let you get hurt. Moreover, didn't you just say that? You will trust me. Then, please trust me and let me help you solve everything. After saying that, Yi Qing smiled and spoke. Now, don't say anything, let me help you relieve your pain. Afterward, Yi Qing directly took out his golden needles, then utilized the Green Emperor's longevity skill and directly stabbed 18 golden needles into Bai Ruoruo's body. The moment the golden needles were stabbed in, Bai Ruoruo only felt a warm breath that entered her body along with the golden needles, and then began to travel through her limbs and bones, and this breath, every time it arrived at a place, would ease her pain, and the effect was simply obvious, until, after half an hour, Bai Ruoruo's pain almost disappeared. Only then did Yi Qing put away the golden needles, and looked at Bai Ruoruo and laughed. I just stabbed you with 18 needles. These are able to alleviate your pain, and moreover, they will also accelerate your recovery. So, if nothing happens, within 2 days, you will be able to recover as good as new. At these words, Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing excitedly and said, Really? I can recover in 2 days? Saying this, Bai Ruoruo cupped her face, her happy expression overflowing. In the end, she was a girl, being beaten up so much that she could barely see anyone. This was a very painful thing for Bai Ruoruo, especially, when facing Yi Qing with this kind of face, she always wanted to hide, thinking that it was too ugly. She wanted to leave her most beautiful side to Yi Qing. Don't worry, when I say 2 days, it's 2 days, don't forget, I'm a miracle doctor. Even for someone on the verge of death like the Wan family's elder, I was able to save him. The injuries that you're suffering from are not a problem for me at all. However, even so, I will definitely not let you suffer this aggravation for nothing. Ruoruo, just wait, I will avenge you. When Bai Ruoruo still wanted to persuade something, Yi Qing gently shook his head and said, Don't ask anything, don't care about anything, next, just take a good rest, trust me, okay? Looking at Yi Qing protecting herself so gently yet firmly, Bai Ruoruo at this moment, only felt incomparably happy, and did not want to say anything. Gently nodding her head, Bai Ruoruo lay on the bed, looking at Yi Qing in a daze. In her heart, she was all warm and touched. Yi Qing accompanied Bai Ruoruo for a while before getting up and leaving, out of the door of the hospital room. At this moment, not only is the 9th uncle waiting here, the master of the Wan family is also at the door, while Bai Ruoruo's parents, with their heads bowed, respectfully stood next to them, not daring to breathe. There was no way, when facing the 9th uncle, if they were still able to have a little bit of dignity. When the Wan family master also personally appeared at that moment, they, except for bowing their heads and submitting, there was no other choice. The gap, too big, as if their white family is ordinary with a few thousand monthly salary of ordinary people, while the master of the 10,000 family, they are driving a luxury car, living in a mansion of millionaires. The most crucial thing was that this multi-millionaire had the ability, anytime, anywhere, to make them lose all their money and live on the streets, and was also able to easily make them get a promotion and a raise, and live a happy life. Mr. Yi, I understand everything. Don't worry, we, the entire Wan family, are at your disposal. At this moment, the gaze of the Wan family's master as he looked at Yi Qing was filled with respect and even awe. This kind of medical skill had already surpassed the imagination of the Wan family lord, and Yi Qing, who possessed this kind of miraculous medical skill, even if he was a person in the ordinary, was not an existence that people could imagine. To be able to have a good relationship with Yi Qing, not only because of the grace of saving his life, but also, to be able to have a heavenly benefit to the Wan family, and if he was able to get Yi Qing's friendship, to pay for everything, was nothing. Chapter 20, Going to the door to arrest someone. Looking at the Wan family lord, Yi Qing nodded and said, I just told you all about the old man's situation, so next, it's up to you all to do other things. If there is a need, I will trouble you guys. When the Wan family master heard this, he nodded heavily and said, You may command anything. as long as you ask. The entire Wan family will definitely go all out. After saying that, one family head took out a card from his pocket and said softly, Mr. Yi, I know you are a worldly person. You can't look at this mundane thing, but I really don't know how to thank you. But please make sure that you accept this card. There are 20 million in the card. It's not much, but it's okay, as long as you have the need. I still have the same words. One family's top and bottom, no matter whether it's money or manpower, will all go all out for you. Yi Ching looked deeply at the wannabe family head. Without being polite, he directly accepted the bank card and said, Card, I'll take it, otherwise you won't feel at ease. Well, you guys go and take care of the old man. If there's anything, call me again. Seeing that Yi Ching had said this, the Wan family head did not dare to stay longer, and immediately left with the ninth uncle. And after the Wan family lord left, Yi Ching's eyes immediately placed on the Bai family lord and his wife. At this moment, the Bai family master and his wife no longer had their previous overbearing appearance. The whole person was carefully looking at Yi Ching, as if they were afraid that also please would take it out on them. It couldn't be helped. With the Wan family here to protect Yi Ching, how could they dare to say or do anything more? Yi, Mr. Yi, how are you? How are you? The Bai family master took the initiative to extend his hand, wanting to shake hands with Yi Ching. Yi Ching, however, just glanced at the Bai family lord indifferently, then pointed at Bai Ruo in the middle of the hospital room and said, Bai Ruo, is your real daughter, right? The Bai family lord immediately nodded heavily and said, Ruo is our biological daughter. This is definitely true. Really? For sure? Yi Ching laughed coldly. Are parents who send their own daughters into the fire pit considered biological parents? Watching your own daughter being beaten up like this, not only do you not think about taking revenge for your daughter and avenging her death, but instead you think about pleasing the murderer who beat her up. You biological parents, you're doing a really good job. As soon as these words came out, Bai mother immediately wiped up her tears, while the Bai family head, with a face of embarrassment and helplessness, just when he wanted to open his mouth to explain something, Yi Ching directly waved his hand and said, There's no need to explain. I know what you all want to say, and I'm also clear on what difficulties your Bai family is facing. But this is not the reason for you guys to sell your daughter. Right now, I don't want to say anything to you guys. I only ask you for one thing, and that is, protect Bai Ruo. If she has any more shortcomings, I won't let you guys off the hook. When that time comes, I won't just let you guys have a basket of water, but I will also let everyone up and down in the Bai family to pay the price. Believe me, this price, you guys can't afford it. Remember what I said. I don't want to see Bai Ruo suffer any more harm. Remember, any harm, including mentally. After saying that, Yi Ching stared viciously at the Bai family lord, with eyes that were almost murderous. The Bai family master swallowed his saliva, and immediately nodded his head heavily, saying, Mr. Yi, don't worry, we know what to do. Ruo is also my own daughter, and I also feel sorry for her. In the past, it was out of the question. It was us who did wrong. We'll change now. Yi Ching nodded, then without saying anything else, he directly left. The Bai family head looked at Yi Ching's back, then he breathed a sigh of relief. Just now, was really afraid. After all, in case Yi Ching said something, the Wan family would immediately make them eat their words. Mother Bai looked at the Bai family lord and choked. Then what now? On the Tan family's side, what to explain? Upon hearing this, the Bai family master's eyes glared and he roared in a low voice. Account for what? This dog, beating my daughter so severely, that is not putting us in our eyes at all. Before, we had to endure. What are we enduring now? Didn't you hear Yi Ching's words just now? He will avenge Ruo's death. So in this matter, there's no need for us to worry about anything anymore. With the Wan family helping Yi Ching, the Tan family, it's hard to protect itself. Speaking here, an excited look appeared on the Bai family master's face. If Ruo has such a backer, that's the same as my Bai family also having such a backer. Good, really good. This is much stronger than the Tan family. So, the most important thing for us to do now is to listen to Yi Ching's instructions and take good care of our daughter. In the future, this can really be our baby bump. Ha ha ha. After the Bai family lord finished speaking, with a smile on his face, he gently pushed open the door of the room and walked into the ward. And at this moment, Yi Ching walked out of the hospital, having not slept all night and having consumed a lot of energy, making Yi Ching a little tired. However, at this moment, even if he was allowed to rest, he didn't have the time or mood. By Ruo's revenge, he wanted to avenge it now. At the entrance of the hospital, after Uncle Nine saw Yi Ching, he hurriedly opened the car door and welcomed him. Mr. Yi, that young master of the Tan family, at this moment is resting in the long private room of the Maple Leaf Hotel. My people, have already got him under control. You see what to do next. Yi Ching directly sat in the car and indifferently said, "Go to the hotel. I want to deal with it personally." Uncle Nine sniffed and sat on the passenger side, directly ordering the driver to drive. And at this moment, in Tan Xiao's long private room, 7 or 8 black-clothed hunks were standing in the room, while Tan Xiao and the 2 wonderful beauties, all unclothed, were full of fear. Obviously, this scene in front of them had frightened them. "Who are you guys? Do you know who I am? Hurry up and let us go. Otherwise, I'll make you suffer. Oh, I beg you, do you want money or what? Say something. I'm Tan Xiao. My father is the head of the Tan family. Whatever you guys want, just say it, don't hurt me, otherwise, you'll definitely regret it." Tan Xiao was now begging and not begging. These black-clothed men, each one of them had an expressionless face, and they didn't pay any attention to Tan Xiao at all, until, after Ninth Uncle respectfully brought Yi Ching into the room. These black-clothed men, one by one, bowed their heads in greeting, and Tan Xiao immediately knew that it was the main man who had come, and Uncle Nine, such a big man in the underground world. How could Tan Xiao not know what it looks like? At a glance it was Uncle Nine. Tan Xiao immediately put down a large part of his heart. After all, no matter what, Tan family and Ninth Uncle, not to say whether there is a cooperative relationship, at least, there is not much enmity is also true. Moreover, like their status, as long as it is not a deep enmity, point to point, do not hurt people, is also a common thing. Ninth Uncle, you are Ninth Uncle, right? I am a member of the Tan family. This is a misunderstanding. Everything is a misunderstanding. Ninth Uncle. Ninth Uncle, if there is anything I have offended you, you can just open your mouth. Just, please spare me. Don't worry, the Tan family will definitely not forget your kindness. As for Uncle Nine, he didn't even bother to look at Tan Xiao. Respectfully bowing his head, he looked at Yi Ching and said, "Mr. Yi, this person, is the one from the Tan family." Chapter 21. More ferocious than the devil. Yi Ching looked at the 2 scared and unclothed women, frowned slightly and said, "Take them out for interrogation. If they don't have any problems, then let them go." Ninth Uncle heard this, and immediately nodded his head, waved his hand, and immediately 4 black-clothed men came forward and took the 2 women away. As for Yi Ching, it was only then that he slowly walked up to Tan Xiao's body, condescendingly looking at Tan Xiao, who was sitting paralyzed on the ground, trembling. "Bai Ruo, you're the one who hit him." Within Yi Ching's voice, there was no anger, only coldness that made people feel shiver when they heard it. Tan Xiao didn't recognize Yi Ching, however, hearing that it was for Bai Ruo's matter, he immediately spoke. "Yes, that's right, I hit her, but I had a reason. Bai Ruo betrayed me. Behind my back, she hooked up with another wild man, and cuckolded me. This brother, if I hit her, shouldn't I be? The most important thing is, I beat her until she is dying. She doesn't even tell me who that wild man is. We are all men. In your place, you can't recognize it." Although Tan Xiao felt that perhaps he was blocked here this time, it was for Bai Ruo's matter, but, he felt that with his family history, there shouldn't be any big problem, and, the wrong one, obviously not himself. But he, guessed wrong. Everything he was proud of, Yi Ching, didn't care at all. "That wild man in your mouth is me. I also don't want to say any more nonsense with you. Just tell you one thing. Next, you will pay a terrible price. A price that is enough to make you regret for the rest of your life." After saying that, Yi Ching directly took out the golden needles that he used to save people out, and then from the satchel that he was carrying, he took out a small box. When the box was opened, inside, there were surprisingly all sorts of sharp tools, all sorts of things. There were no less than 20 kinds of knives alone, simply more than surgical tools, it seems, but also complex. But on this occasion, it was somewhat terrifying. Yi Ching took out 2 golden needles, looked at Tan Xiao, and spoke indifferently. "After these 2 golden needles are stabbed in, you will not be able to speak, and even if it hurts like hell, you won't be able to let out half a scream. Likewise, you will also temporarily lose your mobility. No matter how intense the pain you endure, you will not be able to move. You can only endure in silence, and even, you will not be able to bite your tongue to kill yourself. And, after all, this is a public place, one must always pay attention." This was said, extremely indifferently, but the deterrence given to people was far more terrifying than a hysterical roar. Looking at the slender, sharp golden needle in front of him, Tan Xiao's cold sweat instantly flowed down, and immediately begged, "This big brother, you're avenging Bai Ruo's death, aren't you? Don't hurt me, it's just a Bai Ruo. You like it, I'll let you have it. Let's make a friend. You let me go, I promise to give you a surprise, not just a woman. I have a lot, all to you, not okay? Don't come over, I'm Tan Xiao, I have money, If you hurt me, my family won't let you go. Ah! Yi Qing didn't even care what Tan Xiao was howling about. Directly a golden needle, which came with the internal breath of the Green Emperor's eternal life skill, directly pierced onto Tan Xiao's body, while Tan Xiao's screams instantly came to an abrupt end. The entire person grew his mouth, wanting to make a sound, but not even half a sound could come out. This situation was exactly the same as what Yi Qing had said, and just this one moment, it completely stunned Tan Xiao, and the entire person immediately stood up, wanting to escape. However, when he was about to move, another needle stabbed up Tan Xiao's entire person, as if he was immobilized, could no longer move, and it was at this time that Yi Qing nodded, lifted Tan Xiao's right hand, and softly said, "It's these hands that hit Ruo, right?" After saying that, Yi Qing took out 10 golden needles, and one by one, they pierced in from Tan Xiao's fingernails, 10 fingers connected to the heart. If Tan Xiao was able to move at this moment, and was able to scream, I'm afraid, it would be a terrifying scream, but he can't move, also can't call out. However, 9 uncle they still look at the heart, just from Tan Xiao can still turn the eyes, can see, Tan Xiao, to go crazy. 10 golden needles piercing into the nail slits was only just the beginning, when Yi Qing took out the strange and weird tools among his own tools. The next scene, watching Uncle Nine and the others, they all vomited, their scalps tingling, wondering if they had gone to hell. These punishments, each of which made one's life worse than death, were thus used by Yi Qing on Tan Xiao's body. Although Tan Xiao's mouth could not speak, his body could not move, and he could not even pass out if he wanted to. At this moment, ninth uncle, from the bottom of his heart, began to sympathize with Tan Xiao, and even more so, he was in awe of Yi Qing, which had reached its peak. This is a divine doctor? This was a ghost doctor, a magic doctor. It was more like it. Mr. Yi, if this continues, I'm afraid that young Tan won't be able to hold on and die. Ninth uncle forced himself to endure the feeling of nausea, and cautiously opened his mouth to remind Yi Qing, who was in the middle of executing young Tan's body, continuously, that serious look, as if he was an artist, carving a perfect work of art. Yi Qing smiled lightly when he heard this, and said, Don't worry, he won't die. I've already taken away 10 years of his lifespan to stimulate his vitality, so he'll live. With these words, Uncle Nine didn't even know what expression should be on his face. Previously, Yi Qing saying, extending Elder Wan's life by 5 years was already too much to think about and felt too terrifying. Now, Yi Qing said that taking away 10 years of young Tan's lifespan and converting it into vitality potential to ensure that young Tan would be able to stay awake and alive to receive his punishment. This was too unbelievable. Whether it was true or not, Uncle Nine didn't know, but he knew that Yi Qing was too terrifying. It'll be over soon. After saying that, Yi Qing stabbed 36 needles on Tan Xiao's head, and then quickly pulled out the golden needles. The punishment, which lasted for more than an hour, came to an end. Yi Qing went to the bathroom and washed his hands, then looked at Tan Xiao, who had completely lost his human appearance, and laughed at ninth uncle. In fact, I've always said that I'm not some kind of miracle doctor, because, compared to being a miracle doctor and being able to save people, what I'm best at is actually the punishment and killing people. This sentence, if it were before, Uncle Nine would never believe it, but looking at the Tan Xiao in front of him, Uncle Nine didn't dare to disbelieve it. Mr. Yi, next, is there anything else we need to do? This person, let him live, or dispose of it? Yi Qing sniffed, smiled and shook his head, saying, no need. If I want him to die, there's no need for me to do these things. From now on, he will fall into madness and lucidity. This is the case of consciousness. As for the body, I don't need to say anything about it. Just like this, with a lifetime of misery, to atone for his sins, it's considered me being merciful to him. With these words, nine uncle or not, so many of nine uncle's men also, one by one, as if looking at the devil, looked at Yi Qing. This is mercy? I'm afraid that the words of the deepest, most terrifying, most ferocious evil ghosts in hell, tormenting people, would be nothing more than this? Chapter 22. You're really thin-skinned. Mr. Yi, on the Tan family's side, do you have any opinions on how to handle this? Getting someone's son into this state. The Tan family, it was impossible to stand by and watch. However, Yi Qing didn't care and said indifferently, there's a head for the grievances, there's a head for the debts. If the Tan family wants to retaliate, just let them come as they please. This matter, it's fine if it ends here. Trouble you guys, I still have things to do, so I'll leave first. Ninth uncle heard this and hurriedly sent Yi Qing out the door, and after Yi Qing left, whether it was ninth uncle or his men, they all sighed in relief. There was no way, after seeing this devilish tactics of Yi Qing with their own eyes, no matter what, their hearts couldn't be still. 9. Ninth uncle. Where did this master come out as a great god? This means, it's just too terrifying. It's simply unheard of, especially when he carries out the punishment. That eyes are indifferent, simply not putting human life in his eyes. No, more than not putting human life in his eyes, as if in his eyes, life is nothing at all. Ninth uncle took a deep breath, nodded and said, all of you remember, his name is Yi Ching, belongs to the people who absolutely can't be messed with. When you see him, you have to be respectful. Even if they are told to kneel down, you have to do as you are told. Otherwise, if Mr. Yi lets you off the hook, I won't let you off the hook either. Do you all hear me? Numerous ninth uncle's men immediately nodded heavily. Jokingly, they didn't even need to be reminded by ninth uncle regarding the picture they saw today. If they were given 100 guts, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly in front of Yi Ching. Even if it was possible, they even hoped that they would never see Yi Ching again in this life. Alright, throw this person onto the street. Then, just leave him alone and leave directly. Let him fend for himself. But, although Mr. Yi doesn't allow to care about the Tan family's matters, but, we still have to take the initiative to help Mr. Yi solve some troubles. I'll go and talk to the Wan family master about today's situation first. You guys finish your work, go and have a good rest too. After all, everyone has been frightened today. After saying that, Uncle Nine left. As for Uncle Nine's men, they forced themselves to endure the nausea, and threw this inhuman and ghostly Tan Shao directly onto the street, letting him wail in pain and roam around at will, to fend for himself. And at this time, Yi Ching had already arrived at the downstairs of Qingyu Group. He was a person who, since he had promised something, he would definitely do it. High Definition Moon had asked him out and he had promised, then he would definitely come. As for whether or not HD Moon was going to retaliate against himself, that was a matter of indifference. If you had the ability, just let your horse come over. Soon, HD Moon appeared, not alone, but with 4 bodyguards wearing black suits. After seeing Yi Ching, High Definition Moon coldly said, Yi Ching, beating up my brother doesn't count. I heard, you even dared to beat up my mom? Yi Ching smiled, nodded and said, I hit the person. As for an explanation, I think, there is no need for that, and you don't need an explanation. If you called me here for revenge, then just feel free to let your horse come over. However, just these few people behind you, I'm afraid they are not enough to look at. HD Moon looked at Yi Ching, who still dared to speak loudly at this time, forcibly holding back the anger in her heart. She said, I do want to take revenge. That is after all my mother. No matter if she did it right or wrong, there is no way that she would allow other people to meddle in it. However, the matter of taking revenge, I can wait. I called out to you today because I want to let you thoroughly understand how big the gap between you and me really is. Only then, can I let you clearly realize yourself, how mediocre and incompetent you are. Saving, you still keep pestering, not knowing how to die. After saying that, HD Moon directly got into the car, and then left an empty seat at her side. Yi Ching, on the other hand, didn't hesitate much and similarly sat in the car. The vehicle quickly started. In the car, HD looked at Yi Ching and sneered coldly. Yi Ching, do you know that you are a scourge? If I guessed correctly, yesterday, did you meet by Ruoruo? Yi Ching nodded and said, not bad, I met Ruoruo. Ruoruo? What a close call. At this moment, in HD Moon's heart, there was a nameless fire instantly burning. How could she not expect that Yi Ching, in front of her face, would call out by Ruoruo so intimately? It seems that the relationship between you two really isn't simple. All such intimate name-calling, it must be, the things that should be done and shouldn't be done, have also been done a long time ago. Yi Ching sniffed, lightly glanced at HD Moon, and was too lazy to answer. And this gesture of him not bothering to answer, in HD Moon's eyes, it turned into being weak-minded and not daring to answer. This undoubtedly made HD Moon misunderstand more and more, and the more this happened, the more angry HD Moon became, feeling as if she was being cuckolded, as if her beloved toy had been snatched away from her. Yi Ching, you're so shameless, at the loss of me thinking how honest a person you are. Yi Ching just lightly glanced at HD Moon and said, if I remember correctly, it seems like you and I are already divorced. What I do, does it have anything to do with you? HDU was directly blocked by Yi Ching's words. After half a second, she angrily said, I don't care what you do. I just don't deserve it for Bai Ruoruo. You and her secretly have private meetings. You're fine, but have you considered Bai Ruoruo's position? Have you considered her situation? I'm afraid I haven't. So you selfish little man, I'm afraid you don't know that your beloved Bai Ruoruo has already been beaten and hospitalized. After saying these words, HD Moon stared at Yi Ching, wanting to see shock or heartache and other emotions from Yi Ching's expression. However, to her disappointment, Yi Ching's expression from the beginning to the end, was bland. Oh, just a no sound made HD Moon freeze. Was it that Yi Ching didn't hear what she said clearly? Yi Ching, do you think I'm joking with you? I said, Bai Ruo has been hospitalized. Did you hear me clearly? She was beaten into the hospital because she secretly had a private meeting with you. Got it? It was you who caused her to be beaten up. Yi Ching sniffed, still nodding faintly, just oh so slightly, indicating that he understood. HD Moon took a deep breath, and at this moment, she didn't know if she was happy or unhappy. However, she felt a little chilled, because Yi Ching was too cold. Yi Ching, I didn't expect you would be selfish to such an extent. A girl who loves you so much, in order to secretly have a private meeting with you, was caught by her fiancé, and then severely beaten up, and even went into the hospital. You, Yi Ching, don't say that you care about caring about it. At the very least, you have to show a little bit of heartache, right? But the result? You just owe a sound, not a bit of emotion. Really cold-blooded and heartless. Bai Ruo was blind to fall for you. You are not a person worth trusting at all. You are a thin-skinned, cowardly villain. In the face of HD Moon's accusation, Yi Ching just looked at HD Moon lightly and said, what does my matter with Ruo have to do with you? I came here today to see what tricks you can play, not to listen to your sermons. Have to know, right? Then I'll tell you, I've already gone to see Ruo, and I've also cleaned up the people who bullied her. Now, are you satisfied? Chapter 23, a place I once dared not enter. Satisfied? Yi Ching's words made HD Moon even more dissatisfied. Going to see Bai Ruo with HD you could still understand. Then, cleaning up the person who bullied Bai Ruo? This was pure nonsense. The one who severely beat Bai Ruo, that was Tan Xiao. Just like Yi Ching, being bullied by Tan Xiao was more or less the same. Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. Alright, Yi Ching, you just have a hard mouth is all. I'm also too lazy to say anything to you. I came today to let you take a good look at the gap between us, just how big it is. As HD Moon spoke, they had already arrived at the most luxurious and extravagant place in Zhangchang, a place that it was rumored that ordinary people wouldn't dare to enter. Cloud City. High-definition Moon got out of the car, pointed at Cloud N City, and spoke faintly. Yi Ching, if you don't have a problem with your brain, then you should still remember this place. Yunduan City. How could one not remember it? Yunduan Group's senior shopping mall, not to mention other things. Just say Zhangchang, this one Yunduan City. The annual turnover is more than $10 billion. Inside all kinds of luxury goods have everything. The hand does not load hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars. Are not very dare to come in to shop that kind of. Yi Ching looked at HD Moon and spoke faintly. What do you want to say? HD Moon sneered and said, once upon a time, you and I came to Cloud Inn City more than once, but we didn't go in, not even once, because we had no money and low self-esteem. We didn't even have the courage to go in and stroll around. Yi Ching, this was my life when I was with you, but today, we came here again. I just want to tell you that the place that you and I can only look up to, and didn't even dare to step into. Now, for you, it's still the same, but for me, it's just an ordinary shopping trip. After saying that, HD Moon directly took a step, and walked into Cloud Inn City, while Yi Ching looked at Cloud Inn City with a playful expression on his face, and thought of this Cloud Inn City's parent company, Cloud Inn Group. If he didn't remember wrongly, it seems, in his own hands, he still owns a large amount of Cloud Inn Group stocks gifted by Cloud Elder. In a sense, not to mention this Cloud Duan City, is the entire Cloud Duan Group, are considered their own property. Yi Ching looked at the back of the high-definition moon. I have to say, high-definition moon walking, for bodyguards followed. Anyone who looks at it, is a picture of a successful person's style, while Yi Ching followed behind, is like a follower. Yi Ching was also too lazy to care, so he just followed behind. When he walked to a luxury bag store, Gao Xingyue directly walked in. The attendant seemed to recognize Gao Xingyue, and immediately came forward with a smile on his face to greet him. Mr. Gao, you are here, please come in. HD Moon walked into the luxury bag store with a proud face, then looked at Yi Ching, smiled faintly and said, every bag here is priced above 5 figures. There are even hundreds of thousands or even millions of bags. Yi Ching, I'm afraid, can't comprehend it. Yi Ching casually shrugged his shoulders and said, in my opinion, a bag is just a bag that sells for millions. I indeed can't understand it. HD Moon sneered and said, of course you can't understand it, because it's a status symbol. After saying that, HD Moon casually picked up a bag and said indifferently, this one, I'll take it, wrap it up. The waiter sniffed, and hurriedly wrapped it up for HD Moon, while HD Moon directly took out a card, and arrogantly said, swipe the card. Subsequently, after swiping the card, HD Moon said indifferently, this bag, is worth $360,000? I can now buy it directly without blinking. Yi Ching, can you? Yi Ching smiled faintly and did not say anything. However, seeing this face of HD Moon right now, he suddenly felt that it was very boring. Next, HD Moon brought Yi Ching to browse through clothes, shoes, and accessory stores, until, when they came to a jewelry store, HD Moon's footsteps paused for a moment, seemingly wanting to go in, and also seemingly a little hesitant. At this moment, the 4 bodyguards have already taken a lot of big bags on their bodies. Yi Ching looked at HD Moon, let out a light smile, and said, "This store, you have looked at it 3 times, more focused than when looking at any other store. You want to go in, why don't you go in? It shouldn't be a problem for you. After all, today's consumption, alone, is already over $1 million. Indeed, HD Moon's consumption today alone exceeded 1 million. However, entering this jewelry store called Cloud Jewelry, HD Moon even hesitated. It could be seen that the things in this store, the price, was really not expensive. Hearing Yi Ching's words, HD Moon sneered and said, "Yi Ching, I've already brought you to see the world today, letting you see a side that you will never be able to touch. Now, is it your turn to mock me? The reason why I'm not going in is because I'm just afraid of completely hurting your pride. Alright, then go in and take a look." After saying that, HD Moon directly walked into the Cloud's End jewelry store, and after entering the store, it was obvious to feel that the service and decoration of this store was beyond the other stores, and this, moreover, was a cell phone jewelry store of the Cloud's End group. "Hello, what jewelry do you need? Feel free to take a look." The waiter of this store did not recognize HD Moon. However, looking at HD Moon's faction, he knew that this must be a rich lord, so, it was very airy and polite to entertain. At the same time, the quality of the waiter was also very good, and towards Yi Ching, there was no half-heartedness. HD Moon looked at a necklace. Her eyes were about to move. The waiter rushed forward to introduce it, saying, "This rose heart is our main item this season. The price is around $8 million. $8 million? A necklace?" Even if HD Moon was now worth over $100 million. However, wealth was just wealth. Assets were just assets. It didn't mean that she would be able to easily come up with over $100 million in cash. To be honest, right now, if HD Moon can take out tens of millions of cash, that would already be very difficult. $8 million to buy a necklace. Obviously, HD Moon had the intention, but still couldn't spare it. However, looking at Yi Ching's indifferent eyes, HDU always felt that she was despised. Obviously, she was letting Yi Ching come to feel what is called the upper-class people, the rich people's life, so as to make Yi Ching feel inferior. As a result, she was despised by Yi Ching? This was simply outrageous. If Yi Ching knew HD Moon's current mental activities, he would only find it laughable. He was just bored. "What is the most expensive town treasure you have here right now? Bring it out. Let me take a look." HD Moon gritted her teeth. Since she had come, whether she would buy it or not first, at least, let Yi Ching know that the gap, just how big it was. The attendant guided HD Moon towards a separate display cabinet, then smiled and opened her mouth. "Ma'am, this set contains earrings, necklaces, bracelets, brooches, rings of 5 pieces of jewelry, named White Crystal Love, using the most top-quality gemstones and designed by the most top-quality master artists to produce. Not for sale alone. The whole set down, worth $99,999,000. Ma'am, you really have a good eye. This set of White Crystal Love, all over the world, this is the only set." High-definition Moon looked at this set of White Crystal Love. Eyes cannot move. Women, the pursuit of beauty is innate. The love of beautiful things is also innate. High-definition Moon, like this set of White Crystal Love, look at a glance, want to have. However, the price, but let her nearly dead heart, that was $99,999,000. Almost, over $100 million. She could not take out that much money. And right at this moment, Yi Ching also seemed to be attracted by this set of White Crystal Love, and took the initiative to walk forward to watch it. And this was the first time Yi Ching had shown an interested look since he entered Cloud City. Chapter 24, Jewelry Worth Hundreds of Millions. What? Interested? I thought you weren't interested in anything, but I didn't expect it, so it's because those things you looked at before didn't enter your eyes. Yi Ching, I underestimated you. Your vision, it's really high. Yi Ching pretended not to hear the sarcasm in HD Moon's words, and said lightly, "Do you want to buy?" The way this was said, it infuriated HD Moon. How could she not want to buy it? Such a good-looking thing, who wouldn't like it? But the price, it was too expensive. If it was more than 9 million, HD Moon bit her teeth and bought it. Even if it was more than 10 million, it wasn't unbearable. But now, the price of this set of White Crystal Love At 99,999,000,000. Ah, it's almost more than 100 million. What did she use to buy it? Even if she wanted to buy, she didn't have so much cash in her hand. Whether I buy it or not is none of your business. It's you. What are you looking at? Can you afford it? Yi Ching ignored HD Moon and just spoke faintly. Ladies first, if you want to buy it, I'll let you have it. When HD Moon heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed. Let me have it? Come on, you don't let me have it either. If you want to buy it, then you can buy it. I want to see. What are you using to buy it? It's really the brain that's stupid from doing time in jail. You can't tell the difference between $90 million and $90,000 or so, can you? Yi Ching ignored HD Moon, just from his pocket, took out a card and handed it to the waiter without looking, saying, swipe the card. This scene, the waiter and HD Moon were all stunned. What does it mean to throw away money without blinking an eye? Now, it's kind of letting people see and understand. More than $90 million. Not even return the price. Do not even ask a question. Directly buy. This with the rich and generous cannot even be described. And the most shocked is HD Moon. Yi Ching, where did the money come from? This pretense, but also too exaggerated. If Yi Ching really can come up with more than 90 million in cash, themselves, as to still divorce him? But now, what's going on? This kind of a poke to break the lie. Yi Ching crazy? Right at this moment, Yi Ching looked at HD Moon and said, I've already bought the things. If you want to shop for anything, go ahead. If it's fine, I won't accompany you. At this moment, high-definition Moon stared at Yi Ching with a deadly stare, as if she wanted to see all of Yi Ching's details clearly. And right at this moment, the waiter walked to Yi Ching's front and spoke with a smile. I'm sorry, sir. Your bank card named by Ruorua, the money inside, is not enough to pay for it. At these words, Yi Ching was flabbergasted for a moment, and then took a closer look at the bank card in his hand, before revealing a bitter smile. He had forgotten that he was still holding by Ruorua's bank card on his person right now. Otherwise, if he took out just any card, it would have been enough to pay for it. Just when Yi Ching wanted to take out the card again, HD Moon was laughing like crazy at this moment. Yi Ching, I thought you had something, pretending to be quite decent, and saying that you let me leave first. Is it because you're afraid that I'll see how ugly you are right now? I know you have low self-esteem, and want to use this kind of way, to deceive me, so that I can regret it. But, you should also find a way with some brains. This kind of rotten trick that can be broken with a poke. You can also take it out? You really aren't afraid of being laughed out of the room. Speaking here, HD Moon's eyes became cold and, moreover, filled with teasing. Taking or the card that Bai Ruorua gave you. It seems, you met Bai Ruorua yesterday. You ate a soft meal. Bai Ruorua should have given you all the money that she had saved up. Right, and what happened? She was beaten into the hospital. You don't listen. Not a bit of concern. Instead, you are here to act with me. Indeed, I have not misjudged you. Selfish, thin-skinned, simply, disgusting. After saying that, HD Moon directly turned around and left the Cloud Jewelry store. As for Yi Ching, looking at HD Moon's back, he let out a cold smile. Without explaining anything, he directly took out another black card from his pocket, and handed it to the attendant, and said, if I remember correctly, this card, you don't have to pay for consumption in all of Cloud Group's properties. I'll give you the address, and the item will be sent to me. As for the waiter, originally, he also somewhat wanted to mock Yi Ching, but after seeing this card with golden clouds engraved on it, he immediately gulped and hurriedly confirmed the authenticity of this card in front of the computer. After confirming it, the waiter even returned the card to Yi Ching with some shivering. Dear Mr. Yi, hello, don't worry, we will definitely deliver the stuff to your door personally on time. Look, is there anything else you need? Yi Ching shook his head and then also left Cloud Jewelry, and when Yi Ching left, the other few waiters all came over. Jinjin, what's going on? What kind of card is this? And you don't have to pay for it? I thought at first that this handsome guy was a crook. Could it be something big? The waitress called Jinjin. At this moment, looked at Yi Ching's back with a face of infatuation and said, all of our Cloud Group's employees, when they were training, they all heard of a card. Right, that's the Cloud card. The real one that doesn't need to pay, and can even directly extract funds of up to $1 billion from any one place in the Cloud Group. This kind of card. It said that there are only less than 3 of them, and I didn't expect that. We actually saw one of them, and the holder is actually so young. By the way, I just paid special attention to the card number. This Cloud card is the number 1 card. It is said that only the founder of the Cloud Group, the chairman of the board of directors, can have the card. This Mr. Yi will not be the big brother behind the scenes of the Cloud Group. When a few waiters were gossiping here, Yi Ching didn't hear it, and if he did, he wouldn't care. However, This scene of Yi Ching swiping his card to purchase the white crystal love. HD Moon really didn't see it. If she saw it, I'm afraid, her jaw would be shocked and unable to close it. High definition Moon looked at Yi Ching who was following behind her. At this moment, her eyes were full of contempt and mockery. Obviously, after that scene just now, it made her attitude towards Yi Ching reach another bad apex. Cloud top floor revolving restaurant. The best restaurant in the entire Jiangcheng. Yi Ching, today, this is the last meal I'll have with you, and it also lets you know completely and thoroughly. Our gap, where exactly is it? Sitting in the top floor revolving restaurant with exceptionally beautiful scenery, HD Moon picked up the menu and directly started ordering, not even looking at Yi Ching, until, after all the orders were finished, HD Moon sneered and said, seeing that you haven't eaten any of these delicious food either, so, I'll take the lead and order for you. Yi Ching sat across from HD Moon, sighed softly, and said, HD Moon, what exactly is superior about you? Just because you're rich now, you're able to afford expensive bags, drive a luxury car, live in a mansion, and still come here every now and then to have a pricey meal, right? But that, so what? And what's it got to do with me? Just to make me feel inferior? To make me see how far apart we are? Is that it? So I see it, and what is your purpose? To get me to stop pestering you from now on? Or, let me break down in despair, and then beg you nicely so that you don't leave me? HD Moon, do you, in the end, want me to leave and never pester you again? Or do you want me to know that you are very powerful right now, and that I shouldn't give up on you, and that I should firmly hold on to you, and even if I beg you, I should stay by your side? Perhaps, is that your purpose? At these words, HD Moon's face instantly changed, as if she was seen through her heart. Yi Ching, you fart. Chapter 25, One Family's Charity Dinner. At this moment, as if she had been stepped on her tail, HD Moon shouted without any image. However, after shouting, noticing the environment here, HD Moon's face turned red. Only then did she lower her voice and looked at Yi Ching angrily, saying, Yi Ching, don't say anything shameless, you're feeling too good about yourself, right? And also I'm doing this so you don't leave me. Why don't you go to hell? Just like you who wants nothing, mediocre to the core waste. Who do you think would care about you? Also, Irooro's matter made me see more clearly. You are a selfish, thin-skinned villain. A man like you, a dog wouldn't even want. Hurry up and get lost. The purpose of me doing this is only one. That is to let you recognize the reality clearly, so that you can stay away from me. Do you hear me? Also, I, HD Moon, have people to like, and people to like. You, Yi Ching, will never, ever be worthy of being with me. Get lost. Listening to these words of HD Moon, Yi Ching just smiled faintly, then slowly got up, looked at HD Moon, and coldly laughed. Then I wish you happiness. In the future, don't contact me anymore. We are divorced. Please keep this in mind, and what you and your family have done. I have seen it all. Don't worry, I will never forgive you in this life. Likewise, please, in this life, don't regret it. After saying that, looking at the table full of expensive ingredients, Yi Ching shook his head and said, a table of expensive and delicious food, perhaps, can bring you a sense of spiritual superiority, but, are you really happy eating it? Compared to these, I still like to eat the $8 a bowl of noodles on the snack street, drinking $1 mineral water, eating all kinds of, you can't even look at the snacks now, but, that's the happiness that I want, the feeling that I like. How about you? Do you really like the current life? The current you? HD Moon, be good to yourself. After saying that, Yi Ching directly turned his head and left, walking away crisply and completely. As for High Definition Moon, she sat in place, staring blankly at Yi Ching's back. At this moment, her fists were clenched white. Yi Ching, you will only talk tough. You, in fact, are just making excuses for your incompetence and mediocrity. You bastard who eats a woman's soft rice but is still thin-skinned. You wait, I will definitely not let you have a good ending. After saying that, HD Moon was about to start ruthlessly turning her anger into appetite. However, just at this time, Lin Ji's phone called in. HD Moon didn't have the good sense to pick up the phone and said, what for? Lin Ji heard the tone of HDU's unkindness, and hurriedly said, Mr. Gao, it's like this. The Wan family has decided to hold a charity dinner tomorrow night. Firstly, to celebrate Elder Wan's physical recovery, and secondly, it's also for the purpose of accumulating virtues and praying for blessings, so I've specially sent an invitation to you as well. Do you think you'll want to go? At these words, HD Moon flinched for a moment, then, nodded and said, Elder Wan's physical recovery? That's a real miracle. However, the Wan family's charity dinner still needs to go. Not to mention that our Qingyu group has a lot of business that needs the Wan family's help. let's just say that my younger brother Qingshu also follows the Wan family's ninth uncle, so he must also support the event. Alright, tell the Wan family's people that I will definitely be on time. Speaking of this, HD Moon thought for a moment and said, young Master Shiman, can you make it tomorrow? Or, will I arrive in Jiangqing only in the next 2 days? If I can go to the Wan family with young Master Shiman, then, it will be of great benefit to me. Hearing this, Lin Ji immediately said, I'm afraid that you will have to communicate with young Master Shiman personally. However, it is said that Elder Shiman's big birthday is around the corner, so I'm afraid that young Master Shiman will be very busy as well. However, young Master Shiman has always been fond of you, so for your sake, perhaps he will find the time to do so. Hearing this, HD Moon shook her head and said, that's better. Elder Shiman's big birthday is more important. On young Master Shiman's side, I'll contact him and express my blessings. After saying that, HD Moon clenched her teeth and said, one more thing, Lin Ji, Yi Qing's problem, can be put on the agenda. People like him, don't deserve to live in this world. Notify Cheng Shu. Tell him to tell the people on ninth uncle's side. In the next couple of days, you can lay your hands on Yi Qing. Dares to beat up my younger brother, dares to beat up my mother, and dares to mock me. I want to let him know that he is just a mole cricket. Obviously, HD Moon was infuriated by Yi Qing today, and at this moment, she was all set to find someone to deal with Yi Qing. As for Lin Ji, she was very happy to receive this task. On the contrary, Yi Qing, after leaving the Cloud City, didn't care what HD Moon thought, but he knew that perhaps his peace would be broken to the contrary, because the appearance of the Cloud End 1 card used to purchase the White Crystal Love would definitely cause an uproar. Just whether it would be a good thing or a bad thing would be unknown for the time being. And just as Yi Qing thought, from the moment the card of the Cloud No. 1 card was activated on the system, the entire top echelon of the Cloud Group all got excited, because this card represented Cloud Elder, and now everyone knew that Cloud Elder wouldn't be using this card for the time being. So, the person who used this card, what kind of person, was worth playing around with? But, no matter who used this card, it all represented one thing, that is, the current owner of this card must know the whereabouts of Yun Lao. At the same time, the owner of this card, I'm afraid that it is the person who Yun Lao gifted the shares to, almost, the owner of half of the Cloud Duan Group, the person who can truly sway the future of the Cloud Duan Group. This person finally appeared, who could not remain motionless and calm. Cloud End Group, within a patriarch's office. At this moment, a dozen or so Cloud End Group executives were gathered, generally not too young. All of them were Cloud Elder's direct lineage. At this moment, an old man with somewhat white hair, but still in good spirits, excitedly spoke. The appearance of the Cloud End No. 1 card, that means, Yun Lao's successor has appeared. I will now arrange to go to Jiangcheng, to look for this young man. You guys at the headquarters, you have to guard Yun Lao's foundation. Remember, don't let anyone else drill a hole in it. The others sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, Elder Gu, don't worry, with us, those unfilial sons of the Yun family, it is impossible for them to take away Elder Yun's heart and soul. We will wait for you to return. Gu Lao smiled, nodded and said, it's not too late, I'll set off now. However, since we know this news, the Yun family's few must have known it as well. I'm afraid they'll make moves as well. All in all, you guys remember, the group, it's not bad that it's the Yun families, but it's even more so that it's Cloud Elders, and Cloud Elders' words are what we have to listen to, and all the rest, no need to pay attention to them. After saying that, Gu Lao waved his hand, dispersed the meeting, and then immediately took the group's private jet and flew to the eastern province. And just as Elder Yun had predicted, the people from the Yun family also began to send people to Jiangcheng in search of Yi Qing. Only, their purposes were very different. Elder Gu was there to pay a visit to Yi Qing and support him, while the people from the Yun family were there to recover the shares and bully them. Chapter 26 Yi Qing's Men and Friends. After leaving from Cloud City, Yi Qing returned home, and at this moment, there were two young men waiting right in front of Yi Qing's home. One wore glasses and was all bookish and looked, well, svelte, while the other, with long hair, looked a bit fierce. Both were people that Yi Qing had met in prison and had given them not a small amount of help, so these people, dead set on following Yi Qing. The young man with glasses looked at the young man with long hair and shawl and said, Tiger Tooth, it's been a long time since I've seen Mr. Yi. Excited? Tiger Tooth sniffed and revealed a bright smile, saying, For eyes, aren't you excited? Mr. Yi is our lifesaver, and even more so, he has the grace of recreating us. I've always dreamed of seeing Mr. Yi again, and now that I've finally reached my wish, I can't wait to be happy. I just hope, this year's time, some of the achievements we made can still make Mr. Yi satisfied. When he said this, Tiger's Teeth was a little apprehensive, just like a student who was about to have his homework checked by his teacher, fearing that his grades would not be good enough to disappoint the teacher. And Four Eyes looked at Tiger Teeth, smiled and said, "It won't be. This year, you and a few of them in the Eastern continent have made a big name for yourself, and have made a big territory. This is something for all to see." Mr. Yi won't say anything. On the contrary, it's me, taking the great killing weapon given by Mr. Yi. As a result, it's progressing slowly. It's really not good enough for Mr. Ye's cultivation. Tiger Teeth heard, immediately shook his head, said, "Four Eyes, do not be presumptuous, you so steady and steady is right. The Myth Group was established only just more than a year, but the assets have broken tens of billions of dollars, and this, or diluted plate of the spirit of life water has not been launched on the market. In the case of the market, if it is really launched on the market, then the assets will skyrocket by 10 times, 100 times are not a problem. Don't worry, Mr. Yi will understand." Yes, Four Eyes or Tiger's Tooth. It might seem a bit bland, yet in fact, their achievements far exceeded the imagination of the onlookers. First of all, the Tiger's Teeth is now a famous underground world big brother in the East continent. Just more than a year's time, it will develop and grow, and can fight against the old strength. This kind of speed is enough to prove the Tiger's Teeth their strength, and this, or there is no backing support in the case. Otherwise, now the entire Eastern province, I'm afraid, will be the Tiger's Teeth. They swept at least half of the territory. Even so, in Jiangcheng, the Tiger's Teeth is also the existence of a big name. Strength, not weaker than the Nine Uncle, and Four Eyes, not to mention, relying on only in the rich and powerful class use of life spirit water, successfully let the group into the 10 billion assets of the mark, but also, almost all of the cash flow of this, can be called the king of cash. With this kind of strength, who dared to say it was weak, whether it was Four Eyes or Tiger's Tooth? It was a big shot that no one else wanted to see, but they, however, stood respectfully and excitedly at Yi Qing's door, waiting for Yi Qing's summons. If an onlooker saw this scene, I'm afraid, they would be terrified. However, was this Yi Qing's true strength? No, even Four Eyes and Tiger's Tooth only knew the area they were in charge of. The rest, they, too, could not feel clear, only knowing that Yi Qing's strength far exceeded their imagination. The key thing was that none of this mattered. What mattered was that Yi Qing, this person, was the most frightening, the most terrifying, the most inscrutable existence. With the passage of time, Four Eyes and Tiger Tooth's legs were standing a little numb. Yi Qing only then slowly came back. After seeing Four Eyes and Tiger Tooth, Yi Qing flinched for a moment, then revealed a smiling face and said, "Four Eyes, Tiger Tooth, you guys came quite fast." After Four Eyes and Tiger Tooth saw Yi Qing, they directly had tears in their eyes and were excited. "Mr. Yi, it's finally time to meet you. Mr. Yi, it's been a long time, I really missed you." At this moment, there was nothing messy in Four Eyes and Tiger's Tooth's minds, only excitement, only excitement. Yi Qing, in their hearts, that position was an indescribable existence. To put it bluntly, it was like their regenerative parent. To Yi Qing, they were willing to give even if they died. Yi Qing patted the shoulders of the two people and laughed softly. "How old are you? Still crying? Come on, quickly come in." Yi Qing opened the door and then let the two people walk in. After entering the room, Yi Qing personally poured 2 cups of tea for the two people. The mood at this moment was also much better. After all, seeing an old friend, the mood, how bad. "I originally thought that it would be Red Hitomi and the others who would find their way here first. I didn't think that it would be the two of you." "Ha, it's not wrong, the two of you were originally on this side of the Eastern province. It's only right that you would come quickly." Hearing Yi Qing mention the red pupil, Four Eyes and Tiger Teeth, two people's eyes can't help but show a trace of fear. Although everyone is a friend, but facing the red pupil, they are really half a bit of easy feeling or not. That is a devil without feelings. But on the contrary, it is a strong and terrifying kind of existence. In addition to Yi Qing, no one is not convinced. In addition to Yi Qing, no one can restrain. Moreover, flipping his face was like turning over a book. And when he got up, when he said he would kill someone, it was really killing someone. Red pupil. It seems like he is not in Dasha for the recent period of time. I don't know where he went. You also know, he is a person with a weird character. We don't dare to ask more. Tiger Teeth gave a dry laugh, not feeling in the slightest that he was afraid of Red Hitomi. It was something embarrassing. Yi Qing smiled lightly and said, "Don't mention Red Hitomi. He is just a bit bad in character. People are still quite good and understanding. It's fine. Anyway, I've already come out. In the future when I have the chance, I'll slowly teach him is all. This said, Tiger Teeth and Four Eyes in addition to dry laughter, can only dry laughter, in the entire underground world, all set off a bloody storm, killing 8 parties, shivering existence. Only at Yi Qing's side, is the so-called quite well-behaved, quite understanding, right? If this was for other people to hear, I'm afraid, one by one, they could only look at each other in disbelief. Tiger's Teeth looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, Mr. Yi, let's give you a report on our achievements over this year, so that you can accept it. If there's anything you're not satisfied with, you say it, and we'll definitely do our best to correct it. At this moment, Four Eyes' face also became serious, nodded heavily and said, Yes, Mr. Yi, according to your order, we have done what we should do. However, we are not you, just a mortal, so perhaps it is not up to your standard, but please believe us, we will definitely do our best to satisfy you. The two people were extremely serious, and as Yi Qing listened, he smiled. Sit, all sit down, there is no need to make it so serious. Moreover, I said in the beginning, it's just for you guys to have something to do. And what about turning back, so that everyone can also have a chance to honor their ancestors? There are not so many requirements. What's more, I believe that you guys won't let me down. Since you guys want to talk about it, then talk about it. Let me hear. These two good brothers of mine, this year or so, what achievements have they made? Let me follow along and be happy. Yi Qing at this moment, didn't have any stance at all, and what he said, even more so, he completely treated them as brothers and friends, which made Tiger's Teeth and Four Eyes tense, at the same time, couldn't help but relax a little, and moreover, happy. Chapter 27 Achievements and Life Original Liquid. Tiger Tooth looked at Yi Qing and spoke respectfully. Mr. Yi, after Dog Hua and I were released from prison, we took the path of the underground world. After all, we didn't have any other skills, so we thought of making a name for ourselves in the underground world. This more than a year, we have already made quite a name for ourselves in the eastern continent, and have our own piece of territory. In the eastern province, it is also considered to be a little famous, directly and indirectly controlled by the henchmen in the 3,000 or so. Operating bars, casinos, nightclubs and so on are also not a few. As for me, I brought you the account book. You can take a look. Without looking at the account book, Yi Qing knew that Tiger Tooth was being modest. Directly and indirectly, there were around 3,000 men. This was definitely not a small force. Not to mention anything else, let's say that Uncle Nine was on this side of Zhangchang, although he was a big name. However, his men were just around 1,000, and the Tiger's Teeth can have 3,000 people as subordinates, and this is still only the result of 1 year. You can imagine, it is very good. Four Eyes pushed his glasses and laughed. Mr. Yi, Tiger Tooth is being modest. Now the entire eastern province underground world, who doesn't know the name of this big brother of Tiger Tooth? Although there is still a distance between it and the giant of the eastern province underground world, but as long as there is enough time, Tiger Tooth replacing it, is not a problem. Yi Qing sniffed, gently nodded his head, then frowned, saying, going down the road of the underground world, I have no opinion. However, there is one thing that I have to make clear in advance, and that is, it is not allowed to bully good people or force good people to become prostitutes. These 2 points are the bottom line, do you understand? Also, regarding the matter of gambling, I know that gambling can bring huge profits, and you have numerous men to support. However, amongst the yellow gambling and drugs, gambling is just like drugs. It can make people change their character, and lose their family's money. These 2 points, don't dabble in it, and if there isn't enough money, I can subsidize it for you. When Tiger Teeth heard this, he immediately stood up and nodded his head. Mr. Yi, you can rest assured, the matter of poison we will never dip our hands in. I firmly remember your teachings. Anyone who we come across dipping their hands in poison, no need for anyone else to do it. I will personally take action to solve them. As for the casino, turning it off is also possible. Don't worry, your will is the highest will. We all listen to you. Yi Qing smiled, waved his hand, signaling Tiger's Teeth to sit down, and only then faintly opened his mouth. People, there is something to do, something not to do. Even in the underground world, there is the same reasoning to be said. There are principles and a bottom line to be said. Do a good job, as long as you don't offend the bottom line. If there's anything that you need, I will do my best to support you. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Four Eyes and laughed. Look at you with a spring in your step. Myth group, the development is good, right? When Four Eyes heard this, he immediately pushed the eyes on the bridge of his nose and laughed. The myth group is now valued at over $10 billion, and is known as a true myth. However, everyone knows that the value of the myth group is far more than that, and all of this is not due to me. It's all due to the life original liquid that you provided me with when I was released from prison. with this magical treasure, anyone could have made it this far. The original liquid of life was what Yi Ching had provided to Four Eyes. Its main effect was able to make a person inhibit aging, and even become young. Moreover, it was able to change their physique, making them energized. In short, the wonderful uses were endless. Whoever used it would immediately be able to feel the changes. It was a good treasure that could truly be called a miracle. The 4 words, original liquid of life, were true to its name. Mr. Yi, I remember your teachings. The true role of the original liquid of life. Money is instead secondary. The truly great role is the terrifying connections it can bring, nowadays. But anyone who knows the value of the original liquid of life, almost everyone comes to the door to ask for it. A big net with the original liquid of life as the relationship has been woven. Next, how the myth group will go down depends on your arrangement. My plan is to dilute 10 and 100 times the original liquid of life, and put it on the market, thus, rapidly allowing the myth group to undergo expansion, and absorbing huge amounts of money. Mr. Yi, what do you think? Yi Ching sniffed, resting his chin. After a moment of silence, he nodded and said, the matter of the life original liquid, it's fine for you to handle it. Since the mythic group has been given to you to be in charge of, then I'm too lazy to meddle in it. I have my own things that I want to do. All in all, I'm relieved that you're doing the job. This kind of trust is the most rare and precious thing. Four Eyes was immediately moved almost to tears. After all, this was the myth group. This was the original life liquid. This to say that it was a fortune worth trillions of dollars. In fact, it was not too much, and Yi Ching, just so simply, gave it to himself with full authority. How much trust did it take to be able to Four Eyes reddened, looked at Yi Ching, respectfully said, Mr. Yi, this life, I bow and scrape for you. Die. If there is a betrayal, the heavens and the earth, the gods and the people are all angry. This was the start of making a poisonous oath and showing loyalty. Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, alright, let's not talk about this. They are all brothers. I believe in you. Alright, after the business is done. Next, then let's talk about other things. For example, drinking. Ha ha ha, good brothers meeting. How can you not drink? Yi Ching then took Tiger and Four Eyes, and found a ground stall, ate barbecue and drank beer. As Yi Ching had told HD Moon today, compared to those extravagant delicacies, Yi Ching preferred the fireworks of this earth. While they were eating, drinking and chatting, Tan Xiao, who was left outside the hotel by ninth uncle, was finally found by the Tan family and then sent to the hospital for resuscitation. Don't look at the fact that Tan Xiao was now inhuman and ghostly, but when Yi Ching said that he could keep Tan Xiao alive, then Tan Xiao couldn't die. Not to mention, Yi Ching had taken away 10 years of Tan Xiao's lifespan to give him increased life potential, so if he wanted to die, it would be even more difficult. After the Tan family Lord and Mrs. Tan saw the appearance of Tan Xiao, they were directly angry and about to faint. Is that still their son? An entire monster? Just by looking at it, they were scared to death. They simply couldn't imagine, Tan Xiao, just how much torture and pain he had endured. Coincidentally, Tan Les Rescue Hospital, in the White Ruoro Hospital this side, and White Ruoro is the same ward floor. Therefore, the first time, by Ruo's parents, also saw Tan Xiao's miserable. The two people immediately looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and their hearts were flooded with fear. We didn't see it wrong, right? That monster that doesn't have a single inch of good skin on its entire body and can't even be seen in human form. Is that Tan Xiao? The Bai family lord pulled Mrs. Bai, cautiously opening his mouth to inquire, and kept wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Chapter 28, The Tan Family's Anger. It wasn't that the Bai family lord was timid. It was just that the scene in front of him was too shocking. All of this is not important now. What is important is that Tan Xiao is the one who put their daughter in the hospital. But now, Tan Xiao is being tortured. Not human, not ghost. Who did this? In his heart, although he had some guesses, but yet, he couldn't believe it. Mrs. Bai looked at the Bai family head, clenched her teeth, and said, who else could it be if not Tan Xiao? Deserved it. Who let him be so inhuman, beating our daughter so badly? He deserved to die. This is his retribution. When the Bai family master heard this, he was so scared that he hurriedly covered Mrs. Bai's mouth and said, shhhh, keep your voice down. The Tan family's people are still here. Why are you saying such things at this time? I mean, this can't really be Yi Ching's doing, right? Don't forget, before Yi Ching said that he would avenge Ruo's death. As a result, at night, Tan Xiao was sent here beaten up like this. To say that it wasn't Yi Ching, no one would believe it. Mrs. Bai smiled, nodded and said, then it should be Yi Ching. I just didn't expect that this Yi Ching would be so ruthless, but it's fine. Anyway, It's to avenge our daughter's death. I'm happy. By family master immediately smiled bitterly. Happy is happy, just afraid. Involve their head and right at this moment, the Tan family lord seemed to have seen the Bai family lord and his wife, and immediately frowned as he walked over. The Bai family lord was instantly nervous. Family master Tan, in the middle of the night, why are you guys here? I just saw you guys send someone into the operating room. Who was it? Did something happen? The Tan family lord's expression was cold as he looked at the Bai family lord and said, "It's my son." What? Didn't you guys see it? Also, the matter of the canine son being beaten up like this. You guys, do you know something about it? When the Bai family master heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, No, how could we know? This whole day, we were in the hospital with our daughter. We didn't go anywhere. This was true, but wanting to reassure the Tan family lord, it was impossible. The Tan family lord looked at Bai Ruoro lying in the hospital room, let out a cold smile, and said, Bai family lord, Bai Ruoro's injuries, if it's correct, it should be the canine son who beat her up. I admit, the canine son isn't mature enough to do this kind of thing. It's simply a bastard. But, no matter how asshole, that is also my son. What hatred, what resentment, I as a father, should cover for him, even if it is a lesson. I should also come to teach a lesson. Never allow others to beat my child so severely. By family master, my mood, you can understand it. The Bai family master smiled dryly as he said, Tan family master, I can understand, but this matter, it really has nothing to do with us. The Tan family lord looked deeply at the Bai family lord and said, Alright, since you said it's not related, then I'll believe you. Bai Ruoro was just hospitalized after a painful beating, and then my son was subsequently cleaned up like this. It's quite a coincidence. A beating is just a beating, but now my son has been tortured to the point of being inhuman. This means, really ruthless. This matter, I will definitely investigate this matter strictly to the end. Don't let me know who it is. Once I find out, no matter who it is, I'll put everything on the line to avenge my son. After saying that, the Tan family lord let out a cold snort and directly twisted his head and left. However, that look, that tone of voice, was clearly a warning to the Bai family lord, and moreover, did not believe that this matter had nothing to do with the Bai family lord at all. The Bai family head, again, a fine cold sweat appeared on his forehead. There was no way. He was really a bit afraid of the Tan family head, not to mention, this matter, was really related to them. After looking at the Tan family master left, the Bai family master and his wife rushed into the hospital room, fearing to deal with the Tan family master in any way. At this time, Bai Ruoro has woken up. Not only woke up, the whole person's injuries has begun to improve substantially, and even the swelling of the face have been almost completely invisible. This recovery speed, let the doctor feel is a miracle, but do not know what the reason. Can only say, Bai Ruoro's physique, good amazing. Only Bai Ruoro knew that all of this was brought about by Yi Qing giving her acupuncture, and this miraculous change made Bai Ruoro suddenly feel that Yi Qing seemed to be getting more and more mysterious. Dad, Mom, what happened outside? Just now, I seem to have heard the Tan family master talking to you guys. Is it because the Tan family's people are still unwilling to let me go, so they came to cause trouble? The Bai family master sniffed, and immediately shook his head, and whispered, It's the Tan family master, but it's not the ones who came to make trouble. Ruoro, it's Tan Xiao. Tan Xiao was beaten into the hospital, and I just looked at it from afar, and I was scared to death. This Tan Xiao, all over his body, there's almost no point in the good place, and he was tortured in a way that scares the hell out of people when they look at him. Your revenge has been avenged. When Bai Ruoro heard this, her eyes lit up, and she said with some excitement, Is it Yi Qing? When the Bai family master heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, I don't know. However, Ruo, even if it is really Yi Qing who helped you take revenge, you should pretend that you don't know about it. Otherwise, it will invite trouble for Yi Qing. The Tan family master is now crazy. He just gritted his teeth and swore to find the person who did it, and not rest in peace. We don't dare to take it on ourselves. Otherwise, it will really be in trouble. And just at this moment, Ninth Uncle pushed open the door, walked in, said with a smile, Something happens? I'd like to see, who dares to let something happen to Mr. Yi, Bai family master. You, are overthinking it. After seeing the Ninth Uncle, this heart of the Bai family master was considered to be put down. Just now when he faced the Tan family master alone, he was really afraid, but when the Ninth Uncle came, everything was different. Ninth Uncle, you're here, please take a seat. Ninth Uncle smiled and shook his head, saying, I won't sit down. What about my coming this time? It's to send invitations to the Bai family master and also Miss Ruo to send invitations, because the old master's condition has recovered. The family master is very happy, so he has decided to organize a charity dinner tomorrow night, to help some people in need. By family master, Miss Ruo Ruo, when the time comes, please also enjoy your time. By family master heard, immediately received the invitation with both hands, smiled and opened his mouth. Ninth uncle, don't worry, we will definitely arrive on time. This kind of charity, one family master's heart is good. We, too, will fully support it. It's just that Ruoro's body, I don't know if she'll be able to participate by then. And when Bai Ruoro heard that, she shook her head and said, my body is fine. Ninth uncle, will Yi Ching also go? Ninth uncle smiled and nodded, saying, Mr. Yi is the one who cured the old man, the one who saved his life. We will naturally invite him personally. Upon hearing this, Bai Ruoro immediately revealed a smiling face, as if being able to have one more chance to see Yi Ching was the happiest thing for her. Ninth uncle, don't worry, I will go. Saying this, Bai Ruoro looked at ninth uncle with some hesitation and said, Ninth uncle, just now, listening to you, you seem to know about the matter of Tan Xiao being beaten up. So, was it really Yi Ching who did it? If so, he won't be alright. After mentioning this matter, in ninth uncle's eyes, a hint of awe flashed, as if, thinking of that image, still made him feel a little less comfortable, and even, his body chilled. Chapter 29, The Jewelry That You Can't Forget. Ninth uncle took a deep breath, looked at Bai Ruoro and Bai family master in them, gently nodded his head and said, that's right, it was Mr. Yi who personally laid his hands on them. The whole time, I was watching from the side. Ninth uncle had originally thought whether to hide it for Yi Ching. After all, the hand was so vicious, don't scare people, but when he thought of the faces of the Bai family master and his wife, plus the fact that Yi Ching didn't have any intention to hide it, so, it was better to say it directly and plainly. This way, it could also prove that Yi Ching was extremely attentive to Bai Ruoro. You guys don't think that Mr. Yi didn't kill this Tan Xiao? That's being merciful. To tell you the truth, Mr. Yes means, ghostly, unimaginable. Tan Xiao won't be in danger of losing his life this time. Of course, even though it looks like it's already very bad, he's even more miserable. In the back, in the future, Tan Xiao, even if he recovers, he will still switch back and forth between sobriety and insanity. From now on, life is worse than death. Inhuman and ghostly. This is what Mr. Yi has done to take revenge for the sake of Miss Ruoro Yu. With these words, the Bai family master and his wife looked at each other, swallowed their saliva, and didn't dare to say anything more. As for Bai Ruo, her eyes let out a brilliant light. She didn't care what became of Tan Xiao, she only remembered that all of this was done by Yi Ching for her. Ninth uncle, Yi Ching won't be in danger, right? If the Tan family knows, they will definitely step in. Ninth uncle smiled, looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. Don't worry, the Tan family's matter, our one family, we'll solve it. We just haven't got Mr. Ye's clear intention yet, so we won't make a move for the time being. With Uncle Nine's words, Bai Ruoro had nothing more to say. After all, the strength was here. After waiting for ninth uncle to leave, the Bai family master looked at Bai Ruo and smiled. Ruo, this Yi Ching has done so much for you. He really has feelings for you. When you are well, you can be sure to thank Yi Ching properly, and get in touch with him more often. This is nothing bad for you, and for our Bai family. Bai Ruo naturally wanted to have more contact with Yi Ching. This point, from the beginning to the end, never changed. Otherwise, she wouldn't have risked her life to find Yi Ching. But now, hearing her father say this, it made her feel uncomfortable. Dad, how is my relationship with Yi Ching? I don't want you guys to be thinking about using him. You guys have seen Yi Ching's temper. If you really make him unhappy, don't say I didn't warn you. Hearing Bai Ruoro's words, the Bai family head nodded with a smile and said, I know, Ruoro, don't worry. In short, we won't interfere in your future interactions with Yi Ching. It's just that, after all, our family is facing difficulties, so if it's possible, it's still better to ask Yi Ching to help out. Even if it's just to help put in a couple of good words, it's all able to solve our family's crises. Don't you really ignore it, don't ask. Bai Ruoro was helpless. But, what the Bai family master said was also true. And now, she could only nod her head and agree for the time being. And at this moment, Yi Ching and Four Eyes and Tiger's Tooth were drinking at the ground stall. This wine, drank very painfully, and did not come across any annoying people and things. The three people directly drank until midnight, all a little drunk when Tiger's Teeth and Four Eyes only returned to the hotel to live, and after waking up the next day, they would leave. As for Yi Ching, he returned to his own small house to sleep. It was only at noon the next day that Yi Ching woke up, thinking that there was still the Wan family's charity dinner tonight. Yi Ching shook his head before he started looking for clothes to wear in the closet. However, because Yi Qing didn't like to dress in suits. So, in the entire closet, other than the set of suit worth more than $3,000 that he wore when he got married, there really wasn't much else to wear. Yi Qing put on the suit, looked in the mirror. The body did not change, but better, wear up, more erect and sturdy, looks like tailored seams. After wearing a good suit, Yi Qing then opened the last night Cloud City's people, specially escorted to the door of the value of more than 100 million white crystal love. Looking at the set of jewelry contained in the box, the corner of Yi Qing's mouth revealed a smile. It's very suitable for Ruo Ruo. She should like it. After saying that, Yi Qing just casually took this set of white crystal love and went out to take a taxi, heading towards the hospital. With this relaxed appearance, I'm afraid that no one could have imagined that what Yi Qing was holding was jewelry that was worth over $100 million. And at this time, in HD Moon's villa, high-definition Moon was picking the right dress and jewelry. Lin Ji was beside her, looking at the beautiful and radiant high-definition Moon. With an envious face, she said, "Qing Yu, you are really beautiful. If you attend the dinner party today in such a white dress, you will definitely be the most eye-catching one in the whole scene." A proud look appeared on HD Moon's face as she lightly laughed. "Lin Ji, take a picture of me and send it to young Master Shiman. He won't be able to come over today, but I also want to show him my outfit today." Lin Ji sniffed and immediately took out her cell phone and smiled as she took a picture of HD Moon. However, in her eyes, a trace of jealousy flashed. "Qing Yu, if this beautiful photo of you is sent over, young Master Shiman won't be mesmerized. I'm afraid. He can't wait to take a plane directly over to look for you." Hearing this, HD Moon covered her mouth and laughed, then looked at the jewelry around her neck, sighed, and said with some reluctance, "I was strolling around Cloud City yesterday, and I fell in love with a set of jewelry, the name of which is White Crystal Love. It's so beautiful that people can't get enough of it, but unfortunately, it's just too expensive. Or else, paired with this outfit of mine today, it's definitely capable of blinding everyone's eyes." Mentioning White Crystal Love, in HD Moon's eyes, all of them were infatuated. Obviously, she really liked that set of jewelry, and especially wanted it. Even, in HD Moon's opinion, that set of White Crystal Love, only she could be worthy of it. However, jewelry worth hundreds of millions of dollars, she now really couldn't afford it. Lin Shi sniffed, looked at the high-definition Moon, laughed, "Not just a set of jewelry, as long as you want, surely can get. Just a day earlier, a day later thing. Moreover, you don't even need to go buy it yourself. When young Master Shiman knew about this news, he bought it for you the first time to please you." HD Moon proudly smiled and nodded, saying, "That's right, although that White Crystal Love set is worth nearly $100 million, I, HD Moon, will be able to own it sooner or later." Lin Ji heard that this jewelry was actually worth nearly $100 million. Her face immediately showed a staggered expression. No wonder HD Moon did not buy it, combined with the fact that she could not afford it. Otherwise, with HD Moon's character, where would it wait until now? Surely it would have already made a move to take it. 100 million is nothing. With young Master Shiman's family background and feelings for you, not to mention 100 million, even 200 million, 300 million, as long as it can make you happy, he will not hesitate to make a bid. "Qing Yu, you are really so happy." Lin Ji was now constantly speaking up for young Master Shiman. Naturally, she had her benefits and purpose. As for HD Moon, she smiled faintly, nodded, and said, "You don't know yet, right? Because of this White Crystal Love, Yi Qing even gave me a pretense. Thinking about that scene, I feel ridiculous now. Really, it's just too ridiculous." Saying that, HD Moon covered her stomach and laughed, as if it was really ridiculous. Chapter 30, How Ridiculous Yi Qing Is. Lin Ji knew that Yi Qing followed high-definition Moon and went shopping in Cloud City, but she really wasn't sure what exactly happened. However, high-definition Moon and Yi Qing definitely did not go to talk about love. This could be guaranteed. "What's going on? Tell me." High-definition Moon smiled and opened her mouth. "Let's not talk about other jokes. Let's just talk about this set of White Crystal Love. That's the treasure of the town store in Cloud City. A treasure that even I, high-definition Moon, can only look at and can't afford to buy. Do you know what Yi Qing has done?" Lin Ji quickly revealed a curious expression and said, "It can't be. Yi Qing said he could afford it, right?" HD Moon sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, "I really let you guess right. This Yi Qing, pretending to me, but, even if you want to pretend, you have to pretend like it. Do you know what he did? He said, if I can't afford it, I'll go out and shop by myself first. He'll buy it, then." You took out a card and handed it to the waiter, and it turned out that the money was definitely not enough. It's not even necessary to think about it. But do you know whose this card belongs to? Lin Ji shook her head. She really couldn't guess who the card belonged to. HD Moon laughed. It's by Roro's. He. After this by Roro met Yi Ching, she gave him a card. And Yi Ching, he's just pretending with this card. People waiter said money is not enough. Yi Ching's face changed. Really funny. Want to stimulate me? The result of their own touch a nose. You say, this Yi Ching's brain is not out of what is wrong. Shut in prison. Shut stupid? Such a ridiculous lie. Open mouth. Moreover, also eat up by Roro's soft rice. He really, let me feel too ridiculous. Her mouth said that Yi Ching was ridiculous. But, within HD Moon's eyes, a trace of coldness and anger flashed through, as if, by accepting by Roro's bank card, Yi Ching was again betraying her. Lin Shi sniffed, looked at HD Moon and frowned. Yi Ching, even accepted by Roro's bank card. I thought how ambitious he was, but as a result, it's really a villain who has one thing in front of people and one thing behind them. Ching Yu, leaving him, is the most accurate choice you have made in your life? This Yi Ching, is simply a villain. HD Moon sniffed and nodded heavily, saying, then do you know, what's even more villainous about him? Lin Shi shook her head. HD Moon sneered, a trace of contempt flashed in her eyes, saying, Bai Ruo secretly went to see Yi Ching. This matter Tan Xiao knew about it. Then, Bai Ruo was beaten into the hospital. I told Yi Ching about this matter, but do you know what Yi Ching said? He surprisingly, just a sound, no reaction at all. Pity her Bai Ruo for Yi Ching a piece of heart. The result? In order to Yi Ching suffered serious injuries. Into the hospital not to mention. Yi Ching did not even half care about the meaning of the word. Is simply a timid as a mouse, selfish and self-serving villain. This kind of person, is simply a scourge. Although HD Moon hated the fact that Bai Ruo had too much contact with Yi Ching. However, after seeing Yi Ching's indifference and heartlessness towards Bai Ruo, HD Moon was really upset and felt that Yi Ching was an irresponsible, thin-skinned and unsympathetic person. There was not much guilt left for Yi Ching, but her contempt for him was growing. Lin Ji was even so angry that she directly cursed angrily. Simply abominable. Well, although I also hate Bai Ruo, think that this is not a good woman. But, not only gave Yi Ching money to spend, but also hospitalized for Yi Ching to be beaten. As a result, Yi Ching did not care. Indifferent. Villain. Simply a complete villain. This Yi Ching, really damned HD Moon sneered and said, it's fake. Fortunately I divorced him. Otherwise, I still don't know how long I have to be kept in the dark by him. This thin-skinned and unsympathetic villain. He deserves to be taught a lesson. Just wait. Tan Xiao will clean him up sooner or later. At that time, I'll see if he is still pretending to be a man. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon's exasperated appearance. She hurriedly walked to HD Moon's side, held HD Moon's arm and laughed. Okay, let's not mention this villain. It's just a piece of trash that can't be helped up. What's the point of mentioning him? Tonight you still have to go to the charity dinner in a beautiful way. You should be happy about it. Ching Yu, can I go with you? When the time comes, I can still take care of you. For the charity dinner held by the Wan family, all the participants were either rich or noble. Lin Ji, naturally, also wanted to attend it beautifully, to get to know some more rich young masters, which would do her no harm. HD Moon sniffed, nodded, said, this is nothing, you also choose a set of dress. When the time comes, follow me to go together but, first said don't run around, not to mention can't talk nonsense. This dinner party, participate in the celebrities and tycoons, but quite a lot, don't invite trouble. Lin Shi sniffed, and immediately happily thanked HD Moon. However, turning her back, a trace of anger flashed in her eyes. At the beginning of the high-definition Moon's family is not as good as her Linji. Even, sometimes dinner is still Linji invited. The result now, high-definition Moon this is what words, completely is the words outside the words. Look down on her Linji, think she has not seen the world. However, now the truth, is so, Linji, really is the distance from the high-definition month more and more far. But for Linji, she is thinking, sooner or later, one day, to surpass the high-definition month. After all, the looks, she also has, why, she can not it. And at this moment, Yi Ching, who was misunderstood and looked down upon by them, was already wearing a suit and came to the hospital side. After seeing Yi Ching, the Bai family master hurriedly pulled Yi Ching into the room, and carefully said, Mr. Yi, why are you here? But be careful, the people from the Tan family, they are also in the ward next to them. If they know about it, they will be unfavorable to you. When Yi Ching heard this, he immediately laughed and said, I saved their son's life. It's not even if they don't thank me, they still want to disadvantage me? That's fine, just let them come as they please. Big deal, clean it up together. With these words, the Bai family master was truly unable to take it. People were different, and now that he knew Yi Ching's ruthless methods, The Bai family lord was also more and more fearful of Yi Qing, looking at Yi Qing in a suit, but it was an old style from many years ago, and, at a glance, the value was not expensive, at most a few $1,000s. This point of insight, the Bai family master still has. After all, even if it is in trouble again, the Bai family was once a rich man worth tens of millions of dollars, but seeing it was seeing it, but he didn't dare to mock Yi Qing to his face. Mr. Yi, dressed like this, are you going to the Wan family's charity dinner? Yi Qing nodded and said, not bad, exactly going. So, came to pick up Ruo together. Hearing this, the Bai family master said with some happiness, good, please quickly, Ruo's body has almost recovered. Speaking of which, I still have to thank you. Yi Qing smiled. After entering the hospital room, he saw Bai Ruo standing by the window. It had to be said that at this moment, Bai Ruo's injuries were almost not visible much anymore. However, her body was still a bit weak, especially her face. It was a bit pale, but instead, it added a kind of soft beauty, so that when one saw it, one couldn't help but rise a desire to protect. Chapter 31. A gift for you. Yi Qing, you're here. After seeing Yi Qing, Bai Ruo smiled and walked to Yi Qing's face, her eyes full of love. Yi Qing slightly smiled, nodded and said, knowing that you would be bored staying in the ward, so I brought you along to the Wan family's dinner party. How about it? Do you want to go? Bai Ruo smiled, nodded her head gently and said, as long as I can be with you, I'm happy wherever I go. These words were really, somewhat ambiguous, and at this time, the Bai family master smiled and opened his mouth. Mr. Yi, our side was just thinking of preparing a dress for Ruo. Look, do you want to change one as well, so that it will match a little bit more? The Bai family master was not daring to directly open his mouth and say that Yi Qing's clothes were too cheap, so he could only use this way to try and help Yi Qing find a more expensive dress. Yi Qing, however, shook his head and smiled. Clothes and stuff, I don't really care. This suit, it fits quite well. I won't change it. You only need to prepare Ruo's clothes. Bai Ruo sniffed, and hurriedly looked at her parents and said, Dad, Mom, just prepare simple white long dress for me. Don't be too flashy. I don't like it. The Bai family master didn't say anything. Simpler and plainer. It was fine. Anyway, Yi Qing liked it. And at this time, Yi Qing took out the jewelry box and handed it to Bai Ruo with a smile, saying, nah, a gift for you. When Bai Ruo heard that this was actually a gift from Yi Qing, she immediately covered her chest with a happy face. Is it for me? No matter what it is, I like it. After saying that, Bai Ruo opened the jewelry box, and the jewelry box just at the moment of opening, the white crystal love immediately reflected into the eyes of everyone present, and immediately, let the people who saw it, could not move their eyes. Beautiful, simply absolutely beautiful. Ah, oh my god, this is too beautiful. No, this must be very expensive. Right, I can't have it. Which girl doesn't like beautiful things? Bai Ruo was no exception. From the first moment she saw this white crystal love, she deeply fell in love with this set of jewelry, but she, too, knew that such a beautiful piece of jewelry was definitely expensive. When the Bai family master and Mrs. Bai saw this scene, they also swallowed their saliva. Compared to Bai Ruo, they were a little bit more knowledgeable. This set of jewelry, at first glance, it was not a mortal product. Yi Qing, really give up. Ah, what is expensive or not? As long as you like it, it's fine. Besides, this is the first time I send you a gift. Are you going to refuse? Don't forget, when you, at that time, gave me your bank card and risked your life to find me, I didn't even reject it. Moreover, this set of jewelry is not expensive at all, just a few tens of thousands of dollars. Don't look at the beautifully made, that's the master's craftsmanship is good. It's not a real gemstone. Moreover, this set of jewelry also has a name, called, Bai Ruo's love. Look, this should be yours. Is it? Don't you want it? Yi Qing had really gone to great lengths to make Bai Ruo accept this set of jewelry without any psychological pressure. Not only did he say that it was an imitation and fake, he even changed the name. After saying that it wasn't too much, Yi Qing took the jewelry box again and shook it and laughed. If it really was something very expensive, I wouldn't just simply take it in my hand and flaunt it. You say, right. What's more, Ruo, no matter what it is, shouldn't it be my heart that counts the most? What, money or not, expensive or not, really, does it matter? Looking at Yi Qing's gaze, Bai Ruo at this moment, her heart was only filled with sweetness and emotion. You're right, your heart is the most important, the rest is unimportant. This is the Bai Ruo love that you gave me, representing your heart, and also representing my heart. I accept it. After saying that, Bai Ruo happily accepted this white crystal love that was worth over $100 million, but was described by Yi Qing as tens of thousands of dollars. Right at this moment, the Tan family lord suddenly pushed the door and walked in. The Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai were flabbergasted for a moment, and hurriedly went forward to greet them. At this time, they couldn't afford to make a scene. The Tan family lord didn't even look at the Bai family lord and directly looked at Yi Ching and Bai Ruorua. I said, just now, how come someone reported to me that a young man wearing a suit and holding jewelry came to this room? Now it seems like it's true. Bai family master, won't you give me an explanation? These two, what is their relationship? When the Bai family master just wanted to speak, Bai Ruorua directly looked at the Tan family master and said, Tan family master, is it necessary for my parents to give you any explanation? I and your Tan family never had anything to do with each other before the so-called engagement, also just talk, and did not come true. Moreover, I from the beginning to the end, cannot see that son of yours? You now ran to my ward to question what? Bai Ruorua opened her mouth nonchalantly. She was doing this to draw attention to herself, to save. After the Tan family master knew about Yi Ching, he would be unfavorable to Yi Ching. In Bai Ruorua's heart, Yi Ching's weight was really heavy, even if she knew that Yi Ching was not an ordinary person. And even more so, she had the protection of the Wan family. But she still subconsciously didn't want to let Yi Ching face this kind of dangerous scene. Especially, the Tan family lord had already gone a little crazy because of his son's matter. And at a time like this, knowing that it was Yi Ching who hit him, I'm afraid he wouldn't care about anything. The Tan family lord looked at Bai Ruorua, revealing a cold smile and said, what a smooth-talking girl. This is knowing that something happened to my son, and you don't want to marry my son. Is that it? I even told you. It's impossible. My son, you're bound to marry. Otherwise, not only will I let your entire Bai family be buried with you, I'll also make your life worse than death. After saying that, the Tan family master directly pointed at Yi Ching, coldly laughing. Don't tell me what you like. Is this little white boy? A whole body, dressed in an unorthodox way, dressed in a cheap pauper. Bai Ruorua, this is the only thing that you have an eye for? And you, Bai family master, you parents, just watch your own daughter fooling around. Also do not think to control it? Or is it that, like Bai Ruorua, you are also planning to abandon the entire Bai family and go out on the street to beg for food? In the face of the Tan family lord's threat, the Bai family lord was now also furious. At least is also the hall of the Bai family's lord. Just like this was pointed at the nose threat, he do not want to face? In the beginning, he could not want it, that was out of the question. But now, the Tan family had the Wan family as an enemy. How much better could it end up? What was he afraid of? Tan family master, this is my daughter's hospital room. You ran here to spread your wildness. I ask you to show some self-respect. Moreover, my daughter is right. Our Bai family, and your Tan family, have no relationship at all. What qualifications do you have to run here to cause trouble? You are not welcome here. Hurry up and get out. How could the Tan family master not expect that the Bai family master would say such words? Immediately laughed back in anger and said in a cold voice, well, really, ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts. This is really to see that my Tan family is good at bullying. Is it a person that wants to step on a foot? After saying that, the Tan family master looked at Yi Ching, and said in a cold voice, little white boy, it is said that the reason my son poisoned Bai Ruorua was to go catch an adulterer. So, you are the adulterer who had a private meeting with Bai Ruorua? Tell me, is it you? Chapter 32 Dragged away by the hair. Today Yi Ching was in a good mood. After meeting Tiger and Four Eyes yesterday, he was in a much happier mood. If Tiger and Four Eyes hadn't left, just based on the 2 words that the Tan family master had said, I'm afraid that, by now, they would have had their limbs broken and been thrown out from the upper floors. Just when Yi Ching wanted to speak, Bai Ruorua was the one who directly walked up to Yi Ching's body, and then opened her hands, as if she was protecting a calf. She protected Yi Ching behind her. Tan family lord, if you have anything to say, just talk to me. Don't try to find trouble with my friend. When the Tan family master saw this scene, in his eyes, anger burned, and he sneered, so domineering. Bai Ruorua, I didn't see it. You're quite powerful, daring to stop me for a wild man. Do you really think I won't do anything to you? I'll tell you the truth. If it wasn't for my son, you and your Bai family, I would have already made a move to clean it up. But now it seems like you guys are giving your faces away. Okay, Bai Ruorua, since you can't behave, then I'll teach you well how to behave. Also, I'll tell you honestly, my son, you're married for sure, no matter if he's a human being or a ghost. What kind of person he turns out to be, with a woman as beautiful as you accompanying him, I think he'll be quite happy too. After saying that, the Tan family lord directly raised his big hand and was about to whip Bai Ruorua. At this moment, Yi Ching sighed, gently holding Bai Ruorua's shoulders, his face close to Bai Ruorua's ear, softly said, Ruorua, didn't I tell you, I have the ability to protect myself, and I also have the ability to protect you. So, trust me, okay? When Bai Ruoro heard this, her face immediately turned a little red, and she didn't know if it was because of Yi Qing's love words, or if Yi Qing was too close. The hot air that was exhaled made her feel itchy at the root of her ears. Yi Qing then pulled Bai Ruoro behind himself, and then, looking at the angry-looking Tan family lord, he gave a disdainful laugh and said, not knowing how to repent, and getting worse, Tan family lord, you are really looking for death. The Tan family lord looked at Yi Qing and laughed coldly. The one who is looking for death is you who is right, okay, kid, you have guts. I thought that you were going to keep hiding behind a woman's back, not daring to show your head. I didn't expect that, but you still dared to come out. Now, immediately give me a knee in front of my son to repent. I can still leave you a little life. Otherwise, I'll let you have it today. Yi Qing smiled, nodded and laughed. Alright, I was just about to go and see this Tan young man, although he was packed up by me at that time, but I always felt that it wasn't enough of a treat. Since you guys have hurriedly come to the door, then, come along. When these words came out, the Tan family master immediately flashed a bearish rage in his eyes. Looking at Yi Qing, he said angrily, it's you? You're the one who made my son like this? Damn it, you damned bastard. Today, I'm going to kill you and avenge my son. After saying that, the Tan family lord directly threw a punch, heavily hitting Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, a trace of disdain flashed in his eyes. He just slowly stretched out his right hand and grabbed the fist that the Tan family lord had struck. Then with a slight force, the sound of bones breaking was heard. In the next second, it was seen that the Tan family lord's entire right hand showed an irregular twist, and was, in fact, directly broken by Yi Qing. As for Yi Qing, at this time, he slowly walked towards the front of the wailing Tan family master, grabbed the Tan family master's hair, dragged and started walking out. This is Ruo Ruo's hospital room. Don't disturb Ruo Ruo's rest. Let's go to your son's hospital room and talk slowly. After saying that, Yi Qing turned back, looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. You take a good rest first. I'll come back to accompany you after resolving this little matter. Afterward, Yi Qing opened the door of the hospital room and dragged the Tan family lord out like a dead dog. After Yi Qing dragged the Tan family lord out, the Bai family lord and the others looked at each other in dismay. They only saw the miserable appearance of Tan Xiao. But, exactly how Yi Qing struck out, how ruthless, they could only think about it again in their heads. But just now, Yi Qing made a move in front of them, and directly broke the arm of the Tan family master. Then, with a smile on his face, he just grabbed the Tan family master's hair, and dragged the Tan family master out of the door like a dead dog. This appearance, it is really scary to the extreme. Only Bai Ruoro was not concerned about how ruthless Yi Qing was, but worried about Yi Qing's situation. Dad, Mom, Yi Qing, there won't be anything wrong. No, or else, I'd better go and take a look. Saying that, Bai Ruoro was about to chase after Yi Qing. The Bai family master hurriedly stopped Bai Ruoro, said with a bitter smile, my little ancestor you still can't see it. This Yi Qing is the big devil that can't be messed with? The Tan family master is the one that has a lot of bad luck? You still worry about him. It's better to worry about it. This Yi Qing will use what means to deal with the Tan family master Ruoro, if you really want to be with Yi Qing, Mom and Dad are not against it. This Yi Qing is not an ordinary person. Bai Ruoro at this moment, her face was red. With a shy face, she said, Dad, Mom, what are you guys talking about? Me and Yi Qing, we haven't gotten to that point yet. We are just friends. After saying that, Bai Ruoro twisted her head and sat on the bed, holding the white crystal love which was named Bai Ruoro's love by Yi Qing in her hands, lovingly, as if she was holding an absolute treasure. As the Bai family master looked on, he just smiled and didn't say anything, but in his eyes, he was thinking about something else. And at this moment, when Yi Qing dragged the Tan family lord, and walked down the corridor, the miserable screams of the Tan family lord attracted the attention of many people. However, seeing that it was the Tan family lord who was being bullied in this way, other people did not dare to voice anything. After all, those who were able to bully the Tan family lord were obviously, and definitely, not roles that were to be messed with. Only Mrs. Tan and the Tan family's bodyguards, seeing this scene, all rushed up and surrounded Yi Qing. That posture had the intention of directly striking at the drop of a hat. You bastard, what are you doing? Hurry up and let go of my husband. And you all, what are you waiting for? Hurry up and get on. Beat him to death. Yi Qing looked at Mrs. Tan, and the several bodyguards who were about to rush up, faintly smiled, pointed at the door of Tan Xiao's hospital room, and said, if there's anything to say, let's go in and talk. Don't disturb the others. Of course, if you guys aren't afraid of losing face, then it's fine to settle it here. When Mrs. Tan heard this, after looking at the surrounding onlookers, she gritted her teeth and said, "Fine, you come in." Yi Ching sniffed, and directly loosened his grip on the Tan family lord's hair, then blew the hair on his hand, and strutted into young Tan's hospital room. The Tan family's bodyguards, on the other hand, instantly rushed into the ward, with the Tan family lord and Mrs. Tan following closely behind. Only, when they walked into the ward, they saw that Yi Ching had already walked in front of young Tan, smiled faintly and said, "Young Master Tan, don't pretend to be asleep. We meet again. Chapter 33, Your son, I beat him. Stop, what are you doing, asshole, do you want to die?" Seeing this scene, the Tan family head and bodyguards were immediately shocked and immediately opened their mouths to warn Yi Ching, as if they were afraid that Yi Ching would be unfavorable to the unconscious Tan Xiao. Yi Ching turned around, looked at them and laughed. "Don't be anxious, let's slowly settle the score. But first, let's let this young Master Tan of your family wake up." After saying that, directly under the shock of the crowd, Yi Ching slapped Tan Xiao's bandage-covered face fiercely. This slap carried the internal breath of the Green Emperor's everlasting skill, and directly brought Tan Xiao out of his comatose state and awake. And at this time, the Tan family master could no longer hold back, pointing at Yi Ching and roaring, "Yi Ching, I'm going to kill you. Go, all of you. What are you waiting for? Kill him for me." At this moment, all 4 bodyguards of the Tan family all rushed towards Yi Ching, while Yi Ching, with a cold smile on the corner of his mouth, just stood still, as if he didn't think that these bodyguards were able to cause harm to himself. These bodyguards rushed towards Yi Ching with all their might, but as a result, before each of them could take 2 steps, they all collapsed to the ground with aching bones, as if they had cartilage disease. The Tan family lord directly froze, looking at Yi Ching, his face full of shock. "You, what have you done? What sorcery did you use? How did they all fall down?" Yi Ching slightly smiled, pointing at these fallen bodyguards, faintly spoke, "It's not any demonic magic, they are merely poisoned. I was too lazy to fight with them, so, from the moment I came into the room, I had already poisoned them. Of course, don't worry, this kind of poison won't jeopardize your life, only that it will make one's bones soften temporarily, and they will lose their strength." Poisoned? When the Tan family master heard this, his face changed, saying, "Impossible, we never saw you poison. Yi Ching, you're talking nonsense." Yi Ching revealed a disdainful expression and said, "Nonsense? You guys are just frogs in the bottom of a well. What can you know? I advise you to be less agitated and stand there honestly. Otherwise, not only will your bones be sore and weak and you won't have any strength, but it will also make your whole body itch and be in agony." After saying that, Yi Ching looked back at Tan Xiao, who was lying on the bed, and smiled. "It's time to wake up," as if responding to Yi Ching's call. At this moment, Tan Xiao actually did slowly open his eyes. However, in the next second, Tan Xiao let out a terrifying scream. It was as if he had seen some kind of overwhelming troll. "No, don't come over, please, don't come over. I know I'm wrong, please, let me go, I beg you." At this moment, Tan Xiao seemed to have forgotten about the pain in his body. He even directly knelt down on the bed, turning to Yi Ching, and kept opening his mouth to beg for mercy. All the backbone and dignity had long disappeared, as if a mangy dog. Seeing this scene, the Tan family lord was heartbroken and angrily said, "Son, what are you doing?" Tan Xiao heard the Tan family lord's voice, flabbergasted for a moment, but then said miserably, "Dad, please, let me go. I know I'm wrong, I really know I'm wrong. Help me beg for mercy." His own son, what a nasty person. The Tan family lord was more or less clear about it. However, his own son, no matter what, he shouldn't be so undignified. Even after seeing himself, he was even still like this. Then it could only mean one thing. Yi Ching had completely and utterly terrified Tan Xiao. Otherwise, it would never be like this. "Yi Ching, what have you done to my son? What have you done to my son?" The Tan family head looked at the Tan Xiao in front of him, who was like mud, and finally couldn't help but let out a roar of anger. Yi Ching, with his hands behind his back, indifferently looked at the Tan family lord and said, "What's wrong? It's just that all the injuries on his body were all done by me personally. So what? Doesn't the Tan family master want to thank me for leaving him alive? But instead, he still wants to blame me? That would really be heartbreaking." This said, let Tan family master almost a mouthful of old blood sprayed out, hurt his son into such, almost become crazy, rotten mud, as a result, but also want to thank him for not killing. This world, there is such a reasoning. Yi Ching looked at the Tan family head, coldly laughed, "Heartbroken for your own son? Then, have you ever thought about how many people your son has bullied? Those people also have parents, have children. As a result, They were packed by your son to be inhuman. Don't tell me. You guys don't know that he did all these things. You guys know it clearly, but still condone him. You guys, have you ever put other people's lives in your eyes? Therefore, your culpability is heavier. Yi Qing looked at Tan Xiao and spoke indifferently. If I don't kill you, you will want to die on your own in the future. But you won't be able to. This is the punishment I'm giving you. Yi Qing then walked directly in front of the Tan family master and directly punched the Tan family master in the stomach, knocking the Tan family master to the ground, paralyzed with pain. After that, there was another kick that directly and heavily kicked the Tan family master's face, immediately causing the Tan family master to bleed from his mouth and nose, lying on the ground and wailing. This is the lesson I'm giving you, and the punishment you deserve. Don't you guys think that you have money, so you can do whatever you want, and don't take other people's lives and dignity seriously? Fine, then I'll let you guys be completely and utterly without money and dignity, and let's see if you guys, are you able to take it? After saying that, Yi Qing squatted on the ground, looking at the Tan family lord whose eyes were all filled with hatred. He sneered, don't think that I can't do it. Within 3 days, I'll let your Tan family up and down roll out onto the street to beg for food. I, Yi Qing, am true to my word. At that time, I'll make you all, begging for your lives, begging for your deaths. This is the punishment I'll give you, and it's also the justice I'll seek for those who were bullied by you instead. After saying that, Yi Qing slowly got up, pushed open the door of the ward, and directly turned his head to leave. He didn't intend to personally punish the Tan family lord because there was no need for that. The best punishment for them was to make them lose everything they relied on, and from then on, be reduced to street rats. After returning to Bai Ruoro's hospital room, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. The matter has been resolved. From now on, the people of the Tan family will never again, and will not dare to, look for your trouble. Looking at Yi Qing, who returned unharmed, looking at the warm smile on Yi Qing's face, Bai Ruoro couldn't hold back any longer, and directly rushed up to him, with both hands, and hugged Yi Qing. Chapter 34, Prince of the Wan Family. Seeing this scene, the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai hurriedly and carefully exited the room. Bai Ruoro hugged Yi Qing for a long time, unwilling to let go. Yi Qing smiled and spoke, alright, I'm fine. However, if you continue to hug me like this, I'm going to have some difficulty breathing. Hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Ruoro then hurriedly let go of her hand, a face that was red as an apple. Yi Qing, thank you. If it wasn't for you, I'm afraid I would have already stepped into hell, and wouldn't be able to turn around. These words were true. If it wasn't for Yi Qing, Bai Ruoro would have been forced to marry this devil, Tan Xiao, and her future days would have been as miserable as could be imagined. Yi Qing smiled and shook his head, saying, don't worry, you're so kind and lovely. Happiness, it's only just begun. Happiness? Thinking of happiness, Bai Ruoro couldn't help but sneak a look at Yi Qing. It's almost time. Ruoro, change your clothes, then take a break, and we'll go to the dinner party. Okay, Bai Ruoro nodded. Right now whatever Yi Qing said, that meant something. She wouldn't refute half a sentence at all. Yi Qing smiled and left the ward, leaving Bai Ruoro to change her clothes in the ward by herself. In the corridor, looking at the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai, Yi Qing nodded lightly and said, the Tan family won't be a threat to you anymore, so you don't have to worry about their retaliation. When the Bai family master heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, yes, Mr. Yi, we know all of this. We also have to thank you. If it wasn't for you, not to mention Ruo, our entire Bai family, I'm afraid that we would be in deep water. Mr. Yi, you are the savior of our entire Bai family. We really don't know how to thank you for this. At this time, the Bai family master was having a hard time finding an opportunity to show his loyalty to Yi Qing. Where would he let it go? As for Yi Qing, looking at the Bai family lord, there was no contempt in his heart, but dislike was true. It was impossible for him to forget that the Bai family lord, how selfish and self-serving he was, sold his own daughter out, and now he was saying it in a nice way, but it was only because he saw Yi Qing's strength. Today, if the winner wasn't Yi Qing, but Tan Xiao, then, I'm sure, the Bai family lord's attitude would be a different one. I know that the Bai family is experiencing difficulties right now. I will help you guys out. From now on, you guys behave yourselves. Without the need for the Bai family lord to open his mouth and beg, Yi Qing took the initiative to say these words, and this, too, was a promise that the Bai family lord, heart and soul, had been looking forward to for a long time. After hearing this, the Bai family lord's eyes reddened at this moment. The Bai family was finally saved. Mr. Yi, thank you so much. The Bai family master kept thanking Yi Qing, while Yi Qing just smiled faintly and didn't say anything, as if too lazy to say anything more to the Bai family master. At this moment, the Wan family mansion, the lights were decorated, joyful, the main figures of the Wan family, those who could rush back, almost all of them rushed back. The old man of the Wan family's health recovery. This is a great joy. No one dares not take it seriously. Even if there are really many people who don't care about the old man of the Wan family's health, they have to consider the attitude of the Wan family's master. Ninth uncle the hotel side are all arranged right. Mr. Yi really promised to go to the dinner? The Wan family lord's face was all smiles. These were all from the bottom of his heart. Although, Master Wan can only live for 5 years at most. But, enough, compared to the previous may die at any time and anywhere, and always remain in a state of pain. Now Master Wan's situation, simply good cannot be better. The Wan family master, also did not dare to ask for too much. After all, people, always have to experience birth, old age, sickness and death. But, to be able to give him 5 more years of filial piety time, to be able to let the old master enjoy 5 more years of heavenly happiness, it's enough. Don't worry family master, the venue is at our Wan's hotel. Mr. Yi will definitely be there. It's almost time, we should also set off. After all, it's a charity banquet held by our Wan family. It's not good to be late and keep so many people waiting. The wannabe family head nodded, then thought for a moment and said, I plan to let Hire go and pick up Mr. Yi, so that he can have more contact with Mr. Yi. After all, they're about the same age as each other, so if he can gain Mr. Yi's friendship, then it would be beneficial to Hire, and to the wannabe family as well. As soon as ninth uncle heard this, he immediately nodded and said, Hire usually works steadily, so if we leave it to him, we don't have to worry about anything. You're right, family master, it's good to leave it to Wan Hai to pick up Mr. Yi. Hearing that the ninth uncle had approved, the Wan family head smiled and nodded, then waved his hand and said, Wan Hai, come over here. Hearing the Wan family lord's greeting, a young man who looked to be in his early 30s respectfully walked to the front of the Wan family lord and said, Father, ninth uncle, do you have any orders? The Wan family lord smiled and spoke, later on, I'm going to ask you to pick up an important guest. This person is also a great benefactor who saved your grandfather's life, so you must treat him with care and respect. No disrespect is allowed. Got it? Once Wan Hai heard this, he immediately nodded heavily and said, Don't worry father, having saved my grandfather's life, that's a great benefactor to our entire Wan family. I know what to do. I definitely won't be slack. When the Wan family lord heard this, he nodded with great satisfaction and said, Good, Wan Hai, perform well. Seeing that you are so understanding now, I am also relieved. As soon as these words came out, a flash of light immediately flashed out of Wan Hai's eyes. Father, child is not good enough. I will definitely work harder in the future. The Wan family lord smiled and laughed, saying, When I was your age, I had already made a career, and you're not too young. It's time to take responsibility. Although your grandfather's illness is cured, but, in fact, there is not so much time left. I want to seize the last time to accompany his old man. You, just get ready. Wan Hai sniffed, took a deep breath, and respectfully lowered his head. Father, don't worry, I'll go pick up Mr. Yi right now, and I'll also make sure to make good friends with Mr. Yi, as well. After saying that, Wan Hai couldn't wait to leave. Chapter 35, the dinner party begins. Ninth uncle looked at Wan Hai's back as he left and said with a smile, In the entire Wan family, Wan Hai is considered to have the strongest ability and the best people skills. Do you really plan to let him take over so soon? The Wan family lord smiled, nodded, and said, The flowers in the greenhouse, no matter how bright and lush they grow, they can't withstand the wind and the rain. Only the ones that grow up in the wild can bloom the most colorful flowers, and can also survive for a longer period of time. Wan Hai, not small anymore. Well, with his character, even if something goes wrong, it won't be a big problem. Then, let him experience the experience. As for me, I want to use these 5 years to properly accompany the old man and make up for my regrets. Yes, the biggest regret in life. Isn't it that the son wants to be raised but his parents can't wait for him? Elder Wan made a trip between life and death, and now that he's recovered with great difficulty, it's the same as giving the Wan family master a chance to start over. Ninth uncle nodded his head gently, understanding Wan family master's choice. Good, since you've made a decision, then I'll go all out to support you. Don't worry, with us here, the Wan family, nothing will happen. I'll also go all out to assist Wan Hai. The Wan family lord smiled, nodded his head and said, Alright, ninth uncle, we should also set off. As you said, our Wan family's main venue, we can't let these guests wait for a long time. Not to mention, there's still Mr. Yi who needs to be greeted by us. Mentioning Yi Qing, The one family lord looked at ninth uncle and said seriously, "Ninth uncle, I still say that, treat Mr. Yi with respect, no matter what request Mr. Yi makes, as long as my one family can do it, we must go all out, even if it will be 100 harms to my one family, we must do it." This matter, the one family lord had already mentioned it more than once, and Uncle Nine thought deeply, especially after he had seen Yi Qing's means with his own eyes. He immediately understood that Yi Qing was not just as simple as a divine doctor. Yi Qing definitely had secrets, big secrets. Family lord, don't worry, I know what to do. After that, family head Wan and the others started to head towards the Wan's hotel, and at this moment, Wan Hai was traveling towards the hospital with 8 bodyguards in 3 cars. In the car, Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, Xiao He, looked at Wan Hai and said cautiously, "Wan Xiao, is it not a little too grand for the family lord to let you personally go to pick up this Mr. Yi? After all, your status and position is placed here. This honor, the respect, is not given too low." Wan Hai sniffed, shook his head, and said, "Not surprising, after all, Mr. Yi saved the old master. Just by that, he is kind to my one family, no matter how grand, it's not too much. What's more, this Mr. Yi is also considered to have done me a great favor. If not for him, I want to take over. I'm afraid there are still many twists and turns, and now, unknowingly, it makes me owe a favor. In the sense of the word, I have to thank him." When Xiao He heard this, he immediately became excited. After all, Wan Hai is now only the head of a certain company under the Wan Group, and if he successfully takes over, he will immediately be in charge of the Wan Group, which has billions of assets, and his position as Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, little He, is bound to rise, and it would be a lie not to be happy. "Wan Xiao, the family head will really retire and give the group to you to manage. After all, the family head is now in his prime, the body is also very good." Wan Hai sniffed, very confidently said, "Since father said it, it will definitely be done. It's only a matter of time, but one thing that can be confirmed is that I will be the one who will have the best chance to inherit the Wan Group. There's no one else. Moreover, now that the old man has managed to regain his health, father, his greatest wish is to accompany the old man. Other things will only involve father's energy, so it's only right to hand over the management of the group to me. In short, this matter, now you know and I know. Other times, don't talk nonsense to avoid words. You are a smart person. You know what to do, right?" Xiao He sniffed and immediately nodded heavily, saying, "Wan Xiao, don't worry, I know what to do. However, I still have to congratulate Wan Xiao. At such a young age, you are about to become the head of the Wan clan, not to mention the entire Zheng city, even the entire eastern province. You're young and talented. You are also ranked. Good words, who wouldn't be willing to listen to them? Not to mention, what was said was still the truth." The smile on Wan Hai's face hadn't broken since he learned the news. Ranked, not enough. The Wan family is still a bit weak now, compared to some of the big families and big forces in the eastern province. It's not enough, far from it. What I want to do is to lead the Wan family, to become a first-tier family in the eastern province, a top-tier powerhouse, to make the Wan Group's assets, in the shortest time possible, reach over $10 billion. This is what I want to make the most. For the Wan family to be able to get to this point today, was already very remarkable. However, wanting to go further, was actually very, very difficult. Wan Hai having this kind of ambition, could only mean that, he hadn't suffered any losses yet, and at this moment, within the grand ballroom of the Wan's hotel, there were already quite a few people who had arrived in advance. Throughout the banquet hall, people were coming and going, bejeweled. It couldn't be said that all the upper-class people in the entire Jiangxing city had come, but it was true that 70 to 80% of the people had arrived. HD Moon and Lin Ji had already arrived at the front door of the hotel at this moment. HD Moon was wearing a black dress and extravagant jewelry, looking dazzling and radiant. Especially the black dress, worn on HD Moon's body, not only set off her perfect figure, but also made her skin fairer and brighter. As for Lin Ji, she was wearing a light blue dress, which also looked good. Only, I don't know whether it was the jewelry embellishment or the material of the dress, but I always felt that, standing beside HD Moon, it was like the green leaves were setting off the red flowers. In short, a glance can see the two of them. Who is the main? Who is the second? In this regard, even if Lin Ji was dissatisfied, she could only hide it in her heart. Anyway, since she had come, it was better than not coming. She knew, there are so many people here today, all of them are big names that are rare to see on a normal day. The influence of this one family, it's really extraordinary. Looking at Lin Ji with a picture of not having seen the world, HD Moon smiled faintly and said, "After all, it's the Wan family, the top family in Zhangchang. It's normal for them to have such influence. However, high definition moon, before long, will also have this kind of influence, and even surpassing the Wan family is not something difficult, so there is no need to envy anything. When she said this, high definition moon had a haughty look on her face, as if surpassing the Wan family, to her, was something that was justified and natural. Chapter 36 Self-Righteousness. HD Moon's mouth said that she didn't envy, but in her eyes now, an envious look still showed. However, it was said that she was envious, but HD Moon did possess this self-confidence, because she was too smooth, all the way, smooth and high. She had never suffered a loss. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon, gently nodded her head and said, Qing Yu, you will definitely be able to do it. In 3 years' time, you were able to start from nothing to create the Qingyu Group with assets of over $1 billion. You are the miracle of the business field. This, who doesn't recognize it? So, as long as you are given time, surpassing the Wan family is something that will happen sooner or later. High definition Moon sniffed and raised her chin, a very picture of arrogance, starting from nothing and relying on herself. These words, HD Moon was saying without blushing at all. However, that is, Yi Qing is not here. Otherwise, I'm afraid that it is going to be a big laugh, because others are not clear. Yi Qing, will not be clear? HD Moon's entrepreneurial stage really is a smooth sailing, high flying? In fact, is not so. Initially, high definition month almost lost everything, but also debt. Is Yi Qing invited people to help protect high definition month? Only let high definition month back to life. The so-called business wizard, in fact, is only the result of many people behind the back of the silent help. But on the contrary, high definition month also thought, this is all rely on their own ability to get, but also on their biggest benefactor, disdain, all kinds of despise not to mention, but also took the initiative to file a divorce. That is, now Yi Qing has not yet freed his hands. Otherwise, HD month will understand what is called easy to get, lose, even easier. Qing Yu, let's go in. I see that there are quite a few people who have seen you and are coming your way. When HD Moon heard this, she nodded and said with a smile, all of them are dignified figures in Zhangchang. It's not strange for them to see me and take the initiative to greet me. However, there are quite a few people in here who are all old perverts. Afterwards, HD Moon greeted the many rich and powerful people present, booing and boasting to each other, very much making a scene here, and those who didn't know, thought, this was HD Moon's home turf. And just at this time, Wan Hai has brought his assistant Xiao He to the hospital. After going upstairs and seeing the Bai family lord in the corridor, Wan Hai greeted him politely. Uncle Bai, hello, the crown prince of the Wan family, who didn't recognize the bigwigs in Jiangcheng. The Bai family master hurriedly greeted him warmly. It's Mr. Wan, how are you? How are you? What brings you here? Wan Hai smiled and said, I was ordered to come and pick up Mr. Yi for the dinner party. Uncle Bai, you guys are going too, right, or else, together? Bai family master smiled and shook his head. No, we can just go by ourselves. Mr. Yi is in his room, let me give you a shout. Wan Hai smiled and nodded. Then, after pushing open the door, the first thing he saw was not Yi Qing, but Bai Ruo, who was dressed in a white plain dress with incomparably fair skin. At this moment, Bai Ruo, there was more than a trace of morbid delicacy on her body, which made people look at her, and then they felt pity and couldn't forget her, especially with the embellishment of white crystal love. It was simply like a fairy descending to earth. Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruo and directly froze. It wasn't until, when Yi Qing opened his mouth to speak, that Wan Hai reacted. You are Wan Hai? The son of the Wan family lord, right? Wan Hai looked at Yi Qing, and hastily withdrew his gaze, and spoke respectfully, Mr. Yi, hello, I was ordered by my father to come and pick you up to go to the dinner party site. Do you think, is it convenient for you now, or do you need to wait a little longer? Looking at Yi Qing, Wan Hai didn't have much expression on his face, but in his heart, he was slightly frowning. The looks were good, the person was also very temperamental, but, wearing a few $1,000s of cheap suits, it was also a little too classless, especially, for some reason, seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruo together, with a very close relationship. In Wan Hai's heart, a trace of discomfort rose. Yi Qing, however, didn't know about Wan Hai's flamboyance, since it was the Wan family who came to pick it up. He didn't say anything, and directly nodded and said, good, then let's set off. I'll go with Ruo. Wan Hai sniffed, thought for a moment, looked at Yi Qing and whispered, Mr. Yi, do I need to prepare a dress for you? It won't take much time. On the way, there is a Wan family's clothing store. When the time comes, you can just go directly to the store and pick it out. In Wan Hai's opinion, he was giving Yi Qing a face, or showing himself to be very considerate, but he didn't know. Just this one, let Yi Qing, a little unhappy, looking at Wan Hai. Yi Qing let out a laugh and said, Wan Xiao, this is to think that Mr. Ye's dress is too cheap, so, not worthy to go to the Wan family's dinner? If that's the case, then, I just won't go. The moment these words came out, Wan Hai's face immediately became a bit terrified. Kidding aside, picking up Yi Qing to attend the dinner party, that was a dead order given by the Wan family master. If he couldn't pick up someone because of that, and also offended Yi Qing, the Wan family master was bound to send out a thunderous wrath. And at that time, I'm afraid that this heir status of his would also go down the drain. No, Mr. Yi, you've misunderstood. I don't have this meaning, I really don't. I'm sorry, it's me who said the wrong thing. Don't be angry. At this moment, Wan Hai hurriedly apologized to Yi Qing, but in his heart, he felt some humiliation and anger. He, Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, when had he ever apologized to anyone? What's more, this time, he originally had good intentions. How could he be bullied? Really, outrageous. Yi Qing, lazy to pay attention to what Wan Hai thought, because in his heart, is the Wan family master, but also his dispensable existence, begged Yi Qing, not Yi Qing, begged them. Wan Young, there is no need to be upset. I remind a sentence, you can remember it in your heart, or you can turn your head and forget about it. It's not important. Wan Hai wiped the sweat from his forehead, accompanied with a smile and said, Mr. Yi, you say, I'm all ears. Chapter 37, Simply Deceptive. Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and spoke indifferently. Elder Wan is a good person, so I stepped in to save him and didn't ask for anything in return. And as for the Wan family lord, it wasn't easy to get to where he is today. Therefore, those of you who are juniors, you should know how to cherish your blessings, and even more so, you should know how to be grateful and give back to society. That's all I have to say. Listen or don't listen, it's up to you. Yi Qing's words, in Wan Hai's ears, it was a lesson. Whether it was the tone, or the content of the words, all of them were of a superior kind, which made Wan Hai, in his heart, become more and more uncomfortable. However, on his face, he couldn't express it at all. Don't worry Mr. Yi, your teachings, Wan Hai, keep it in mind. Yi Qing nodded and said, whether you remember it or not, whether you do it or not, it's your business. Let's go. Let's set off. After saying that, Yi Qing helped Bai Ruoro, and started walking out. As for Wan Hai, he took a deep breath, looked at the Bai family lord and Mrs. Bai, and smiled. Uncle Bai, Auntie Bai, we'll see you later. The Bai family master smiled, didn't say much, but in his heart, he was also sweating. He always felt that Yi Qing, to this one family prince, was really a bit not very polite, but this kind of thing, he didn't dare to say anything. After waiting downstairs, Yi Qing and Bai Ruoro were allowed to sit in the car in the center, while Wan Hai changed his mind and sat in a car in front. After the vehicle started, Wan Hai's face could no longer control his ugly face. Outrageous. This Yi Qing, a poor boy who came out of nowhere, on the basis of saving my grandfather's life, on the basis of my father's gratitude towards him, he even dared to open his mouth to lecture me. Simply, damn it. Wan Hai at this moment couldn't help but roar loudly in the car, a face of anger, looking a little scary. While Xiao He was sitting on the co-pilot, looking at Wan Hai, gritting his teeth, he said, Wan Xiao, what just happened? I watched the whole thing. This Yi Qing simply doesn't know what he's talking about, taking himself too seriously. You obviously meant well, afraid that he would be a disgrace when he arrived at the place, but as a result, he doesn't know what's good for him. He bites Lu Dongbin. He's simply an asshole. Not only that, even dared to use the tone of elders to teach you a lesson. This person simply can't handle it. As Wan Hai's beloved and assistant, Xiao He at this time, naturally want to stand together with Wan Hai, properly denounce Yi Qing, let the master happy. They have good fruit to eat. This is Xiao He's realization. Wan Hai sneered and said, I don't know the dirt pimple that came out from the inside. Still think it's some kind of character, but it's just a coincidence that he saved my grandpa. Humph, just wait, there will be a time when he suffers. Xiao He, wait or control the temper. Don't show it, now this critical moment. My father also valued him. Let's suffer a bit of anger. Wait until he is not needed. See how I pack him. Speaking here, Wan Hai's eyes become a little luminous. Softly said, however, his relationship with Bai Ruo should be checked. I remember that I have seen Bai Ruo before. How did I not find that she actually looks so beautiful? Especially today's temperament. It is simply absolutely. I see the pity. so people cannot help but feel sorry for Wan Hai is now in his early 30s, but has never been married. High vision is one point. The other point is to put all the heart on the career. His ambition for his career far exceeded others, which was one of the reasons why he was able to stand out. However, as he grew older, marriage was inevitable, because the head of a large family had to have his own offspring. Otherwise, a lot of unnecessary trouble would come out. It would be best if one could find a woman whose career and family history could help him. Xiaobi looked at Wan Hai and said softly, "Wan Xiao, it's no problem to check these, but I see that the relationship between this Yi Qing and Bai Ruo is not simple. At this time, even if you have any ideas, you have to keep them under control for the time being, or else, if you offend Yi Qing, and he and the family head complains about it, that would be the end of it." Wan Hai's face immediately grimaced as he sneered. "Of course I'm clear about what you're saying, so it's just a matter of checking first. Other than that, I know what to do. This Yi Qing, I gave him enough respect. It's even considered currying favor, and yet he doesn't know better and dares to teach me a lesson. Okay, really thinks of himself as my elder. Just wait, there's good fruit for him." Along the way, Wan Hai arrived at the hotel's main entrance in a huff. Seeing that there were not many people at the gate to greet him, Wan Hai also didn't bother to put on an act, and after directly exiting the car door, he didn't go to take the initiative to open the car door for Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. However, after seeing Yi Qing and Bai Ruo get out of the car, Wan Hai still hurriedly walked over and smiled. "Mr. Yi, Miss Ruo, I have already arranged a good place for you guys. Later on, you guys will be sitting at the main table together with my father, so you see, let me take you guys over first." Yi Qing nodded, not wanting to say anything more. Where to sit? To him, it was all the same, while Bai Ruo hesitated. Looking at so many people, she whispered, "Can I not sit at the main table? I kind of don't want to be surrounded by so many people." At the Wan family's banquet, the people sitting at the main table were naturally either rich or noble, and were definitely the center of attention. Bai Ruo's body had not fully recovered yet, and with her own personality, she didn't really want to be this kind of attention-grabbing. When Yi Qing heard this, he immediately nodded and said, "Naturally, it's fine, then just let him arrange a corner place for us." After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and said, Ruo's words, you've heard them all, just arrange a corner place. Since Ruo doesn't like to attract attention, then later on, we don't need to walk in together, and also talk to your father. You don't need to come over to greet us deliberately, we're just here to participate in the banquet, and the protagonist of today is you guys. Wan Hai smiled, he didn't dare to refute anything, smiled, and said, "In that case, then I'll just make the arrangements. Mr. Ye's intention, I'll also convey my father's. Don't worry, then, now I go in first?" Yi Qing nodded, signaling Wan Hai to go first. When Wan Hai heard this, he clasped his fists at Yi Qing and smiled. "I'm sorry then, Mr. Yi, please bear with me if there's any slackness, and if there's anything, you can come to me anytime." After saying that, Wan Hai directly led Xiaohe into the hotel. As for Yi Qing, it was only then that he helped Bai Ruo and walked towards the hotel banquet hall. And just as Yi Qing and Bai Ruo walked into the banquet hall, at the first moment, they attracted everyone's attention. Yi Qing was fine, but everyone's eyes all fell on Bai Ruo's body. That a plain white dress, with a white somewhat pale complexion, coupled with the beautiful jewelry, really is to let everyone, I see the poor, cannot move their eyes, and that everyone included HD Moon and Lin Ji. Chapter 38, what makes you guys able to come? Lin Ji, am I blind? Is that Bai Ruo? And Yi Qing? Although the location where HD Moon sat was not the main table, it was already quite close to the main table, so it was evident that, right now, HD Moon's strength was very unusual. Moreover, the moment HD Moon sat down here, almost the entire banquet hall's gazes were gathered at her, no matter if they were with female companions or without. Almost all of them were secretly looking at her. This gave HD Moon a sense of vanity, feeling that, she was the proud queen. This kind of feeling, she loved it, but just now, she was robbed of all this limelight. Her mood was already a little upset, but this look, it was actually Bai Ruo and Yi Qing. Her mood was even more upset, especially see Bai Ruo sat on Yi Qing's arm, just like this walked in, as if walking into the marriage hall. That feeling let her like eating flies as hard. But what she couldn't understand most was, why was Bai Ruo, hadn't she already been hospitalized after a severe beating? Now not only was she standing here in a good manner, she was also walking together with Yi Qing in a bright manner. Crazy. Lin Ji this moment, also some jealousy, envy HD month, even if, but now, Bai Ruo had become the focus of the whole scene. Let a person look at me see pity, which makes Lin Ji heart, mixed feelings. Once they're three women, is to play the best girlfriends? She Lin Ji, looks or body also, not to say the best, but also definitely not the worst, can only say that each has its own style, but now, she has become a green leaf accompaniment, whether it is HD Moon or by Rua Rua has become a flower, being held up. This feeling, let her very upset, even, very angry. It's by Rua Rua, but, why is it by Rua Rua? Qing Yu, wasn't this by Rua Rua poisoned and hospitalized? This news can't be wrong could it be that? Tan Xiao finally took pity on her and beat her too lightly, so we can't see the injuries? But, the person she sat on, isn't that Yi Qing? She still dares to walk together with Yi Qing now, moreover, so brightly. This is crazy. Isn't she afraid that Xiao Tan will find out and directly beat them to death? Lin Ji also felt unbelievable. This picture is really too rare. Simply let people unexpected well. HD Moon gritted her teeth and said, Lin Ji, go and see what's going on. And by the way, remind them that this is the Wan family's dinner party. It's not a place they should come to. High Definition Moon wanted to go in person, but felt that if she went and took the initiative, it seemed like she was losing some face. So that's why she asked Lin Ji to step in. Lin Ji heard this and immediately nodded, directly walking towards Yi Qing and by Rua Rua. Yi Qing, by Rua Rua, why did you come here? Lin Ji frowned slightly and said in a somewhat condescending manner. Yi Qing sniffed and lightly glanced at Lin Ji, saying, whether we are coming or not, and where we are going, it's not your turn to ask, right? Lin Ji sneered and said, do you guys think I want to ask? I was looking at Bai Ruoro and you together and was worried that something would happen, so I came over to kindly remind you guys. Bai Ruo, you really aren't afraid of being found out by Xiao Tan? It said that you were beaten by Xiao Tan and sent to the hospital. Now it seems that Xiao Tan is afraid that he's being merciful to you, but you're walking with Yi Qing so openly today. Do you think that Xiao Tan will still be able to tolerate you? If Xiao Tan can tolerate you, the people of the Tan family, they won't let you go either. Hearing Lin Ji mentioning Xiao Tan and the Tan family, Yi Qing knew that these two, I'm afraid that they didn't have the time to care about the latest news. Otherwise, they should know that Xiao Tan was already in the hospital where life was worse than death. And the Tan family, likewise, Bai Ruoro looked at Lin Ji, knowing that the other party didn't have any good intentions, and immediately sighed softly and said, Lin Ji, at one time, we were good friends, so I don't want to get into any conflicts with you guys, and today, I'm only here to attend the dinner party with Yi Qing. So, is there anything else? If there's nothing, then please leave. Attending a dinner party? Lin Ji laughed coldly. The Bai family is almost bankrupt, and they can still be invited to a dinner party. Fine. So, what about you, Yi Qing? You're here as a family member. Right, you're really bold. I'm not going to say any more nonsense to you. You guys hurry up and leave. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, and you end up disgracing Chengyu, that would be bad. The way this was said, it would be really unreasonable. Yi Qing looked at Lin Ji, then directly wrapped his arm around Bai Ruo and laughed. Bai Ruo, how we are. It has nothing to do with HD Moon, and you, even less. As for how I came, we are naturally invited to come, but it is you, Lin Ji, you are the one who came as a follower of HD Moon. Right, I saw HD Moon, wearing beads, radiant, but it is you, next to her, as if it is specifically to set her off like, our friends, more so, BFFs, are you? Now, are you willing to accept this result? This said, Yi Qing even began to provoke, although said to Lin Ji's heart, however, but really let a person, very upset because High Definition Moon was not far away. Lin Ji didn't dare to say anything more, and could only cooperate in holding up High Definition Moon. Yi Qing, you're less likely to sow discord here. You trash from prison. What do you know? Qingyu, that's a wizard. Follow her so that I can have a better development. What's wrong with me being a green leaf? It's better than you, who are nothing. Do you know what Qingyu has been through all these years? Know how she is a miracle woman. Just 3 years, from nothing, to create assets over 1 billion enterprises, which in the entire eastern province, are not common. Such a person, I follow her, willingly. On the contrary, it's you. You're not even a dog's ass, a waste. You still have the qualification to talk about others? You first think about your own situation well. And you, Bai Ruo, not to mention that the Tan family will not let you go when they know that you are like this. Even your parents will not let you go when they know. Advise you to hurry up and leave this punk, or else, in the end, it will be too late to cry. Bai Ruo was dissatisfied with Lin Ji's various cynicism towards Yi Qing. When she was about to open her mouth to speak, Yi Qing was gently shaking her head and laughed. Don't pay any attention to her. But it's just the dissatisfaction and grievances in her heart that she is sending out on us. Maybe, in her heart, she has how much she hates HD Moon. Business wizard. Beautiful president? Creating miracles? Really? So powerful. When Yi Qing said this, his eyes, filled with playfulness and mockery, as if, listening to a heavenly joke. Looking at this mocking expression of Yi Qing, Lin Ji immediately sneered. What? Don't believe it? Yi Qing, you stayed inside the prison for 3 years. I think it's because you stayed stupid. Business wizard. That's recognized by the whole Jiangcheng and even the eastern province. If you don't believe me, just check the information online casually. No more. Just try to see if you can succeed. Not to mention 3 years and 1 billion. Yi Qing, 3 years, if you can earn enough 10 million, even if you are great. Ignorant, but still do not know yourself. Really stupid. Lin Ji, who are you to talk about Yi Qing like that? Apologize. I want you to apologize immediately. Bai Ruoruo couldn't hold back any longer and directly opened her mouth to speak for Yi Qing. And at this time, HD Moon had already walked over and sneered. Yo, apologize? Apologizing for Yi Qing? Then if you want to apologize, it should also be Yi Qing who should say it. You, Bai Ruoruo. What qualifications do you have to speak for Yi Qing? Do you really think that you are Yi Qing's wife? How ridiculous. Ha ha ha. Chapter 39, this jewelry of yours is fake. At this moment, the scene at the entrance of the banquet hall attracted the attention of everyone present. There was no way around it. After all, the 3 big beauties were standing together. It was hard not to draw attention to them, and Yi Qing, who stood amongst them, became the center of attention of the room. Looking at high-definition Moon walking over, Bai Ruoruo was not willing to show weakness either. Gritting her teeth, high-definition Moon, you abandoned Yi Qing yourself, and now you brought Lin Ji along to mock. What exactly do you want to do? Where exactly did Yi Qing offend you guys, so that you guys are so relentless in saying hard words? Is it? Do you guys have to see Yi Qing having a bad time to be happy in your hearts? High-definition Moon, if other people think like this, I won't say anything, but you don't have the qualification to be like this. At first, who saved your entire Gao family? Who cried out that you want to marry Yi Qing, and love Yi Qing deeply? And who gave you the most favor and warmth, and even, for your sake, went to jail? HD Moon, say it yourself. Do you still have a conscience if you do this now? After Yi Qing was released from prison, not only do not give him compensation, but directly divorced, but also connived at the family to bully Yi Qing. They are also cold words. You can afford to Yi Qing? Can afford to is once good to you. Bai Ruoruo this moment is considered to be in their hearts all the grievances vented out. To say, all around Yi Qing, said some now not recognized by the HD month of the facts. At this moment, HDU's face turned green, looking at Bai Ruoruo, roaring in a low voice. Bai Ruoruo, I think you're really out of your mind. You're speaking for Yi Qing like this. Aren't you afraid that someone will know about it, and then beat you into the hospital again? Also, I've known for a long time that you're a thief to Yi Qing. Now that you see that I've divorced Yi Qing, so you feel that you have a chance and want to hook Yi Qing up, right? You're only worthy of picking up things that I don't want. Yi Qing, this kind of waste trash. You want it. You take it away is? Just, you guys less hang around in front of me. I look disgusting. Saying this, HD Moon looked at Yi Qing, her brows tightly wrinkled, coldly smiled and said, Yi Qing, I know you have me in your heart. You know that you are going to come to see me today, so you purposely wore a dress, right? If I remember correctly, this is the suit that you spent a few $1,000s on when we first got married, right? It's still preserved. It's so sentimental. It's just a pity that even if you're infatuated, HD Moon, can't look at you as a waste. Looking at HD Moon, who had a mean face and spoke coldly to himself, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, that's right, I'm a person who misses old feelings, but you're wrong. The reason why I'm wearing this dress today is not because it's what I wore when I got married, but rather, when I bought this dress, it's Ruoruo who helped me pick it out in the first place. It has nothing to do with you. Understand? Oh, of course, there is also some relationship. After all, this dress, indeed for you to wear, but today, is also to make an end, because today, is for Ruoruo to wear this dress. My side, standing is Ruoruo, not you. HD Moon, don't be so self-absorbed. Yi Qing, even if I'm a waste of time, also can't see a thinly veiled, ungrateful woman. Understand, is that clear? Hearing that Yi Qing dared to talk back to himself, and even said something like, this dress was for Bai Ruoruo, the angry HD Moon almost couldn't help but open her mouth to curse. It was also that this environment did not allow it. Otherwise, HD Moon really dared to get angry on the spot. And while some people were angry, some people were happy. Bai Ruoruo looked at Yi Qing with a face of infatuation, her face, full of happiness. Originally, Yi Qing was deliberately wearing this outfit, and most importantly, Yi Qing said that the person standing beside him is her Bai Ruoruo. This Does it mean that Yi Qing has accepted himself? The more she thought about it, Bai Ruoruo's face became redder and redder, and even a little shy. The white and tender face, suddenly more redness. On the contrary, let Bai Ruoruo become more and more beautiful and touching. High-definition Moon would be angry, but suddenly saw the necklace that Bai Ruoruo wore around her neck. The whole person immediately froze. Wasn't this beautiful, lovable piece of jewelry the white crystal love that she had previously seen with Yi Qing at Cloud Jewelry? For this reason, Yi Qing had even gotten a card from Bai Ruoruo, pretending to be a big head and saying that she could buy it. How come it was now worn on Bai Ruoruo's body? Subsequently, HD Moon carefully surveyed a bit. Surprisingly a full set of all. Simply incredible. Well, Bai Ruoruo, what is this on you? How did you wear these? After saying that, HD Moon looked at Yi Qing and laughed coldly. This can't be from you. Yi Qing, are you telling me that you really did buy this white crystal love at that time? Yi Qing smiled, nodded his head indifferently and said, so what if it is? What? You liked it? Then why didn't you buy it at that time? Now that I bought it, it's too late for you to regret it. Moreover, I think that this set of jewelry is the most suitable for Ruoruo to wear. As you can see, wearing it on Ruoruo's body, it's almost as if it's specially customized for her. Looking at Yi Qing saying these words, HD Moon was furious. However, then she laughed out loud. The more Yi Qing said this, the more she thought that Yi Qing was lying. Looking at Bai Ruoruo, HD Moon shook her head with some pity and said, Bai Ruoruo, Bai Ruoruo, you said that what kind of person you are looking for is not good, but you prefer a liar, or a liar with no skills, who can only say big words and pretend to be a liar. Ha, you say, this set of white crystal love, did Yi Qing tell you that he bought it for you, gave it to you, and then it was worth over $100 million? Ha ha ha. When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she directly shook her head and said, this set of jewelry was given to me by Yi Qing, but it wasn't any white crystal love, but, rather, Bai Ruoruo love. When she said here, Bai Ruoruo's face flushed red, with a touching face, said, although the jewelry is very beautiful and well made, but, it's not worth it. What price over $100 million? What are you talking about? This set of jewelry, the price is only around a few tens of thousands of dollars. Of course, I know that Yi Qing is comforting me for fear that I won't accept it, because, even if I don't know how to understand jewelry, I also know that, this set of jewelry, without hundreds of thousands or millions of dollars, it's simply impossible to take it down. However, as long as it's from Yi Qing, I like it. Looked at White Ruoruo face obsessed look. HD Moon face disdainful said, let's say you were cheated. This set of jewelry is simply fake, is imitation. What White Ruoruo love? Bull asterisk 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 asterisk. This set of jewelry real name, called White Crystal Love, is the cloud end of the jewelry of the town store. The price, in 99,099,000. Ha, but, Yi Qing cannot afford to buy the real, but the imitation of the fake, is not the real, but the imitation of the fake. Rather, it's not easy to imitate the fake one. Fortunately, I have seen the real one. Otherwise, it is really going to be fake for real. It seems, Bai Ruoruo, the money that you gave to Yi Qing, all of it was used by him to buy this set of fake jewelry. But, fake is fake. Shame on you. Bai Ruoruo sniffed, afraid of Yi Qing's embarrassment, immediately held Yi Qing's hand and said, even if it's fake, it's still a gift from Yi Qing. I like it all. Yi Qing sniffed, patted Bai Ruoruo's head and laughed softly. Ruoruo, don't listen to her. This jewelry it's real. Don't worry. Bai Ruoruo nodded her head and laughed. What you say, Yi Qing, is what you say. If you say it's real, then it's definitely real. I'll keep it and cherish it. This made HD Moon furious. This was definitely Yi Qing doing this on purpose. First, he wore the suit from when they got married. Then he wore the fake white crystal love. And he was also deliberately being so intimate with Bai Ruoruo. In HD Moon's opinion, all of this, was Yi Qing being angry with her? It was all on purpose, wanting to make her jealous and regretful. That's right, it must be like this. Chapter 40, Just a Clown. HD Moon took a deep breath and a smile appeared on her face as she realized that more and more people were paying attention to this side now. And even, the crown prince of the Wan family was starting to walk this way. She didn't want to show her savage, angry look to everyone. Yi Qing, I know that you are trying to be angry with me, trying to make me jealous, to make me come back to you, knowing that you have someone to like, but, you're dreaming. Everything you're doing right now, in my opinion, is like a clown, extremely ridiculous, and, disgusting. Wearing the suit from the wedding to make me recall you, buying fake goods and renaming it by Ruoruo love to disgust me, making me think that you're very rich. It's me who looked away. Ha, what other tricks are there? Is it being with Bai Ruo and then deliberately trying to provoke me? Too ridiculous, too pathetic. Yi Cheng, you are just a clown. Now hurry up and leave this place, is my final advice to you. Otherwise, you will die a miserable death. Because, even if the Bai family doesn't clean you up for Bai Ruo's face, the Tan family won't let you go. Moreover, I'm afraid you've forgotten one thing, and that's, the Wan family's ninth uncle, is my younger brother's boss. This matter of you injuring my younger brother, if the ninth uncle knows about it, you won't have a good result. If the ninth uncle knows about this, you won't have a good outcome. After saying this, HD Moon looked at Wan Hai, who had already walked to his side, and immediately revealed a warm smile, saying, Wan Xiao, really congratulate you. The old master was able to recover physically. It's a heavenly good thing. Tonight, we'll definitely give you a good show. And after Lin Ji saw Wan Xiao, she also hurriedly scratched her head a bit so as to attract Wan Xiao's attention. There was no way. Wan Hai, the crown prince of the Wan family, in Jiangchang, that was the golden son-in-law that everyone wanted to marry. Not only did he have an excellent reputation, but he was also extremely capable, and was almost the heir apparent of the Wan family. So who wouldn't like it, wouldn't want it? Even if HD Moon had a better choice, she wouldn't offend Wan Hai. And Wan Hai smiled at his words and said, Mr. Gao, thank you for your concern. The old man's health is already much better. I just watched you guys chatting for a long time from the side. Why, do you know Mr. Yi and Miss Ruo? That would be great. There's no need for me to introduce them. When these words came out, both HD Moon and Lin Ji froze for a moment. If Wan Hai knew Bai Ruo, it was still considered plausible. Then, knowing Yi Qing, what was going on? Moreover, he also mouthed Mr. Yi with a lot of respect. Mr. Wan, you also know Yi Qing? After HD Moon glanced at Yi Qing, she frowned slightly and spoke in a low voice. At this time, Wan Hai remembered that Yi Qing said that he wanted to keep a low profile, and didn't dare to divulge too much about Yi Qing, and immediately said with a smile, Mr. Yi and I also know each other by chance. General Manager Gao, it seems that with Mr. Yi, it seems as if he's very familiar with the situation. Coincidence by chance? HD Moon's heart let out a sigh of relief before she smiled and said, Yi Qing and I are considered familiar. After all, Bai Ruo and I used to be. That was a very good friend. Mentioning Bai Ruo, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruo, and a trace of a different gaze flashed in his eyes, which happened to be seen by HD Moon and Lin Ji. Wan Hai liked Bai Ruo. This discovery made HD Moon and Lin Ji both a little less happy. After all, they were both beautiful women. As a result, the excellent man liked other women, or women they didn't like. This made people a little frustrated. Yi Qing at this time looked at HD Moon and smiled. Is there anything else? Ruo's body is a bit weak. If there's nothing else, we'll go sit down first. Wan Hai also hurriedly said at this time, Mr. Yi, come, I'll take you guys to your seats. Mr. Gao, we'll talk later when we have time. Since we all know each other, we'll contact each other more in the future. After saying that, Yi Qing helped Bai Ruo towards the corner, while Wan Hai also followed along. HD Moon's face was a bit ironic as she said, Damn it, this Yi Qing, how come he even knows Wan Xiao? This is if we find trouble with him again. I'm afraid, it's a bit bad. Lin Ji sniffed, and immediately spoke, Qing Yu, maybe, it's just a matter of just knowing each other. After all, Wan Xiao's humble gentleman demeanor, the entire Jiang city, everyone knows, even if he doesn't like someone, he won't directly reject them. What's more, Qing Yu, you saw Wan Xiao's eyes, right? Wan Xiao, looking at Bai Ruo, if I look at Wan Xiao is because of Bai Ruo, will be so to Yi Qing, but, if you know that Bai Ruo likes Yi Qing, and is infatuated with that kind of thing, I'm afraid that, the first one who is going to clean up Yi Qing, should be Wan Xiao. So, we don't have to worry about anything. High Definition Moon smiled, nodded, and said, I thought Yi Qing had gained some more skills, but as a result, it's still a jumping clown. Moreover, it's a clown that's getting uglier and uglier. You saw Yi Qing's appearance today. To be honest, if I didn't know Yi Qing's bottom line, I would really be taken aback, thinking how powerful Yi Qing is. After all, that white crystal love is worth more than $100 million. Yi Qing, is he worthy of it? Botched lies. Wait for it. Wait for one day. I'll bring Bai Ruo directly to Cloud Jewelry. At that time, I'll let her take a look at the real white crystal love with her own eyes, and let the waiter personally tell Yi Qing's scandalous story. At that time, I don't believe that she, Bai Ruo, doesn't feel humiliated. Lin Ji sniffed and immediately covered her mouth and laughed. Qing Yu, your idea is really high. At that time, Even if Bai Ruo likes Yi Qing as much as she does, she will still feel disgraced. Ha ha. Let's go Changyu. Fake is fake after all. Yi Qing pretends to be nothing more than a beggar wearing a dragon robe. It's just not like four. Let's sit down first. I always feel that there is fun to be had today. Qing Yu, I and Wan Xiao's assistant Xiao He still have some friendship. Later I will see Xiao He to ask what relationship between Yi Qing and Wan Xiao. If it is really nothing to do with, then we don't have to worry about anything. At that time, we must make Yi Qing eat his words and see how he can still pretend. High definition Moon sniffed and nodded. Looking in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruo, she snorted coldly, then returned to her position. And at this moment, after Yi Qing dismissed Wan Xiao, he sat at the table with Bai Ruo, and didn't greet the others. He just smiled and spoke. Ruo, the situation just now made you unhappy, right? Don't pay any attention to them, they're just frogs in the bottom of a well. Bai Ruo smiled and nodded her head, saying, I won't be angry. It's just that, looking at them treating you like this, I feel aggrieved for you. Other people don't know. I do know how good you are to them, how much you have helped them, but they are now really hateful, really ungrateful to the extreme. Yi Qing, I am unworthy for you. Yi Qing heard this, smiled faintly and said, it's okay, evil people have their own bad karma. It's not unrewarded. It's just that, the time hasn't come yet. Don't worry, there will be a time when they cry in pain. Speaking here, in Yi Qing's eyes, there was a flash of cold light. Obviously, he didn't care so much on the surface. On the contrary, he cared a lot. At the very least, everything he gave out, he always had to take it back. And looking in Lin Ji's direction, Yi Qing suddenly had an idea. Chapter 41, the jewelry is real. People, all of them are greedy. And even more so, they are jealous. Especially, when the friends around them are getting better and better, but they themselves are not moving forward, or even reduced to a follower. That kind of mentality is very difficult to remain unchanged. Lin Ji was also a human being. Naturally, she also had this kind of problem. Especially, Lin Ji was also a beautiful woman. Even more so, she would feel dissatisfied in her heart. Yi Qing had actually seen envy and jealousy in Lin Ji's eyes more than once. There was even dissatisfaction with HD Moon. So, letting Lin Ji take her place, it was hard for others. But for Yi Qing, it was just a matter of waving his hand. And at that time, when Lin Ji and HD Moon's status was reversed, he would like to see what kind of face HD Moon would have. Bai Ruo looked at the pondering Yi Qing, and softly said, Yi Qing, don't think about it, I know you're angry, but, don't think about this, okay, don't worry, evil will definitely be rewarded for evil. Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruo and smiled, nodded his head and said, I didn't think much about anything, I just thought of a fun thing. Turn around. When it's done, I'll let you see it. Bai Ruo didn't know what Yi Qing thought, but still nodded. Then, somewhat hesitantly said, Yi Qing, in fact, there is no need for you to do something you shouldn't in order to fight for face. I, Bai Ruo, am not a vain person. You really don't need to go through too much trouble for me. As she spoke, Bai Ruo touched the jewelry on her neck that was named Bai Ruo's love by Yi Qing, and softly said, this jewelry, even though it's fake, but the workmanship is so beautiful that it even makes HD Moon's eyes red, so it must have cost a lot of money, right? Yi Qing, the money I gave you was for you to live on. You used it all on me. What should you do? In the end, Bai Ruo still somewhat listened to HD Moon's words and misunderstood Yi Qing. It was also true that Yi Qing had just walked out of prison, but said that he could afford the white crystal love that was worth nearly $100 million. That was too ridiculous. Even if Bai Ruo was willing to believe in Yi Qing, it wasn't the way to believe. As for Yi Qing, he seemed to have seen Bai Ruo's thoughts, and gave a light laugh, saying, Ruo, do you believe me? Bai Ruo immediately nodded heavily and said, I believe in you. Yi Qing nodded his head and smiled, believe in me? That's good. Then I'll tell you, this set of jewelry I sent you is indeed called White Crystal Love. It was me who felt that it was the most suitable for you, so I changed it to White Ruo's Love. However, this set of jewelry is real, not fake. Cloud Jewelry City. The value of 99,999,000,000. The real thing, such as fake, do not believe it. You can go to Cloud Jewelry at any time to inspect the goods. With these words, Bai Ruo immediately opened her mouth wide and looked at Yi Qing incredulously. Really? Looking at Yi Qing's sincere eyes, even if Bai Ruo couldn't believe it, at this moment, she chose to believe it. Just, where was the money? Even if Yi Qing really took out so much money, but, just to send herself a set of jewelry, she spent nearly 100 million. This was simply unimaginable. Yi Qing, where did you get so much money? Saying this, Bai Ruo seemed to have thought of something. and hurriedly spoke. Did you use the Wan family's money? You're kind to Elder Wan, so if you ask, the Wan family won't refuse you. No, Yi Chang, this is too expensive. I can't take it. You hurry up and go return this set of jewelry, and then return the money to the Wan family. Okay, Yi Chang, I know you're good to me, but it can't be like this. The Wan family's money, it's not a good thing to take, especially this much money. The Wan family, in case you are approached again to do something you don't want to do. What to do? Return it. I know about your heart, okay? By Ruoro's first time, was still for Yi Qing's sake. In her opinion, after receiving so much money from the Wan family, Yi Qing's future could be really constrained. She was not willing to see Yi Qing, who liked freedom, to be bound for her. As for Yi Qing, he laughed and patted Bai Ruoro's head, saying, silly girl, where are you thinking? I'll just ask you one thing. This jewelry, do you like it? When this was said, Bai Ruoro immediately hesitated a little, then gently nodded and said, I like it, but, no buts. Yi Qing directly shook his head and laughed. You like it on the line. This set of jewelry is what I sent you. Just wear it well. Don't worry. This amount of money, I can take it out. Moreover, this is not the Wan family's money. It's my Yi Qing's own money. If Ruo, believe me, right now I don't have the time to talk too much with you for the time being. However, slowly you'll come to know that I, Yi Qing, am more powerful than a lot of people think. To be much stronger. Yi Qing spoke with confidence, a picture of arrogance. It wasn't like he was telling lies at all. Bai Ruoro opened her mouth. Looking at Yi Qing, she could only gently nod her head and said, alright, then I'll take it first. If also you have the need, you can take it away anytime, anywhere. Yi Qing, I believe in you. You won't be a thing in the pool. You are the best. The best. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, once again, rubbing Bai Ruoro's head, looking extremely doting and intimate. And this scene allowed HD Moon and Lin Ji to see it, and both of them looked at it with itchy teeth. Similarly, Wan Hai also saw this scene, but didn't dare to show his anger, and could only lower his head and gnash his teeth. In Wan Hai's heart, for some reason, from the moment he saw Bai Ruoro, he couldn't help but want to take possession of it for himself, as if he had met the person that he didn't want to give up in this lifetime. But on the contrary, this person seems to have a favorite object, or the kind of kindness to the Wan family. This kind of feeling led him this all the way smooth Wan family prince. Heart, very upset. A pair of dogs, Bai Ruo. This idiot, she will definitely regret her choice today. HD Moon lowered her head and spoke through gritted teeth. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and softly said, Qing Yu, don't be angry. When Yi Qing's true colors are dismantled, Bai Ruo, naturally, will know that what she likes is a how cowardly as a mouse, full of lies waste. HD Moon nodded and said, you go, find Wan Xiao's assistant, Xiao He, and ask about the relationship between Wan Xiao and Yi Qing. Otherwise, it's not good for us to do anything. Lin Ji sniffed, and immediately got up, and directly walked outside. As for Xiao he was currently sitting in the hall playing with his cell phone. Assistant Xiao He, long time no see. Lin Ji revealed a charming smile and greeted Xiao He after seeing him. Xiao He's eyes lit up when he saw Lin Ji, and immediately smiled. So it's Sister Lin Ji. It's really been a long time. You're so beautiful today that people can't take their eyes off of you. Lin Ji smiled and covered her mouth and laughed lightly. No way. There are so many beautiful people today. I can't even get in line. Assistant Xiao He, don't tease me. Little assistant he heard this, quickly shook his head and whispered, I am serious. Among the people present today, Sister Lin Ji, you can at least be ranked in the top 3. Other people's pretty, our clothes and jewelry dressed up. But Sister Lin Ji, you are a natural beauty, truly beautiful and touching. Said here, Lin Ji is sort of comfortable, because this is the truth. Well, at least, in Lin Ji's heart, this is the truth. Only, not ranked in the top 3. She should be ranked first only. Little assistant he, your mouth is really sweet. Well, not to jest with you, I am trying to ask you something. I don't know, is it convenient to tell my sister about it? As she spoke, Lin Ji's hand gently patted Assistant Xiaoyi's arm. This look immediately made Assistant Xiaoyi gulp, almost not knowing what was going on. Convenient. Of course it's convenient. If Sister Lin Ji opens her mouth, there's no time when it's inconvenient for me. You just feel free to ask. Chapter 42. He and Wan Xiao have no love for each other. Looking at Assistant Xiaoyi's colorful face, Lin Ji instinctively felt nauseous but a little proud. She, Lin Ji, with her pretty face and good figure, should attract the attention of many men, and in fact, there were no young talents or even middle-aged tycoons who threw her an olive branch. If it was once, perhaps Lin Ji, also from the. However, After seeing the scenery of high-definition month, Lin Ji will not resign to fate. She, Lin Ji, not at all worse than high-definition month. Why? She has to live not as good as high-definition month? She is not convinced. She does not recognize. She just think. She, just missing a chance. Assistant Xiao He, your Wan Xiao, knows Yi Qing? It seems like I heard Wan Xiao say that it was Yi Qing who did him a favor. That's why. He has a good relationship with Yi Qing. Is that right? Hearing that it was asking this question, Assistant Xiao He immediately smiled and said, yes, Yi Qing did help Xiao Wan. That's why. Xiao Wan treated Yi Qing with courtesy. What? Does Sister Lin Ji also know Yi Qing? Lin Ji smiled and nodded, saying, recognize, and quite familiar. However, the relationship now is not as good as it was before, that is. Assistant Xiao He. So, Xiao Wan is grateful to Yi Qing? Little assistant He sniffed, and was silent at this moment. Was Wan Xiao grateful to Yi Qing? Perhaps in the beginning, there was some of this, and also wanted to make friends with Yi Qing. However, Yi Qing was really insensitive, and was too insensitive to give Wan Xiao face, which made Wan Xiao very upset. Especially, Wan Xiao's unhappiness to see Bai Ruo and Yi Qing together. Others don't know, but Assistant Xiao He is clear about it. But, what to say? What? Is there anything Assistant Xiao He is not comfortable saying? It's fine, just forget about it if it's inconvenient to say. Can't make things difficult for you Looking at Lin Ji, Assistant Xiao He immediately smiled and shook his head. Nothing inconvenient. Say gratitude, but also have, but, also can't say that the relationship is very good is. The other? It's not good to say more. It's not good to say more. Can't say the relationship is very good. This in fact, has already vaguely expressed the meaning. Lin Ji immediately heard and understood. Wan Xiao, to Yi Qing, even if there is gratitude, but also just gratitude, the two people's friendship, can't say deep, I'm afraid, is almost nothing. That means, Wan Xiao, perhaps, will not care about Yi Qing's. That would be enough. Assistant Xiao He, the dinner is about to start, so I'll go in first. Let's find some time to sit down and have a good chat. Assistant Xiao He looked at Lin Ji fondly, gently pulled Lin Ji's hand and smiled. Sister Lin Ji, when you have time, make sure to sit together. I'll be waiting any time. Lin Ji forced herself to hold back the displeasure in her heart, smiled and nodded, then quickly withdrew her hand, walking to a place where no one was around. Lin Ji also disgustingly wiped it fiercely with sterilized wet tissue paper, as if Assistant Xiao He was dirty. Returning to HD Moon's side, Lin Ji smiled and said in a low voice, it's all been asked clearly. Yi Qing does know with Wan Xiao. It's only limited to the kind that helped a little bit. It's not about any deep friendship. So, if you want to clean up after him, it's still not a problem. As soon as HD Moon heard this, she was relieved and laughed. I told you, Yi Qing couldn't possibly have any relationship with the Wan family. It's unlikely how he got lucky and helped Wan Xiao. Okay, then I know what to do. A little small favor. Can't have such a big face, especially, which also involves Bai Ruo. Speaking here, HD Moon coldly laughed. Women, is always the fuse of the war between men. This saying, but half of it is not true. Perhaps, do not need us to do more. Wan Young himself, will not be able to resist cleaning up Yi Qing. Only, this Bai Ruo, would actually get the likes of Wan Xiao. It's really upsetting. HD Moon was upset. Lin Ji, naturally, was even more upset. High definition Moon she can't compare. Even if a door does not go out, two doors do not step. In addition to tenderness and infatuation, is nothing at all. Bai Ruo also want to find a destiny person. This is simply to hit her face. Wan Xiao may also be just a momentary heartbeat, but it's okay. Wan Xiao does not like okay. On the contrary, only to have a look. Qing you also know that Bai Ruo like Yi Qing for a long time. She is a dead brain. I'm afraid that, at that time, Wan Xiao in order to her, will also be out of the way. Let's wait to see the joke. HD Moon sniffed and nodded, looking in the direction of Yi Qing and Bai Ruo. She snorted coldly, annoyed, and at this time, the Wan family lord and ninth uncle had already walked in from the front door of the banquet hall. The wannabe family lord saw Yi Qing's direction, and then instead saw Yi Qing and Bai Ruo talking in a low voice, and immediately knew that Yi Qing wanted to keep a low profile, so he didn't take the initiative to go up and greet them, but continued to walk towards the main table. At this time, HD Moon had already put a smile on her face and took the initiative to stand up, walked a few steps forward, extended her hand and smiled. One family lord, ninth uncle, congratulations, congratulations, the old man has recovered his health. This is really a joyous and congratulatory thing. It's just that, the time was too rushed. I didn't even have the time to prepare a gift, so don't you take offense. One family head smiled, laughed loudly, said, President Gao said nothing. Today this charity dinner, you can come. That is to give me the face of someone. More so here, add a lot of light. This is the biggest gift, ha 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 ha. 9 Uncle even laughed. High total. Xing Shu, everything is okay. How do not see you bring him to awe. Gao Chengshu was considered to follow the 9th uncle, but in fact, is only the 9th uncle to the HD moon face, nominally received to play. Gao Chengshu needs the name of the 9th uncle, so that in Jiangcheng mixed food and drink. Flaunt. For this, the 9th uncle in the face of high definition moon, this beautiful president, is also turn a blind eye, close a blind eye, taking the initiative to mention it, that is to give face to HD moon. When HD moon heard this, her face became a little less natural, and she lightly smiled and said, "Thank you for Uncle Nine's concern." Xing Shu offended someone, and was beaten into the hospital, so, I wasn't able to come here today. This statement, 9 Uncle this, do not pick up all cannot, after all, is their own initiative to open the mouth to ask, and, or follow their own mixed, shame, also lost their face. What kind of person is so bold, even dared to beat Xing Shu into the hospital? When was this? How come I don't know it? Mr. Gao, don't worry, this matter, I will definitely manage to the end. I would like to see, in the end, who is it, so life-threatening, in this place of Jiangcheng, dares to beat up your Mr. Gao's younger brother, my 9th uncle's brother. 9th uncle in the end is the 9th uncle. Eyes glaring, underground world Big Brother's might, immediately shook out. High definition moon heard, immediately smiled and said, also blame Xing Shu is not much ability. To the 9th uncle you lost people, but you rest assured, this dude's sister, will be out of the head. At that time, if there is a need to trouble to the 9th uncle time, but also please the 9th uncle, out of the way to help is it. Today is a good day for the Wan family. Let's not mention these unhappy ones. One family master, 9th uncle, you guys please. The Wan family lord smiled, nodded, and smiled. Good, Mr. Gao. Then if there are any problems, just look for Uncle 9 directly. We are also considered our own people. No need to be polite. 9th uncle even nodded and said, remember to look for me if you have any problems. In Jiangcheng, there is nothing we can't solve. After saying that, the two people greeted the crowd and walked towards the main table. As for HD Moon, her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a cold smile, having gotten the result she wanted. Chapter 43, he deliberately disgusted me. After greeting the guests at the main table, the wannabe family lord directly picked up the microphone and took the stage. Looking at the crowd on stage, the Wan family lord's face kept a smile on it. He was truly happy. Elder Wan's physical recovery had solved his biggest heartache, causing his entire being, from the inside out, to radiate joy. First of all, I would like to thank all of you for your support, and thank you for being able to take the time out of your busy schedules to attend this charity-oriented dinner. As for me, on behalf of the Wan family, I will first donate $10 million as a charitable fund to be used for poverty alleviation, charitable schooling, and other kind-hearted programs. Secondly, my Wan family will take out some items for auction. The proceeds of charity will all be used for charity programs. I can guarantee here, not a single penny will not be used for other purposes. All of you can supervise, and the money will also be publicized. Thank you all. After saying that, the Wan family lord was about to step down from the stage, and at this time, someone smiled and opened his mouth. Wannabe family master, the old master's physical recovery. This is a big deal. I wonder, is it convenient for us to visit? Today's charity dinner was held because of the old master of the Wan family's physical recovery, but the Wan family master didn't mention it, so the crowd couldn't help but want to ask. After all, if the old master of the Wan family's body really recovered, the Wan family master's mood, that is, it's really good, and at that time, maybe the projects that couldn't be cooperated with in the past, maybe, they can be cooperated with it. The Wan family lord smiled, looked at the crowd, and smiled. Thank you all for caring about the old master's body. That's right, the old master's body has already recovered, only that, it still needs to recuperate. So, it would be a trouble for all of you, not to go and visit. After saying this, the Wan family lord directly stepped down from the stage. Afterwards, the charity dinner officially began. The people who were present today all knew that they were going to shed some blood. So, very quickly, the auction items on the stage were all auctioned off one by one. Xing Yu, aren't you going to auction something? After all, it's a charity dinner organized by the master of the Wan family, so you should more or less give some face to it. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and whispered. When HD Moon heard this, she nodded and said, I have it in my heart, now that the banquet has only just begun. The good things haven't even appeared yet. Besides, since we are going to auction it, we always have to auction one that is to our liking. Speaking, the auctioneer on the stage introduced the next lot. Gentlemen, this calligraphy is 100 years ago. Red 3 masters of the real handwriting. Red 3 masters. I do not need to introduce too much. So, the starting price, for 1 million. Hearing that it was an authentic work of Master Red 3 that had not been passed down much, those present who liked calligraphy and painting bid enthusiastically. High definition moon at this time was also a bit unable to hold back. The Sheeman family's old man seems to like Master Red 3's works. If we can auction this painting in calligraphy and give it to him, his old man will definitely like it. HD Moon's eyes lit up, and she immediately had an idea. And Lin Ji, upon hearing this, immediately nodded her head and said, yes, the Sheeman family's old man is notorious for his love of collecting calligraphy and paintings, and among them, Hong San is one of his favorite calligraphy masters. It's just that, she knew, looking at the frame, it's not a good idea to do it. Indeed, as soon as this piece of calligraphy came out, it had already gone through several rounds of bidding, with the price rising from 1 million, directly to $10 million. HD Moon sniffed, gritted her teeth, and said, it's not a good idea to do it. Taking this piece of artwork is very important to me. Not only can I please Elder Sheeman, but I can also make a bit of a splash at this banquet, earning face for the Wan family, 2 birds with 1 stone, so it has to be shot. As he spoke, HD Moon directly spoke, $11 million. However, HD Moon's bidding was quickly covered by the shouts of others. After a few more rounds of shouting, HD Moon couldn't help herself and directly spoke, $30 million. The price of $30 million had already far exceeded the true price of this piece of calligraphy, so at this point, no one was shouting for the time being. Only then did HD Moon sigh in relief. $30 million was almost the vast majority of cash she could take out. If it was any more, she was afraid she could only give up. At this moment, Yi Qing looked at Bai Ruoro and smiled. Ruoro, if I remember correctly, you have loved calligraphy since you were a child, and the Red 3 masters are also one of your favorite calligraphy masters, right? Bai Ruoro's character was gentle and elegant. She didn't like noise, but the only thing she liked was writing and painting, and even Bai Ruoro's own calligraphy attainments were little known. Now hearing Yi Qing say this, gently nodded and smiled. That's right, I am quite fond of the Red 3 masters. It's just a pity that I have never had the chance to collect his works. However, Yi Qing, you can't fool around today. This piece of artwork has already far exceeded its own value. Moreover, we don't have so much money yet. Bai Ruoro could see Yi Qing's mind, and immediately opened her mouth, telling Yi Qing not to get involved. It wasn't just a matter of money, but more importantly, it was clear that this painting and calligraphy was something that HD Moon wanted to get. Otherwise, it would never have been offered at a price of $30 million. Yi Qing's bid at this time, whether he wanted to give her this painting or fight with HD Moon, Bai Ruoro didn't know, but, whichever it was, she felt that it wasn't worth it. However, whether it was worth it or not, in Yi Qing's eyes, it was something else. Ruoro, nothing else matters. I'll just ask you one thing. Do you like this calligraphy and painting? Bai Ruoro looked at Yi Qing and finally nodded gently, saying, like it, but, Yi Qing laughed and shook his head. If you like it, then it's good. No more buts. After saying that, just at the moment when the auctioneer was about to drop the hammer, Yi Qing raised his hand, smiled faintly and said, $31 million. The moment this shouted price came out, Yi Qing instantly attracted the attention of everyone present. Anyone thought that this time, the shouting of the price would already be over, and even HD Moon was about to get up, nodding her head to the crowd, but as a result, a person popped up, shouting out such a price. In any case, it made people feel as if they were deliberately targeting high-definition Moon. Looking at it again, it was another stranger, which made people even more puzzled. Only HD Moon, at this time, gritted her teeth and her face turned red with anger. Damn Yi Qing, this is intentional, absolutely intentional. Not shouting the price early, not shouting the price late, and then messing up when the hammer is about to fall. This is intentionally disgusting me. Lin Ji was also furious, saying, does he have money? How dare he shout like that? Even if Bai Ruoro gave him all the money, I'm afraid it wouldn't be enough. This is misrepresenting the price. He's asking for trouble. HD Moon sniffed, her eyebrows slightly wrinkled, gritting her teeth. I think he is emboldened. Don't forget, he is related to Wan Xiao, helped Wan Xiao. Wan Xiao owes him a favor, so even if he can't get the money in the end, I'm afraid that Wan Xiao won't say anything, and will still speak up for him. That's right, it must be like this. He's relying on this favor, and he's purposely nauseating me. Okay, then I'll see if he, Yi Qing, is really crazy. After saying that, HD Moon raised her hand and continued to shout the price, 35 million. After shouting, he even gave Yi Qing a cold look. the meaning of that look was only one. That is, if you have the guts, you continue to follow. Chapter 44 Malicious Price Rising. Seeing this scene, the one family lord's brows furrowed slightly as he looked at the ninth uncle by his side and said, "Ninth uncle, Mr. Yi likes this painting and calligraphy. I think, isn't it better to just give it to Mr. Yi without the need for an auction?" Ninth uncle smiled, revealing a bitter smile and said, "Family master, I know that you want to befriend Mr. Yi, but if you really do that, not to mention if you will offend many people, today, the Wan family will become untrustworthy in their words. Moreover, Mr. Yi likes to keep a low profile. If you really do that, then it won't be beautiful. I think, just let it go." Mr. Yi thought, he wouldn't want the Wan family to get involved. The Wan family master nodded and said in a deep voice, "In that case, let's just watch from the sidelines. However, when we find Mr. Yi later, tell him to auction anything he likes. Feel free to do so, and for the money, we, the Wan family, will pay for it. Whether Mr. Yi accepts it or not, we always have to show our sincerity." Only then did Uncle Nine nod his head in response. Indeed, the rest could be ignored. But, the money, the Wan family could still afford to pay, and this was the best way to do it, whether it was the Wan family or the ninth uncle. In fact, neither of them knew about the relationship between Yi Ching and HD Moon. Not that they couldn't find out, but they didn't dare to find out. This was a basic respect for Yi Ching. Only, now it seems that HD Moon and Yi Ching seem to know each other, and, between them, I'm afraid it's not so simple, which makes the Wan family master a little moved. And at this time, Ruoro also revealed a bitter smile, looked at Yi Ching, and said, "Yi Ching, or else forget about it. Although I like the works of the Red Three Masters, but it's not to the point that I have to collect them. Moreover, it still costs so much money. Really, it's not worth it." Yi Ching heard, but smiled and shook his head. "Don't worry, won't lose out. The real price of this painting and calligraphy can be far more than $30 million, just that you all didn't find out." With these words, Ruoro immediately froze and looked at Yi Ching, saying, "Really? But, when did you know about calligraphy and painting? I remember that although you also quite like writing and painting, but, also just like it." It wasn't that Ruoro was looking down on Yi Ching, but this thing called calligraphy and painting. Sometimes, it was something that had to be studied. Yi Ching smiled and said, 3 years of prison university. I'm not in vain. In prison, I met a lot of high people, from learning a lot of things. Of course, this is not to say that my calligraphy attainments have reached some point, but it just so happens that I really do understand some of this grass and wood sticker. Ruoro at this moment, a face of dumbfounded, did not expect. There is such a story. If what Yi Ching said is true, then, this piece of grass and wood sticker calligraphy and painting, when the value, inestimable, just, could it be true? Ruoro was a bit skeptical, but it was not good to question Yi Ching. Yi Ching smiled and spoke, "Believe me, it's true. Of course, it's not important. What's important is that it's worth it if it can make you happy." This kind of sweet words, who doesn't like to hear them? Especially Ruoro. She only felt that in these 2 days, she was simply happy to the bone. Once, she was deeply in love with Yi Ching, but she couldn't love him, so she could only retreat and watch Yi Ching and HD Moon together, silently standing in the corner, silently loving. Now, Yi Ching was released from prison. High-definition Moon divorce. He was in such a difficult situation, despite the danger to go to see Yi Ching. Now it seems that everything is worth it. Although Yi Ching didn't say what kind of relationship he had with himself, but at least, they are now a lot closer. In time, after Yi Ching passes the knot in his heart, she believes that Yi Ching may turn around and embrace her. I believe in you. But, really, it's okay if you don't buy it. After all, it's too expensive. Yi Ching smiled faintly, raised his hand, and laughed. 36 million. Only 1 million more. It looked as if he was really targeting HD Moon on purpose. High-definition Moon was indeed furious, coldly saying, "This Yi Ching, I counted on it, definitely targeting me on purpose." That is, shouting for a minimum of 1 million to start. Otherwise, he could do something that's only $1 more. I didn't realize that he was so disgusting before. Now it seems that leaving him is the right choice I made in my life. Okay, he wants to compete, right? I'll see him, how much money he actually has to compete with me. HD Moon gritted her teeth and directly raised her hand. $40 million. Yi Ching sniffed, faintly raised his hand and said, 41 million. HD Moon sneered and continued to bid. $50 million. Yi Ching did not hesitate and directly raised his hand. 51 million. At this moment, HDU could no longer sit still. This was the meaning of dying with her to the end. Lin Ji hurriedly pulled HDU and whispered, "Qing Yu, The price has already reached $50 million. It's not worth it. Why don't we just forget about it? When Yi Ching doesn't have the money to pay it, we'll think of a way to do it. HD Moon gritted her teeth and said, this bastard is doing it on purpose. Lin Ji, I really can't help but dismantle his true colors right now, so that everyone can see that this bastard who came out of prison is basically a penniless pauper. When Lin Ji heard this, she quickly shook her head and said, Qing Yu, no way. Today this is after all a charity dinner organized by the Wan family. It's more for the purpose of praying for Elder Wan's blessings. If something happens at this time, it really doesn't look good. It will make the Wan family uncomfortable. Let's just wait and see. In the end, when the Wan family knows that he can't get so much money, Wan Shao will be very unhappy. After all, this is Yi Ching messing up. At that time, the favor will be gone, and Wan Shao won't be helping him with anything. Then we still can't take it as much as we want to take it. Upon hearing this, HD Moon felt that she was right, but this breath, she was holding it in her heart. It was hard to bear. Good, then I'll make one last offer. Yi Ching, if he still dares to follow, I don't want it. I'd like to see how he'll end up. After saying that, HD Moon took a deep breath, slowly got up and said, I'll bid $60 million. Subsequently, HD Moon looked in Yi Ching's direction and said with a somewhat icy expression, this gentleman, it seems that you also like Master Red 3's calligraphy work, but the current price has already far exceeded its own value. Are you sure you still want to continue to fight? Moreover, this gentleman, this is a cash payment. Are you sure you can afford it? But don't, when the time comes to auction something and can't pay for it, making a joke is a small matter. Messing up the Wan family's charity dinner specially organized for the old man can be a sin. This statement came out. The crowd present, there is a lot of discussion. After all, HD Moon, they know, worth more than 100 million beautiful president, tens of millions of dollars, squeeze or take out. But Yi Ching, they do not recognize. As for Yi Ching, in the face of the gazes of the crowd, he was still a picture of a bland demeanor, with a slight smile, said, this grass and wood sticker, whether it is worth the price, let's not talk about it. But, the girl beside me, she likes the Red 3 Masters very much, and she likes this piece of work very much, so as long as she is happy, no matter how much it costs, it is worth it to me. After saying that, Yi Ching slowly raised his hand and smiled. $61 million. Chapter 45, he definitely doesn't have the money to pay. At this moment, the hall was really full of clamor. It wasn't that Yi Ching had given a high price of $61 million, but it was the words that Yi Ching had said. It was clear that he was throwing away thousands of dollars just to get a smile from a beauty. And when the crowd, after seeing the face and body of Bai Ruoro at this moment, one by one, they all realized that it was indeed beautiful enough to make people look at it, and then it would be hard to forget. They understood Yi Ching a little bit, but this show of love scene, so that HD Moon, really cannot stand some. Good. Since you continue to bid, then this thing, I don't want it. Ha, what a good picture of love. In order to win a smile from a beauty, spending out $61 million. Generous enough, rich enough, then, congratulations to you guys. After saying that, Qing Yu sat down, a face that was so ironic that it almost turned black. Qing Yu, don't be angry. Yi Ching definitely can't come up with so much money. When the time comes, we just have to watch his jokes. Moreover, this thing is definitely still yours. Lin Ji carefully comforted HD Moon, but HD Moon, at this moment, the reason for her anger was no longer just that Yi Ching was fighting tit for tat with herself over some calligraphy and painting, but, surprisingly, in public, she was showing love with Bai Ruoro. What was this? Taking her, the ex-wife, for what? Yi Ching, I don't share the same fate as you. It's simply too much of a bully. Do you think that, just because you're angry with me like this, you can make me really angry? Do you think, by showing that you dote on Bai Ruoro, that makes me think, you are a good man who can give everything? High definition Moon muttered to herself, saying such a big talk, but, how to look at it? It looks like she is angry. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon, sighed softly, and said, Qing Yu, perhaps, this is Yi Ching's purpose. If you really get angry, then you've been tricked. I'm almost certain now that Yi Ching is specifically trying to anger you. HD Moon was silent, not opening her mouth, even though her mouth had spoken so painfully before. At this moment, she herself had to admit that she recalled back to the past. Once upon a time, she and Yi Ching were also in love with each other, especially, Yi Ching to her, was really good. In order to her, not only learn to wash and cook, cleaning, but also pampered, half a bit of bitterness do not let her eat, and even in the end, do not hesitate to go to jail for HD month. These things, piles and pieces, are in the memories, want to forget. It's hard, especially, no matter how much HD Moon despise Yi Qing, have to admit one thing, that is, Yi Qing is very good to her, really is very good, good to the point, even can give up their lives of this kind of true love, when really, there will be again, such a good man, himself, will really need again in the future? Thought of Yi Qing and Bai Ruo together picture. Thought of Yi Qing for Bai Ruo, throw thousands of dollars, just for the beauty of a smile of the appearance. Do not know why. This moment, HD month, some want to cry. Sadness, actually, was greater than anger. Unconsciously, high definition moon is actually some red eyes in the sadness. For a moment, did not control. Lin Shi saw from the side, the whole person froze. This can't be done. This if HD moon recalled Yi Qing's goodness and then gave back, then wouldn't she be in vain? Qing you, what are you doing? You can't be seeing Yi Qing being good to Bai Ruo and suddenly regret it. I'm telling you, don't do anything stupid. Don't forget, Yi Qing is a waste that came out of prison. If you are with him, not to mention if there will be trouble in the future, it's just a disgrace. It's all a disgrace. You're the president of the hallowed Qingyu group. Also, you can see, this is Yi Qing intentionally stirring the pot, intentionally doing it to you. If you are really soft-hearted, then you will be fooled. Luo. High definition moon sniffed, and hurriedly hid her sadness, clenched her teeth, and said, no, how could I be soft-hearted? How could I regret it? Lin Ji, you're overthinking it. I'm just a little angry for a moment, although I'm not with Yi Qing anymore. But, he even moved on so quickly. This is a betrayal to me. This is an insult to me. I can't be angry. Hearing this, Lin Ji sighed in relief. But, this breath, if it was not given out to HD Moon, it was inevitable that there would be something else in the future. Qingyu, in fact, it's not without a solution. We are all clear. Yi Qing is deliberately angry at you. That means, he still loves you the most. If you really can't be angry, and you want to give Yi Qing and Bai Ruo a lesson, the big deal is, let's find another opportunity to play them a little bit. Is it? When the time comes, let them cry to death. High definition moon sniffed, and hurriedly looked at Lin Shi, saying, how to trick them. Lin Shi thought for a moment and said in a low voice, this is not simple. Yi Qing loves you to the bone. As long as you slightly penetrate the wind, give him some sweetness, that is not to let him do what he does. He will do at that time, let him abandon Bai Ruo, is not on the line. If you don't feel relieved, you can also let him humiliate Bai Ruo fiercely in front of you. For your sake, he will definitely do it. Also, you can also let him prove his sincerity. At that time, play him like a monkey. Let him do something extremely humiliating to prove how much he loves you. Anyway, for you to go to jail he is willing to do it. And the rest, it doesn't matter. In that case, wouldn't it be fun again? And make Bai Ruo sad, and play with Yi Qing, and make him completely break down. A good move, don't you think so? So sinister, so venomous, but the more HD Moon listened, the brighter her eyes became, and in the end, she actually nodded heavily. Lin Ji, you're right, this is how it should be done, so that Yi Qing will never dare to play this kind of hard eyes with me again in the future, and also so that Bai Ruo can see clearly that as long as there is me, HD Moon, Bai Ruo, will always be just a spare tire. Good, do it like this, and so on. When I take a time out, I'll arrange it on right away. Seems to have thought of that image. At this moment, the corner of HD Moon's mouth couldn't help but bend up. As for Lin Ji, this also let out a sigh of relief, and at the same time, also felt that there was fun to be had. And right at this moment, the items that were auctioned off had already been sent to Yi Qing's hands. Yi Qing directly gave it to Bai Ruo in front of everyone. Just so worth more than $60 million of calligraphy and paintings. Said to give it away, gave it away. Could not help but make people sigh. Yi Qing in order to win the smile of the beauty. Really, generous, some awesome. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Qing and softly said, this is too expensive. Yi Qing smiled slightly and said, white crystal love. You are wearing it, plus a pair of grass and wood stickers. And what is it? Not to mention, what can be bought with money, are not considered expensive. The real expensive is with money, cannot be bought. This was true, with Yi Qing's current ability, not to mention everything he had, even if he had nothing, as long as he wanted to use money, money would come rolling in. After all, the most expensive thing in this world was not anything else, but health, was life, and he, precisely, controlled the magical arts that could bring people health and life. Chapter 46. The crowd's questioning. After Yi Qing had thrown down over $60 million to auction off the grass sticker, the next lot, Although there was no lack of treasures, there was no more in trying to reach the kind of price that had been paid before. After all, it was just a charity auction, and the things that were taken out, even if they were valuable, there wouldn't be too many more valuable ones. However, today's charity dinner's auction proceeds have already exceeded $100 million. This charity dinner is a success. The Wan family lord personally went up to the stage, looked at the crowd, and smiled. First of all, I would like to thank all of you present here. It is your kindness that has made the charity money reach $115,600,000. This money is able to help a lot of old people and children in need of help, and I am now, on behalf of them, expressing my gratitude like you all. After saying that, the Wan family lord turned to the crowd and bowed. The crowd applauded thunderously. The Wan family lord then opened his mouth and laughed. I will guarantee, in my capacity as the lord of the Wan family, that every penny of the charity money will be used where it is needed, and that it will be supervised in its entirety, and that all the details will be made public, so that anyone who is in doubt can check it. Alright, I won't say anything more. Everyone eat well, drink well. I'm here. Thank you all once again. Subsequently, just as the Wan family lord was about to step down, High Definition Moon couldn't help but stand up and said, Wan family master, first of all, congratulations to the old man for recovering as good as new, and secondly, I would like to ask, have all the auction payments arrived? I'm not questioning your financial strength. It's really that today's auctions, many of them are high prices, and even much higher. For the sake of the good money. So, I still open my mouth to remind you. I hope that the Wan family master don't take offense. With these words, the people present frowned. However, on second thought, no one was going to blame HD Moon, because they were all very clear that these words of HD Moon were not aimed at them, but, rather, at Yi Qing, who had just bid strongly with HD Moon, causing HD Moon to miss out on the auction. Who wouldn't like to watch when there was a lively scene? All the people present had their gazes on Yi Qing's body. This moment, the master of the Wan family was a bit unhappy. After all, Yi Qing was a character that he even had to flatter. In itself, the Wan family was prepared to pay the money on behalf of Yi Qing, so they didn't even bother to find Yi Qing to pay. Now that HD Moon had made such a mess, he couldn't even go to Yi Qing to ask for the money. After all, he couldn't possibly say here that he was going to pay for Yi Qing. That would definitely make people notice Yi Qing, and then, curious about Yi Qing's identity, which wasn't something that Yi Qing would like, and at the same time, the Manhwa family didn't want someone to compete with them for their friendship towards Yi Qing. Taking a deep breath, the Wan family head smiled and spoke. I know there will be people who will question. However, all of you please rest assured, all the auction payments will be received. After all, those who are able to attend this dinner party today, their strength is unquestionable, and they are all friends of the Wan family. I don't think no one will do something that will disgrace them just for the sake of some money. If there really is, then I, the Wan family, am willing to make up that money. Now, all of you, you can rest assured. The Wan family master has already said his words to this point. As long as the people who know something, all know that at this time, they should shut up. They should not continue to dwell on it. Otherwise, they are not giving face to the Wan family master. But HD Moon, looking at Bai Roa hugging the grass sticker with a happy face, he was furious. So, he simply could not care about anything else. He just wanted Yi Qing to lose face. He wanted Bai Roa to lose face. If they did not lose face, in HD Moon's opinion, that was his own insult. Qing Yu, don't say any more. If you say more, Master Wan will get angry. Lin Ji pulled HD Moon and spoke in a low voice. HDU, however, ignored it, gritted her teeth, and said, Master Wan family, your bravado, generosity, in Zhangchang, is known to everyone. You are a hero-like figure. Naturally you won't care about these things. Moreover, the Wan family is a big family, and won't care about these small amounts of money. But, you can't really let the crooks get mixed up in here. That's a lack of respect for you, and also a lack of respect for us. So, still, please ask Wan family to get in. Disrespect. So it's better to ask the wannabe family lord to collect the money that should be collected. The Wan family lord looked deeply at HD Moon, took a deep breath, nodded, and smiled. Good. Since President Qing Yu has such concerns, and it even involves the issue of fairness or not, that's no problem. We'll do as President Qing Yu said. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Wan Hai and beckoned, saying, Wan Hai, come over here. Hearing this, Wan Hai hurriedly walked forward and said, Father, you speak. Wan family lord smiled and spoke. Go and see who hasn't paid yet. Collect the payment. Since President Qing Yu questioned it, we can't act unfairly. After all, they are all our friends. How can we let our friends lose face? Do you understand? After the Wan family lord finished speaking, he glanced deeply at Wan Hai. Wan Hai immediately nodded his head and said heavily, "Father, I understand. I'll go now." In the entire auction house, there was only one person who didn't pay, and that was Yi Qing. This was the Wan family intentionally not allowing Yi Qing to pay. They originally planned to talk to Yi Qing privately, but now, HD Moon had created such a thing, then they had to go now. But the meaning of the master of the Wan family is also very clear. Cannot let the friend lose face. That is to say, no matter whether Yi Qing can pay this money to come, Wan Hai must say, the money has arrived. Only so, is to give Yi Qing the biggest face. After all, it is more than 60 million even if you know that Yi Qing is not a mortal man, but, really able to come up with so much money, or let people have to be a little skeptical. Wan Hai now, because of Bairuoro and Yi Qing's attitude, is very want to see Yi Qing lose face, but he has a number in mind. At this time, he did wrong. Let Yi Qing lose face, turn around, it is his Wan Hai was blamed. Therefore, even if there was resentment in his heart, he could only endure it now, and had to cooperate properly. Picking up a card swiping machine, Wan Hai walked in front of Yi Qing in front of everyone, and softly said, "Mr. Yi, we need you to pay now." Yi Qing sniffed and nodded, then fumbled around on his body for a bit, then froze. He had changed his clothes and didn't seem to have his wallet or card with him. Wan Hai seemed to have seen Yi Qing's dilemma as well, and in his heart, he immediately started to despise it. It was really letting HD Moon get it right. This Yi Qing was really shouting the price indiscriminately, deliberately messing things up, knowing that the Wan family owed him a favor and wouldn't look for trouble from him. This was done intentionally. This is simply too hateful. However, what one thinks in one's heart, one cannot say so on one's mouth. Wan Hai took a deep breath and whispered, "Mr. Yi, it's okay, just take out any card you want. It'll be fine." With these words, the reminder was already obvious enough. It was almost as if he directly said, "You just take out that random card to mean something. I'll just say that the money will be there." But the problem was, on Yi Qing's body right now, there wasn't a single card. This is bad luck. If you want to cheat, you don't have to do it. Chapter 47, I can't afford to lose this face. Time. The longer it dragged on, the more people who could see Yi Qing's dilemma, the more people there were. At this time, the crowd began to whisper, as if to say, Yi Qing is too much of a pretender. No money, but also dare to shout the price. This is messing up. Bairuoro at this moment, also is a bitter smile up, and hastily whispered to speak, "Yi Qing, I do not want this grass sticker. Let's return this calligraphy and painting." But now, it was no longer a matter of returning it back or not, but everyone was watching. As long as Yi Qing couldn't get the card to pay, then, this face, it would be a big loss. Moreover, return it back. That is not confirming that Yi Qing does not have money. No money, just now also intentionally shouted the price, not intentionally messing up. What is it? Disgraceful. Looking at Bairuoro, Yi Qing smiled faintly and said, "It's okay, even if you don't have any money. This grass sticker, it's also yours, no one can take it away." This said, standing aside Wan Hai, are fast to Yi Qing to despise the death. No money on no money. In front of the woman pretend is quite like, but even if there is no money, others cannot take. This said really domineering. Just sure, eat them Wan family, right? Take their Wan family, as a wrongdoer, right? If it wasn't for the fear of the Wan family lord getting angry, at this moment, Wan Hai couldn't help but tear Yi Qing apart and go out to taunt him. Wan Hai smiled bitterly, looked at Yi Qing, and said softly, "Mr. Yi, why don't I just say that you've actually already made the payment, and that I was mistaken?" Who could believe this? Such a simple thing, paying or not paying and not being able to figure it out. Wan Jia, would be a joke. When Yi Qing was about to say something, HD Moon stood up and laughed. "Wan Xiao, what are you and this gentleman talking about? Is it because he doesn't have the money to pay? It can't be. Just now when he was fighting for this grass and wood sticker, it was a full stance. It made people scared to look at it. How could he not have the money? It can't be. It must be impossible." High definition Moon now saw this scene. Her mood was great. Finally out of a mouthful of bad gas, let Yi Qing and Bairuoro lose face in front of so many people. It was simply refreshing. Okay, Bairuoro couldn't help herself at this moment. Taking the grass sticker, she was about to hand it to Wan Hai. "Yi Qing, I really don't want this grass and wood sticker anymore. Let the Wan family take it back." Yi Qing sniffed, shook his head and laughed. "Ruoro, it's okay, you can rest assured that you'll take it. When have I ever let you down? It's not just money, although I forgot to bring my card, but that doesn't mean I can't pay for it." After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Wan Hai and smiled. "In a hurry to pay? if you're not in a hurry, can you wait for me for a few minutes? Don't worry, before the dinner is over, I will definitely pay you. Yi Qing had said such words. What else could Wan Hai say? He could only whisper, is Mr. Yi looking for someone to borrow money? It doesn't matter. Actually, don't need to be so troublesome. Just find someone to send a card. Whether there is money in the card or not, it doesn't matter. This is what my father has specially explained. Don't worry about it. Yi Qing shook his head and said, there is no need to be so troublesome. How much it should be? How much it should be? This amount of money. Yi Qing, can still afford to pay it? This face, I can't afford to lose it. It's just that, can we add an additional lot? Adding a lot. Wan Hai froze for a moment, and immediately understood what Yi Qing wanted to do. This was wanting to take out items for bidding on the spot, and then use the money from the auction to pay for this grass sticker. Only, Wan Hai carefully looked up and down Yi Qing for half a day, but also did not see what valuables Yi Qing was carrying on his body. To know, the price of this grass and wood sticker was auctioned to more than 60 million, which means that the auction item that Yi Qing took out, at least it should be auctioned to a price of more than 60 million. Otherwise, it still wouldn't be of much use. After that, Wan Hai looked at Bai Ruo, then his eyes lit up and looked at the white crystal love on Bai Ruo's neck. With his vision, although he couldn't see how much this set of jewelry was worth, but he also knew that it was definitely not a mortal object. The price, it wouldn't be low. Mr. Yi, it is possible. Are you going to auction this set of jewelry on Miss Ruo? In Wan Hai's eyes, what could be worth money was this? When Bai Ruo heard this, she immediately had to unload the jewelry she was wearing, and Yi Qing immediately stopped Bai Ruo. Wan Xiao, you're talking a bit too much. I'll just ask you if it's okay. Just answer directly. Also, what Yi Qing, have given away, I have never taken it back. This kind of face, I can't afford to lose it. Wan Hai saw that Yi Qing was a bit upset, so he didn't dare to say anything more at that moment, and could only say, you can add an additional lot. I can do this for my father right now. Yi Qing smiled, nodded and said, go on, prepare a blank rice paper for me, then prepare a brush and ink. Of course, if it's too troublesome, just find a random piece of paper and a pen will do. These words made Wan Hai directly freeze. Yi Qing, this was his intention to write a calligraphy and painting for auction by himself? Even without rice paper, just find a random piece of paper and pen would do. What was this? Creating it on the spot, and he was planning to auction it at a sky-high price of over $60 million? What does Yi Qing think he is, an absolute master? To know, even the red 3 masters of this grass and wood sticker, its own value, is far less than 60 million. That is the result of Yi Qing maliciously raised the price. Now, Yi Qing, even want to use their own calligraphy, to beat the price of this grass and wood sticker. Simply unthinkable, whimsical. Well, however, even though he had a heart, Wan Hai didn't say anything more, and directly returned to the stage, walked to the side of the Wan family master, whispered a few times, and the Wan family master also revealed a surprised look, however, still nodded his head very painfully. In his opinion, Yi Qing could do anything, since he didn't have a card with him and wanted to shoot his own calligraphy and painting works, then, just shoot it. The Wan family master then took the microphone, smiled and opened his mouth. Gentlemen, excuse me, just now, Mr. Yi Qing, because he didn't bring his card, and he didn't want to bother others, so, he proposed to add an auction, as a way to pay for the money that was just auctioned off. So please wait and see. I hope that you all will enthusiastically bid on it, and the result won't let you all be disappointed. At these words, the hall was in an uproar. Who did not expect the ending turned out to be this? However, the crowd didn't say anything. They wanted to see Yi Qing. What kind of lot could he come up with to fetch a price of more than $60 million? At this moment, high-definition Moon was even laughing extremely loudly, as if she had heard a heavenly joke. Lin Ji, see, I told you that Yi Qing doesn't have any money at all, and was deliberately messing with me. Now it's good. He's been dismantled, but he's trying to make a strong argument and keep pretending. Fine. I'd like to see what he can come up with that's worth more than $60 million. Lin Ji sniffed, and suddenly thought of the jewelry Bai Ruo was wearing, and whispered, it can't be that fake white crystal love set. After all, it's made to look like the real thing, glorious and beautiful. High-definition Moon sniffed, her eyes narrowed slightly, directly shaking her head. Impossible. This many people present. There will always be some who know what they are talking about. If he really dares to come up with fakes to tease everyone, then well, I'll let him die on the spot socially. And I would like him to use this fake to auction. Think about it, wearing the jewelry on the body of Bai Ruo, as a result, and was taken down by Yi Qing. This taste, this feeling, cannot feel good. is simply a shame to lose a great deal of it. Ha ha ha. Chapter 48, My Characters, hard to find for $10,000. That was all that HD Moon and Lin Ji could think of. After all, in their opinion, whether it was Yi Qing or Bai Ruoruo, both of them together were not worth $60 million. So what good things could they come up with? The only thing that could make people look at it was the fake white crystal love that Bai Ruoruo was wearing. So they rightfully thought that Yi Qing's auction item was this. However, when Yi Qing slowly walked onto the stage, and the stage was already set up with rice paper and pen and ink, HD Moon and Lin Ji both froze. Not to mention that they froze, everyone else present also froze. Everyone, almost immediately, guessed what Yi Qing wanted to do. After all, the things had been placed so completely. Yi Qing had already gone on stage, and even picked up the pen and ink. How could this still be unintelligible? But, what a joke. Today's world, calligraphy anyone has not heard of this two words Yi Qing not to mention have not heard of. Even if Yi Qing is really what calligraphy everyone. But, a painting and calligraphy, really can be worth 60 million? What a joke. One family master looked at the somewhat boiling scene, slowly opened his mouth and laughed. Gentlemen, I know that everyone has now guessed what Mr. Yi Qing's auction is. That's right, it's a piece of calligraphy made by Mr. Yi Qing's own hands. Believe me, by auctioning this piece of artwork, everyone will definitely not be disappointed. So I hope that you all enthusiastically bid on it. In everyone's eyes, the Wan family master, this is rounding up for Yi Qing, is afraid that when the time comes, a person who shouts the price is not there, it will lose face. Of course, the Wan family's side, it does not look good, so that's why it's like this. Under the stage on the spot, someone smiled and opened his mouth. One family master, don't worry, today this charity dinner, no matter what, it's going to be a perfect ending. So, no matter how this gentleman writes later, I will definitely bid. Anyway, it's all about charity. Buy or not to buy anything, it's not important. When someone opened his mouth, someone else chimed in. That's right, Boss Wan, don't worry, we will always let this dinner party end well. The last auction, no matter what, we have to bid a little bit. The crowd opened their mouths, as if they were all agreeing, not for Yi Qing's work, but just to give face to Boss Wan, to make a bid without getting cold feet. At this moment, Lin Ji's brows were slightly wrinkled, and she said with some worry, Qing Yu, this is a bit out of our expectation. These bosses, it seems like they all intend to go out and shout for the sake of the master of the Wan family. This is letting Yi Qing pick up a big bargain. HD Moon was also a little upset in her heart. Originally she wanted to watch Yi Qing disgrace himself, but as a result, it turned out to be like this now, making her very dissatisfied. It's fine, but it's just everyone giving face to the Wan family lord. But, no matter how much face is given, it's not possible to spend a big price for no reason. Later on, see that's it, at most a few $100,000, that's just topping it off. Yi Qing wants to use this way to pay back the $60 million of grass and wood stickers. It is simply a fool's errand. But, still, let him pretend to casually write something, can sell hundreds of thousands of dollars? He's this little cutie, might as well really think that it's his own writing that's good. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and said softly, it's okay, Qing Yu, even if he writes something, even if he sells it for hundreds of thousands of dollars, no one will think that it's his skill, they will only mock him. However, he is also considered smart. He can see that on this kind of occasion, the crowd has to give face to the Wan family, and had to make a bid. Fortunately, he did not take out the fake jewelry that Bai Ruoruo is wearing. Otherwise, it really is a disgrace. From this point of view, he is quite self-aware. Moreover, it is also more able to prove that the jewelry that Bai Ruoruo is wearing is bound to be fake, and definitely cannot be real. High Definition Moon sniffed, let out a cold laugh, and said, how can it be real? Fake is fake. Even if it's made to be fake again, it's still fake. The real white crystal love is worth nearly $100 million. Just with him Yi Qing? Give him 10 lifetimes. He can't afford to buy it. However, this matter, just letting Yi Qing muddle through like this, I'm not happy in my heart either. Just wait, the matter of the fake jewelry, I'll make sure everyone knows about it. And even more so, I'll make him, for this, lose a big face. Lin Ji, don't you know just the right jewelry appraiser? When the time comes, find an excuse to invite over. Pick a time when it's a big public. I want to let them lose face to the point where they don't have the face to live. Lin Ji sniffed, smiled and nodded, said, okay, just in time. I know the jewelry appraiser is also regarded as one of the royal appraisers of the cloud jewels. At that time, by the people official personal determination. Who can't change? HD Moon then nodded with satisfaction, and seemed to have already seen the scene where Yi Qing's society died, and Bai Ruoruo had no face to meet people. At this time, Yi Qing was already waving his hand to write. Well, not write good and not to mention. But the crowd looked at Yi Qing so wide open, the appearance of a breath, really like a master of calligraphy, especially Yi Qing's temperament. Half of it is not afraid of. Self-confidence is quite full. After writing the 4 big words of happiness, Yi Qing also wrote his name in the corner, as an inscription. Not only that, but also drew a special flower pledge, used to tell the crowd, this is his Yi Qing's masterpiece. After he finished writing, Yi Qing nodded to the Wan family master. The Wan family lord immediately ordered someone to unfold the writing and show it to everyone. But unfortunately, there were mostly rich people present, but not many people who knew calligraphy, so they really couldn't tell much about whether it was well written or not. One could only say that, at the very least, the writing was not bad. The Wan family lord laughed at this time. Gentlemen, Wan, dare not say that I have any attainments in calligraphy, but I love calligraphy, and this is something that many people present know, so I think that I am qualified to say how I feel about this piece of writing. That is, majestic atmosphere, strong as a mountain, good, very good, absolutely rare masterpiece. One family master's comment, the crowd present, all heard, but, exactly how much was heard, it is unknown. After all know, the current One family master is to engage in rounding it. After all, to auction Yi Qing's words, it is impossible to say that people write poorly. However, Yi Qing at this time, but smiled and opened his mouth. One family master lifted me up. Honestly, I write this word, can only be said to make do, can see, but, can't talk about what everyone, can only be considered okay. However, I do have confidence in this word of mine, because today, whoever auctions this word, can make a request, as long as it's not excessive, and doesn't make it difficult for me, then, I, Yi Qing, will agree to it, and go out on a limb once for this person. This time, it's also considered to be contributing a little, of my own, for the sake of charity. Then, I announce, my word this time, the starting price, is $1. Gentlemen, you may shout the price. After saying that, Yi Qing stood aside, without the slightest bit of nervousness. It was as if he was certain that his own word could be auctioned at a heavenly price. Chapter 49 Bidding to Humiliate. Ridiculous, simply ridiculous. I thought that Yi Qing was going to intentionally brag about how powerful the words he wrote were, under what masters, so as to fool everyone. As a result, he's even more shameless than I thought. What did he say? As long as he photographed this piece of writing, he can make a request to him, make a request and then make a request. And he also said something like, as long as it's not too much, as long as he thinks it's okay. Doesn't that mean that if he doesn't think it's okay, it's not okay? Hubris. Is not this hubris? Yi Qing, this is certain that this piece of writing will definitely be auctioned out. Intentionally give his face sticker gold it. Otherwise, he categorically will not say what, for the sake of charity, to contribute to their own strength. These words are clearly to remind everyone, today, is the Wan family's charity dinner, everyone, to give face to the Wan family. Shameless, simply too shameless. As HD Moon looked at Yi Qing, who was calm and composed on the stage, her heart was getting more and more irritated. Immediately, she said her guess and felt that it was the truth. Lin Ji also nodded her head and said, too pretentious, it's really too pretentious. With this crappy character, how much can it be worth? Not to mention, his Yi Qing's conditions, it's simply ridiculous. So many people present, all of them are dignitaries. Who cares what Yi Qing is? It's simply hilarious. But Qing Yu, this time, I'm afraid I'm still going to be faked by him. After all, everyone has to give face to the Wan family. HD Moon was not happy about this. Nodding her head, she said, just pretend. Anyway, in the end, it won't be sold for a few dollars. There will be a time for him to disgrace himself. Also the starting price of $1. Pricing is so low. Don't come to the end. Just shoot a few tens of thousands of dollars. That's what really makes people laugh their asses off. Seems to be in the confirmation of HD Moon's guess. This time, the field of shouting price has begun. Oh, the word writing is good. However, also attached to a request for this kind of thing, there is no need. In order to charity well, I'm out of 10,000. A big belly boss, smilingly opened, as if, seem. This scene, also led to many people have laughingly followed the bid. Not bad, since it's all charity, it can't be too little, making it seem like we don't have love. Then I'll bid 15,000. Doing charity, I'm also obliged. I'll bid 20,000. We all participate. How can I be less? What requirements do not require? I do not care. I'm out of 30,000. Nothing else, just a loving. Many people have flirted with the bidding. Each seems to take this auction as a fun, but also take Yi Qing as a clown. And this was the result that HD Moon wanted to see. At this time, High Definition Moon laughed triumphantly and said, "See, Yi Qing now has become a clown. No one cares about him at all. Instead, they all treat him as a laughingstock. Ha, disgraceful, really disgraceful." Lin Shi sniffed, also smiled and opened her mouth. "Qing Yu, did you find out?" Bai Ruo's face seems to be even redder. I'm afraid she now also feels that Yi Qing is very humiliated, and even regrets running here with Yi Qing today. Do you think, will she wait and leave early? Will she and Yi Qing go their separate ways? Once HD Moon heard this, she covered her mouth and laughed all of a sudden. Obviously, this was her favorite bridge. I'll also join in the fun. Otherwise, it would seem boring. After saying that, HD Moon raised her hand and laughed. Just now, this Mr. Yi snatched that pair of grass and wood stickers from my hands. And now, I have to give you a show of support. Ha, now, you can't snatch your own stuff. I'll offer 100,000. After all, it's charity. Everyone shouldn't be too stingy. In case the auction price is low, it's not too good to look at. When a beautiful woman opens her mouth, there will always be people attached to it. After all, no matter what era, the killing power of beautiful women has always been great. And there were even more people who had some capital and wanted to attract the attention of a beautiful woman. President Qing Yu has opened her mouth. Then we can't be too stingy. Indeed, this is for charity. Everyone, it's better to be generous. I'll offer $150,000. Well then, since all of you are like this, then I can't be stingy either. I'll offer 200,000. He, although I can't see anything good or bad about the word, but I'm also willing to pay a high price. Then, 300,000. However, you guys don't want this Mr. Ye's request. I do. I'll wait and shoot it down. I'll demand that Mr. Ye give an apology to President Qing Yu. After all, just now, it's really a bit too much. A slightly younger boss, at this time, used this way, to express his goodwill towards HD Moon. At once, it made many people feel that it was a good opportunity, so they shouted out their prices, and all demanded that Yi Qing apologize to HD Moon. High Definition Moon sat here, at this moment, also did not open her mouth to shout the price, looked at Lin Ji, and laughed. See Lin Ji, now, do not even need me to personally make a move. There is someone who has made a move on my behalf. Moreover, the demand is not too much. I'd like to see, Yi Qing, still have any face, and Bai Ruo, has been fidgeting. I see, she can't hold on any longer. Lin Shi sniffed, immediately laughed. Cheng you this time, can put Yi Qing to the whole miserable? I'm afraid, he is now really want to find a crack in the ground, but also regret just put forward what conditions. This is simply their own to find their own sins. In the High Definition Moon and Lin Ji view, Yi Qing, there has been no room to turn around. Many bosses present have opened the bidding, and flirting, clearly, is to treat Yi Qing as a clown. At this time, the Wan family, it is not appropriate to speak more, so, Yi Qing, really is isolated and the Wan family master, at this time, also feels some face cannot pass. The most important thing is, he cannot dare to really let these people to offend Yi Qing. They didn't know the value of Yi Qing, but the Wan family lord knew, and, not only know, more clearly, this so-called Yi Qing can give him a request. That is simply 10,000 gold is hard to buy At the critical moment, it is possible to save a life. This piece of writing, the Wan family master had already decided that it was not his. Wan Mao also participate in it. I hope everyone will not find it difficult. Hearing the Wan family lord open his mouth, the crowd laughed and said, if the Wan family lord likes it, just open your mouth. That's right, today is the Wan family's home turf, and we all understand and appreciate that the Wan family lord is kindly trying to do a good deed. The wannabe family lord sniffed, shook his head, and said, I'll open my mouth to bid. That's because this piece of writing is worth it. You guys don't misunderstand. After saying that, when the Wan family lord was about to open his mouth, under the stage, someone else jumped ahead of him. I'm sorry, Wan family lord, I think, as the host, it's better for you not to grab it with us. 5 million. This piece of calligraphy, I'll take it. The whole room was in an uproar when this statement was made. Yi Qing's words, in everyone's opinion, at most can be auctioned out hundreds of thousands of prices. And this, but also all to the face of the Wan family. But now, even someone opened his mouth to bid 5 million. Simply, incredible. Well, even if it is to curry favor with the Wan family, there is no need to be so right. But let them more unexpected things. Still in the back. Chapter 50. $100 million. Impossible. HD Moon almost spat out a mouthful of water when she heard $5 million. However, not waiting for her to be shocked, The next scene made her and Lin Ji look at each other in disbelief, only to feel that either they were crazy, their ears were out of order, or these people, all of them, were crazy. Mr. Sun, 5 million. Just want to pick up the leaks. By this piece of writing, you can really think too much. Ha, 20 million. This piece of writing, I want it. A boss in his 50s with white hair, sitting on the main table, smiled and opened his mouth, as if $20 million, in his eyes, was just a number, and the boss, who was addressed as Mr. Sun, looked at this person, smiled, and said, sure enough, there are still those who know what they're talking about. In that case, then I don't presume to be able to pick up the pieces. I'll offer $30 million. And at this time, there was another middle-aged noblewoman, smiled and opened her mouth. Excuse me, gentlemen, this piece of calligraphy, I also have my eye on it, and I bid 66 million. You guys bid before? All too stingy. Is not forgetting, this piece of writing is to pay the previous pair of grass and wood sticker auction money. Really, if you guys to pick up the auction away, that really is a joke. At this time, most of the bosses present, all have been somewhat confused, especially those bosses who had bid before, one by one, dumbfounded, not knowing what had happened. Wasn't it just a word written by an unknown I Ching? How could it be worth so much money? And, even if it was to curry favor with the Wan family, there was no need to be like this. The most critical thing is, the several people who are bidding now, all of them are powerful. Even if they are not as good as the Wan family, they are still similar. There is no need to take out such a large sum of cash to flatter the Wan family. There is a problem. There must be a problem. And, I'm afraid there is a big problem. Just, this problem. In the end out where, high definition moon at this time, a face became iron blue, looked at Lin Ji, said, crazy, am I crazy, or are they crazy? How is it that all of a sudden, things have shifted to this extent? $66 million? Are you kidding me? These big bosses, are they all out of their minds? HD Moon can't understand. Even at the beginning of the people out of 5 million, she felt incredible, let alone now. Is several bosses in the fight for this piece of writing? This is simply a big joke. Yi Ching, what level? Others do not know. She can not know? The words written, is just the point of being able to see, but other than that, what other reason can there be? Yi Ching promised to make a request? It seemed like this was the only explanation. However, it was precisely because this was the only explanation that made it incomprehensible. Yi Ching, what was he? Who cared about the promise he gave? HD Moon, like most of the people present, felt that these bidders were crazy. Otherwise, how could they do such crazy things? $66 million. What a joke. However, at this time, the master of the Wan family, personally came down to the stage. It seems that all of you are people who know what they're talking about. But, I'm sorry, although this dinner is my Wan family's home ground, and I, Wan, would like to thank all of you for your support. However, this piece of writing, I still have to go down to bid. Said here, Wan family master clasped his fist, looked at the crowd. Xiao Dao, gentlemen, this word, I Wan family is bound to get, but also ask you, help, raise your hand, as I want someone, owe you a favor. I bid, 100 million. As soon as the shouted price of $100 million came out, the entire room immediately boiled over, especially what the Wan family lord said. It was clear that he felt that these people were still going to fight with him. So, offering to owe a favor in exchange for the crowd's withdrawal. What the hell was going on here? Crazy, all crazy. What the hell is going on here? Yeah, what's going on here? If I hadn't been here all along, I'd wonder if I'd missed something. These bigwigs, what are they thinking? Is this a play designed specifically for charity? Most of the people, one after another, were puzzled, and one by one, they began to seek their own understanding. As for HD Moon and Lin Ji, at this moment, their faces had been difficult to see to the extreme. Just now, they were still laughing at Yi Ching as a jumping clown, disgraced and disgraced, but as a result, it seems that they are the clowns. Lin Ji, can you give me an explanation? What exactly happened here? Did they all lose their minds? High definition Moon looked at Lin Ji. Her entire body was a little disheveled. It seemed that everything that had happened in front of her was beyond her imagination. As for Lin Ji, at this moment, she was also dumbfounded. But HD Moon wanted an explanation, and she herself wanted a reasonable explanation. Qing Yu, is it possible that the Wan family themselves directed this play? After all, this is the Wan family's home turf. So, not wanting to make any mistakes, they just happened to use Yi Ching's matter to let everyone know that the Wan family's strength? As for those bigwigs who opened their mouths to shout the price, I'm afraid that they are all discussed with the Wan family lord long ago. in order to, is to support the scene, to set off the strength of the Wan family. As you can see, the Wan family lord has said that he owes them a favor, which is to promise them what Lin Ji analyzed was not without reason, but to say that it was reasonable was also really far-fetched. But now this situation, how to explain? There was simply no explanation. High definition Moon squeezed out a smile on her face and said, maybe, it's true, but, no, it has to be investigated. Lin Ji nodded and said, Qing Yu, remember before, Wan Xiao said that Qi Qing did them a little favor? Is it possible that it's for this favor, to return the favor? After all, the Wan family has money, and today is the Wan family's charity main event, but the items that were auctioned off were all bid for tens of millions of dollars, whereas the Wan family, only just donated $10 million, which is a bit of a racket. So the Wan family just happened to take this opportunity to come up with a big price, just to prove that the charity dinner's charity, the one who contributed the most, is still the Wan family. Explaining it this way, it seems, it makes sense. Moreover, Qing Yu, pay attention to Wan Xiao's face. I just watched. Wan Xiao's face isn't very nice. Others don't know the inside story. Wan Xiao is still clear. I'm afraid Wan Xiao is very resentful of Yi Qing right now, and feels that Yi Qing went out to mess things up, and that's what caused the Wan family to contribute so much more money for nothing. If Yi Qing really had this kind of skill, this kind of ability, do you think Wan Xiao would not flatter Yi Qing? Would he dare to look at Yi Qing with resentment? Obviously, this is impossible. The more Lin Ji analyzed, the more she felt that what she said made sense, and it was almost the truth, and her analysis made HD Moon's face slowly recover. If that's the case, then this doesn't have anything to do with Yi Qing at all. Just go up to a random cat or dog and you'll get this kind of result. Yi Qing is nothing more than a jumping clown that these big shots, in order to achieve their own goals. Yes, that's right, it must be like this. Yi Qing is just a jumping clown. Just, unfortunately, still let him pretend to be in front of Bai Ruoruo. I'm afraid Yi Qing is now very inflated. Still think, really his own ability. Bai Ruoruo, I'm afraid also think so. No, must dismantle them, must let Bai Ruoruo clear. Yi Qing, dog is not. Chapter 51. It's all about the face of the Wan family. Both HD Moon and Lin Ji were now silent in their imaginations, because this current result was impossible for them to accept. Only this explanation could be reasonable, and most importantly, could give them peace of mind. Lin Ji looked at HD Moon and said softly, Qing Yu, even if we want to dismantle Yi Qing, I'm afraid that we can't do that right now. After all, the Wan family has already made it this far, and even though everyone knows it in their hearts, they won't say anything more. After all, it's about the face of the Wan family. So, I'm afraid we can only quietly watch Yi Qing pretend this. Although Lin Ji said this with her mouth, however, when her eyes looked at Yi Qing, there was an extra trace of doubt, a trace of gravity, as if, in her heart, she had already started to have some doubts about Yi Qing's identity. However, doubts were doubts, but she didn't say anything. As for HD Moon, at this moment, she gritted her teeth and looked very angry. Damn it, just because I have to take care of the face of the Wan family, I have to watch this clown Yi Qing put on a show. I'm so angry. Alright, can't offend the Wan family, right? Then forget it. However, I definitely won't let him pretend to be successful in front of Bai Ruoruo. After it's dispersed, we'll go to Bai Ruoruo and tell her the truth, so that she knows that this guy in front of her, who seems to have a lot of splendor, is in reality just a jumping clown, a dog's ass. High definition Moon and Yi Qing were completely on the outs, apart from because she was not happy with Yi Qing's might. I'm afraid that it was more because Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo were now getting too close, so close that it made her heart start to sour. Just this point, HD Moon, not willing to admit it, and at this time, because of the Wan family lord's opening, the field had become quiet. It seemed there was really no one bidding. At this, Yi Qing did not feel disappointed, as if he had already guessed this ending. After all, he didn't really reveal his identity, it was just a special flower bet, so that these bigwigs who were qualified to bid could see it, but the truth was that they were not too sure. Otherwise, this price, I'm afraid that it would have to be even higher. Of course, there may also be reluctant to offend the Wan family's sake. After all, the Wan family in Jiangcheng is the real top mansion, not as a last resort. Who wants to offend the Wan family? What's more, with the promise that the Wan family owes a favor, this time, they don't lose. The Wan family master looked at no one opened their mouths to bid. His heart was also relieved. He was also glad. Fortunately today, those who came were some of the big shots of Jiang City. If they were placed in the entire eastern province, then he would not have the qualifications, nor would he dare to say these words. After all, he did not have such a big face, whereas Yi Qing's promise was something that would make a lot of people go crazy. It seems that you all still gave me this face. Well, then I will thank you all. After saying that, the Wan family lord looked at Yi Qing and smiled. Mr. Yi, 100 million is a bit less. I hope you don't mind. Is 100 million still less? This was cash, not any share assets or anything like that. Let's just say that with so many big names present today, those who could painlessly come up with $100 million would definitely not be many. However, for the value of Yi Qing's promise, 100 million is really not much. Not only not much, it can even be said, is very little. After all, Yi Qing's promise was something that could save lives. Yi Qing looked at the Wan family lord, smiled, and said, Wan family lord is polite. Mr. Yi is one word and one promise. To be able to exchange it for $100 million, it's already worth it. Moreover, it's for charity, to help people in need. That's good. Then, the payment for the grass and wood sticker that I haven't paid before. I think, there's no need for me to repay it. When the Wan family lord heard this, he quickly shook his head and said, no need. Of course not. Mr. Yi, please. Yi Qing nodded, then walked off the stage with a smile. And at this moment, the eyes of everyone present were all fixed on Yi Qing. There was no way making such a big deal made people want to not pay attention to Yi Qing. However, the eyes of most people were filled with doubt and incomprehension, including Bai Ruoro, who was equally filled with doubts and incomprehension. However, other than that, Bai Ruoro was more adoring and happy. At least, Yi Qing didn't lose face, which was good and good. As for why Yi Qing's words were able to sell for so much money, although Bai Ruoro also felt that it was unreasonable. But, as long as it was something Yi Qing did, it was unreasonable. So what? In her opinion, Yi Qing was the best. The best. Yi Qing scared me to death. I thought I was really going to make a fool of myself. Just now I really wanted to go on stage and return this grass and wood sticker. Bai Ruoro patted her chest. Still looking stunned now, Yi Qing sniffed and laughed, saying, what are you afraid of? Since I said that I would let you trust me, then you just remember to trust me. What's more, since I, Yi Qing, said that I would give you the grass and wood sticker, then I will definitely give it to you. How could I possibly let you return it? When Bai Ruoro heard this, she revealed a sweet smile and gently nodded her head, looking at Yi Qing with eyes that were all soft and tender. And at this time, the banquet was already near the end. There were no more accidents. On the contrary, when the scene was dispersed, there were quite a few people who wanted to exchange business cards with Yi Qing or something. All were rejected by Yi Qing on this unsympathetic attitude. So that many people, in their hearts and minds, more than a few dissatisfaction with Yi Qing. Wan Xiao walked up to Yi Qing at this time, smiled and spoke. Mr. Yi, the car has been prepared for you. I will personally send you and Miss Ruo back. Yi Qing heard this and directly waved his hand and said, no need. We can just walk. Do what you need to do. After saying that, Yi Qing directly walked forward, while Bai Ruo sat on Yi Qing's arm, the two of them, just like a sweet little couple. This scene, watching the Wan Xiao eyes fire are going to spurt out. Not only angry Yi Qing and Bai Ruo relationship so close, but also because Yi Qing's attitude towards himself, let him, is really very upset. He, the crown prince of the Wan family, the entire Jiangcheng, who didn't give a few points of face. Moreover, he is not the kind of person who eats and waits for death and loafs around. He is the real one, the kind of big young man of the family who is called a young talent. How many people like him, worship him, and want to be with him, even if it was a character of the older generation. When they met Wan Xiao, they gave full respect. But on the contrary, when it came to Yi Qing, he, Wan Xiao, didn't have any face at all, as if he wasn't qualified to talk to Yi Qing at all. This was simply outrageous. Assistant Xiao he was beside Wan Xiao, looking at Yi Qing's back. He let out a cold smile and said, bull, what bull? How dare he treat you, Wan Xiao, with such disrespect? It's really infuriating. Wan Xiao sniffed, revealing a hint of a dangerous gaze, saying, he is my family's lifesaver. Of course cow, divine doctor after all. Divine doctor? Assistant Xiao he sniffed and said softly, so what if he's a divine doctor? After all is said and done, a divine doctor, after all, is just a doctor. Other than that, what else is there? He can save others, but, can he save himself? When he encounters the big shots who are really upset, just arrange someone to kill him. Then is he still a divine doctor or not? Assistant Xiaoyi's words made Wan Xiao's eyes light up when he heard them, and then laughed. Indeed, can you heal others? But can you heal yourself? Divine doctor, can't stop a sword or axe, much less a bullet. And right at this moment, HD Moon and Lin Ji walked up to Wan Xiao's face and laughed. Wan Xiao, this Yi Qing seems to be a little bit not giving you face. Your Wan family, today, but gave Yi Ching a heavenly face. He is talking to you, but not even a smile. This is a little bit unjustifiable, right? Chapter 52, You are a big liar. A man would never want to lose face in front of a beautiful woman, especially someone like Wan Xiao. Looking at the high-definition moon and Lin Ji smilingly walked, Wan Xiao also cannot help but look at more two eyes. Love of beauty. High-definition moon and Lin Ji is indeed a number of beautiful women, today dress and is extraordinarily beautiful, who do not want to get into the wrong it. President Qingyu is joking. After all, our one family owes someone a favor. It's understandable for them to be a little more high and mighty, isn't it? HD Moon smiled as she spoke. This I know. Just, the favor, I think it must have been returned. Today, if not for Wan Xiao and one family lord stepping in, this Yi Ching, I'm afraid that losing face is going to be a big loss. Especially, still losing face in front of Bai Ruo. I can only say, Wan Xiao, you are a little too kind. One family lord is too sentimental. However, $100 million to buy this worthless word, even if it's a huge favor, it's paid off. It can't be, because of a favor, directly blackmailed the Wan family, letting the Wan family keep giving him a ride. Wan Xiao sniffed, looked at HD Moon, laughed softly. That's not true. It seems, President Qingyu, look very carefully. How do I feel? President Qingyu and this Mr. Yi, very familiar with it? All married, cannot be familiar? However, this kind of shameful thing, high-definition moon, cannot say. Indeed some familiarity, so know a little, just some can't figure out. This Yi Ching has just come out of prison. How can he make your Wan family owe favors? I don't know Wan Xiao, can you tell it? HD Moon really wanted to know, as a way to determine the relationship between the Wan family and Yi Ching. Otherwise, a lot of things, if she did it, her hands would be tied. As for Wan Xiao, he didn't know that Yi Ching had actually come out of prison, and when he heard this, he was immediately flabbergasted. If Yi Ching could even go to prison, then obviously, it was not a big person, nor did he have a big background. It was not just a bit of medical skill, or even happen to cure the old man's disease. This kind of person, there is nothing to be afraid of. Thinking of this, Wan Xiao's heart, relieved. I'm sorry Qingyu girl, this is our private matter. However, as Qingyu girl said, the favor has been returned, but the face that should be there, or to do out of it. Alright, Miss Qingyu, if there is nothing else, I will go see off the guests first. HD Moon smiled and nodded, watching Wan Xiao leave. After waiting for Wan Xiao to leave, HD Moon looked at Lin Ji and smiled. Hear that? Nothing matters anymore. Obviously, our guess was correct. However, wanting to move Yi Ching, still need to wait a little longer. After all, the face of the Wan family is here to stay. In case Yi Ching really found the Wan family, I'm afraid that the Wan family still might be able to help. Let's wait, it's safer. Lin Ji sniffed and nodded. You're right, it's good to play it safe. The favor has already been used up, and will be forgotten in a few days, so at that time, you can take it how you want to take it. Thinking of Yi Ching pretending before makes me upset. Qingyu, when the time comes, clean him up properly, preferably in front of Bai Ruo. Hearing this, after a moment of silence, HD Moon laughed. Remember what I just said? I want to see, Yi Ching, who will actually choose, and how deep the feelings between him and Bai Ruo are. If you want to play, then just play with his feelings, then abandon him, and even more so, make Bai Ruo's heart die and leave him as well. That's how painful. Just wait, just these few days, I'll strike. As Lin Ji listened, she was all a bit excited and laughed. I can't wait. Qingyu, with Yi Ching's feelings for you, as long as you wave your hand, he will be able to run over here with his ass wagging his tail, and at that time, Bai Ruo won't cry to death. Ha ha, then what should we do now? Do we still have to go find Bai Ruo, to be angry with her? HD Moon looked at the time, then looked at Yi Ching and Bai Ruo's back as they left. Her eyes narrowed slightly and said, it just so happens that this will be free. It's idle, so why don't we just go and make preparations for afterward, and have a chat with them? Let's go. Lin Ji, let's go meet these two people who just made a big splash. I'm afraid that they're too proud to do so right now. Constantly discussing bragging again. Throw cold water on them and go. After saying that, HD Moon and Lin Ji got into the car, then quickly drove to Yi Ching and Bai Ruo. At this time, Yi Ching and Bai Ruo walked on the road. A handsome pair of men and women, dressed in somewhat formally. The turnaround rate, it was 100%. Ruo, if it doesn't work, let's take the car back. You look like this. Too pretty. Almost everyone on this road is looking at you. Bai Ruo sniffed, snorted a smile and said, it's okay, let them look good. I don't feel anything bad. On the contrary, let them look at me and you walking together. I'm very happy. This was rather what Bai Ruoruo's heart said. Walking with Yi Qing like this, holding her arm, was something she had dreamed of countless times, only that, once upon a time, Yi Qing was HD Moon's man, and she, no matter if she was immoral or something else, could only keep her feelings hidden in her heart. Nowadays, there were finally not so many constraints between them, so, Bai Ruoruo now was really happy. Yi Qing looked at the happy Bai Ruoruo and laughed. You're not the same as before. In the past, you always smiled gently, rarely spoke, and even rarely expressed your feelings. Now it feels like you're much more cheerful. This is good. If there is anything, don't hide it. Say it, it's best. Bai Ruoruo nodded tenderly, and was about to speak when HD Moon's car had stopped in front of them. Looking at HD Moon and Lin Ji who got out of the car, both Yi Qing and Bai Ruoruo frowned. HD Moon, what are you doing here? HD Moon looked at the two people arm in arm. A hint of roar flashed in her eyes and she sneered. What? Can't come? A person who can throw $60 million to grab a grass sticker with me. A person who can sell 100 million sky-high price by casually writing 4 words. I came to see. What kind of character is it? Can't I? Yi Qing, remarkable. You are really remarkable. However, you think you can fool Bai Ruoruo, and so many people present. Can you fool me? You, today, are purposely acting like this, and then letting me see it, trying to get my attention and make me feel like I have eyes, right? But, let me tell you, Yi Qing, I've seen through your ghostly tricks, everything, it's just a coincidence, it's just a matter of borrowing the light of the Wan family. This, do you dare to deny it? After saying that, HD Moon looked at Bai Ruoruo, and laughed coldly. Bai Ruoruo, did Yi Qing just keep bragging with you? Saying how great he is, blowing his bullskin to the sky? Oh, you idiot, he is just fooling you. After all, this kind of lie breaks once you poke it. Yi Qing, do you dare to tell the truth? The truth? You dare to admit that all of this is carefully planned by you. You are actually a liar. Well, you are even more afraid to tell Bai Ruoruo. You did all of this, all for me. Chapter 53 Yi Qing, do you still love me? Yi Qing is now really some admiration. HD Moon. Brain circuit, how is it so clear? Previously, did not find Still everything is carefully planned. Everything is to deceive HD Moon. This kind of words, HD Moon also set out. Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, looked at a picture of HDU who was asking questions, thinking that she had seen through all the tricks, and softly said, HDU, in these few years, have you been sick? If you are sick, you should go see a doctor. Don't delay. Hearing Yi Qing say that she was sick, HD Moon instantly became anxious and pointed at Yi Qing's nose and cursed. You're the one who's sick. Yi Qing, do you really think I don't know that you and the Wan family are actually that close? But what you did today, you've already used up all your favors. Next, do you have any more cards? After saying that, HD Moon pointed at the white crystal love on Bai Ruoruo's body and laughed coldly. You created a good persona. With a fake white crystal love, you tricked Bai Ruoruo, and even appeared in front of me specifically, wanting to use the fake as the real thing to make me regret my eyes. Then you take white Ruoruo to attend this charity dinner, knowing that the Wan family in order to face, plus owed favors, had to pocket the bottom, so you do not have a penny. Directly open mouth and I compete for the grass sticker, and then intentionally write, so that the Wan family out of the way, so that the Wan family's face and Lizzie are there. Yi Qing also followed the face and Lizzie are there. This kind of fraudulent tactics, you used to my head. Do you think I would believe it? How ridiculous. Pathetic. HD Moon laughed out loud, as if she was the victor, pointing at Bai Ruoruo, saying, it's only this stupid woman, who has been infatuated with you. That's why she will willingly accept your deception. Otherwise, who do you think you can deceive? A poor man who sat in prison for 3 years with little ability, and his shot is the white crystal love? Not only that, he can even shoot the grass and wood sticker and take out $60 million? Also, your most clumsy trick is that you shouldn't go on stage and write to auction. It's simply ridiculous. Who do you think you are? Master of calligraphy? It's simply laughable. Too clumsy, too childish. Yi Qing, you really disappoint me. Bai Ruoruo couldn't be angry at this time. Looking at HD Moon, she said in a huff, HD Moon, you can't talk about Yi Qing like this. You're too heartbreaking. When Bai Ruoruo wanted to continue to say something, Yi Qing smiled and shook his head. Ruoruo, there's no need to argue about anything. It's meaningless. After saying that, he looked at HD Moon and faintly smiled. Well, since you think it's all fake and I'm a liar, then why did you come to me? You've already dismantled me and laughed at me to my face. Is that enough? Can we go now? We still have to go shopping. We're really not in the mood to play with you. After saying that, Yi Qing wrapped his arms around Bai Ruoruo and smiled gently. Ruoruo, let's go. Ruoruo's face blushed and gently nodded her head. And this scene, watching HD Moon simply went to her head, showing love, still showing love. This, in her opinion, was deliberately pissing her off. At this time, Lin Ji quietly pulled HD Moon's hand and said, "Xingyu, don't forget, padding, padding." Only then did HD Moon take a deep breath and control her temper. As for Lin Ji, at this time, she laughed and said, "Ruoruo, can you come with me for a bit? I have some things I want to say, and it's just as well, so that the two of them, Yi Chang and Xingyu, can talk as well." Ruoruo was a bit reluctant, but as if she was afraid of inviting trouble for Yi Ching, she still followed Lin Ji to the side. And when there were only two people left, Yi Chang and High Definition Moon, Yi Ching looked at High Definition Moon indifferently and said, "Alright, you've also sent the people away, so if you have something to say, just say it. However, I think, between us, there should be nothing left to say." Looking at Yi Ching, who was full of concern, HD Moon became furious. However, in order to be able to better retaliate against Yi Ching and Ruoruo afterward, at this moment, HD Moon endured. "Yi Ching, there is a misunderstanding between us." HD Moon suppressed her temper and suddenly came up with this sentence. Yi Ching almost couldn't help but laugh out loud. Misunderstanding? HD Moon actually said that there was a misunderstanding between them? HD Moon, you don't have a fever. Do you know what you're saying again? Or do you think that I, Yi Ching, am really an idiot? Misunderstanding? What misunderstanding? Is it a misunderstanding that you divorced me when I just walked out of the prison and didn't even have a drink of water? Or is it the misunderstanding of your brother and your mother running to my house to find trouble with me? Or maybe it's a misunderstanding that you, HD Moon, exported threats to me, and even all kinds of contempt and mockery? If these are all misunderstandings, then, it can truly be a heavenly misunderstanding. High Definition Moon knew that she was at a disadvantage, and when she heard Yi Ching pile on, a face, all of it, turned an iron blue color. However, in order for both Yi Ching and Ruoruo to suffer the price of pain, she felt that she had to endure. Only then, could she get the best result? High Definition Moon took a deep breath, looked at Yi Ching, and softly said, "Yi Ching, I know that you are very angry right now. That's why. You have done so many things to make me angry, to make me dissatisfied." Once Yi Ching heard this, he directly laughed coldly and said, "High Definition Moon, you've misunderstood. All the things I've done have nothing to do with you, so don't forget to put gold on your own face." High Definition Moon wasn't angry either, still said softly, "You're talking in anger. If you really don't care about me, you wouldn't have stopped for me. If you really don't have me in your heart anymore, then you're not Yi Ching anymore. Yi Ching, do you dare to face reality? Do you dare to tell me with all your heart that in your heart right now, you already completely don't have me and don't love me anymore? Yi Ching, you have never lied to me. Are you now going to lie? Do you dare to tell the truth?" After HD Moon finished speaking, a pair of big eyes stared tightly at Yi Ching, as if at this moment, she was very nervous, and Yi Ching, actually at this moment, suddenly fell silent. He didn't want to lie. HD Moon's question, he knew the answer. Thought that in his heart, there was still HD Moon, and even, perhaps, he still loved HD Moon. This is the truth. After all, High Definition Moon and his time together, not 3 days and 5 days, and he is in prison pining for High Definition Moon for 3 whole years of time. Now, just got out of prison only a few days? Just divorced just a few days? If this just a few days to be able to forget High Definition Month, from this relationship out, then Yi Ching wants love. Really, is love? But Yi Ching, also have their own bottom line, also distinguish clearly, when, what to do. Looking at HD Moon, Yi Ching lightly laughed, nodded and said, "Not bad, I admit, I may still love you. In my heart, I also have you. But, so what? We've already divorced. What you are to me, what you've become, I've seen it, so even if I haven't completely forgotten you now, it's only a matter of time." HD Moon, is there any point in saying this now? Hearing Yi Ching's answer, HD Moon immediately revealed a hint of triumph. Sure enough, what Yi Ching loved, was still himself. In his heart, he still had himself. As long as there was, then everything would be fine. At this moment, HD Moon, in her heart, she didn't know if she was really excited, or happy that she was about to get her way with the trajectory. But when she heard Yi Ching say that he still loved, indeed, in her heart, she was filled with joy. Chapter 54 Yi Ching, I regret. Meaningful, of course meaningful. As long as you still love me, everything is still meaningful. Yi Ching, I know, I did not do well before, and broke your heart, but I also have my own hardships. Speaking here, HD Moon's eyes actually became moist, as if she had a heavenly grievance. And this scene, looking at Yi Qing straight frowned. High definition Moon. What are you trying to say? High definition Moon looked at Yi Qing, revealing a bitter smile, saying, forget it, you wouldn't understand. All these years, you were being controlled in prison, while I was outside, seemingly free and easy, but in reality, I couldn't help myself. Yi Qing, you look at me as being very honorable now, but what in fact? On this journey, I'm walking on thin ice, my heart is scared. You don't know how many people I've smiled with, how many people I've begged and pleaded with. You don't know. I'm a little bit wrong. It's the abyss of 10,000 abysses. Yi Qing, it's hard, but can you understand? If Yi Qing didn't know the actual situation, I'm afraid, he would really be fooled by HD Moon. But now, Yi Qing knew very well that HD Moon was lying. Other people's entrepreneurship may be like walking on thin ice, but HD Moon is not. She is protected by many people all the way to come over smoothly. Otherwise, she or her family also can develop such arrogant and domineering character, can be so dog-eyed low. All of this is not because it is too smooth, so, only too arrogant. Well, Yi Qing also does not intend to expose HD Moon, because when the truth comes out, HD Moon will know, himself, how much like a clown. Oh, understand, it's not easy for a man to start a business. A woman, it's even more not easy. But this, what does it have to do with divorce? HD Moon, to put it bluntly, you even if how to sophistry. There are more reasons, cannot deny, and I divorced, because I have been in jail. You feel disgraced, right, afraid of affecting your good image, and even, may have a sweetheart, ha, oh, there is also, my mediocrity, incompetence, is also one of the reasons for your divorce. These, are all facts. Can you deny it? Yi Qing smiled and opened his mouth. It seemed, he had long been relieved, but when these words were said, Yi Qing only felt pathetic. Years of deep friendship, even going so far as to squat in jail for the beloved woman, in exchange, but not touched, but abandonment, in exchange for who? Not cold, not heartbroken? Today, still able to stand and talk properly with HD Moon. Already Yi Qing's love for HD Moon is deep enough and generous enough. HD Moon looked at Yi Qing, lowered her head, and softly said, I don't deny that before. I did wrong. My family also did wrong, but that's not a reason for you to be able to beat up my mother, and beat up my brother. Yi Qing, I'm not talking to you now about who's right and who's wrong. I just want to tell you that I regret it, I already regretted it a little when you signed the divorce papers. When I saw you and Bai Ruoro getting close, my heart was like a knife. I knew, I still love you. Yi Qing, you can try every way to cheat me. Loaded with skills, loaded with money. I know, you are not for Bai Ruoro. Everything is for me, isn't it? You do all this, all for me to see you. Let me regret. Good, you succeeded. I am now really some regret. You, happy. Saying this, HD Moon squeezed out 2 tears from her eyes. Yi Qing looked at HD Moon, gently sighed, and said, HD Moon, at least you are a grand president. Crying on the street, aren't you afraid that people will laugh at you? Those who don't know, still think, it's me who bullied you. Don't cry, okay? HD Moon looked at Yi Qing's attitude softened. She knew that her tears played a role. Immediately directly clenched up her small fists, pounded on Yi Qing's chest, as if she was pampered. Oh, it's you who bullied me. It's you who bullied me. You big bad guy. It's all your fault. It's all your fault. Oh, this scene, if anyone else looked at it, it would be HD Moon being pampered. It would be 2 couples flirting. Yi Qing helplessly glanced at HD Moon and shook his head. Alright, even if I bullied you, it's all my fault. Alright, then what do you want to do now? HD Moon sniffed, looked at Yi Qing and choked. I want you to leave Bai Ruoro. I don't like her. This woman, from the very beginning when she knew you, she has had illusions about you, and after so many years, she still has illusions all the time. I hate her. After Yi Qing was silent for a moment, he looked at HD Moon, and said, me and Ruoro, up until now, the relationship is normal. Moreover, your request, why do you think I will agree to you? Just on the basis of you spilling your guts? Oh, but, between us, there isn't much of a relationship. When HD Moon still wanted to speak, Yi Qing shook his head and said, well, there is no need to say anything more. HD Moon, you, better behave yourself. I now can't trust you, even if I can trust you. Bai Ruoro is my friend. I can't possibly do something that betrays my friend, let alone, this friend is still in the time when the person I love the most abandons me, has always been guarding my side, the one that, looking at Yi Qing's attitude, was so resolute. HD Moon also knew that it was not realistic to see the result today. However, she was not in a hurry today, not to mention, who said that it was impossible for Bai Ruoro to betray Yi Qing? Looking at Yi Qing, a trace of tenderness appeared on HD Moon's face, saying, Yi Qing, I know that you can't trust me right now. It's okay, I will wait for you, and I will prove it to you, but I need time. You know, no matter if it's the people inside the family or the things outside, I need to arrange everything before I can get back together with you. Wait for me, okay? Trust me. This time, I won't let you down. After saying that, HD Moon shouted in Lin Ji's direction, Lin Ji, are you done chatting? If you're done chatting, it's time to go. As he spoke, both Bai Ruoro and Lin Ji turned back to look at HD Moon, while HD Moon, at this time, revealed a smile at the corner of her mouth, then extended her hands and hugged Yi Qing. It was as if it was a provocation, and also specifically, glanced at Bai Ruoro. Sure enough, with this glance, HD Moon saw Bai Ruoro's apprehension and worry. When Lin Ji and Bai Ruoro walked to their side, HD Moon seemed to be in a good mood, as if she was in a good mood, and said with a smile, since it's all been talked about, let's leave it at that. Ruoro, in these few days, I'll trouble you to help take care of our family. Yi Qing first, turn around, I'll repay you properly, goodbye. After saying that, HD Moon and Lin Ji then got into the car. In the car, they still didn't forget to wave their hands and say goodbye to Yi Qing, as well as Bai Ruoro, whose face was pale and incomparable, and whose eyes had all become a little sad. Chapter 55. The Big Hand Behind the Curtain. It's me. After the vehicle turned on, HD Moon immediately laughed out loud. Lin Ji, did you see Bai Ruoro's expression? It's simply ridiculous. That face is pale. It's really pitiful. At this moment, HD Moon laughed extremely happily, making it impossible to tell whether it was because she was angry at Bai Ruoro feeling happy, or feeling that there was still a chance to redeem herself with Yi Qing. Feeling happy, Lin Ji smiled and nodded her head, saying, see, Qing Yu, as long as you step in, Yi Qing, then it's bound to be taken down in minutes. How is it? Is Yi Qing very touched? Very much wanting to make up with you right away. I just saw you guys hugging. This time, Yi Qing is simply going to die of happiness, right? High Definition Moon sniffed, revealing a hint of proud expression, saying, that's natural. Yi Qing personally admitted that he still has me in his heart. He still loves me. Although now that he is hurt, he doesn't quite dare to hold any expectations. But that's enough. Wait and see. At that time, I'll make them both, all of them, fall from heaven into hell. Make them want to die in pain. Dare to lie to me. Dare to fool me. Dare to beat my family. Really think I'll forgive him? Simply idiotic. Lin Ji, I am now more and more certain. All that Yi Qing did was all to get my attention. Ha, he succeeded. Only, the result was the opposite. The more he made me notice him, the more I annoyed him, hated him. This time, let's see if I can't fix him. Lin Ji smiled slightly as she said, I just talked to Bai Ruoro as well. The matter of Yi Qing being a liar. Everyone can see it clearly, but Bai Ruoro can't see it clearly. That's how the authorities are confused, isn't it? I even said, the easiest way is to go to Cloud Jewelry to verify the authenticity of her jewelry, but she, even this, does not dare to go, for fear that the dream is dashed. But now it seems, this good girlfriend of ours, I'm afraid that she is sad and wants to cry. High Definition Moon sneered, my High Definition Moon's things also dare to rob, cry to death deserved. Even if it's something that I don't want, I won't allow others to interfere. What is she? Bai Ruoro, dare to compete with me? Is she worthy? There is also the Tan family side. Although I don't know what happened, but the Tan family is not going to rest easily. Others don't know, but I am very clear. The Tan family, the depth, is deeper than imagined. Lin Ji sniffed, nodded and said, then Qing Yu, let's go to the hospital first. Your brother Qing Shu. I'm afraid that now he is already impatient to take revenge. At this time, you can't mess around. After all, the Wan family, although they have returned Yi Qing's favors, and may not be in the process of helping Yi Qing, but still pay attention to it in the next couple of days. Moreover, you still have your own plans. Don't get destroyed. HD Moon nodded and said, okay, go to the hospital. And at this time, Bai Ruoro stood in front of Yi Qing, her head lowered, her hands fiddling with her skirt, a little overwhelmed, a little hurt. What's wrong, Ruoro? Did Lin Ji say something that hurt you? If so, you don't need to pay any attention to her. She and HD Moon are now wearing the same pants. Bai Ruoro lowered her head and said softly, no, I won't care what Lin Ji said. Yi Qing, I'm fine. I want to go home. At this moment, Bai Ruoro's emotions were very low, and Yi Qing gently sighed and laughed. Emotions are low. Just now you were obviously so happy. Now you're this unhappy. Is it because you saw HD Moon hugging me? So, you are thinking, HD Moon and I, there is a possibility to make up. You are sad in your heart. Is that so? Ruoro sniffed. She could no longer control her emotions. Her eyes reddened, looked at Yi Ching, and said with some choking, Yi Ching, I know that you are the best, and that HD Moon will definitely regret leaving you. I just didn't expect that she would regret it so early, but it doesn't matter. Yi Ching, no matter what choice you make, I support it. Moreover, I also know that in your heart, you haven't forgotten about HD Moon. You still love her. So, even if you want to get back together with her, I will definitely give you my blessing. Just I hope that this time, you will be able to take care of yourself. She, after all, isn't the same person that she once was, and I'm afraid that she'll still hurt you. Saying that, Ruoro's tears snapped and fell, as if she had already lost Yi Ching. Yi Ching looked at this kind girl in front of him, and in his heart, he was touched. Even now, Ruoro is still thinking about herself, as if, as long as she is happy and happy, Ruoro, she can let go of everything. Gently rubbing Ruoro's head, Yi Ching laughed. Ruoro, in your eyes, Yi Ching, am I such a good bully? Yes, I admit, once I deeply loved HD Moon, so, no matter how she and her family treated me, I would tolerate them. But, after coming back this time, I've seen a lot of things, and cut a lot of feelings. Yi Ching, may not be able to accept a new relationship for the time being, but, at the same time, I definitely won't make the mistake of repeating the same mistake and making the wrong choice. What's more, Ruoro, do you really believe that HD Moon is genuinely repentant and wants to start over with me? Do you really think that she is sincere? Ruoro sniffed, flabbergasted for a moment, looking at Yi Ching, dumbfounded. Then why is she hugging you? Why is she saying so much to you, and telling her feelings, if she doesn't want to be with you again? There's no need for her to do this. Could it be just to make you not hate her? Yi Ching smiled and shook his head, saying, if it was just to not let me hate her, she wouldn't have done this. Although, I can't guess what kind of conspiracy she has right now, but there is one thing that I'm pretty sure of, and that's that, she, HD Moon, definitely won't come back to her heart, or at least, right now, it's not the time for her to come back to her heart. She must have a plot, but it doesn't matter. No matter what plot she has, she won't succeed. Hearing this, Ruoro then revealed a smile. Only within the smile, there was some worry. Yi Ching, is it really okay? If High Definition Moon is determined to deal with you now, you'll really be in danger. I know, you might have a friendship with the Wan family, but High Definition Moon isn't simple. She really isn't simple. All these years, she started her business with smooth sailing. Behind her, who knows how many people helped her. If she goes all out to deal with someone, I'm really a bit worried. Ruoro's worry is not without reason. This is likewise the reason. Many people know that HD Moon is inferior to them, but also do not dare to get their hands on it, because there are people who have done these things, but in the end is very, very tragic. It was as if, behind HD Moon, there was a big invisible hand protecting her, not allowing anyone to hurt her. However, this big hand, no one can see. However, Ruoro's worry was wrong, because this big invisible hand that had protected HD Moon, at this moment, was gently rubbing her hair. Chapter 56, because I'm, well, awesome. Ruoro, don't worry, she's no longer the same person she once was. Could it be that I'm still the same person I once was? Saying that, Yi Ching pointed to the grass and wood sticker in Ruoro's hand and laughed lightly. Do you really think that this grass and wood sticker is something that I purposely didn't spend any money on to shoot it down? Relying on the favors of the Wan family? Do you really believe what HD Moon said? That my 4 characters, which were sold for $100 million, was only because the Wan family wanted to save face, and had to do it. Ruoro looked at Yi Ching, and for a moment, she didn't know how to answer. The thing, now in her hands, the real thing was auctioned to over $60 million. This was a fact that couldn't be changed. And Yi Ching's 4 characters also did fetch a sky-high price of $100 million. This was also a fact. It couldn't be faked. She wanted to believe in Yi Ching, but she didn't know what the truth of it all was. She only felt that it was too exaggerated, so that she couldn't react. But if you don't believe, do you believe HD Moon? Yi Ching looked at the silent Ruoro, and gave a light laugh, saying, the 4 words I wrote are indeed not worth any money. If you really take them out for auction, if you can sell them for a few $1,000s, it's very good. What's really worth $100 million is my promise. Yi Ching didn't hide it from Ruoro, and opened his mouth with a smile. While Bai Ruo was stumped for a moment, she looked at Yi Qing and said, "Your promise? But, your promise, how could it be worth so much?" Yi Qing sniffed, patted Bai Ruo's shoulder, and continued to walk forward. "Because my promise can save lives. Ruo, did you forget that? Elder One was saved by me. Did you also forget that? Your injuries were able to recover so quickly, and it was also my acupuncture that played a role. So, do you understand now? My medical skills, at critical moments, can really save a life, and this is what's really worth it." Saying this, Yi Qing lightly laughed and said, "Of course, my promise is not only limited to medical skills to save lives. As for how to use it, and whether I am willing or not, that's another matter." Only then did Bai Ruo react. Yi Qing's medical skill was indeed magical. She had experienced it firsthand, especially when the acupuncture entered her body. That warm feeling, to this day, was still vaguely present, repairing her body. She, surprisingly, had forgotten about this. "So that's how it is, Yi Qing, you obviously have this everything that surpasses the imagination of ordinary people. Why don't you tell Qingyue? I believe, as long as you let Qingyue know about your ability, it is simply impossible for her to leave you." What kind of connections and wealth Yi Qing, who possessed such a magical skill, could bring, that was imaginable. If High Definition Moon really understood this, beating her to death, she wouldn't leave Yi Qing. When Yi Qing heard this, he sneered and said, "I didn't intend to hide it either. It's just that, as soon as I got out of prison, I didn't even get to see HD Moon, before I was sent the divorce agreement by Lin Ji and the lawyer. So do you think there's still a need for me to say anything?" Saying this, Yi Qing felt ridiculous. Just got out of jail. Not even returned home yet. He was picked up by the people sent by HD Moon and forced to divorce. Ruo, but where HD Moon later and I mentioned divorce, even if, just wait for me to arrive home, accompany me to eat a meal of effort. I will put their own experience over the years. All of them, I will let her go on the peak, do the world's happiest woman, as long as it is what she wants. Everything, I can all give her. But, she even this time, do not give me After saying that, Yi Qing shook his head and laughed bitterly. And he didn't know whether it was for himself that he felt sad, or whether it was for Lin Qingyue that he felt pathetic. Bai Ruo looked at Yi Qing. Until this moment Yi Qing's emotions were not high. This was the truth. Even if he got back at HD Moon, for Yi Qing, it was definitely not something that hurt like hell, because the emotional payoff was real. Yi Qing, don't be sad. It's HD Moon who has eyes but no pearls. It's her who missed you. She will regret it. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "It doesn't matter, including what conspiracy HD Moon has right now. It doesn't matter to me. Ruo, let's go. I'll send you home." On this journey, Bai Ruo seemed to be talking about happy things in order to ease Yi Qing's not-so-good mood, and very soon, she arrived at the door of her home, and at this time, an 18 or 19-year-old, delicate-looking, youthful and beautiful girl, was at Bai Ruo's doorstep, and after seeing Bai Ruo, she hurriedly ran over. "Sister, you're back. I'm in a hurry. I thought something had happened to you again." Bai Ruo looked at the girl in front of her, smiled and said, Wei, what are you thinking about? Come, let me introduce you. This is Yi Qing. You have to call Yi Qing brother. Yi Qing, this is my cousin, Bai Wei. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, "Hello, Wei." Bai Wei looked at Yi Qing, frowning slightly, and said, "You're Yi Qing. You're the one that caused my sister to be beaten up?" There was resentment in those words. Bai Ruo quickly said, Wei, it's all a misunderstanding. Don't think anything more." Bai Wei shook her head and said, "Where is the misunderstanding? It's true that you were injured, right?" Saying this, Bai Wei looked at Bai Ruo as if she wasn't hurt much, and said doubtfully, "But looking at it, she didn't suffer much of an injury. However, her face is very pale. She must have still been bullied in no small way." "Yi Qing, it's you who caused this, do you admit it or not?" Yi Qing sniffed, nodded, and said, "This, I won't deny. After all, your sister was severely beaten. It was indeed because of me." "Poisonous beating?" Hearing the words poisonous beating, Bai Wei was simply furious. Directly pulling over Bai Ruo, she looked at Yi Qing with a huff and said, "Poisonous beating? Because you caused my sister to be severely beaten, and you're still laughing? Yi Qing, you're still a human being. Get lost, otherwise, this girl can't spare you." After saying that, Bai Wei didn't wait for Bai Ruo to explain, pulled Bai Ruo and said with dissatisfaction, "Sister, this kind of person, what are you still interacting with him? Let's go home. We are not allowed to meet with him in the future." After saying that, Bai Wei looked at Yi Qing, snorted coldly, and directly pulled Bai Ruo into the house. While Bai Ruoro didn't even have time to say anything, Yi Qing also shook his head helplessly, without explaining too much. After all, no matter how Bai Ruoro was now, that severe beating from before was true. Yi Qing could even imagine how desperate and helpless Bai Ruoro, at that time, would be when she was pressed to the ground and punched and kicked by Tan Xiao. When he thought of this, Yi Qing's eyes emanated a murderous aura, always feeling that the strike was still a little too light. Chapter 57, Someone from the Cloud Group. At this moment, after returning home, Bai Ruoro pulled over Bai Weiwei and said, "Wei Wei, you were very rude just now." Bai Weiwei was very unconvinced and said, "Sis, that's Yi Qing. I know, you've been loving this man for many years, right? So much so that you don't even have any friends or girlfriends anymore. A man who has been in jail. After he got out of jail, he was all abandoned by his own daughter-in-law. He is treating you as a lifesaver, and as a result, you really went out of your way to be with him. Sis, you're confused, are you?" Bai Ruoro sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei and sighed, saying, "Weiwei, you don't understand. You'll understand when I tell you all these things." Bai Weiwei covered her ears and huffed, "I don't want to know about your crap. I just know that it's not right for you and him to be together. He's not good enough for you, and will only harm you. In short, I don't agree. He's just a poor ghost who is unwanted and abandoned. Sis, think about it yourself. In short, I won't agree to you guys being together." After saying that, Bai Weiwei huffed and ran away. Bai Ruoro looked at Bai Weiwei's back with a helpless face. No matter what, Bai Weiwei was thinking about herself and really heartbroken. This, she knew very well, although Bai Weiwei was her cousin, but the kind that was even more intimate than her own sister. No wonder Bai Weiwei misunderstood. In anyone else's place, I'm afraid she would have misunderstood. And at this moment, the hospital ward. Tan Xiao, the whole person has been nearly crazy. Body injuries, let a person look at the horror. But the most terrible is Tan Xiao's mental state. That is really sometimes awake, sometimes crazy. People is considered a complete waste. Tan family master and Mrs. Tan, sitting in the hospital room, eyes stagnant looking at the moment, was tied to the hospital bed. Struggling son, the pain in the heart, only they themselves understand. Mrs. Tan kept wiping her tears, while the Tan family lord, his eyes were ice cold and incomparable. "If I don't take this revenge, I, Mr. Tan, vow not to be a human being." The Tan family master spoke through gritted teeth, and Mrs. Tan at this moment, choked and said, "You yourself have been cleaned up, just now that Yi Qing, how ruthless. You have also seen. The most important thing is that he has the backing of the Wan family. This revenge, how can I take revenge? Oh. The Tan family lord gritted his teeth and said angrily, "So what if the Wan family is backing him up? My life is considered to be ruined. However, even if I die, I will pull him as a cushion. Do you really think that my Tan family is easy to bully? Do you really think that I, Mr. Tan, have been mixed up all these years for nothing? Fine, then it's a fish out of water, and we won't stop until we're dead." Tan family master finished, gritted his teeth, looked at Mrs. Tan, coldly said, "You are here. Watch your son well. If the trauma is well, then bring him home. I these days, first go out. In short, you do not care about anything. This revenge, I will report it." After saying that, the Tan family lord was about to leave. Mrs. Tan pulled the Tan family lord's hand and choked. "You can't do anything stupid. My son is already like this. If something happens to you, how can I live?" The Tan family lord heard this. His expression was cold with a hint of madness, saying, "Live? I don't want to live anymore. In short, no one can stop me from taking revenge. Bai Ruoro, this woman, is the culprit of everything? Just wait, I can't spare them." After saying that, the Tan family lord directly threw off Mrs. Tan and walked out of the ward with a crazy face. No one knew where he went and who he was looking for. However, Mrs. Tan knew that this matter wasn't over. I'm afraid that very soon, there would be something even bigger to come out. And at this time, Yi Qing does not know this. If he knew that the Tan family master until now is still not dead, thinking of revenge, I am afraid, at that time on the Tan family master's shot, will be more ruthless, directly waste him. When he returned to the neighborhood, Yi Qing saw 3 luxury cars, parked in front of his house, and the license plates, none of them were local. Frowning slightly, Yi Qing knew that, I'm afraid, they were here to find themselves. Sure enough, by the time Yi Qing approached, an old man with some gray hair, walked down from the car, looking at Yi Qing, with a look of excitement. "You are Yi Qing, Mr. Yi, right?" Yi Qing sniffed, nodded and said, "Who are you?" This old man's expression, after hearing the affirmative answer, became even more agitated. "My surname is Gu, one of the directors of the Cloud End Group. Mr. Yi, may I have a chat with you?" Hearing that it was someone from the Cloud End group, Yi Qing didn't have any surprises in his heart. From the time he used the Cloud End card to buy the White Crystal Love, he knew that someone from the Cloud End group would definitely come to his door. Can't talk about it being intentional, but since it was done, then Yi Qing has also been prepared to meet people. Anyway, if he didn't see them now, sooner or later, he would meet them. Elder Gu, is it? Come on. After saying that, Yi Qing directly went upstairs and opened his room, and Elder Gu made everyone else stay downstairs, and alone followed Yi Qing into the room. Mr. Yi, can I ask you a question? After Gu Lao entered the room, before he even sat down, he couldn't wait to ask. Yi Qing smiled and nodded, saying, yes, however, there is no need to rush. Elder Gu, please have a seat, have some tea and rest. After saying that, Yi Qing made a cup of tea for Gu Lao. Gu Lao took the cup of tea, and after taking a sip, his eyes lit up, saying, what kind of tea is this? I've never had such a good tea before. Not only is it sweet in the mouth, it seems like there is also a heat that travels through the body, making one feel extremely comfortable. Yi Qing sat down opposite Gu Lao and said with a smile, tea? It's just ordinary tea. It's just that by me brewing it, the flavor is different. Elder Gu looks like he's dusty all the way. This is after getting the news. He rushed here without stopping. Ha, have a cup of tea. Smooth out your breath. No harm done. What you're asking is the news of Yun Lao, right? Gu old man heard, immediately looked at Yi Qing with a straight face, nodded heavily, said, that's right, Mr. Yi, it is the old man Yun. His old man, from the release from prison, disappeared, but turned all his shares to you, and named you to take charge of the entire Cloud Group, and even served as the Yun family's special offerings, have the right to deal with the size of the Yun family's affairs. I dare to ask, all of this, is it true? Dare I ask, is all this true? Whether it was true or not, in fact, Gu Lao himself knew in his heart. However, it was because it was too unbelievable, so after seeing the rightful owner, he still couldn't help but open his mouth to ask. Yi Qing nodded and said, it is indeed true. I was originally unwilling to accept it. However, Elder Yun has been kind to me, so for the sake of him being able to have peace of mind, I can only reluctantly accept it. With these words, Elder Gu didn't even know what to say. Accepting Elder Yun's shares and taking charge of the hundreds of billions of assets of the Yunwan Group. This was called being reluctant? Serving as the Yun family's envoy, controlling all the powers of the Yun family's size, and even having the power to sway the selection of the Yun family's lord. Was this also a reluctance? This casually take out one. Or how many people begged for a great good thing, but to Yi Qing mouth, but seems to become a kind of trouble. This made Elder Gu a little less comfortable in his heart. Mr. Yi, do you know what you are saying? That's the highest power of the Cloud End Group and the entire Cloud family. Chapter 58, I'm afraid there will be bloodshed. Yi Qing sniffed, looked at Gu Lao and smiled, saying, but there's also a lot of trouble, isn't there? Mentioning this, Gu Lao's face collapsed. Not bad, trouble, lots of it. The Cloud Group was in the midst of a power struggle right now, and the entire Cloud family was also unsettled. These might still be able to hold on. However, if Yi Qing's identity as an outsider took control of these greatest powers, then no one would be convinced. When the time came, it would be the enemies of almost all the people with vested interests, and they wouldn't let go of Yi Qing. After all, this was about a business empire of hundreds of billions of dollars of conglomerates, as well as the huge Yun family. As it was now, Gu Lao knew very well that apart from him coming to look for Yi Qing, there were also people who were on their way. Only, Gu Lao had done some means, so that they hadn't found where Yi Qing was yet. Mr. Yi, it seems that you know very well what you will be facing, but, even so, you won't give up, right? After all, this is the great power of the Cloud End Group and the entire Cloud family. Yi Qing heard this, and immediately smiled and shook his head, saying, Elder Gu, you underestimated me. I admit, the Cloud End Group is very rich, and the Yin family is also very valuable, but these can't impress me. Not to mention, I will have to fight with quite a lot of people for this. I'm a person who is actually the most afraid of trouble, and only wants to live a peaceful life. It was Yun Lao's mandate, and even pleading, that I reluctantly accepted. For that matter, the main reason is still that I owe Yun Lao a favor. Begging? These two words made Elder Gu hear and even become a little angry. That was Yun Lao, the famous Yun Lao, the Yun Lao who started from nothing and created countless miracles. Such a character would also beg others to accept a huge property? Simply ridiculous. However, looking at Yi Qing's bashful demeanor, Gu Lao, for the first time, actually believed the words. Mr. Yi, then, please, can you tell me, Elder Yun, Where exactly did he go? Compared to anything else, what Gu Lao, these loyal people, wanted to know the most was Yun Lao's whereabouts and safety. Yi Cheng, on the other hand, could not tell him. Sorry, Elder Gu. I promised Elder Yun that I won't divulge his whereabouts. However, what I can tell you is that Elder Yun is very safe. You guys don't have to worry about anything. As for whether Elder Yun will come back or not, I don't know, but there is a possibility of that. When Gu Lao was about to inquire further, Yi Cheng shook his head and laughed. Gu Lao, if my mouth is that lax, do you think Elder Yun will trust me? Moreover, since I was able to tell you about Elder Yun's news, what about the others? Wouldn't I leak it as well? So, there's no need to waste your efforts. When Gu Lao heard this, he nodded and said, it's me who was abrupt. Since Elder Yun chose you, we all believe in you. I know that, whether it's the Cloud End group or the Cloud family, it will be difficult for you to get the big power, but all of us old guys, we'll do our best to work for you. So don't worry, Mr. Yi. Then, may I ask when, do you plan to go to the Yun family, to the Cloud End group? Yi Cheng heard that. After a moment of silence, he said, wait a little longer. Whether it's the Yun family or the Cloud group, I've actually learned quite a bit about it. Right now, I have other things to deal with. So, for the time being, anyway, for a short period of time, there shouldn't be any problems. Of course, I have to say at first, even if I go to the Cloud End group and the Cloud family, I won't really stay there all the time. In the end, the things of the Cloud family still have to be dealt with by the Cloud family. As for me, I'm only responsible for standing behind the scenes on the line. For the specifics, let's talk about it later. Gu Lao sniffed. He also knew that he couldn't sway Yi Cheng, although he didn't know much about Yi Cheng. But, since he was the person that Yun Lao chose, the person that he believed in, he, too, could only believe that Yi Cheng had the ability to solve everything? Good, then I'll be waiting for you anytime, anywhere. It's just that, Mr. Yi, this time you used the cloud card. The news has already leaked out. The people who will come are not just me. Those people from the Cloud family who are against it will also come to find you. Do you need me to stay and deal with the trouble for you? Yi Cheng waved his hand and laughed. I'm a person that keeps a low profile. If you stay, how else can I keep a low profile? Elder Gu, if I can't solve this bit of trouble, then I, too, am not worthy of your trust, am I? Don't worry and go. Only, my means have to be based on my mood. If I do something a little too drastic, or even mess up a person's life, at that time, Gu Lao don't take offense. Elder Gu had always been very clear that the person personally chosen by Elder Yun could never be any simple character. However, it was not until this moment that Elder Gu could see clearly that Yi Cheng was more than not simple. I'm afraid, his methods were also beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Taking a deep breath, Gu Lao got up and bowed slightly to Yi Cheng, saying, Mr. Yi, I have no right to interfere in what you want to do. Only, I also ask you to please, for the sake of Elder Yun, when you do it, leave them alive. After all, they are all Elder Yun's bloodline. These words were not false, yet Yi Cheng, however, did not intend to listen. Looking at Elder Gu, Yi Cheng just gently asked, Elder Gu, are they still considered Elder Yun's bloodline? They, how many of them are for money and power, and how many of them are really heartbroken for Elder Yun, respecting Elder Yun, and wanting to find Elder Yun? Elder Gu, please go back. I know exactly what to do in my heart. Gu Lao knew that at this moment, he shouldn't say anything more, nodded and took out 2 business cards, gently placing them on the table. Mr. Yi, these 2 business cards, one is mine. As long as you have the need, you can call me anytime, anything, I will do my best. The other one is the president of the Eastern Province's Cloud Group, also my disciple, can be trusted. If you feel it's inconvenient to look for me, you can also directly look for him. He will do everything you want to do for you. Elder Gu was very understanding. He didn't bring the person directly, but only gave his business card. This was already being considerate of Yi Cheng's thoughts. Yi Cheng nodded and accepted the business card, then personally sent Gu Lao out the door. After sitting in the car, Gu Lao dialed a phone. After the phone was connected, Gu Lao said with a serious expression, Elder Yun's news. I didn't ask, but the person I met, Elder Yun has vision. It's just that this person, I'm afraid, is even more uncomplicated than we imagined. Notify everyone. Get ready. I have a premonition. This person, I'm afraid that this person will turn the Yun family, stir up a heaven and earth, or even, maybe bloodshed. Chapter 59. Are you still my daughter? At this time, the 3rd generation of the Yun family's young man, Yun Bao, had already arrived in Jiangcheng under the escort of many bodyguards. Only, Yun Bao obviously hadn't realized the seriousness of the problem. and was not slow along the way, and even was a bit dissatisfied. These people just know to make me. Why don't they come by themselves? So far away, all night long, tired me to death. Yun Bao sat in the car, very dissatisfied, and opened his mouth to spit up, and the follower sitting on the co-pilot smiled and said, Yun Xiao, this is the family valuing you. Otherwise, why don't they send someone else? This time coming to Jiangcheng, it is actually an opportunity for you. You just need to complete the mission. No one would dare to say that you are idle and not doing your job anymore, right? Mentioning this, Yun Bao was a bit happy. In his opinion, it's not just to clean up a person who has never met but got their family's shares for no reason. For him, it's still a handful. The mission is sure to be accomplished. A poor boy who somehow got lucky is just a poor boy. He also dares to get his hands on my Yun family's wealth. He's simply eaten a bear's heart and leopard's guts. I now suspect that this old man is either completely confused, or he has a deep grudge against this person. Otherwise, why would he let him come to die? And at this time, Yun Bao's follower carefully said, Yun Xiao, for the sake of the big picture, we still endure a good first look at the situation. If we can use money to solve, or use money to solve it. After all, if this mission is completed well, you go back. There is no less reward. To be able to solve things perfectly without any extraneous problems, that is the most important thing for you. Of course, if this person is insensitive, then that's a different story. Yun Xiao sniffed, looked at his follower, and laughed. Puppy, why don't you say, I still like to bring you the most, you're just smart in the head. Well then, when the time comes, it'll depend on my mood. However, already arrived in Jiangcheng, the address is still not found out. Really a bunch of waste. However, there is no hurry. Let's first go to find a place to stay. Have a good time. Right, first go to the hospital. This way, also do not know what to eat. Some stomach pain, go to the hospital to see Go. Yun Bao said, covering his stomach, is a little upset. The follower quickly let the driver, drove the car to the nearest hospital, and at this time, high-definition Moon, had also rushed to the hospital, and was in Gao Chengshu's hospital room, explaining to Gao Chengshu why he couldn't move Yiqing for the time being. But from Gao Chengshu's disgruntled attitude, it seemed obvious that Gao Chengshu was not happy. No, sis, if you don't help me, then I'll do it myself. It's just a district Yiqing. I don't believe it. I can't clean him up. Sister, tell me the truth. Are you still in love with Yiqing? You still want to rekindle your old feelings with him. That's why you are here to persuade me to let him go for now. Tell me, are you thinking like this? Gao Chengshu made a scene in the hospital room and started questioning at HD Moon. At this time, Gao mother was also beside her, and after hearing this, she immediately became unhappy. High definition Moon, are you still not my daughter anymore? Are you still not Chengshu's sister anymore? Now that your own brother and your own mother have been beaten up by Yiqing, you don't care about it, not to mention that you're asking us to put it down for the time being? What do you want to do? Let me tell you, you want to have a lingering love with him and rekindle your old feelings. No way. Unless we sever the mother-daughter relationship. Gao mother pointed at HD Moon's nose, huffed and puffed, even said such words as severing the mother-daughter relationship. Obviously, she was really angry, very angry. However, HDU felt even more aggrieved. If it was said that the old feelings were still alive, perhaps she couldn't say anything. After all, in her heart, it seemed that she did still have some feelings for Yiqing. Otherwise, she wouldn't have felt heartbroken and angry when she saw Bai Ruoro and Yiqing getting close. However, rekindling old feelings, that was absolutely impossible. She HD Moon had managed to come to this point today, absolutely impossible to be destroyed by anyone. She still wanted to go higher and farther, and Yiqing not only couldn't help her, but would also block her footsteps. How could she rekindle her old feelings? Mom, you see what you are saying? How can I possibly rekindle my old feelings with Yiqing? If I want to do so, then why do I divorce him? You say right. Now, I really have my own considerations. You guys don't worry, this revenge, I will definitely report it for you guys. Moreover, the kind that will definitely satisfy you. You guys don't know, Yiqing and the Wan family got involved. The Wan family even owes Yiqing a favor. You guys say, can you take revenge now? When these words came out, Gao mother and Gao Chengshu immediately froze. Gao Chengshu was even more anxious. The Wan family owes Yiqing a favor? Sister, are you kidding? You can't be lying to me. HD Moon frowned, looked at Gao Chengshu and said in a cold voice, do I have to lie to you? This is what I heard from Wan Xiao's mouth. Personally, however, you guys don't have to worry. This favor has already been returned. Moreover, Wan Xiao also hates Yiqing. It's just that, after all, he has just returned the favor. He always needs to calm down for a few days. Otherwise, on the Wan family's side, it won't be easy to do so. You guys say right. Only then did Gao Qingshu nod dismally, saying, alright then, sister, you remember, you must help me take revenge. This Yi Qing, even if he doesn't die, I want him to be crippled. Gao mother was even colder, said, alright, just do what your brother said. HD Moon, if you can't do this well, then don't recognize me as your mother. HD Moon helplessly nodded, said, don't worry, I have my own plans. When the time comes, the big deal is that after I finish my own business, I'll find someone to break his legs is. This time, you guys are satisfied. Gao mother and Gao Chongshu then reluctantly nodded their heads. It seems, breaking Yi Qing's legs, for them, is still a little too light. And High Definition Moon said with some fatigue, okay, then if it's okay, I'll leave first. After a busy day, I'm going to go back to take a rest. Anyway, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. After saying that, HD Moon directly left the hospital room. That was not wanting to stay here for a minute. Just as HD Moon walked downstairs, she bumped into the young master of the Yun family, Yun Bao, who had just finished his injection and was preparing to leave. At this moment, HD Moon was still dressed in the same way as she was at the banquet hall, so beautiful that people couldn't take their eyes off of her. As for Yun Bao, after seeing HD Moon, his entire body was frozen. In his eyes, he was filled with desire like a blazing fire. Chapter 60 Beauty, I've fallen in love with you. Stunning, stunning. Looking at HD Moon's back, Yun Bao swallowed hard. It wasn't that he hadn't seen a woman before. As a direct descendant of the Yun family, he didn't know how many beautiful women had pounced on him. Yun Bao, High Definition Moon this kind of, also is not know, but also do not know why. Today, he saw High Definition Moon, just have a kind of never had a feeling. Puppy C, body and face, are excellent. The most important thing is that her pretty face is slightly cold at the moment. There is more of a feeling of an iceberg, as well as this kind of cool temperament. It's really unforgettable to see After saying that, Yun Bao hurriedly trotted forward. Beauty, wait, this beauty, please wait. High Definition Moon was currently angry. Hearing someone running over to accost her, she immediately frowned and said, who are you? Yun Bao walked in front of HD Moon, looking at the slightly frowning HD Moon. Moreover, he felt that there was a different style. After all, once he, Yun Bao, accosted, it was invariably unfavorable. Moreover, it was almost always other people who pestered him. Now that someone had a cold face towards himself, that feeling, don't mention it. This beautiful woman, how are you? In the next Yun Bao, just saw you, amazed, so I want to get acquainted with you. I do not know, is it convenient? After saying that, Yun Bao took out his business card from his pocket. However, before handing it over to HD Moon's hand, HD Moon had already turned away coldly. Not convenient. With those 3 words, he then saw HD Moon directly get into his car and leave the hospital. And Yun Bao hadn't even reacted yet, still maintaining the position of handing over the business card. The follower puppy walked to Yun Bao's front at this time, and said somewhat angrily, who is this simply illiterate well. Even Yun Xiao your business card did not accept, but also dare to speak coldly to you. Simply outrageous. Yun Xiao, don't worry, I will definitely find out who she is, and when the time comes, I will let her come and personally apologize to you. When Yun Xiao heard this, he directly waved his hand and laughed without getting angry at all. No, there's no need to be like that. He, this kind of taste, it's really something else. Having seen more than 100 submissive women, now that I see one that is indifferent to me, don't you think, it's very interesting? Moreover, the more it is like this, the final sense of conquest, only the more intense, the more physically and mentally pleasurable. Check now, I've decided. The most important thing we came to Jiangcheng is to find this woman and take this woman. Ha ha ha. Looking at Yun Xiao's face like a ghost, the follower puppy had long been accustomed to it, and hurriedly spoke. Don't worry, Yun Xiao, I guarantee to find out the truth for you. Yun Xiao nodded and said, then let's go. Remember to find out that lucky guy who wants to pick up the advantage, and finish it earlier so I can do other things earlier. After instructing, Yun Xiao led the people and left the hospital. Before he came, his mind was empty, but after he came, his mind was filled with HD Moon's cool face. And at this moment, HD Moon still didn't know that she had been targeted by Cloud Leopard. Returning to his villa, HD Moon's mind was in a mess. After taking a shower and changing into her pajamas, she laid down on her bed, and from her nightstand, she took out a photo of her and Yi Qing together, which was considered to be the only photo of them together. Looking at the photo of the 2 people being intimate, HD Moon frowned slightly and said softly, if you want to blame you for being too mediocre and incompetent. It's not that I, HD Moon, am cold and heartless, it's really that, I've already seen the scenery of a higher place, and I no longer want to live this kind of bland life. After saying that, HD Moon sighed softly, and threw this only photo together, into the trash. At this moment, that is, Yi Ching did not hear HD Moon's words. Otherwise, besides being speechless, he could only be speechless. Early the next morning, after HD Moon woke up, after eating breakfast, she was ready to go out to work at the group. However, just after going out, she was shocked by the scene in front of her. Early in the morning, more than 8 o'clock, the entrance of his own home was unexpectedly piled up with bunches of flowers, both sides of the doorway. At the very least piled up dozens of bunches of red roses. Women, indeed, all like romance, HD Moon is no exception. But, this is also a little too romantic. The key is, who sent it? Today's HD Moon, with a fortune of more than $100 million, has long been beyond the reach of ordinary romance. And just in the high-definition moon, strange is who send flowers when. Cloud Leopard, from the side out, a modest gentleman posture, slowly towards the high-definition moon. Last night the hospital at first sight, let me miss into disaster. Cannot sleep at night, beautiful woman. Now, we are able to recognize? Yun Bao had a gentle smile on his face. If it wasn't for a face that was really a bit ordinary looking, it looked like, it really made the heart feel good. Last night? The hospital? HD Moon remembered that Yun Bao was the one who blocked her way last night. But right now, she didn't feel romantic, she only felt revolted. So, since last night, you've been following me, right? High-definition Moon looked at Cloud Leopard, her brows, lightly furrowed. Yun Bao, however, shook his head, and laughed. This kind of impolite thing, how could I do it? I just saw the girl as if she was a heavenly being, fell in love at first sight, so I slightly sent someone to inquire about it. And only then did I realize that the girl is not only pretty and beautiful, but also has outstanding talent. And this can't help but make me even more heartily joyful. Qing Yu President, I can now tell you very definitely, I Yun Bao, really like you. You, whether you are willing to be with me together, even if we first do a friend. Also Line Ah, obviously not having much culture, but pretending to be cultured. HD Moon looked at Yun Bao, and once again said in a cold voice, I'm sorry, I don't think we can be friends. And also, please don't follow me anymore, or else, I will be nonchalant. After saying that, HD Moon was ready to leave. As for Yun Bao, he waved his hand, smiled faintly, and said, if you want to be ungracious to me with just these people, then, you might have to let Qing Yu down. Subsequently, HD Moon's bodyguards were directly escorted over by Yun Bao's men, and this scene, looking at HD Moon, her brows, tightly frowned. She knew that she, I'm afraid, had underestimated Yun Bao. Chapter 61, Surname Cloud, Cloud of the Cloud Group. Yun Bao looked at HD Moon with a smile and said, Miss Qing Yu, your bodyguard. His bodyguard's hands are really too poor. With such hands, how can he protect the girl? But don't worry girl, as long as you have the need, I can introduce you to better bodyguards anytime, anywhere, and will definitely make the girl satisfied. Now, I don't know if the girl can talk to me, believe me, knowing me as a friend. Girl, you won't suffer. Yun Bao slowly opened his mouth, a powerful and confident look, as if, in this life, he had never failed. High-definition Moon took a deep breath, and when she looked at Yun Bao, her face became calm. He, Mr. Yun Bao, it seems, is not an ordinary person. Just, I don't know why, how come I haven't heard of your name? Jiang Chang, no, even the Eastern Province, it seems, there is no Yun family as a big clan. Could it be, from outside the province? Yun Bao smilingly opened his mouth. Qing Yu, why do you need to open your mouth to test me? Want to know who I am? As long as you a sentence, it can be well. After saying that, Yun Bao once again took out his business card and handed it to HD Moon. High-definition Moon this time received the business card, but, looking at the business card on the name of the general manager of the Cloud Leopard Investment Company, cannot help but bitterly laugh. An investment company that was named after her own name could not find out half of the useful clues at all. This company, she had not heard of it either, so, she could not tell where Cloud Leopard came from at all. So, Mr. Yun, what exactly is it? HD Moon raised the business card in her hand, looked at Yun Bao, and spoke directly. Yun Bao laughed, said, walking outside, always have a title well, I am at home, indeed, is a little out of the way, so the family business, temporarily did not enter. However, my own business, is also a good result. Qing Yu girl, in the next name Cloud Group of Cloud. When these words came out, Qing Yu's eyes immediately widened as she looked at Yun Bao and swallowed her saliva. Surname Yun, not strange, but, Yun of the Cloud End Group, that was a different concept. Cloud Group The entire dragon country are ranked super enterprise, assets up to hundreds of billions of dollars, no matter where you go, are the absolute god of wealth? Yun Duan Group founder's family's son, no wonder, so flamboyant, so arrogant. But at this moment, HD Moon really didn't dare to offend Cloud Bao, because the gap between her and the other party was really a little too big. So it is the Cloud family's young master. It is really a small daughter has eyes to recognize Taishan. I do not know the Cloud Young. How will run to the Jiangqing to come? Is it a tour of distraction? Or are you visiting friends and relatives? Looked at before and after the attitude change of HD Moon. Cloud Leopard haha laugh. Heart is beautiful. This is what he wanted to feel well. Women should be submissive in front of their own. HD Moon's previous coolness, now gentle, is the proof. Come to Jiangqing to deal with a little thing. Ha, it seems, Xingyu girl, or to my Cloud group, more understanding of the well. That's good. I heard that Xingyu girl also has their own company. There is an opportunity. We can cooperate with the well. HD Moon heard, immediately smiled, said, Cloud End Group such a business giant, behemoth, not to mention the people in the shopping mall, even ordinary people, is also extremely understand. If you can really cooperate with the Cloud End Group, then naturally that's my honor. But I'm afraid, I'm Clear Moon Group, not this qualification High Definition Moon is also self-awareness. Her Clear Moon Group what volume? People Cloud Group and what volume? Cooperation? To put it bluntly, people's hands casually leak out a bit of meat. It is enough for Xingyu Group to eat the pot full of pot. Moreover, the Cloud Leopard himself said, did not hold any position in the Cloud Group, looks like a dude. He cannot do the Cloud Group's main. However, offending Yun Bao, HD Moon also did not want to. After all, this is an absolutely good person pulse. Yun Bao looked at HD Moon and laughed. Why? Miss Xingyu is afraid that she doesn't believe in my ability, right? But it's understandable. The Cloud Group headquarters is naturally not good for cooperation. However, I think my Huayan family's direct lineage, the energy to say a word is still there. For example, let the East Province's Cloud Group branch and the Xingyu Group to start some necessary cooperation. I think, the problem, or not too big well. When saying this, Yun Bao was very arrogant. The smile in HD Moon's eyes, on the other hand, was more than enough. Don't look down on a provincial company of Yun Duan Group. That volume is also absolutely much bigger than her Xingyu Group, can cooperate. Naturally there are many benefits. Then I will thank young Master Yun Bao. Young Master Yun Bao, why don't you go inside and have a chat? Standing here all the time without even a sip of tea, that would be me. HD Moon, slowing down the guests, and when people find out about it, they will scold me. Yun Bao smiled and was about to nod his head when the little dog walked to Yun Bao's front and softly said, Yun Xiao, people have been found. You see, when to deal with it? Yun Bao sniffed, immediately eyes to a brilliant light, coldly laughed, that naturally is the sooner the better. I would like to see, exactly who is so bold, even my Yun family's cheap, dare to take advantage. However, the most important thing right now is not this matter, but sending Miss Xingyu to work. After saying that, Yun Bao looked at High Definition Moon and smiled. I wonder, if I have this honor to send Miss Xingyu to work, and at the same time, visit Miss Xingyu's company as well. Naturally, HD Moon would not refuse, and immediately nodded her head in agreement. Young Master Yun Bao has good intentions. I naturally can't refuse. It's just that, just now, I heard young Master Yun Bao say that he has something to take care of, so there won't be any delay in your business, right? Yun Bao waved his hand and laughed. It's just a matter of solving a little trouble. Miss Xingyu doesn't need to worry. HD Moon smiled, nodded, and smiled. If young Master Yun Bao needs me to help him out, feel free to ask. After all, Xingyu is a native of Zhangchang, more or less. She still has some abilities. If I can contribute something for young Master Yun Bao, I would be very happy to do so. Yun Bao laughed and nodded, saying, if there is a need, I will definitely trouble Miss Xingyu. However, for now, it seems that there is no need to do so. Let's go. Miss Xingyu, please get in the car. As he spoke, Yun Bao's car had already driven over, and Yun Bao looked at Puppy, faintly opened his mouth. Arrange a few people. Bring the person over to me is, a thing that doesn't know the sky and the earth is just a thing. Still need this me to personally go to see him? The little dog sniffed and immediately nodded his head. Yun Xiao, don't worry, I'll personally go out and make sure everything is safe. You, have fun. As he spoke, the little dog's smile was very somewhat meaningful. As for young Master Yun Bao, he laughed and patted Puppy Z's shoulder, then got into the car and sat next to HD Moon. Chapter 62 You Dare to Play Me? Along the way, High Definition Moon and Cloud Leopard, and did not chat too much else, just casually chat some topics. Have to say, Cloud Leopard's mouth is very sweet. Coaxed high-definition Moon is very happy. Soon, the vehicle arrived at the Qingyue group's downstairs, and Lin Ji has waited in the group downstairs. See high-definition Moon from the Cloud Leopard's car down, but also flabbergasted for a moment. See the Cloud Leopard's looks, but also flabbergasted for a moment. However, Lin Ji was very smart. One look at HD Moon's appearance. She knew that this Yun Bao was not simple. President, this is? Lin Ji walked up to HD Moon and opened her mouth to inquire. High-definition Moon smiled and said, "This is Yun Bao, Mr. Yun of the Cloud Group." At these words, Lin Ji's eyes immediately lit up. Yun of the Cloud Group. Ah, that's really a cloud floating in the sky. Immediately, Lin Ji revealed a passionate and fiery gaze, looked at Yun Bao, bowed and smiled. "Hello Mr. Yun, I'm the assistant of Qin Yu's president, Lin Ji. If there's anything you need, you can contact me anytime." Yun Bao looked at Lin Ji and laughed. Worthy of being a beautiful president, even the assistant beside her is a stunning beauty. How nice. Although the words were said, Yun Bao's eyes did have a moment of amazement, but then, he lost interest. He had seen too many stunningly beautiful women, but it was hard, very hard, to get into his heart. HD Moon was because when she was in the hospital, she didn't show any false colors to him, which made him inexplicably interested. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a big deal out of it. But as soon as Lin Ji saw him, she was directly passionate like fire, especially that eyes, and other women look at him, almost the same, which made Yun Bao lost a lot of interest. Lin Ji also saw the indifference in Yun Bao's eyes, and her heart ached for a moment, especially when she saw how eager and fiery Yun Bao's eyes were when she looked at HD Moon. That kind of jealousy made Lin Ji almost gnash her teeth in anger. Why is it that everyone is so good and fond of HD Moon, but to herself, she is nonchalant? Why was she only able to be HD Moon's subordinate and be liked by some ordinary people with little financial power, but she couldn't also be loved by some rare young talents? Unfair, really unfair. Lin Ji was completely confused. In the end, herself, compared to HD Moon, where is the difference? Miss Qingyu, let's go. Introduce your business to me. Turn around. I'll arrange for someone to come and talk about cooperation. By then, we'll be considered partners. Yun Bao was again drawing a big cake for Qingyu, but this big cake, this time, Qingyu really can't even eat it. At this time, the little dog had already brought people and went on the way to look for Yi Qing. Gulao's blockade of Yi Qing's news can only be short-lived. After all, although Gulao is in control of the power in the Cloud Group, but those people in the Cloud family, the power is not small, the ability is not weak. It was only a matter of time before the Cloud Panthers got the news. This point, Gulao had also already reminded Yi Qing. Yi Qing did not take it seriously. Gulao, there was no other way but to choose to believe in Yi Qing. After all, this was the person that Yun Lao all believed in. After arriving at Yi Qing's door, the little dog nodded to the bodyguard, and immediately, the bodyguard rapped heavily on the door. In front of Yun Bao, Puppy Dog Z was a follower. However, when Yun Xiao wasn't around, Puppy Dog Z, that was Dog Xiao, not to mention anything else. Let's just say that right now. With his hands in his pockets and a look of indifference, Puppy Dog Z was really more like Yun Bao than Yun Bao. After Yi Qing opened the door, he looked at Puppy Z and the others, and didn't say anything. He directly turned around and went back to the living room, sat down in the living room, and made a cup of tea to drink. This scene, looking at the small dog's son and the others, flabbergasted for a moment, looking at each other in disbelief. This scene really let them unexpected awe. Shouldn't they ask who they are? Shouldn't ask them what they came for? Just like this, opened the door, did not say anything, directly back to the living room to sit down. What is this situation? Puppy entered the room with 4 bodyguards. Looking at Yi Qing sitting on the sofa, he frowned slightly and said, "Do you know us?" Yi Qing shook his head and spoke faintly. "Don't recognize." The little dog directly laughed. "Don't recognize? You didn't even ask a question before letting us in. What do you mean?" Yi Qing glanced at the little doggy and said, "What's the point of bothering with that effort? Anyway, you guys are here to find me. That's always right. Since you're here, let's talk if you have something to say. Seeing as you guys don't look like you're here to give gifts, that means you're here to look for trouble. So let's get straight to the point." Good guy. The puppy had lived for so long, it was really the first time he had seen such a person, which made him, really, a bit interested. Sitting down on the opposite side of Yi Qing, Puppy Dog Z looked at Yi Qing and laughed. "Interesting, I really quite like you. Good, then let's talk. Elder Yun, where is it?" Puppy opened the door and directly opened his mouth to inquire about Elder Yun's whereabouts. Just like Gulao before, Yun Lao's existence was something that the entire Yun family, everyone up and down would not and dare not ignore. Yi Qing looked at Puppy, and spoke indifferently. "I don't know. Even if I know, I won't tell you. Puppy dog looked at Yi Ching. The corner of his mouth revealed a cold smile, and said, "Good, kid, quite crazy. I don't know if you have the capital to be crazy, and I asked this sentence to, I think, you already know who we are, and on behalf of whom we are here. Are you sure you can resist? I advise you, it's better to be honest, so that, not only can you suffer less, perhaps, there are also benefits, but, if you are stubborn, then, you can only say sorry to you." After saying that, the puppy directly took out the contract, fatally opened his mouth, signed this equity transfer contract. From now on, Yun Lao's shares, and you have nothing to do with it. However, as compensation for you, my side will provide 1 million cash to you, kid, for nothing to do. You can get 1 million cash. You make a lot of money. This words, the puppy said without blushing, without gasping for breath, as if he was really being picked up by Yi Ching, as if he was picking up a heavenly bargain. However, Yi Ching looked at Puppy Z as if he was looking at an idiot and said, "You, drunk?" Puppy dog sniffed, frowned slightly and said, "What do you mean?" Yi Ching let out an "oh," said, "Since you didn't drink too much, then you are sick in the brain. However, although I know a little bit about medicine, but I won't treat idiots with no brain. You'd better go to the hospital. If you don't know how to get to the psychiatric hospital in Zhangcheng, I can tell you the address." The moment these words came out, the little dog immediately became furious. This is clearly playing with him, and even more so, he is scolding him. "Asshole, kid, you dare to call me an idiot." With the fall of these words, the little dogsy slapped heavily on the table, slapping the table, shaking the sky. Chapter 63 $1 million for the shares in your hand. Yi Ching looked at the table that was heavily slapped by Puppy Dog Z, and said in a deep voice, "To my table, apologize." As soon as these words were said, the little dog immediately froze, and the 4 bodyguards also looked at Yi Ching speechlessly. Only to think, is this person's brain problem? Not to mention the fact that this table was unharmed. There was no crack at all. Even if it was directly smashed, there was no reason to apologize to the table. The little dog was directly pissed off and laughed, looking at Yi Ching, sneering, "Kid, not only did you call me an idiot, but now you dare to trick me into apologizing to your table? Did I damn well slap you and apologize to you too? You kid, are you unable to distinguish the situation? Do you really not know what you are facing right now? You want to seek death, don't you?" Yi Ching was silent, looked up at the puppy and said indifferently, "Aren't you an idiot? Otherwise, how could you say something so stupid? $1 million, and you want to buy away Elder Yun's shares in my hands. Are you sure you're not sick in the head and not an idiot? Can't you even do the math on such a simple account? Then let me tell you, the shares that Elder Yun gave me are worth hundreds of billions of dollars. You want to buy them away by spending $1 million, and you still have a picture of being cheap to me. Aren't you fooling me? What's more, Yun Lao gave me, can not only shares, is to control the entire Cloud End Group and control the Cloud family's power. These, not just shares can be compared. Guess, you are not brain sick. Accounts, who will calculate? Puppy really if a moron. It would not be possible to go wherever by the Cloud Leopard to bring. However, accounts, they were not calculated like this. The puppy looked at Yi Ching, smiled and shook his head, saying, No, kid, you're miscalculating. At least, there's one thing, not only are you miscalculating, you're thinking wrong. Money is very important. The shares in your hands are indeed worth $100 billion. There is nothing wrong with that at all. However, these hundreds of billions of dollars of wealth, you also need to have a life to spend it. Only then can you do it. If you don't have a life, then, do you think you still have any wealth to speak of? Kid, advise you, don't be greedy. Moreover, don't expect to get what you shouldn't get. Otherwise, you will die. And when you die, you have nothing left. 1 million is really cheap. Otherwise, 1 million, able to buy you a few lives. Do you believe it? Yi Ching laughed. Threats, really funny. Since he was released from prison, he seemed to have been threatened by quite a few people. This crop of things made him really upset. Looking at the puppy, Yi Ching sighed and said, "Life, so worthless." The little doggy sniffed and laughed, thinking that Yi Ching was afraid. Life, of course it's worth money, but it depends on whose life. For example, your life, it's worth this $1 million, or our charity. Take this $1 million, sign the contract. You live, don't take it, don't sign it, then use this $1 million, buy your life, you die. A very simple choice, isn't it? Yi Ching sniffed, nodded and said, "Simple and clear." Then, who are you? Someone from the Yun family? The little dog shook his head and laughed. "Looking for you, Do I need the Yun family to come out? That would be too humiliating. I'm just a follower beside Yun Xiao. Me showing up is already considered giving you face. Kid, be smart and sign it. Yi Qing slowly got up, picked up a teacup, took a sip of tea, and said, You guys, don't you think your stomachs are starting to feel uncomfortable? When little dog Z heard this, he was flabbergasted for a moment, and just wanted to say something, but then, he saw the 4 bodyguards, one by one, suddenly covering their stomachs, directly rolling on the ground in pain, one by one, as if they were suffering the punishment of death by 1,000 cuts, and puppy dog face changed, suddenly feel in the stomach, as if the knife cut like pain, cannot stand up, cold sweat, instantly covered the whole body. You, what have you done? The little dog directly sat paralyzed on the ground, covering his stomach, gritting his teeth, looking at Yi Qing. Yi Qing spoke indifferently, Nothing, you guys are just poisoned. Don't worry, this poison, it's not fatal, but, it's true that it will hurt to death. After saying that, Yi Qing looked at the time and laughed. 30 minutes, based on past experience, this kind of pain, at the most, people can withstand it for 30 minutes, and either they will die, or they will commit suicide. Come on, apologize to my table, I'll give you the antidote. At this moment, the puppy was already speechless from the pain. He didn't know if what Yi Qing said was true or false. However, he clearly knew that he was already in pain right now. If this kind of pain continued unceasingly, I'm afraid that, for 30 minutes, he would really die from the pain. Looking at the leisurely Yi Qing, at this moment, the little dog wanted to cry. Originally thought it was a simple and good job. How did it suddenly turn out to be like this? You hurry up and give us the antidote. Otherwise, the Yun family won't let you go. You'll die. Yi Qing nodded, pulled out his ears and said disdainfully, Alright, I know, don't threaten, nothing new at all. Quickly kowtow and apologize to my table. Otherwise, I won't give the antidote. After saying that, Yi Qing took out 5 small pills and intended to throw them away. The little dog also couldn't take it anymore, and directly knelt on the ground, kowtowing to the table he had just slapped. Table, I'm sorry, just now it was me who had no eyes. I shouldn't have slapped you. I was wrong. I'm sorry. A strange shame, simply a strange shame that could not be forgiven in this life. He, the little dog's son, followed the cloud leopard side, that is also a character. Now, but was forced to give a table kneeling and kowtowing and apologizing. This is simply incomprehensible. But there is no way. As for Yi Qing, he also kept his promise, and directly threw the pills to the puppies as if he was teasing a dog. Puppy and the 4 bodyguards, at this moment, like crazy, grabbed the pills and couldn't wait to eat them. It had to be said that Yi Qing did not lie to them. This mouthful of the antidote was eaten, and the pain instantly eased a lot. And after losing the pain, the little dog immediately became angry, pointing at Yi Qing, angrily saying, You dare to poison us. You seek death. I'll kill you now. Yi Qing looked at little dog Z with an indifferent expression and said, Fine, you kill, but just be careful to die from the pain later on. With these words, puppy dog Z's face was filled with horror, including the 4 bodyguards, who directly covered their mouths and noses, as if they were afraid of being poisoned again. As for Yi Qing, he waved his hand indifferently and said, Scram, while I haven't changed my mind, have your steward personally come to me. Puppy dog and the others were helpless. The current Yi Qing, in their eyes, was like a hedgehog. It was neither to fight nor not to fight. Other than retreating, it seemed like they had no way out. Good, you wait, today's revenge, we will definitely avenge it. After saying that, Puppy Dog Z brought 4 bodyguards and left Yi Qing's home as if this place was some kind of hell, filled with poisonous gas as if. As for Yi Qing, looking at the back of the puppy son and their back, he sighed and said, This home, it seems that it can't be lived in. Everyone can come to the door. Really take me here as a food market? And at this moment, Yun Bao was in HD Moon's office, chatting with HD Moon in a frenzy, while Lin Ji stood at the side. Her eyes were still full of anticipation, but deep in jealousy. Chapter 64, Throwing Away the Cup He Used. Young Yun, you've come to Jiangcheng in a big way. I must receive you well. Look, is there anything you want to play? Any place you want to go? I'll accompany you to have a good stroll. HD Moon looked at Yun Bao and opened her mouth with a smile. Directly put off all the things of the group. Just intends to make a good relationship with Yun Bao. Yun Bao smiled and nodded. I can have Qing Yu's company. Then I will be very happy wherever I go. How about Jiangcheng? It's my first time here. I don't understand. It's better for you to arrange it. Qing Yu. HD Moon smiled and nodded, saying, Good, since young Yun doesn't mind, then I'll take matters into my own hands. When the time comes, if there's anything that's not in place, please young Yun, please bear with me. By the way, Xiao Yun, there is something that I want to inquire about. Yun Xiao sniffed and said, Qing Yu can just speak directly, I will definitely know everything. A mouthful of Qing Yu, as if he already had a relationship with HD Moon, how well acquainted he was. But HD Moon didn't object and was still happy. It's like this, Yun Xiao, I previously strolled through Cloud Jewelry, and saw that there is a set of jewelry inside, named, White Crystal Love. It's really beautiful, and people can't get enough of it. I want to ask Yun Xiao, this set of White Crystal Love, the entire Cloud Jewelry, should only have one set, right? At these words, Yun Xiao was flabbergasted for a moment, and then spoke with a smile. Qing Yu, you're really asking the right person. As for me, I'm not very familiar with any of the business of the Yunduan group, but I'm the most familiar with the Yunduan jewelry. This is not a lie. As the Cloud family's famous playboy, Cloud less out of it is also still considered generous. Those girls, which one will not like jewelry it? So the Cloud jewelry, but also really Cloud Leopard most often go to the place, more or less, but also really understand a lot. You said the White Crystal Love. What is it? I don't know, never seen, but, can have a special name, special counter, separate exhibition. That is certainly all unique. So, only one set, that's all. What? Qing Yu likes it? If you like it, I'll just give it to you, in front of me, a Yun family's son, to go and make you buy something from Cloud Jewelry and pay for it. That would be my fault. And at this moment, Lin Shi swallowed her saliva and couldn't help but say, Heavens, young Cloud is so generous. That's jewelry worth $99,999,000 giving it away just by saying it. That's really generous. It was at this moment that Yun Xiao, who had heard Lin Ji's words, his face, immediately collapsed. Sending jewelry, could be, a few tens of thousands, a few 100,000, or even a few million. He could just bite his teeth and make a move. But, $99,999,000? Are you kidding me? His Yun Xiao's yearly allowance wasn't this much to just give it away. He was crazy to do so. But, it's not appropriate for me to come out. After all, I came here this time to handle official business. If I let people know that I ran to Cloud Jewelry and went to buy some jewelry, then if the family knows about it, then they will again think that I'm not doing my job. And at that time, I'm afraid that I'll be punished. So, wait for the opportunity. In short, I'm keeping this matter in mind. Qing, you can just rest assured. Yun Xiao secretly wiped his cold sweat, thinking, fortunately, he rounded up fast. Otherwise, he really didn't know how it would end. It was impossible to bring high-definition moon to Cloud Jewelry and then say himself that he didn't have the money to buy it. Or, he went out on a limb, using the identity of the Cloud Leopard, temporarily turn around and give money? Are you kidding? People really may not give him this face. Yun Bao young master, if he is serving in the Cloud group is okay. If you take a few 100,000 things, also okay, nearly 100 million things no one will give him this face. HD Moon looked at Yun Bao, who was a little weak, and immediately understood that the Cloud young master may be a direct descendant of the Cloud family, but, I'm afraid, the status is not that high. Then thanks to Yun Xiao. But, the money, it's impossible to let Yun Xiao pay. When the time comes, I earn money, I buy it myself is. What I'm asking about this matter is to say, if someone imitates this set of jewelry, what should be done? When Yun Xiao heard this, his eyes glared and he sneered, my Cloud group's jewelry, would anyone dare to imitate it too? That would be looking for death. What? Qing Yu knows about this? If you have something to say directly, I can't handle it. I will notify the family and the group, and at that time, someone will come to deal with it. When HD Moon heard this, she smiled and shook her head, saying, it's fine, I'm just asking. Come, young Yun, drink tea. Just at this time, Little Dog Z and the others suddenly walked in and looked at Yun Bao, their faces collapsing. Yun Bao frowned slightly and said, things didn't work out? Puppy Dog nodded disheveledly. Before, he had sworn, wanting to perform well in front of Yun Bao, but now it's good. He lost his face directly. Yun Bao looked at the little dog's son and said in a cold voice, waste thing, lose my face, soft can't, don't know to come hard, or is it, hard, you guys can't either? It really makes me curious. What kind of character? Even my Yun family's face dares not give. This is, honoring the wine, but not to eat the punishment wine After saying that, Yun Bao got up, looked at the little dog, and said, lead the way. I will personally go to meet him. And at this time, HD Moon also hurriedly stood up and said, young Yun, do you need my help? Still, in Jiangchang, I more or less still have some energy. No matter if it's white or black, I can help out with anything that is inconvenient for young Yun. Yun Xiao looked at HD Moon, smiled, and said, good, Thanks Chengyu, but I can handle it. When I really need Chengyu's help, I won't be polite. Then, let's go first. When I'm done solving the trouble, I'll have a good chat with you, Chengyu. After saying that, Yun Xiao led the people and directly left. And when Yun Xiao left, HD Moon's face immediately became cold. Looking at Yun Xiao's used cup, coldly said, Lin Ji, throw this cup away. It looks disgusting. Lin Ji flinched, somewhat bewildered. HD Moon frowned slightly and said in a cold voice, didn't you hear what I said? Throw this cup away in a hurry. Don't look at yourself and dare to come after me. You really don't know the heights of heaven. With these words, Lin Ji froze. Is this still HD Moon? People, but the young master of the Yun family. Lin Ji walked to the table, picked up the cup and threw it into the trash can, saying, Chengyu, isn't he the young master of the Yun family? HD Moon sneered and said, there are more young masters in the Yun family. Who does he count? Just a waste who can't even make a set of jewelry. How high can he be in the Yun family? The fact that I greeted him with a smile on my face is already a sign that I am unwilling to offend. If you really think that you can arbitrarily pin me down just by virtue of being the Yun family's young master, then you are also underestimating me, HD Moon. After saying that, HD Moon slanted her eyes and glanced at Lin Ji, saying, you are, rather, quite enthusiastic and attentive. Otherwise, I'll dress you up and introduce you to him. I think he won't refuse, but whether you can occupy a place in his heart or not, I can't say. Chapter 65. Who are you trying to seduce? Anger. At this moment, Lin Ji felt insulted and her heart was furious. HD Moon herself disgusted Yun Bao. Even the cup Yun Bao used was thrown into the trash can by her, but she even said something like, dress yourself up and introduce yourself to Yun Bao? Also said what? Can occupy a place in the heart of the cloud leopard? It is hard to say. What does this mean? This is clearly looking down on her Lin Ji, that she needs to dress up in order to get close to Yun Bao. Moreover, it is very likely that she will just be played with. Bullying. There is no such thing as bullying. HD Moon. Too much. However, high definition Moon such excessive. Also not a day or 2 days. They seem to be girlfriends, but in fact, from the high definition Moon's identity status after the increase, the gap between them has long been pulled very, very big. Endure. Besides enduring, Lin Ji couldn't do anything now. Chengyu, you've misunderstood. I just think that, after all, he's a member of the Yun family. It's not good to offend. There's nothing else on my mind. HD Moon looked at Lin Ji, let out a cold smile and said, it's best if I misunderstood. But so what if I misunderstood or not? You Lin Ji is single until now. Is it true that no one is chasing after you? Or is your vision too high? You know yourself clearly. I also know that you have been comparing with me. Even more so, you feel that everywhere is better than me, but you are inferior to me. So, the heart is very unhappy, right? Is not dreaming of taking over on me. Speaking here, HD Moon stood up, walked to Lin Ji's front. Actually, directly showdown. When Lin Ji heard this, a trace of panic flashed through her eyes, and she hurriedly shook her head. Chengyu, you misunderstood. I didn't. I really didn't. Chengyu laughed and ran her fingers across Lin Ji's beautiful face, but the long nails made Lin Ji's skin feel a hint of pain. Misunderstanding or not, whether there is or not is good. But, fate is sometimes like this, when you should learn to resign yourself to fate. Lin Ji, this point of reasoning, you've been with me for so many years. You should know it. What do you think? I am too lazy to care. People go to higher places. I can also understand, and can even help you. But, if even my HD Moon's things, you want to touch, want to die, then you think, I will be happy? Lin Ji, you're the only friend I have. Don't let me down, okay? Lin Ji hurriedly nodded and said, I know, Chengyu, don't worry, I won't let you down. At this time, saying more was more wrong. Lin Ji didn't dare to explain anything and could only nod her head in recognition. Only then did Chengyu smile, patted Lin Ji's shoulder and said, that's good. Today you don't need to accompany me. Go find Bai Ruo. After all, they are all old friends. The relationship between us, when it's time to ease a little bit, we still need to ease a little bit, especially by Ruo. Being so simple and kind, she is most likely to be deceived. Earlier, she already saw me embracing Yi Qing. I think, in her heart, she won't be happy. Go, comfort her. By the way, prepare for the identification of white crystal love. Speaking here, HD Moon revealed a hint of a smile, saying, it's really not necessary to make an effort to get it. The Yun family's young master happened to come to Jiangchang. What could be more genuine than the Yun family's young master opening his mouth? Ha. Lin Ji's eyes lit up when she heard this. Then, suddenly thought of something. Chengyu, do you think, this Yun family young master, if he sees Bai Ruo, will he move his heart? After all, I looked at the cloud leopard young master, and it seems like he's a lustful man, not a light that's any good. HD Moon nodded indifferently and said, then, whatever, anyway, it has nothing to do with me. I'm only responsible for letting Bai Ruo see the truth, and letting Yi Qing know what is meant by regret. Other than that, it's nothing, whatever you want. Afterward, Lin Ji nodded her head and hurriedly left HD Moon's office. After walking out of the office, Lin Ji's eyes flashed with a trace of grimness, obviously, for what just happened. She, keeping in mind, gripped in her heart. At this moment, Yun Pao, led by Puppy, headed towards Yi Qing's home. In the car, Yun Bao was very dissatisfied with Puppy's behavior, but Puppy was really aggrieved. Looking at Yun Bao, Puppy Dog Z was directly in tears. Aggrieved, young master, my puppy dog son's behavior, you are the most clear. In order to do things for you, even if I give up my life, I have no hesitation. But, this Yi Qing is really vicious. He even poisoned us. The most critical thing is that, how we were poisoned, we are not even clear. You don't even know. Young master, I just tapped the table. He even forced me to kowtow to the table and apologize. Oh, young master, puppy dog, I've never lost such a big face in my life. Now, I don't even want to live. Oh, puppy dog cried out in pain. At this moment, didn't care about face. A brain said all about the previous situation, especially, how horrible the poison was when Yi Qing poisoned it, and how bad Yi Qing was. Hearing Yun Bao froze. Really? This Yi Qing was able to let you guys be poisoned without knowing it, and moreover, poisoned you to the point where you couldn't live and couldn't die, and also let you kowtow and apologize to the table? When he said this, on Yun Bao's face, besides a hint of scorn, he also felt some amusement. Puppy dog, which was hard and bad, nodded his head heavily and said, Yun Xiao, I really didn't lie to you. The 4 bodyguards who followed me before can all testify. Saying this, Puppy Dog Z hesitated and looked at young Master Yun, saying, Young Master Yun, do you really want to go? Or, why don't you not go, and let these bodyguards go up and beat the person half to death first? After all, in case you are poisoned as well, that would be the end of it. When Yun Bao heard this, he immediately wanted to agree. However, after a second thought, he shook his head. Don't worry, since he wants me to talk, obviously, he is not satisfied with the price. Someone with means and interesting. I would like to meet. If I can take in an expert in using poison, it would not be a bad thing for me. Thinking of this, a glimmer of light flashed in Yun Bao's eyes. He, Yun Bao, was not without enemies, much less people he wanted to deal with. But there were times when, perhaps due to strength, or perhaps due to influence, he was forced to hold his nose and admit it. However, can God unknowingly give people poison? That is another matter. Thinking clearly about all this, Yun Bao was now even a little impatient to hurry up and meet Yi Qing. Puppy dog, go, find a place, everyone buy a gas mask. At that time, let's go again. There will be no problem. The moment these words came out, the little doggy's eyes immediately lit up. Looking at Yun Bao, he directly patted up a series of asses. Yun Xiao, or you're smart. Yes, why didn't I think of it? Wearing a gas mask, I'm not afraid of him messing up. Good, I'm going to buy a gas mask. This damn thing, at that time, without the poison, I'll see what other means he has to deal with us. The little dog was now excited, immediately arranging for someone to find a place and go buy gas masks. Chapter 66, $100 million is enough. Soon enough, Cloud Leopard's convoy stopped at Yi Qing's downstairs. Only, this time, the dozen or so people who came down from the car made people feel as if their brains were sick after seeing them, because, one by one, they were all wearing gas masks, as if there was a plague here. When they came to the door of Yi Qing's house, Yi Qing's door was not even closed. Obviously, they were waiting for them. Yun Bao glanced at Puppy. Puppy immediately understood, although there was some scruples, but thought that he was wearing a gas mask, so, still directly stepped into the room. Yi Qing, get your ass out here. We're back again. Yi Qing, at this moment, was cleaning up the dishes in the kitchen. After hearing the voice, he indifferently wiped his hands, then walked to the living room. After seeing Puppy Dog Z and the others all wearing gas masks, Yi Qing revealed a hint of a mocking smile. Then, walking to the sofa in the living room, he once again sat down, and said indifferently, dressing up is quite interesting, but, is it useful? Alright, has the main man arrived yet? If he has arrived, come in, don't go outside the door and scare the neighbors. Yun Bao at this time, led the people, all of them walked into the room, a dozen people, instantly making this not big room, become crowded. Yun Bao directly sat opposite Yi Qing. After looking Yi Qing up and down a few times, he smiled and opened his mouth. You're the person appointed by the old master, right? Indeed, you're quite capable. However, If you want to get the old master's shares based on this skill, I'm afraid you're not qualified yet. When Yi Ching heard this, he sighed helplessly, pointed to his ears, and said, "What did you say? I can't hear you clearly." These words made Yun Bao instantly deflate. Indeed, the gas mask might be good, but it affects the spread of sound. This ing communication is really tiring. Yi Ching at this time pointed at Yun Bao's gas mask and said indifferently, "Take it off. If I want to poison, you won't be able to use it even if you wear 100 gas masks. If you don't believe me, I'll just give you a test." After saying that, Yi Ching looked at puppy dog Z, who was the first one to come in, smiled faintly and said, "Just now it was just your mouth that wasn't clean. That's you then, kid. Just now the stomachache still wasn't hard enough, right? What about now?" Subsequently, the little dog's son only feel cold sweat. The stomach actually began to involuntarily pain again. A few seconds of time, the little dog's son has been in pain, cannot straighten the waist, directly kneeling on the ground, wailed in pain. This scene, watching the Cloud Panther, they were all startled. Previously, it was said that Yi Ching had used poison in an extraordinary way. They still didn't believe it. Now, obviously Yi Ching hadn't done anything, but they had already been poisoned. This was simply unimaginable. However, this also proved one thing, that is, Yi Ching could really ignore the gas mask. Taking out a capsule of antidote, Yi Ching placed it on the table, looked at the little doggy, and said indifferently, "Kowtow and apologize to your table grandpa again, then just eat it." The little dog son felt like he was going crazy. Today, he didn't do anything, he just apologized to the table. If this got out, he wouldn't have to be a human being, especially now. It was still waiting for the face of the Cloud Panther, but at this moment, the intense pain, so that he could not care about anything, directly kneeling on the ground, take off the gas mask, then began to apologize non-stop, and then, hastily picked up the antidote, ate into the stomach. After a few seconds, the body, instantly comfortable a lot, but it is this short dozens of seconds of time, but let the little dog, has long been all wet, as if living again. Yi Ching only then looked at the clouded leopard, faintly smiled and said, "So, but also continue to wear this thing?" Yun Bao is also painful, directly removed the gas mask, looked at Yi Ching, laughed, "Mr. Yi, good means, gods and ghosts, awesome, awesome." Yi Ching looked at Yun Bao and spoke indifferently, "If you are asking for news about Yun Lao, then, keep your mouth shut. If you are planning to spend $1 million, to buy the shares in my hands, then, please also shut your stinking mouth and just leave directly." When Yun Bao heard this, he froze for a moment, then glanced at Puppy, saying, "1 million? Puppy dog's cold sweat instantly flowed down, directly kneeling on the ground, looking at Yun Bao and said, "Yun Xiao, I was just trying to help you save some money. I didn't mean anything else." Yun Bao glared fiercely at the puppy, then looked at Yi Ching and laughed, "Mr. Yi, misunderstanding, complete misunderstanding. $1 million just to want to buy the shares in your hands. That's obviously impossible. $10 million in cash, plus the properties and facades in the eastern province. The total value is not less than $50 million. You see, is this sincere enough? Of course, I know very well, compared to the value of the shares in your hands, this 50 million still seems a little too little, but things are not viewed this way, but rather, we have to look at it from a different perspective. For example, in your hands, these shares are worthless, and may even bring about the danger of killing your life. But, by handing them over to us, you will not only have a place to live in your next life, but also have an additional friend. Why not be happy about it? Mr. Yi is a smart person, I think, should know how to choose. Compared to the previous 1 million that wanted to buy out the shares in Yi Ching's hand, now Cloud Leopard directly gave $50 million in cash and real estate. Obviously, it was a lot more generous. If it was an ordinary person, being threatened and enticed by them like this, perhaps, they might have compromised. But Yi Ching, was he an ordinary person? Looking at Yun Bao, Yi Ching smiled and said, "The offer is indeed a lot more generous. It seems, it's not that there's no space that can be negotiated. Since you are able to come up with this price of $50 million, then obviously, the bottom line is far more than that. Let's put it this way, you directly say the bottom price. I would like to see, you Yun family people, out of hand, just how generous." Hearing Yi Ching ask this, Yun Bao clapped his hands, smiled and got up, saying, "Good, painful. Since this is the case, then I won't hide it from you, Mr. Yi. This time, my Yun family's bottom price is very simple, $100 million. That's right, it's $100 million. As long as you sign on the equity transfer, immediately there will be $100 million in cash, to your card. How about it? Painful. 100 million in cash, at your disposal, without any risk, compared to the invisible, untouchable equity, which is more cost-effective. I think, you should understand. Yi Qing looked at Yun Bao, gently sighed, and said, thousands of times difference. Young Master Yun, I really can't afford to give up. Most importantly, what about me? I'm a person, after all. I'm heavy on promises. Since I've promised to help Elder Yun to take care of the Yun family, to take care of the Cloud Duan group, I can't backtrack on my word. Cloud Young, right, I see. How about this? Since you can be sent, obviously, even if not by the Cloud family's attention, is also considered the Cloud family's direct lineage. How about this? Follow me to Mix. In the future, reward you a bite to eat. The future may not be known as such conditions. I think you should feel honored. The moment these words were said, Yun Bao immediately froze. Previously, he was still thinking of pulling Yi Qing in and following him, but as a result, the words hadn't even been said yet. Yi Qing actually asked him to follow Yi Qing? What kind of joke is this? The first line of the Yun family, to follow an outsider to Mix, is simply a joke. Mr. Yi, you really know how to joke. But this joke, it's not funny at all. Yi Qing indifferently looked at Yun Bao, sneered and said, joking? I never joke with strangers. To say so much to you today, that's because I'm looking at Yun Lao's face. To the Yun family's children and grandchildren, I'm saving my feelings. Otherwise, do you think you have the qualification to stand in front of me and talk about laughing and joking, just by virtue of your surname Yun? But the surname Yun, so what? Chapter 67. Do you remember your grandfather? Surname Yun, so what? This sentence, only Yi Qing dared to say, and dared to say it on this occasion, in front of the Yun family. But this made Yun Bao instantly furious. Pointing at Yi Qing, coldly said, Yi Qing, I advise you not to give face-to-face, otherwise, you will regret it. Conditions: if you can't negotiate, I can give you face. Let's take our time to talk. More money, less money, you also need to have a life to spend it. You think you have a little bit of crooked means, you can do whatever you want? Since you know what strength my Yun family is, then you should be even more clear. My Yun family, as long as you want to move, you can die without a burial place in a minute. You really want to find death? Since the interests couldn't be negotiated, then they would use their lives to threaten. Yun Bao, this dude, really wasn't afraid of anyone. However, Yi Qing was afraid of anyone? Looking at Yun Bao, Yi Qing faintly spoke, what's the matter? A dog jumping over the wall? Then you might as well think about it. Today, if I don't let you guys out of this door, you guys, can you get out? After saying that, Yi Qing looked at Puppy, coldly laughed, without seeing some blood, without some lives. There are always people who take me as a soft persimmon to pinch, or else, it's just you. Use your life to give your family's master, to make a demonstration? The little dog sniffed. This moment was simply going crazy. When other people were poisoned, they were poisoned once, and were already in pain. He, Puppy Dog Z, didn't say anything, and just for the sake of demonstration, he was poisoned twice, and was in pain twice. Now, this attitude of Yi Qing, it was clear that he wanted to give Yun Bao a downward spiral. But why? It was himself. The little dog immediately cried and stood back, not daring to breathe. Yun Bao seemed to think of the puppy's previous misery, also remembered Yi Qing's ghostly and unpredictable means of using poison, immediately scorned in his heart, looked at Yi Qing, said, Mr. Yi, I kindly came to talk to you. There's no need to get angry. To be honest, I do appreciate you. The money thing, we can continue to talk. However, the other thing, I think we can talk about it as well. I Cloud Leopard, although not much ability, but at least it is also a direct line of the Cloud family. Mr. Yi, may as well follow me to Mix How. I guarantee that there is a mouthful of my food. It will absolutely not starve you. And so that you want the wind to get the wind, want a rain to get the rain. How about it? Think about it? Yi Qing sniffed, laughed out loud, looked at Yun Bao, and said with some mockery, follow you this embroidered pillow? Looking at your body that has been hollowed out by alcohol and sex, I doubt that you are walking steadily. What are you asking me to follow you for? To help you poison your enemies? Or poisoning and mesmerizing women? But can you do it? My Yun Xiao AI. Do you still have the ability of a man now? With these words, the entire room instantly became ice cold, as if a cold wind had blown through. Whether it was the little dog or the bodyguards of Yun Bao, all of them closed their mouths and didn't dare to breathe. Anti-scales? Yi Qing's words had touched the clouded leopard's anti-scales, because the cloud leopard, indeed, almost does not count a man. This point, other people are not clear. Follow the cloud leopard side of the people. In fact, more or less have a heart. Only, No one dares to say, do not even dare to mention it. But now, Yi Cheng, how did he know? Yun Xiao's face became pale, looked at Yi Cheng, gave a dry laugh and said, Mr. Yi is so funny. What he said is incomprehensible. I'm a man. Don't need to prove anything. Mr. Yi, you're using this way to humiliate me. Ha, really? No fun, right? Yi Cheng looked at Yun Xiao, laughed lightly, said, your name is Yun Bao. Yun Haishan is your father. When you were small, you grew up with Yun Lao's side. From a young age, although it is not too intelligent, it can be considered as a generous. As for what you became later on, why did you become like this? I don't want to say more, and I'm not clear about that. But, when Yun Lao brought you up, he was very sentimental. I'm talking to you about this today. Just want to ask, you still remember the one who carried you on his back and amused you, Grandpa? When these words came out, Yun Bao immediately froze. Anyhow, he did not expect Yi Cheng to say such words, and these words made him fall into memories. Yun family has many children, by the cloud old man personally cared for, is not less, but he Yun Bao, but because of the early loss of his mother, his father lost his soul, by the cloud old man extraordinarily cared for. To put it mildly, Yun Bao is missing the old cloud. Otherwise, at this moment, it wouldn't have reddened its eyes. Yi Cheng, all of this is what my grandfather told you? Yi Cheng nodded and said, Elder Yun's health is very good. It's just that he has more important things to do and things he wants to pursue. So, for the time being, he's not willing to return to the Yun family. The fact that your eyes can be read means that the conscience and bottom line in your heart has not been completely lost. I today knew that it was you, Yun Bao, who came, so I showed mercy. Yun Bao, just moping around, letting Yun Lao down, when really, is that what you want? Let everyone else go out. Me and you have a chat. Yi Cheng slowly got up, walked to Yun Bao's side, gently patted Yun Bao's shoulder, sighed, and said, Elder Yun, can't rest easy on you. Yun Bao suddenly choked up, as if, all these years, he was in the Yun family, not having a good time at all, and in his heart, he had received too much aggression. Looking at little dog Z and the others, Yun Bao waved his hand and said, you guys go out and wait for me first. Little doggy wanted to show his loyalty at this time, and hurriedly spoke, Yun Xiao, I'd better stay here with you, in case if he has any bad thoughts about you. Little doggy, I'll protect you even if I have to fight to the death. Looking at the face of the loyal puppy dog's son, Yun Bao at this moment, without the calmness of the past, directly angrily said, get out. This roar immediately scared the little doggy to roll and crawl with the other bodyguards, leaving Yi Cheng's room together. Yun Bao, at this moment, calmed down a bit, looked at Yi Cheng, and said, you managed to make me break my defense, but, if you just want to use this way, to avoid the Yun family from making a move against you, I'm afraid, you're very wrong. After all, what the thing you got in your hands represents, you know very well. Yi Cheng sat on the sofa, smiled faintly, and said, Yun Bao, do you think Yun Lao is old and confused? Or do you think that Elder Yun is very inaccurate in reading people, so he let me come and send me to my death? Yun Bao sniffed and froze. What kind of character is Yun Lao? That is a man who started from nothing and directly brought the Yun family to rise strongly and create miracles. To this day, the entire dragon country is circulating the legend of Yun Lao. Such a person will not be able to see people? Would he be senile? Obviously, this was impossible. Then, Yi Cheng's words made Yun Bao uncontrollably frown. He, understand. Yes, the reason why Yun Lao handed these over to me, and entrusted the entire Yun family and the Cloud Group to me, meaning, only one, that is, wanting me to straighten out the Yun family and the Cloud Group. In other words, hoping that, with my existence, I can keep the Yun family's children and grandchildren clothed and fed, and not allow them to go up and smoke. And I, who can be placed in such high hopes by Cloud Elder, is it really, in your eyes, a person who can be pinned down at will? Yi Cheng slightly smiled, shook his head and said, even this can't be seen through, but also destined the Yun family will fall into a crisis. Yun Bao, I'll ask you one thing, do you want to follow me? Do you want to, so that Yun Lao can have peace of mind and feel pleased? Of course, if you feel that I can't win, then you can also choose to continue to follow the Yun family against me. However, the face that should be left for you, I have already left. The face that should be left for Yun Lao, I have also left. And the next thing that happens is, I won't be merciful. I'll give you 3 days to think it over. You can go. After saying that, Yi Cheng was about to close the door to send off his guests, but Cloud Leopard, at this moment, seemed to have made up his mind. No need for 3 days. I can answer you now. Chapter 68, You have a man's hidden disease, don't you? Whether to follow you or not, I can't say, but for the sake of Grandpa, I'm willing to trust you once. Yi Chang, don't let me know that you're lying to me, otherwise, I won't spare you. Yun Bao made his decision, choosing to follow his heart. Yi Ching smiled faintly, nodded, and said, good, then, after playing here for a few days, you can go back. Just be honest, after a while, when I'm done with my work, I'll personally go to the Yun family and solve these troubles. There is only one thing you have to do, and that is, honestly, gather the evidence of the crimes you know about in the Yun family, and that will be enough. When Yun Bao heard this, he hesitated and looked at Yi Ching, saying, how do you plan to deal with the Yun family? Yi Ching's eyes were slightly cold, softly said, if I can forgive, I will choose to forgive, but there are some people who don't deserve to be saved. Then, they can only be sent to be punished. After all, it's Yun Lao's bloodline. If I can refrain from killing them, I will try my best to refrain from killing them. The moment these words came out, Yun Bao only felt an icy cold murderous aura that came over him. Yi Ching's words made him see clearly at this moment. Yi Chang was definitely not an ordinary person, a person who could not kill, try not to kill. That meant, when it was time to kill, Yi Chang did not care about killing. Such a person, how can it be a soft persimmon? Taking a deep breath, Yun Bao got up, looked at Yi Ching and said, Mr. Yi, my hidden disease, how did you know about it? Yi Ching smiled gently as he said, remember I'm an expert in using poison? Poisoning and medicine are actually connected, and as it happens, I'm quite proficient in both. So, from the moment you entered, I could see your physical condition. After all, this condition of yours has not been around for a day or two, and it's easy to see. With these words, Yun Bao nodded disheveledly. Obviously, for his hidden disease, it was a piece of his heart. But then, Yun Bao's eyes, flooded with light, looked at Yi Ching, swallowed his saliva, and said hopefully, Yi, Mr. Yi, since you were able to see my problem with a single glance, does that mean that, you can help me cure this problem? Mr. Yi, can you cure it? Yi Ching sniffed, looked at Yun Bao, and said with a smile, you've already looked for many doctors for this, but, they were all incompetent, right? You've tried all sorts of methods, but the results were not good. Over time, you have become disheartened, feeling that life is no longer interesting, slowly, becoming a wanderer who flirts around. That's because the more you lack something, the more you want something. Your hidden disease, in fact, is man-made, not good to cure, but, I can indeed cure it as well. Only, I don't have time for the time being. After all, trying to condition you is quite time-consuming and laborious. Instead of that, there are simpler methods. Ever heard of Manhwa group? Yi Chang could be cured. He just didn't have the time to cure himself. However, being able to cure meant that there was hope. At this moment, Yun Bao's eyes were filled with tears of hope, and the entire person was on the verge of going crazy with excitement. But with Yi Ching mentioning the myth group, Yun Bao immediately nodded his head and said, I've heard of it, a very legendary group. In a short period of time, it's worth tens of billions of dollars, and its products are very mysterious and puzzling. Those who believe in it to the death, and ask for it with heavy money. Those who don't believe in it to their deaths and think that in the world, it's not possible to have this kind of magical thing. They all see them as a fraudulent company. Mr. Yi, you mentioned Myth Group. What do you mean? Yi Ching smiled and said, the Mythic Group's Life Original Liquid is real and effective. Moreover, it will only be better and more useful than what you think. Your problem can be cured by the Life Original Liquid. There's no need to waste my time. Of course, in your case, I'm afraid that you won't be able to get the Life Original Liquid. However, it doesn't matter. The Myth Group, in the last few days, will send out an announcement. When that time comes, the Myth Group will be launching a variety of products, all of which will have a miraculous effect. Your chance is here. When Yun Bao heard this, he immediately grew his mouth and looked at Yi Ching, somewhat incredulously. Mr. Yi, how do you know so much about the Myth Group? Moreover, the rumored effects of the original life liquid, is it really true? If it is, then, that's simply a miracle. And, you said, Mythic Group is about to release multiple products and sell them to the public, and they have the same miraculous effects. If this is true, then Mythic Group, to what extent will it be swollen to? It's simply unimaginable. Yun Bao was in the end a son of the Yun family. At the first moment, he discovered the business value brought by the news in Yi Ching's mouth. Myth Group, if it was really as Yi Ching said, then, it would simply instantly grow into an unrivaled behemoth. The funds were so strong to the point that it would cause people to feel fear. Yi Ching didn't answer Yun Bao's question. He just smiled faintly and said, "At this stage, there's no need for you to know so much. Go and do what you need to do. You'll get your due reward. Most importantly, Elder Yun will be able to see you excel and make the right choice. He will be pleased." Yun Bao sniffed and immediately fell silent. Taking a deep breath, Yun Bao looked at Yi Ching, bowed deeply, and said, "Mr. Yi, thank you for letting me see hope, and also letting me rediscover myself. Don't worry, Yun Bao knows what to do." After saying that, Clouded Leopard then left Yi Ching's home. After leaving the door, the little dog immediately came forward, accompanied with a smiling face, and said, "Yun Xiao, how is it? Did this kid promise? Should we give him a lesson?" Yun Bao sniffed, directly slapped the puppy's face, angrily said, "Lesson what? Lesson of watching you kowtow and apologize to the table? Get lost, all get lost. What happened here today? No one is allowed to leak out." Asterisk 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 asterisk. Those people from the Yun family, one by one, have guessed that things are tricky and refused to step forward. Let me be the wrongdoer. I'm not going to be the wrongdoer. After saying that, Yun Bao walked towards the downstairs. However, when no one saw Yun Bao's eyes, there is no more previous dude, instead, revealed a trace of gravity and shrewdness. Pretend, or to continue to pretend. This is also in line with his persona in the Cloud family. Cannot do things cannot be blamed on his head. But, if you behave differently now, then, is a person will detect the problem. So, this dude, he still want to continue to be down to go. Not to mention, he, not long ago is a dude well. As for Yi Ching, he stood by the window and watched the fleet of Cloud Leopard leave, before he took out his phone and dialed the president of Myth Group. Four eyes. Regarding the multiple varieties of Life Original Liquid, the issue of large quantities going online, you give me another brief talk. If there are no surprises, then, send out an announcement as soon as possible. At this moment, Four Eyes, who was at the Myth Group's headquarters, heard Yi Ching's instructions, and his entire body became excited. Having received Yi Ching's approval, that meant, everything could go according to plan, and at that time, the Myth Group would immediately turn into a behemoth that everyone would not be able to ignore. He, Four Eyes, would also become the center of attention for everyone. Chapter 69, The Terror of Myth Group. Mr. Yi, regarding the multi-species development of the Life Original Liquid, it's temporarily set as the following. 1 is, Life Essence with Life Original Liquid diluted 10 times and priced up to 100,000 vials. The second is, Life Essence that is diluted 100 times by the Life Original Liquid and sells for up to 10,000 vials. The third is the Original Liquid of Life diluted 10,000 times or more, produced by the Spring of Life, selling price, $30 a bottle, against a variety of mineral water drinks and so on. Mr. Yi, as long as these three products are officially online, the Myth Group will immediately become a myth throughout the Dragon Kingdom, and even the world. At that time, Myth Group will have a cash flow that is unimaginable. No one knew better than Yi Ching how effective the Original Liquid of Life was, because it was refined by the Green Emperor's everlasting skill plus the spiritual chi of heaven and earth, with all sorts of efficacies that were beyond imagination. With just 3 products, naturally, it was far from the limit of the Life Original Liquid's functions. However, just these 3 products were launched, and as long as the effects reached validation, then, a crazy wave of purchases would be ushered in, and the scene at that time would be unimaginable. Yi Ching looked at the phone. In his eyes, there was no fluctuation, and spoke faintly. The Life Original Liquid can also be developed. Skin care products? Likewise, there are also Chinese and Western medicines, as well as a variety of healthcare products. All of these can be put on the agenda. However, Four Eyes, you should know very well that after the huge benefits, what comes along with it are all kinds of dangers. When the profit exceeds 10 times, it's enough to make people desperate, even at the risk of their lives. And the Myth Group, the Life Original Liquid, will attract the attention of how many people, and make how many people salivate. I think, there's no need for me to say it. From this moment onwards, your security force is increased tenfold. All the research and development personnel, all of them are upgrading their security level, and any other troubles, when the time comes, you report directly to me. I will handle it. Yi Ching, it was impossible to only see the immediate benefits and not see the dangers behind it. Any company, organization, when having benefits beyond imagination, will attract countless bloody mouths. This is an inevitable thing. Black, white, major conglomerates, major powers, major families, in the face of a high-quality enterprise that earns hundreds of billions, or even trillions of dollars a year, who would not be moved? Who would not be desperate? In this world, there is no one who doesn't need money. Even Yi Ching needs money, lots and lots of money, and even more, needs people. needs resources, endless resources, the Green Emperor everlasting skill. It was not true that it could bring a constant stream of benefits, but it was also a gold-swallowing beast. If one wanted to constantly improve the Green Emperor everlasting skill, and improve their power, Yi Ching would need to have countless amounts of money and manpower to collect the resources that Yi Ching needed. This, too, was a fact that made people helpless. Otherwise, if Yi Ching alone wanted to practice the Green Emperor Eternal Life skill to its limit, I'm afraid, I don't know how long it would take. Mr. Yi, don't worry, we already have a plan. Yi Ching nodded, then hung up the phone. The things that he, Yi Ching, wanted to do, the realm that he wanted to reach, was something that outsiders could not imagine. It was, truly, the top of the world. It was a pity that the woman who could originally stand on top of the world with him, at this moment, no longer had this qualification. As for HD Moon, at this moment, she still didn't know what she had actually missed. At this moment, HD Moon was in her office, receiving a special visitor. If Yi Ching was here, he would immediately recognize that this guest was no one else but Bai Ruo's cousin, the one who was very upset with him, Yi Ching, and looked at him in a bad light. Bai Weiwei. High-definition Moon looked at Bai Weiwei, who had a face of constriction, smiled and said, Weiwei, when you were still following me and Ruo's back to play together, here in my place, there is no need to be so constricted. Just take it as if it was in your own home. Bai Weiwei took a look at how easygoing HD Moon was, and immediately laughed and said, Sister Qingyu, I wouldn't dare. You're now a billionaire, female CEO who started from nothing. If I were to be reckless with you, I would be afraid of myself. Moreover, Sister Qingyu, you don't even know that you are the idol of me and many of my classmates and friends. We all adore you. Bai Weiwei's eyes were glowing as she spoke, not like it was fake. Rightly so, for these young people, HD Moon's experience of starting a business from nothing and creating a business miracle was a legend, and it was impossible not to worship it. Especially, HD Moon also looked so beautiful and gentle. HDU looked at Bai Weiwei and laughed. Well, Weiwei, don't brag about me. If you let your sister know about it, surely she should be unhappy. After all, now she's not even on the same path as me. There is a misunderstanding of me, but I can't explain it clearly. There's no way. High-definition Moon spoke as if she had suffered a great deal of aggression, and when Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately also said with an unhappy face, Qingyu's sister, don't be angry with my sister. I am now going to be angry with my Ruo sister. It feels like she is now not smart at all anymore, even doing some stupid things. Sister Qingyu, you and my sister Ruo have the best relationship. Even if there is a misunderstanding, it can be solved. I came here this time, in fact, it's to apologize to you on behalf of my sister Ruo. You, don't be angry. High-definition Moon looked at Bai Weiwei, puzzled. You apologize? What are you apologizing for? You're Ruo's sister and my things, and you have nothing to do. Moreover, I will not really be angry with her. Sometimes, is afraid that she cannot see some things, cannot see some people, for fear that she will suffer. Bai Weiwei sniffed, and immediately nodded heavily, saying, Sister Qingyu, my sister Ruo is just confused. She has even gotten together with Yi Ching now. This is simply too unreasonable. Not to mention how this Yi Ching is in the end. Let's just say, he is your ex-husband. My sister Ruo shouldn't have touched this person. After all, it's the relationship between your sisters that's only even deeper. How can you not even want your sisters for the sake of a man? Not to mention, it's still a man that you abandoned. Sister Qingyu, that's even more unacceptable. After all, Qingyu's sister, you're the smartest. You've seen through it all. The man who doesn't want it, that's definitely not a good person. These words made even HD Moon a little speechless. Was the admiration for herself a little too much? Oh, Weiwei, you really think so? Didn't it ever occur to you that your sister would be unhappy when she hears about it? After all, in her heart, Yi Ching, that's a treasure. Abandoning Yi Ching, it's my HD Moon's fault. It's me who has no eyes yet. The moment Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately became anxious. No, how could it be? How could Sister Qingyu be at fault? The one at fault must be Yi Ching. He wouldn't be a good man. If he really was a good man, would he go to jail? Chapter 70. Please join me for my birthday banquet. A good man. Will he go to jail? This was said in such a way that HD Moon didn't even know how to answer. After all, while others were not clear, she, HD Moon, was the most clear. Yi Ching's imprisonment was entirely for himself. Weiwei, can't say that. After all, Yi Ching I still understand. Not really a bad person. Me and him, just not suitable. Kind of a peaceful breakup. Your sister likes him. It's not a 1 day or 2 days thing. You also need to understand your sister more. High-definition Moon at this time do good people. But in Bai Weiwei's heart, she had long fixed a bad impression of Yi Qing, so when she heard HD Moon say this, she immediately opened her mouth and said, Sister Qingyu, you're so nice. I know you don't want to say anything bad about anyone, but, facts are facts. It's my sister and Yi Qing who are sorry for you. Knowing that you and Yi Qing are together, my sister is still entangled with Yi Qing, as well as Yi Qing, who has such a good wife like you, but still doesn't know how to cherish it. They are just sorry for you. HD Moon even doubted that Bai Weiwei was her own sister. HD Moon laughed and shook her head, saying, alright, Weiwei, there's no need to say so much. After all, that's your sister. You, can't complain to her. Alright, let's not mention these unhappy things. What about you? Did you come to find me this time? Is there something going on? Bai Weiwei sniffed. Then she blushed, took out an invitation from her bag, and said somewhat shyly, Sister Qingyu, 3 days from now, it will be my birthday. My 18th birthday, which is considered to be a rite of passage. I would like to invite you to come and join me. Is that okay? I know you're very busy, but, if there's time, I still hope that you'll be able to take the time to come. After all, my classmates, friends, and I, all admire you, and if we can meet you, they'll all be very happy. HD Moon took the invitation, smiled, and said, Little girl, are you boasting in front of others that I will definitely come? Well, don't worry, I will definitely attend. As soon as Bai Weiwei heard that HD Moon unexpectedly agreed so painfully, she immediately revealed a touched expression and said, Sister Qingyu, you are so kind. Thank you. HD Moon smiled and got up, saying, Is there anything else? If not, I have a meeting later, so I won't be able to accompany you. However, I still have to advise you, you can't fight with your sister Ruo. She, has always been kind. Perhaps, it's Yi Qing who is entangled. However, if they really have feelings, we have to give our blessing. At the mention of this, Bai Weiwei was offended and directly shook her head. Don't, Sister Qingyu. I can promise you everything else, but this matter, I must not promise you. I hate this Yi Qing to death. It's already a great sin for him to upset you and cause you to divorce, and now he's coming to mess with my sister. I definitely won't let him have his way. In short, Sister Qingyu, I will definitely manage Yi Qing and my sister's matter to the end. Alright, Sister Qingyu, I won't bother you anymore. I'll leave first. After saying that, Bai Weiwei happily bounced away, and as HD Moon looked at Bai Weiwei's back, a cold smile appeared at the corner of her mouth. Bai Ruo, Yi Qing, I didn't expect it. I don't even need me to come and find trouble with you guys. There are people who hate you to death. Ha ha ha. This girl, although she can't do anything great, but, it's not bad to be disgusted by you guys. After saying that, HD Moon picked up the invitation. In her eyes, she flashed a hint of scheming, and laughed. Maybe, this birthday banquet, is the best time to do it. Yi Qing, if you want to blame it on you for provoking me, then you have to bear the consequences. There is also you, Bai Ruo, even the man that I don't want you dare to rob. Then I'm sorry. And at this moment, Bai Weiwei happily left Chengyu Group. Downstairs in 2 cars, 3 or 4 young men and women were waiting for Bai Weiwei. After seeing Bai Weiwei come out, one of them excitedly spoke. Weiwei, how is it? Did Mr. Gao promise to attend your birthday banquet? Bai Weiwei sniffed, revealed a proud look and laughed. Definitely agreed. After all, that's my Qingyu sister, and my sister's best friend, treating me like my own sister. Don't worry, when the time comes, I'll introduce you guys to Sister Qingyu. When the others heard this, they immediately got excited and laughed. Weiwei, let's go out and have a drink to celebrate this news. Tell the others, it will definitely make them die of envy. This is our legend, the beautiful President HD Moon. Bai Weiwei followed suit and revealed a hint of pride. However, it was with a shake of her head that she said, No, you guys go first. I still have to go to my sister's house. I have to tell my sister about this news, and then there are still things to say to her. The others saw that Bai Weiwei wasn't going, so they didn't force themselves. Afterward, Bai Weiwei drove directly and arrived at Bai Ruo's home. After seeing Bai Ruo, Bai Weiwei was not polite and directly spoke in an exasperated manner. Sister, let me ask you one more time. What exactly is your relationship with Yi Qing? You guys, are you already together? Bai Ruo looked at the exasperated Bai Weiwei, frowned, and said, Weiwei, what are you doing? And also, the matter between me and Yi Qing, I've already talked to you. That's between the two of us. It's nothing to do with you. What's your hurry here? It's not related? How could it have nothing to do with me? Sis, you're really mesmerized by this vixen Yi Qing, aren't you? He's a scourge. These words, if Yi Qing heard them, he would only feel speechless. He had become a vixen instead. Bai Ruo frowned, looked at Bai Weiwei and said angrily, Bai Weiwei, what are you talking about? What vixen? What enchanted? I'm telling you, don't you dare to talk about Yi Qing like that. Do you hear me? Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo at this time. She was still speaking for Yi Qing. She was immediately furious. Sister, you're confused. I'm doing this for your own good. Moreover, he obviously has such a good wife as Sister Qingyu, yet he still doesn't know how to cherish it. He still hooks up with you. He's just not a good person. The way this was said, it directly infuriated Bai Ruoruo. Raising her palm, she was about to smack Bai Weiwei. Hit, you hit even if you beat me to death, I'll still say it. Chapter 71, Sisters Turn Against Each Other. Bai Weiwei stretched her head out, letting Bai Ruoruo slap her. Her eyes were all defiant, and her mouth, even more half-hearted. You today, even if you beat me to death, I can't let you be with Yi Qing. That's a bad person. Otherwise, how could he just divorce Sister Qingyu and be with you? Is this love? If this is love, then his Yi Qing's love. It's too cheap. He can change people anytime, anywhere. What is this? Sister, you've been tricked by Yi Qing. You can't continue to be this confused. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who had a defiant face, as if she knew everything and no one else did, Bai Ruoruo really didn't know what to do. Having no choice but to speak, she could only say, Weiwei, there are many things that you are not clear about, and what you know now may not be the truth. So stop talking, okay? Yi Qing is not a bad person. He is the best person in this world, and is the most sentimental person. I don't care where you heard any bad words about Yi Qing, but none of this is the truth. Trust sister, okay? In Bai Ruoruo's heart, Yi Qing was the best person in this world, and in fact, Yi Qing really hadn't done anything bad, and had been helping others, whether it was for HD Moon or for her, Bai Ruoruo, or something else. Yi Qing was a good person. At the very least, Yi Qing was definitely not the shameless person that Bai Weiwei spoke of, but these, Bai Weiwei didn't understand. Bai Weiwei looked at Bai Ruoruo and said angrily, Sister, I'm not a little kid anymore. There are many things that I can see clearly on my own. Yi Qing, he's not a good person. At the very least, if he is a good person, why should he hook up with you, knowing that you and Sister Qingyu are good girlfriends? But as a result, because of him, he made the two of you become enemies. What kind of good person is this? Sister Qingyu is actually very pitiful. She is not even willing to say bad things about you guys. She also advised me to understand you guys. Sister, look, Sister Qingyu is so nice. When Bai Ruoruo heard this, she immediately frowned and looked at Bai Weiwei, saying, You went to look for HD Moon? Bai Weiwei nodded and said, That's right. I went to find Sister Qingyu. There was a misunderstanding between you two and you weren't willing to apologize, so I had to apologize for you. Sister Qingyu is so good. You are angry with her for the sake of a bad man, which in itself is your fault. Moreover, you also robbed the man that Sister Qingyu didn't want. Sister, don't you think you're going a little too far? Bai Ruoruo sniffed, covered her chest, and was too angry to speak. Bai Weiwei, but her own cousin from a young age as her own sister to take care of growing up. As a result, now but said these words, to hurt their own hearts, prefer to listen to other people, but also do not believe in their own. In exchange for who? Not sad? Get out. You get out. Bai Ruoruo pointed at the door and told Bai Weiwei to leave. Bai Weiwei, however, felt that she had said Bai Ruoruo was dumbfounded, and immediately intensified her words. Sister, you have no sense to say, right? I'm telling you, you must apologize to Sister Qingyu. You must make a clean break with Yi Qing. This is a scourge. In short, I will not agree to you guys being together. Let me go. I can go now, but you have to promise me. Otherwise, I will have to use my own methods to deal with this matter. Bai Ruoruo really had no choice. Looking at Bai Weiwei, she sighed and said, Weiwei, can't you trust me? Yi Qing isn't the kind of person you think he is yet, and me, I'm not what you think I am. We're not bad people. Do you understand? This way, I'll give you a good explanation. Then you'll be clear. Listen to me. Bai Weiwei at this time but covered her ears, shook her head, said, I don't listen. I don't listen. Even if you are more sophomoric, don't try to deceive me. I, Bai Weiwei, have my own judgment. What's more, even more difficult words, I haven't said them yet. Sister, tell me, did Yi Qing beat up Sister Qingyu's brother? Did he beat up Sister Qingyu's mother? Such a person, who can even beat up his own mother-in-law and brother-in-law, and you still say that he's some kind of good person. You're really brainwashed by him. Hopeless. Anyway, sister, I'm telling you, I will definitely stop you guys. After saying that, Bai Weiwei seemed to be even more angry than Bai Ruoruo and directly slammed the door in anger. Bai Ruoruo looked at Bai Weiwei's back, being so angry that she couldn't catch her breath for half a second. Smiling bitterly, she said, Wei, in this world, there is black and white, right and wrong, but what you see and hear with your own eyes, is it necessarily black and white? Why don't you understand things? After saying that, Ruoro thought of something and hurriedly dialed Yi Qing's phone. After the call was connected, Ruoro smiled bitterly and said, Yi Qing, can you do me a favor? Yi Qing smiled lightly as he heard. You tell me. What is it? Ruoro sighed and said, if Wei, that cousin of mine, goes to find trouble with you, promise me that you won't hurt her, okay? She's still young, she doesn't know how to distinguish between right and wrong, plus it's for my consideration, so sometimes, she talks and does things, but not in her head. You, don't blame her. As soon as Yi Qing heard it, he knew that Ruoro and Wei must have had a big fight again because of him, immediately smiled and said, is it that Wei scolded me? It doesn't matter, small children, I won't be able to take it out on her, even if she comes to the door, I'm going to give her a lesson, I won't do anything about her, don't worry about it. After getting an affirmative answer from Yi Qing, Ruoro was relieved. She who had seen Yi Qing's methods with her own eyes, knew very well that Yi Qing was not a good person, and if he really went out to deal with a person, then, it would be a disaster for that person. Wei was deceived, but, who dares to say, in this, there is no HD Moon's incitement, that mouthful of a Qingyu sister, listening to Ruoro's head is big, and at this moment, Wei was indeed very angry, directly called her classmate, Tiger, don't you know some brothers on the road, can you find some people to help me out? Right, find a few more young and pretty little girls, at that time, I want to watch this bad guy, the original form. Right, okay, then I'll lead the person to the bar at night, you get everything ready, remember, and take a video, so that when the time comes, this bastard won't recognize it. It's my enemy, it's even more my sister and Qingyu sister's enemy. In short, you don't care, after things are done well, there are benefits for you, you won't be treated poorly. Good, that's it then. After saying that, hanging up the phone, Wei had a smug smile on her face, as if she had already seen Yi Qing in his original form. Yi Qing, you're not horny, you're not pretending to be a good person, okay, then I'll take a look at you today. In the end, how honest, how good a person. Chapter 72 Throwing herself in the arms. When Wei arrived at the door of Yi Qing's house, there were still two young and pretty well-built beauties in their 18 or 19 years old sitting in the car. These two were her classmates and friends. Of course, they were also the kind of people who played together and were only interested in the world. And when they learned that they wanted to use a trick on Yi Qing, and that there might even be a session of color seduction, the two of them immediately volunteered to get up. However, their looks and figure, there was really nothing to say, especially the youthful vigor on their bodies, which was something that many people had no way to compare. Throwback, you wear a sportswear, is not it a bit too conservative? This is not good to seduce Yi Qing. After all, what attracts people the most is your long legs and good body. Cat, you're just fine. Small suspenders, small short skirt once you wear. How many men have been charmed by you and can't walk? Wei looked at the two beauties in the car and started to comment, as if she was afraid that the two people would not fulfill their tasks well. The two little beauties looked at Wei's serious face and immediately laughed. Wei, you are also too fussed. It's okay, just a stinky man from prison who hasn't seen a woman for a long time. Don't say that we are now personally, just find an active door-to-door. I guess he can't carry it off. It's really cheap for him. On the contrary, you, Wei, you wear also very conservative tight jeans plus small suspenders, although the outline of your body exquisite, but, not as good as wearing hot pants. Maybe, he will look at you. When Wei heard this, her eyes immediately glared, and she coldly said, if he dares to hook up with me, isn't he afraid that my sister will find him in trouble? However, it's also true that if he dares to lust after me as well, it'll be more proof that he's a bad person, and at that time, I'll have even more to say. Not bad, this proposal is good. Anyway, at that time, see what happens, I'll go find him first, you guys wait for me. After saying that, Wei got out of the car and walked towards Yi Qing's home. One had to admit, the 18-year-old Wei, youthful and beautiful, especially her body, was really wow, school flower level beauty, no joke. As for Yi Qing, after hearing the knock on the door, he had a helpless face and sighed softly. The matter of moving, it really needs to be on the agenda, as well as the matter of bodyguards and attendants. It seems, it's not possible to not find them. This day down, the ones who came to visit Yi Qing, no matter whether they were kind or malicious, had come in several sets. Yi Qing would also be annoyed, especially those neighbors. To say that there was no opinion would be a lie. After opening the door and seeing Bai Weiwei outside, Yi Qing wasn't surprised. After all, Bai Ruoruo had already called to remind. Just didn't expect. Bai Weiwei really did what she said. Didn't intend to let herself go. Weiwei is here. Looking for me? What's the matter? Yi Qing opened his mouth to inquire, and had no intention of letting Bai Weiwei in. However, Bai Weiwei didn't eat this, directly pushed Yi Qing away and entered the room, saying, "What? I can't look for you? Yi Qing, you're all together with my sister. Now, you're also considered my brother-in-law, right? So it's not impossible for me to come to your place for a drink, right?" Yi Qing shrugged and nodded his head. "Don't say drinking water. You're fine even if you're drinking a drink. However, you've come to find me. Surely it's not just about drinking water. It's because of Ruoruo, right? Weiwei, you don't understand now. You're too young, so there are some misunderstandings that I can understand. However, a lot of things can be explained clearly. If you don't want to listen to your sister explaining to you, then it's okay for me to come and make it clear to you. Otherwise, why don't you sit down first, and I'll give you the ins and outs, okay?" When Bai Weiwei heard this, she directly shook her head and said, "I don't want to hear what you have to say. I came to find you to play with me, so pack up and come with me." When Yi Qing heard this, he was flabbergasted for a moment and said, "Go where? Where to go?" When Bai Weiwei heard this, she directly frowned and said, "Are you a man? Why so much nonsense? Just follow me." "What? Don't you dare? Don't worry, won't eat you. I'm just bored. Want to go to the bar to play? You accompany me together." After saying that, Bai Weiwei directly pulled Yi Qing and left the house. Yi Qing was helpless. Looking at Bai Weiwei, he could only let her sway. He would like to see Bai Weiwei, what tricks she could play. If he could help Bai Weiwei and Bai Ruoruo to untie their hearts. That would be the best. After going downstairs, Bai Weiwei directly pulled open the rear door, letting Yi Qing sit in. Looking at the back seat, there were already two beautiful women who were as youthful and beautiful as Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing Weiwei frowned and said, "I'll just sit on the co-pilot. I can't sit here anymore." However, Bai Weiwei stopped the co-pilot seat and looked at Yi Qing, saying, "Yi Qing, my co-pilot, not just anyone can sit. Just sit in the back row. What are you afraid of? These two, she's cat, she's throwback. Both of them big beauties aren't afraid of you taking advantage of them. Why are you squirming? Not manly at all. This is still being looked down upon?" Yi Qing was really speechless. This Bai Weiwei, in order to find her own trouble, she really did everything. And at this time, the cat sitting outside walked down, looked at Yi Qing and laughed. "It's really a big handsome man. Can't see it at all. He's almost 30 years old. Handsome. How are you? I'm Cat. First time meeting, please take care of me." After saying that, Cat took the initiative to extend her hand. Yi Qing also had to extend his hand to shake it. Only, just as Yi Qing was about to withdraw his hand, he was actually gently pinched by Cat. Was this considered molestation? Yes, brother Yi Qing, get in the car. Weiwei's co-pilot, except for the person she likes, no one is allowed to sit there. Hearing this, Bai Weiwei's face immediately turned red and glared at Thrower. "No one will take you as dumb if they don't let you speak." After saying that, Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, frowned, and said, "Are you still not a man anymore? If you are told to sit, you sit. Why so much nonsense?" Just like this, Yi Qing was half pulled, half dragged, and sat in the car. He sat in the back row, right in the middle of the two beauties, Cat and Throw. Yi Qing, it didn't matter, since Bai Weiwei wanted to play. It was fine. Just, when playing with fire, be careful of catching fire. Along the way, the Cat and Throw are constantly talking to Yi Qing. The body, that is more intentionally or unintentionally touching. No way. After all, the space is too small. This is crowded together. Want to not contact, can not. Yi Qing did not care. A bland look. Of course, this kind of blandness, whether it becomes the enjoyment in the eyes of others, it is hard to say. At least, from the mirror, one could see that Bai Weiwei's face of contempt was not fake. Just like that, it was already late in the day, and the car, it quickly drove to the front of the bar. Bai Weiwei very skillfully greeted the people in front of the bar, and then brought Yi Qing and Cat Throw into the bar, casually found a card seat, and sat down. Without any nonsense, he directly asked for a table of drinks. When Yi Qing saw this scene, he lightly laughed and said, "You guys today, are you planning to get me drunk? I'll say it first, I'm not a very good drinker. Generally speaking, 3 bottles of wine, and I'm drunk." The so-called 3 bottles, that was 3 bottles of white wine, not 3 bottles of beer. However, Yi Qing didn't make it clear as all. However, just this, Bai Weiwei's eyes were still able to flash contempt, as if Yi Qing could only drink 3 bottles of beer, as if it was humiliating. "You guys sit down first, I saw an acquaintance and went to say hello." After Bai Weiwei said that, she left first, and on the seat, only Yi Qing and the two beauties were left. Chapter 73, You Find a Way to Leave. Bai Weiwei walked to another card seat in the bar and looked at an inch-headed youth, who was drinking with a dozen or so young people, and immediately greeted him. Tiger, are you ready? This young man smiled and got up, saying, Your Weiwei's order. How could I dare to disobey it? Don't worry, the people have all been arranged. They can strike at any time. How about it? Want to do it now? Bai Weiwei shook her head and said, No need. I'm still preparing to film the rest of his evidence. At that time, when I'm done on my side, I'll give you the news. You guys come over to look for trouble is all. When Tiger heard this, he quickly laughed. Weiwei, it looks like there is a deep hatred between you guys. Otherwise, you wouldn't be able to be so ruthless. Bai Weiwei let out a cold laugh and said, You're right, it's a deep hatred. In short, you don't care. Just listen to the greeting when the time comes. After saying that, Bai Weiwei went back. At this moment, the whole person was a little excited, feeling that she was about to dismantle Yi Qing's true colors, and at the same time, she was also able to avenge Bai Ruo NHD Moon. This feeling, don't mention how comfortable it was. After going back, looking at Cat and throwing kept on persuading the wine, while Yi Qing actually did not drink a mouthful. Bai Weiwei immediately got a little angry. You two can't do it such a big man, you can't even persuade the wine, it's very embarrassing Throwing was okay, he himself didn't really want to drink, he just wasn't in the way of face, he could only accompany Bai Weiwei's nonsense. However, the cat was unhappy, directly picking up the bottle of wine, looking at Yi Qing, saying, Brother Yi Qing, if you're not going to drink, then I'm going to dry up all of this bottle of wine, and then, I'm going to feed it to you, one by one. Tell me, do you want me to feed you wine mouth to mouth? If you want to, just say it, you are so handsome, it's not impossible. The cat finished, took a sip of wine, and came up to Yi Qing's face. Yi Qing slightly frowned, smiled and shook his head, said, Okay, I drink is it, don't get into these messy things, it's not just drinking, okay, then drink. After saying that, Yi Qing also did not talk nonsense, directly picked up a bottle of beer and drank it all in one go. After drinking, put the bottle on the table and laughed. How about it? It hurts. Cat at this time was very cooperative and clapped her hands, looking at Yi Qing with an adoring face and said, Brother Yi Qing is so great, so good at drinking, it's awesome. Throwback just showed a smiling face, but didn't say much. As for Bai Weiwei, seeing that things were already starting to progress, she immediately revealed a smug smile and said, That's right, since we're all out to play, don't have so many worries. Yi Qing, I know what you're worried about. Afraid that I'm going to tell my sister, right? Don't worry, I'm definitely not going to tell my sister. The rules, I still know how to do it. What's more, I still brought you here. If I really told my sister wouldn't know that I came to the bar to drink and have fun. I won't do this kind of thing of lifting up a stone and hitting my own feet. So, you can rest assured. Yi Qing smiled, nodded and said, You are still young. Indeed you shouldn't come to the bar often. If you want to drink, you should also drink in moderation. Your sister is right to control you. You need to pay attention to yourself in the future. Listening to Yi Qing actually preaching to himself, as if he really put himself in the position of a brother-in-law, Bai Weiwei immediately became a little upset. Yi Qing, drinking can't even plug your mouth well. Don't preach to me. Are you qualified? A person who has been in jail can talk about me too? It's really funny. Bai Weiwei didn't mince words about her disdain and dissatisfaction towards Yi Qing, opening her mouth with some hurtful words. When Yi Qing heard this, he didn't get angry. He just looked at Bai Weiwei and said, Since you don't see me so much, you can totally ignore me. What are you looking for me for? Let's see. I'd better leave. After saying that, Yi Qing was about to get up and leave. Bai Weiwei immediately glanced at Cat and Throwback, and the two girls, at once, knew what was going on. Cat directly pulled Yi Qing's arm and laughed. Brother Yi Qing, how can you be bothered with a girl like Weiwei? This is not gentlemanly at all. Sitting in jail wow. So cool it, Brother Yi Qing, you tell me the story of your jail time. I heard that in jail, they all get beaten, and the ones that look fine and handsome will still get that what? Really? After saying that, the cat's pair of big eyes curiously looked at Yi Qing, and even revealed a hint of bad smile, as if Yi Qing was very thin-skinned and handsome. Yi Qing sniffed, looked at these three girls, and said in a deep voice, Prison is not a fun place, advise you not to be curious, and even more so, don't think of trying it out, otherwise, you will regret it for life. These words were the truth. Yi Qing was able to get away unscathed and had gotten unimaginable wonders. That was something that couldn't be sought in 10,000 years. However, just because he could get it, didn't mean that other people could as well. if he really went to prison, then it was really calling the heavens and the earth. And at this time, Thro looked at Bai Weiwei and softly said, Weiwei, come out for a moment. I'll talk to you about something. Bai Weiwei heard this and immediately walked to the side with Throwback. Throwback, what's wrong? See, you're not in a very high mood. It's always Cat who's pouring the wine. You don't even talk to people. I know you also think Yi Ching is annoying, but just think of it as cooperating for my sake. Okay. Throwback smiled bitterly and shook his head, saying, Weiwei, I came to find you, not for this reason, but to say, Yi Ching doesn't seem very bad. Do you really want to do this? Even if you poured wine, you still want Tiger to bring someone to beat him up, like this. Is it really appropriate? When Bai Weiwei heard this, she immediately frowned and looked at Thrower, saying, Thrower, you can't be looking at Yi Ching's handsome looks. So, some of you fell in love with him. I'm telling you, this Yi Ching isn't a good person. Very bad. Don't be fooled by his appearance. In short, remember, absolutely don't fall in love with him, or else I don't have you as a friend. Okay? No more. Just do what I said. You help me call Cat over. Since you don't want to, I'll let Cat help. You just help pour the wine. Throwing had no choice but to go back and call Cat over. Then, in the end, Throwback still looked at Yi Ching with some hesitation and said, Brother Yi Ching, later on, you'd better find a way to leave first. When Yi Ching heard this, he glanced at Throwback and lightly laughed. What's wrong? You guys didn't bring me here for a drink. It's not good if I leave early. What's more, it's dangerous to leave by yourself and leave you three girls here, especially since Bai Weiwei is still here. She's Ruo Rua's sister. I always have to take care of her. Throwing looked at Yi Ching. He only felt that Yi Ching was a bit stupid. He had said his words to this point, but still didn't understand? Brother Yi Ching, just listen to my advice. Find a way to leave later. Weiwei will be fine. We will be fine. The one who will really be fine is you. In short, I can't say much. Just listen to me. As he spoke, he looked at Bai Weiwei who had already returned with Cat, and Throwing hurriedly closed his mouth. What should be said was all said. As for Yi Ching to listen or not, there was nothing she could do. Chapter 74. The most powerful man in the eastern province. Uncle Gong. After Bai Weiwei came back, she looked at Yi Ching and said, I have some stomach discomfort. I'm going to the restroom. You guys drink. After saying that, Bai Weiwei gave Cat a look and left the card table, and Cat whispered in Throwback's ear at this time, I told Weiwei, with this sister-in-law of hers, Yi Ching definitely can't let go, so she won't be coming over for a while, so the two of us can have a good dunking play. When Throwback heard this, he was immediately a bit speechless and looked at Cat and said softly, Cat, I feel that something is not quite right. Is it really good for us to target Yi Ching like this? He's just an innocent person. The Cat sniffed, immediately looked at Throwback speechlessly and said, Throwback, what are you thinking? Just now Weiwei said that you seem to have fallen in love with Yi Ching, and that you've gone a little soft. I still don't believe it. This is simply too unbelievable. I know you see that he is handsome. The big thing is that it's not impossible to take advantage of him when you have the chance. But right now, Weiwei's matter. We have to help. Let's put it this way. Since you don't want to, then just cooperate with me. I'll do it. After saying that, the Cat didn't say anything more, and directly looked at Yi Ching, raised her wine glass, and smiled. Brother Yi Ching, let's drink. It's just that, dry drinking is no fun. Do we want to play a game? Whoever loses, whoever drinks or fulfills a wish of the other party. Okay. Saying this, the Cat looked at Yi Ching with some ambiguity, and laughed. Any request is fine. Oh, Brother Yi Ching, don't penalize me too hard. Remember to be compassionate. Yi Ching looked at Cat, nodded and said, Good. Then let's play. You say, what game to play? The Cat took a few sieves and laughed. Why don't we just keep it simple? Guess the size. This way, no time wasted. You say right. Throwing wanted to remind Yi Ching at this time. However, he was stopped by Cat's eyes. By Cat's eyes. Yi Ching was also not polite, nodded his head and smiled. No problem. However, I'm not very good at guessing the size. If I lose, I'll just drink. Afterwards, the two played, and at this time, Throwback sat on the side, somewhat helpless, and in the bar, Tiger sat on the other card seat. His eyes were a little hot, all a little impatient. Asterisk is not to pack this kid. Direct action is, let the two big beautiful women to play with him. Really let him cool too. No, wait, must break his dog legs, or out of this breath. And just at this time, everyone did not notice. The bar walked in three men wearing black clothes. These three men, the eyes are very cold and cold, as if no human feelings, and the three of them, after arriving at the bar, quickly locked onto Yi Ching's location. and then sat down not far away. A beautiful waitress asked them if they wanted to drink, but as a result, they were dismissed with a cold word of get lost, as if, in their eyes, there was no mercy at all. One of the leading black-clothed men took out Yi Qing's picture and spoke indifferently. Yi Qing, that's him, wait for Boss Tan Sai to call, then you can make your move. Remember, according to Boss Tan's request, make sure that before he dies, first break his legs, then his hands, then kill him, understand? The other two men in black nodded in silence, as if Yi Qing, in their eyes, was no longer a person, just a lamb to be slaughtered. And at this moment, the Wan family lord was in his study, meeting with the Tan family lord. Tan family lord, your son's matter, I heard about it, please don't be overly sad. I wonder, this time, Tan family lord came to see me, is there something? When the Tan family lord heard the Wan family lord mention his son, his face immediately twisted, and icy killing intent instantly emanated from his eyes. Wannabe family lord, I came here this time, just for one thing, and that is, the matter between me and Yi Qing. Please wannabe family lord, do not interfere. I know, family lord Wan and Yi Qing have a friendship, but this time, Yi Qing and I will not rest until we are dead. Please, family lord Wan, be considerate. When the wannabe family lord heard this, his face also became a little less than favorable. The Tan family lord really wasn't put in his eyes. Now, even dared to come to his own home to say this to himself. Was this considered a threat? Tan family lord, are you threatening me? Since you know that I have a friendship with Yi Qing, and even Yi Qing has favors with my Wan family, you are not putting me in your eyes by saying this. When the Tan family lord heard this, he let out a cold laugh and shook his head. Wan family lord, now that I've lost my son, I've lost everything and don't care about anything anymore. However, I don't mean to disrespect you either, so I've taken the initiative to come to the door, just to, in advance, inform family lord Wan that I'm going to make my move. So please, family lord Wan, don't do anything unnecessary. Of course, I know that I'm not qualified to say this to you, so please, family lord Wan, pick up the phone. After saying that, family lord Tan took out his cell phone and handed it to family lord Wan, saying softly, family lord Wan, it's better to take this call. The Wan family lord frowned, and then took the cell phone handed by the Tan family lord. I'm Wan Haishin. Which one are you? No one knew what was said on the phone. However, the Wan family lord's face then instantly became grave, and his face became somewhat ugly. Uncle Gong, it's you old man. Do you want to manage this matter? Yes, I know, but Uncle Gong, listen to me. This Yi Qing, okay, I understand. Goodbye Uncle Kung. After hanging up the phone, the Wan family lord was a little disheveled and looked at the Tan family lord, revealing a hint of bitterness. Tan family lord, I didn't expect that you would have a friendship with Uncle Gong. The Tan family lord smiled, and said in a deep voice, many years ago, by chance, I saved Uncle Kung once, and all this time, I haven't used this favor, but now, in order to kill Yi Qing, I am giving it all up. Eastern Province Underground World, the most powerful man, personally come down to deal with Yi Qing. I don't believe Yi Qing can still escape from life. One family lord, I came to you this time, just don't want you to get involved. You know, this muddy water, you can't afford to get involved. The Wan family lord revealed a bitter smile. Indeed, Uncle Gong on the phone clearly requested the Wan family lord not to get involved. Then, the Wan family lord, even if he had 3 guts, he wouldn't dare. Simply not a level. Uncle Gong's means, the Eastern Province is known to everyone, but also the power of the heavens. He Wan family cannot afford to provoke Tan family master. Yi Qing is not simple really if you kill him, maybe other people can't take Uncle Gong, but there will be a lot of people won't let you go. Do you understand? All the Wan family lord could say right now was only this sentence. As for the Tan family lord, he let out a cold smile and directly got up, saying, as long as Yi Qing can die, I don't care about anything. Family lord Wan, what has to be said has been said. On Uncle Gong's side, you also know what it means. Next, take care of yourself. After saying that, the Tan family lord left, and the Wan family lord, sitting on the sofa, lit a cigarette. A face, shrouded in smoke, became somewhat angry, more somewhat hideous. Chapter 75, Betting on the Future Once. Dog thing, how dare you threaten me? The Wan family lord directly smashed the ashtray on the floor, a face twisted a little out of shape from anger. And at this time, Uncle Nine, who heard the commotion in the room, hurriedly walked in. Family lord, what happened? Family Master One immediately told Uncle Nine what had just happened, and when Uncle Nine heard this, his face was also shocked, and then his brows tightly furrowed. This Tan family lord was actually able to talk Uncle Gong into it. This is going to be troublesome. The one family lord gritted his teeth and said, Yi Ching has saved the old man's life, and even in the future, it's very likely that we'll need his help. But now, we can only stand by and watch. Uncle Nine, what do you think? What should be done? The Wan family master was a person who valued love and righteousness. Yi Ching had saved Elder Wan's life. Just based on this, he could turn a blind eye to Yi Ching's danger. Not to mention, Yi Ching was not simple. With Yi Ching's friendship, he knew very well how useful it would be in the future. But if Yi Ching died just like that, then it would be really helpless. Ninth uncle heard, and said in silence. Uncle Kung sighed. We can't afford to offend. Family head, you also know clearly how ruthless Uncle Kung, this big brother is. If we really dare to make an enemy out of him, then he definitely won't let go of the chance to find us in trouble. When that time comes, the Wan family, it will be dangerous. However, it's not without a solution. Elder Chen, doesn't he owe Yi Ching a favor? Let's tell Elder Chen about this matter, and let Elder Chen go around. Perhaps there is still a chance for a turnaround. After all, even Uncle Kung, he always has to give Elder Chen 3 points, right? When the Wan family lord heard this, his eyes immediately lit up. Then he nodded and said, Right, how did I forget about this matter? That's right, looking for Elder Chen. We can't move right now, but if Elder Chen opens his mouth, it's always useful. Calling Elder Chen now is also considered us doing our part. Ninth uncle sniffed and immediately dialed Elder Chen's number. However, the phone was always off. Ninth uncle then dialed the phone of Chen Lao's beloved, and learned the result. After all, that Chen Lao should be on the plane at this moment. Let's wait a little longer. When Chen Lao gets off the plane, we will contact him again. There should be no hurry for this moment. The Wan family head smiled, and immediately revealed a bitter smile, saying, I'm afraid that something will happen in this moment. Looking at the meaning of this surname Tan, I'm afraid I'm going to make a move tonight. Ninth uncle, now it's our turn to make a decision. This time, it's about the life and death crisis of the Wan family. You say, what should we do? Ninth uncle sniffed and also fell into silence. Obviously, this decision was not a good one. One bad one, and it would be all doom and gloom. After a few moments of silence, Ninth uncle looked at Wan family lord and softly said, Family lord, you decide. Everything, I'll listen to you. One family master fiercely inhaled a mouthful of smoke, gritted his teeth and said, Dry, I, wannabe, am not intimidated. Even if he, Uncle Gong, wants to deal with me, it won't be possible in 3 days or 2 days. If I don't even have this courage, what's the point of me living? Surname Tan dares to ride on my head, and piss, and run over to threaten me. Fine, then I'll go out on a limb. Ninth uncle, immediately arrange for people to go and arrest the family surname Tan for me. Then hurry up and send people to find Yi Ching. No matter what, we must not let anything happen to Yi Ching. This time, I gambled. Indeed, it was a gamble. If you win the gamble, it's fine, but if you lose the gamble, then it's really all doom and gloom. However, Ninth uncle, without half a hesitation, directly went to carry out the orders of the Wan family lord. In the study, once again, only the wannabe family master remained. Under the smoke, the Wan family lord's face was still hideous and twisted, but his eyes had an extra hint of ruthlessness and determination. Yi Ching, who even Elder Chen has to respect immensely, not only possesses miraculous and incomparable medical skills, he also possesses ruthlessness. Such a person can be simple. I'll bet on him, he will definitely live. At this moment, in the bar, Yi Ching was still playing color with Cat, for by Weiwei's small mind, he could guess quite a lot. However, for the Tan family to find Uncle Gong, to deal with him this matter, Yi Ching is really not clear. Even if he really knows about this matter, Yi Ching can only say, underestimated the Tan family, not dead even found such a big brother. But, so what? Yi Ching, if even a little self-preservation ability is not words, then he, I'm afraid that a long time ago died in prison, will not have today's achievements. Looking at Cat, who had already drunk 9 glasses of beer in a row, and whose entire being was in a daze, Yi Ching laughed, or else, forget it, don't play, you're not lucky today. Is this a bad luck thing? Cat was now playing with the colors a little crazy, like the kind of gambler who loses his eyes in a hurry. 9 times in a row, Yi Ching had won over her. This was not playing like this even if she was playing with probabilities. Cat huffed and puffed as she looked at Yi Ching, gritted her teeth, and said, Yi Ching, dare you play a big game? If I win, you'll drink 9 cups of beer in a row, and then go on stage, and do a striptease. Hearing Cat say this, Throwback was startled and hurriedly pulled Cat and said, Cat, you're drunk, don't drink. don't play. Cat sniffed, shook his head and said, I didn't drink too much. This bit of wine, for me, it's just gargling my mouth. I'm just very angry. How can I keep letting Yi Qing win? It's simply impossible. Throwing, you know my level. Play color, but I seldom lose. So, there must be ghosts. I don't obey. Cat's words made Throwback helpless as well. Couldn't be persuaded at all. Yi Qing smiled and opened his mouth at this time. I won't drink 9 glasses of beer. However, I can still accompany you with a glass of beer. Cat, no more games. You've had too much to drink. The moment Cat heard that Yi Qing was actually going to back out, she immediately pulled Yi Qing's arm and said, No, must play. You won and I want to not play. Are you still not a man? Put on your pants and then deny it. You bad man. No, must play. With these words, Yi Qing directly laughed bitterly. Throwback even covered his face, not knowing what to say. What was said was too that. It was as if Yi Qing had done something to the cat, and as a result, he didn't recognize it afterwards. If people heard this, it would be strange if they didn't misunderstand. The cat was too lazy to pay attention to these, and grabbed Yi Qing, insisting that Yi Qing play with her. Yi Qing had no choice but to nod his head and said, Okay, then in order not to do this striptease, I can't lose it's just that, if you lose, don't play, okay. The cat smiled coldly and said, Are you kidding? Looking down on my cat? Cat, that is also someone who can afford to lose. Don't worry, if you win, I will drink 9 more beers, and then I will go on the stage to do a striptease. So it's fair. Fair is fair, but just by the fact that Cat is Bai Weiwei's friend, Yi Qing couldn't really let Cat go and do a striptease in public. If he did, he would really be a bad guy in their eyes. Chapter 76, Are you the god of gamblers? Or don't? If you say that, I won't dare to play with you. In public, letting you do a striptease. Bai Weiwei won't misunderstand me even more. Cat, forget it, let's just be friends today. Have a drink and chat, okay? Cat sniffed, directly don't, looked at Yi Qing and said, Brother Yi Qing, how can you be so sure that you can win? Well, even if you can win, then, I understand your concerns. I'll change my playstyle. It's fine, right? If I lose the wine, I'll continue to drink. And what about the striptease thing? I won't do it, but I'll accompany you for a night. Is that okay? Don't worry. I know what you are worried about. I promise, I won't tell anyone. As she spoke, the cat looked at Yi Qing, revealing an ambiguous smile. And at this time, Throwback sighed and said, Cat, I heard it all. The cat seemed to have just discovered Throwback and smiled as she opened her mouth and said, Hearing it is hearing it. You won't tell Weiwei, right? If it's not possible, the two of us can play with Brother Yi Qing together. Weiwei keeps saying that Brother Yi Qing is a bad guy. He's not good at all. But Brother Yi Qing is tall and handsome, and has a temperament. I feel very fond of him. Don't you show like him? I just saw it. You've been peeking at Brother Yi Qing from time to time. How about it? Throwback, do you want to think about it? Give your first time to Brother Yi Qing. You won't lose out. What kind of tiger and wolf words were these? How could Yi Qing not have expected that it would come from the cat's mouth to say these words? And Throwback, even more so, his face had already reddened to his neck, looking at Cat, so angry that he was about to wave his hand and hit him. Cat, what are you babbling about? If you dare to talk nonsense again, I'll tear your mouth apart. While speaking, throwing but did not dare to look at Yi Qing again, as if one more look would be misunderstood seemingly. A face, red like an apple, looked extraordinarily tantalizing. Cat laughed, looked at Yi Qing and said, throwing shy, let's ignore her. However, what I said, it counts. Brother Yi Qing, you don't suffer. If you win, I'll let you fiddle. How about it? Yi Qing looked at Cat, revealing a bitter smile, saying, Nowadays, girls' guts, are they all so big? Moreover, this kind, can it also be used as a bet? Cat, I advise you, in the future, it's better not to drink. It's really not good. When Cat heard this, she looked at Yi Qing, and said with some dissatisfaction, Brother Yi Qing, are you somewhat looking down on my cat? I admit, the words I said today, will indeed give people this feeling, but let me tell you, my cat is also a clean person. The reason why I'm like this today is because I want to give it to you, and if I don't want to, no one will want to force me. After saying that, the cat seemed to be very angry as if she was angry. She directly grunted and turned her head away. Yi Qing was truly helpless. He did seem to not count himself as a victim, but how did this become? Himself bullying them? Sighing softly, Yi Qing picked up the color and laughed. Okay, let's say I said something wrong. I'll apologize to you. Okay, I'll just play with you, but if I win, I'll just mention the conditions, so don't think of anything else. When Kat heard that, she looked at Yi Qing and said, "Then I want you to continue to win 9 times in a row. That way, I'll listen to you." When Yi Qing heard this, he didn't even hesitate and directly nodded his head. "Okay, then win 9 times in a row." The promise was incredibly painful, as if Yi Qing was certain that he, himself, would never lose. And in fact, next, Kat and Thro were dumbfounded, because Yi Qing truly won 9 times in a row, plus the previous ones had won 18 times in a row. At this time, whoever said that Yi Qing had won by luck again would really be brainless. This was clearly strength. Kat looked at Yi Qing with an adoring face and said, "Brother Yi Qing, you are too good. You are simply the god of gambling. Can you teach me?" Yi Qing sniffed and nodded, saying, "Yes, but now, I can make a request, right?" The cat sniffed and nodded, blinking its big eyes as it looked at Yi Qing, saying, "Of course you can, but, Brother Yi Qing, you really have to think about it. Oh, any request you mention, I will agree to it, even if you ask me to secretly be your lover. It's okay." Oh, the cat was luring Yi Qing again. However, Yi Qing still shook his head firmly and said, "The only request I made to you is that in the future, you are not allowed to say these words anymore. I am not saying that you don't have self-respect, nor am I saying that you don't love yourself. I don't know what you've been through, so I'm not qualified to judge, but I hope that in the future, you can find a boyfriend and have a good relationship, instead of doing something against your will." Cat, throwback. Actually, I know, you guys just came here to get me drunk today, and maybe even have other purposes, but it doesn't matter. I can see that you are both good girls. Your life has just begun. Don't do things that you will regret. At this moment, Yi Qing's words made both Kat and Thro all froze. They didn't expect that Yi Qing would even say such a request, especially, that one sentence about being good girls, made them feel touched in their hearts. How long had it been since someone had said that they were good girls? How long had no one cared about them in this way? At this moment, whether Kat or Thro, both of them, a trace of warmth rose in their hearts. Throwing couldn't hold back any longer. Looking at Yi Qing, said, "Brother Yi Qing, you're a good person. You're not the kind of bad person." Wei Wei said, "You go, we'll help you persuade Wei Wei, so that she won't look for trouble from you again in the future. Only, it may not be very useful, but you shouldn't blame Wei Wei too much. She is actually, for the sake of her sister's goodness, for fear that her sister will be deceived and fooled." The cat at this moment did not stop Thro, although he did not say anything. He was silent. Yi Qing, on the other hand, was smiling and shook his head, saying, "I know, but there will always be a time when misunderstandings are solved. You guys don't have to worry. I won't be angry. On the contrary, it's you guys. I hope that you can listen to what I say. I'm happy to know you guys today. In the future, if there's anything, you can come and find me. I'll step in if I can help you. As for my safety, there's no need to worry about it. After all, there are times when, if you don't show some strength, perhaps, you'll be enveloped in endless trouble. So, instead, let me see today what kind of people she can find to strike against me." And right at this moment, Bai Weiwei sat on the tiger's side, gritting her teeth. She said, "Why are you still talking and laughing? This cat and Thro are also too unyielding. I've said, let them seduce Yi Qing, but now, except for some pictures of them sitting together, leaning close, there's nothing else." Tiger looked at Bai Weiwei, let out a laugh and said, "Weiwei, if you want to take this kind of photo, actually where is the need for so much trouble? Directly knock him out." Then stripped naked and thrown to the bed, casually find 2 women undressed lying beside him, not on the line. Once this was said, Bai Weiwei's face immediately brightened up. "Right, why didn't I think of it? Can knock him out, and then everything, not at my mercy. Tiger, you are now very smart." Good. Tiger haha laughed, said, "I'm smart at, moreover, this point is not much. If you can personally on the battlefield, lying beside him then your sister see, not still angry crazy, even you Bai Weiwei this person are not spared, then your sister, immediately and he will turn over his face. Only, I'm afraid that I'll have to sacrifice your color, so that you'll be by his side, wearing less." Bai Weiwei sniffed and was silent for a moment, then her eyes let out a bright light and said, "For my sister, for Qingyu's sister, it's not a big deal for me to go out of my way. However, I'll personally go down on this matter. Wait a little bit before saying anything. Let the other women take pictures first, and at that time, if my sister is still harboring fantasies, then I'll go down on the scene in person. Even, I've personally stepped down. Then the room for maneuvering can be mostly, at that time, letting everyone know that he, Yi Qing, is a big colorful wolf. Bullying me is the best result." The more Bai Weiwei said, the brighter her eyes became, and then, she was actually a bit impatient. "Tiger, Then don't wait, just go ahead and do it. Tiger sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, and laughed. Alright, you just watch. After saying that, Tiger Z looked at the dozen or so brothers he was sitting with and laughed. Brothers, Miss Weiwei has an order. We can't let the beautiful woman down. Just knock the person out later. Let's go. As he spoke, Tiger led a dozen or so people and walked towards Yi Qing. At this moment, the three men sitting elsewhere, who had been staring at Yi Qing, received a call and were about to get up and make a move when they saw Tiger Z and his men go over in Yi Qing's direction. At that moment, they stopped their movements, intending to wait for a while first. Chapter 77 Hands-on. Tiger led the people, aggressively came to Yi Qing's front, looked at Cat and Throw, said, after looking for you guys for half a day, so you guys are here, to ask you guys out and not be able to do so, but to find a little white boy to accompany you. This is not taking me, Tiger Z, seriously, especially you, Cat, we did not say, to be male and female friends, to put a green hat on me, you are quite bold. Cat and Throwback both recognized Tiger and knew that this was the person Bai Weiwei had found to clean up Yi Qing. If it was before, they would have cooperated with Tiger's act at this time, but, after the contact with Yi Qing just now, at this moment, their hearts rose to Yi Qing. At the very least, they didn't want to let Yi Qing get hurt. Therefore, Cat couldn't help but stand up and looked at Tiger, saying, Tiger, don't mess around. Brother Yi Qing is a good person. At this time, Throwback also nodded and said, you guys don't look for trouble, just go. This directly made Tiger confused. What was the situation? Didn't they say they would cooperate? Now how did they backfire? However, Tiger, even if there is doubt in his heart, will not listen to the Cat and Throw. After all, let him help his Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei is considered his gold master, cannot offend people. As for the Cat and Throw, well, not this face. You guys say that a good person is a good person? Good people can still give people a cuckold. Okay, you two get out of the way. Do not delay me to do business. After saying that, Tiger directly pushed Cat and Throw away, directly sat in front of Yi Qing, coldly laughed. Kid, looks pretty good. No wonder you can come out to be a little white boy. But, just gave your tiger brother me a green hat. Ate a bear's heart and leopard's guts, right? Yi Qing lazily ignored these people's tricks and directly spoke. Bai Weiwei just found you guys to come? So what? What are you guys going to do? There's no need for nonsense. Just say it straight. Tiger sniffed and sneered. What Bai Weiwei? I don't know. But, your kid is quite crazy. This is not having been beaten. Right. Kneel down. Apologize to me. Today this matter, even finished, otherwise, I can't get you dead. As Tiger finished his sentence, a dozen or so of Tiger's minions, directly roared at Yi Qing. Kneel down. Hurry up and apologize to Brother Tiger. That's right. Immediately kneel down and apologize. Otherwise, break your dog's legs. One by one, they were screaming. As for Yi Qing, he sighed, looked at Tiger Z, and said, for the sake of Bai Weiwei, I don't want to make a move today, so just like you said, kneel down, apologize, and get lost, and I'll let you guys off. Otherwise, if you want to kneel down, you won't even have a chance. When these words were spoken, Tiger and the others first froze for a moment, then, one by one, they laughed out loud, as if they had heard a great joke. Joke? What a joke! A dozen of them were standing here, threatening Yi Qing, and as a result, Yi Qing was just one person, but he threatened a dozen of them. This wasn't a joke. What was it? Good kid, has balls, crazy enough, that's good, don't want to kneel, right? Alright, then I'll see you, how hard your bones are. After saying that, Tiger glanced at his men. At that moment, two of his men, without saying a word, directly grabbed towards Yi Qing's hair, and were about to grab Yi Qing, and ruthlessly clean up a meal. As for Yi Qing, his eyes narrowed slightly, his face changed, he directly grabbed the bottle on the table, and smashed a bottle on the head of one of his men, and then the other one, was directly stabbed in the arm by Yi Qing with the smashed beer bottle. Blood, immediately flowed horizontally. Two of Tiger's men, directly in pain, covered their wounds, squatted down, and let out a miserable scream. This scene, watched the Tiger froze, also let the Cat and Throw froze, how they did not expect. Yi Qing, even dared to make the first move, and, out of the blue, quite ruthless, Tiger looked at Yi Qing and angrily said, bastard, you dare to make a move. Yi Qing smiled coldly as he said, so, I should just sit here and let you guys bully me, and can't fight back, right? Is that your reasoning? Then let me give you my reasoning. After saying that, Yi Qing slowly got up, shook his neck, looked at Tiger and the others, and coldly said, it's been a long time since I've moved my body more. You guys sent me to the door, and I can't refuse. However, don't worry, I'm going to strike, with a lightness of hand, and I won't kill you guys. Wildly. speaking as if Yi Qing alone could directly clean up Tiger Z and all of them. At this time, Tiger was angry. He didn't want to lose face in front of Bai Weiwei. Similarly, today so many people were watching. If he lost face, then in the future, Tiger still need to mix here? I'm afraid, will be reduced to a laughingstock. Come out to mix. The most care is the face. If the face is gone, then also mix to fart. Okay, kid, enough balls, can fight right? Then I will see how much you can fight. Brothers, give me on. No need to stay hands, to the death. Looking at these punks who rushed up, Yi Qing also no longer stayed his hand directly at the one who rushed up. A fist smashed down, smashing the other party's mouth and nose bleeding, falling backwards. Afterwards, Yi Qing grabbed the hair of the person who rushed up on the left, and slapped him heavily, smashing the other party's teeth and breaking a few of them. In this way, with one punch and one kick, he easily solved all of Tiger's dozen of men. The attack was fierce, decisive and fast. These Tiger's men simply did not even touch Yi Qing's clothes. They were all knocked down. Yi Qing, looking at the Tiger's men who had fallen to the ground, looked faintly at the stupefied Tiger, and laughed coldly. With this means, you dare to mix with the underground world? You guys, you've never seen a dead person before. After saying that, not waiting for the Tiger to open his mouth, Yi Qing directly grabbed the Tiger's hair, and just like that, he lifted the Tiger alive, and then, with his right hand, he directly pointed at the Tiger's face, and started to shoot left and right, hitting the Tiger, crying out, bleeding from the mouth and nose, and cracking his teeth. This scene, watching the cat and throw all stunned. They knew that Yi Qing was tall and handsome, not only handsome, but also had the temperament and a good figure. But Yi Qing looked gentle, not like he could fight. As a result, a shot, directly to so many people to clean up, not to mention, the hand is also such a vicious. This is where what is a gentle kitten, clearly is a man-eating beast of burden. Cat swallowed his saliva, looked at throw, whispered, throw. Yi Qing is also too fierce, before it cannot be seen at all. Throwing sniffed, looked at cat, said, know the fear of it. Fortunately brother Yi Qing did not count with us, otherwise, you think, you can withstand a few slaps? When cat heard this, her eyes immediately lit up, and even her body went a little soft. If brother Yi Qing can whip me like this, I'm also happy, but don't be too hard. Just don't whip it so hard that it bleeds. It feels so exciting. When Throwback heard this, he immediately stared at the cat with wide eyes, looking at the cat speechlessly, only feeling that the cat was already hopeless. And right at this moment, Tiger finally couldn't hold back and looked at Yi Qing, opening his mouth to threaten. Stop it, you quickly stop it. Do you know who I am? If you dare to do this to me, you won't have a good ending. Chapter 78 Big Brother is Ninth Uncle. Threats. If you can't beat them, you open your mouth and threaten them, then report your name and shake people. These punks, it's always been this kind of routine. There's no improvement. Yi Qing shook his head, sighed, and said, I thought how promising you are, but as a result, this? After saying that, Yi Qing loosened his grip on Tiger Z's hair, and directly sat on the sofa, and faintly spoke, fine, since I've already struck out today, then, I don't care about striking out a few more times. You call out to someone. Today, you'll just call out the Heavenly King's over, and I'll make you kowtow and apologize. Otherwise, I'll definitely not let you go. Tiger looked at Yi Qing, gritted his teeth and said, Yi Qing, I know you can fight, but this is Zhangcheng. Here, this is our territory. Even if you can fight no matter how much you can, how much can you fight? We're just characters playing on the edge of the underground world. Wait until the real bigwigs of the underground world come over. You Yi Qing, do you still dare to say such words? Let me tell you, I'm following Brother Tian, and Brother Tian's big brother is Uncle Nine. Yi Qing, now you know what you've offended. To make me kneel and apologize, the way I see it, it should be you who kneels and apologizes now. Otherwise, you won't have a chance later. After saying that, Tiger took out his cell phone and was about to shake someone. As for Yi Qing, at this moment, he didn't know whether to cry or laugh. The world, it's really small. Or rather, Ninth Uncle's name. In the underground world of Zhangcheng, it seems to be really good. A high green tree followed Nine Uncle, not to mention, now a tiger, is also considered to be Nine Uncle's henchman. On the contrary, these people, but also ran to find their own trouble. This makes Yi Qing really do not know what to say. Sighing softly, Yi Qing looked at Tiger Z and said, so, you're considered Ninth Uncle's men? Tiger sniffed and thought that Yi Qing was afraid. Immediately nodded heavily and said, you know you're afraid? I'm telling you, it's too late. Now immediately kneel on the ground and apologize. This matter, I might still be able to forgive you. Otherwise, you're just waiting to die. Looking at Tiger Z, who still dared to speak out of turn, Yi Qing shook his head, then backhanded Tiger Z's face with a slap. Didn't I tell you before? When you talk to me, be polite, don't move and swear, and your attitude should be even better. Got it? Tiger was now crying without tears, wanting to scold Yi Qing angrily. However, looking at Yi Qing's bland eyes, he was afraid. He didn't dare. Okay, you wait, I'll call Brother Tian. When they come, you're dead. After saying that, Tiger was about to dial the phone. However, right at this moment, Bai Weiwei's face changed wildly, directly rushed up, pressed Tiger's hand and said, Tiger, you can't call If you make this call, it will really kill someone Bai Weiwei's intention was just to teach Yi Qing a lesson. Even if it's a little bit of a bad beating, it's fine. If it's not possible, even if it's to break an arm or a leg, it can be recognized. But now, if this matter really became a big deal, and it went to Brother Tian, ninth uncle, then, Yi Qing, is there still a way to live? Therefore, all of a sudden, Bai Weiwei was anxious, but Tiger at this time, already could not listen to any persuasion. Looking at Bai Weiwei who stopped himself, Tiger gritted his teeth and said, Bai Weiwei, the face that should be given to you, I've given you all the face, but now, Yi Qing, beat all my men down not to mention, but also humiliated me in all sorts of ways. This breath, if I endure it, from now on, I'm a bastard. Still need to mix in Zhangcheng? Get out of the way. This is no longer your business. Even though he hadn't spent a lot of Bai Weiwei's money in his day-to-day life, Tiger Z could still tell the difference between the lesser and the greater. Bai Weiwei looked at Tiger and immediately knew that Tiger was really angry. And I'm afraid that today, there was really no way to make it right. No, Tiger, I'll let him apologize to you. Don't be angry. The face you lost, I'll definitely get it back for you. Don't call first, count me as begging you. Okay, Tiger sniffed, looked at Bai Weiwei, hesitated for a moment, and said in a cold voice, okay, you let him apologize to me on his knees. Then, I'll break one of his arms. This matter today, it's over. I won't look for trouble from him again. This is called not looking for trouble? However, right now at this time, in Bai Weiwei's opinion, it was already the best outcome. Bai Weiwei hurriedly walked over to Yi Qing and said through gritted teeth, Yi Qing, why are you so nonchalant? You even injured so many people, and you didn't give Tiger Z any face at all. You think, just because you can fight, you're very powerful? You simply don't know the heights of heaven. Apologize. Immediately follow what Tiger said, kowtow to him and apologize. Then break an arm and this matter will be settled. Hurry up. This was said as if it was a handout. As if, for Yi Qing to be alive right now, it was all because of her. Bai Weiwei. Yi Qing looked at Bai Weiwei and revealed a cold smile, saying, Bai Weiwei, who gave you the courage to say this to me? Since I, Yi Qing, made a move, I'm not afraid of the consequences. If he wants to look for someone, then let him look for someone. How many come? I'll clean up as many as I can. What's more, who told you that I can't afford to mess with him? Alright, wanting face right, then I'll give you face too. Now, let him immediately kneel down and apologize to me. Then break one of his arms himself. Today, I'll let him off and let him live. Otherwise, he won't live. After Yi Qing said these words, he directly picked up the wine bottle on the table and ruthlessly slammed it on the ground. The wine bottle instantly shattered into glass slag on the ground, and Yi Qing, pointing at the glass slag, said in a cold voice, kneel right here, kneel down fiercely. When? Blood stains all of this broken glass with blood. When will you get up? Do that, and I will let him go. Remember, I'm only saying this once. The next time, when he takes the initiative to kneel down for me, it'll be to break a leg and an arm of his own. After saying that, Yi Qing picked up a bottle of beer and drank it with an indifferent expression, as if, what happened here, had nothing to do with himself anymore, whether it was Bai Weiwei or the other people present. When they heard Yi Qing's words, they all saw that Yi Qing was even more ruthless than they had imagined. Let Tiger kneel even if it is, but also kneeling on broken glass, but also hard to kneel. This just think about it, you know how much it hurts. Bai Weiwei looked at Yi Qing, and at this moment, she was so angry that she could not even say anything. Yi Qing, you are too much. Yi Qing sniffed, but smiled faintly and said, isn't this the result you want to see? Bai Weiwei, whether your sister spoilt you or the others spoilt you, they all protected you too well, so much so, that you're so out of line, you don't know the limits of jokes. Today, it's just that I'm here. If it was someone else, wouldn't you really have your arms broken? So, you just watch today. No matter how many people get hurt or even die today, there is your responsibility. I hope that in the future, when you do something, you can think twice before you act. These words made Bai Weiwei simply go crazy. This was blaming her? It was even lecturing her. Fine, Yi Qing, since you're like this, I won't care about you, so be good. I'd like to see just how crazy you are. After saying that, Bai Weiwei huffed and sat on the sofa, looked at Tiger, and said, go ahead and fight. Clean up whatever you want. I don't care. Chapter 79 Shaking People. When Tiger heard this, he immediately looked at Yi Qing with a cold smile and said, wanting me to kneel down and apologize to you, and purposely making a mess of broken glass. Good. That's great. That's just what I want. Otherwise, I would have thought that you simply kneeling down would be too cheap for you. After saying that, Tiger dialed Brother Tian's phone. After dialing, Tiger immediately let out an aggrieved voice. Brother Tian, save me. I've had an accident. I've been bullied. It's over here in our bar. The other party is just one person, but he's very capable of fighting. Brother Tian, I've already reported your name, and even ninth uncle's name, but he didn't give face at all, and even hit even harder. Brother Tian, hurry up and bring someone here. Good. Brother Tian, don't worry, even if I give up this life, I won't let him escape. After saying that, Tiger directly hung up the phone. His face regained its confidence, looking at Yi Qing with an arrogant face, saying, just wait, my brother Tian will be here soon. When that time comes, even if you want to kneel down and beg for forgiveness, it's useless. When Yi Qing heard this, he nodded and said, good, I'm waiting. After saying that, Yi Qing took the empty bottle in his hand and slammed it on the ground once again, instantly, causing many more broken glass to appear on the ground. This scene, watching Tiger only felt his eyelids jumping. He had already called out to someone, and also said who he was following. As a result, Yi Qing was still a picture of half afraid. This kind of blandness let Tiger feel a little bad. However, things have come to this point. Want him to back down and compromise? That is absolutely impossible. At this time, the entire bar people have all gathered around the side, waiting to see this big show. The three killers sitting not far away. Their expressions were indifferent, as if they felt that this scene in front of them was very boring. After all, their specialty was to kill people, not to pester them like a farce. Big brother, second brother, are we just going to watch like this? It's completely a child's game. It's not interesting at all. I think, why don't we settle it before it's too late, so we can go back and give Uncle Gong his orders. And the slightly older murderer, with an indifferent look, said, what's the hurry? They want to play, so let them play. If we can really clean up this Yi Qing, it will also save us from having to do it. Moreover, you guys don't be too cocky. Just now Yi Qing struck out. Did you all see it? This person. It's not simple than what we thought. When these words came out, the other two assassins also frowned slightly. Not bad, decisive in his strikes, ruthless, a good hand, but useless. Facing the three of us, he is still bound to die. These words made the three of them, all of them nodded their heads. Obviously, they did admit that Yi Qing's hands were good, but they didn't feel any threat. At this moment, the atmosphere of the bar was very somewhat gloomy, and even more awkward. Other people are standing on the side to watch the fun. Yi Qing sat on the sofa, calmly drinking beer, while the cat and throw and Bai Weiwei three people. This moment is not to go, just sit on the side and watch. After all, the current situation already has nothing to do with them. They, too, can't sway anything. Only the tiger and these people, lying on the ground, standing. Anyway, it is very awkward. However, this awkward atmosphere did not last long. A burst of disorganized sounds soon came over. Next, it was seen that a middle-aged man, with a large group, at least dozens of machete-wielding, stick-wielding gangsters arrogantly barged in. While walking, they also roared angrily. Who dare to make trouble here? Dare to beat our people? Looking for death? Come out. Can't beat you guys. So fierce and vicious appearance. Let the presence of many people, all changed face, some cowardly, is already ready to quietly sneak away. Some of the timid ones were ready to quietly slip away. Others, too, made way for Brother Tian and the others to pass through. At this moment, Tiger's face revealed a joyful color, looking at Brother Tian, excitedly shouting, Brother Tian, I'm here. Brother Tian's face was icy cold as he walked up to Tiger Z, and without saying a word, directly slapped Tiger Z's face. Waste thing, disgraceful. Tiger covered his face, didn't dare to speak, even the aggrieved expression, didn't dare to show, obviously, was afraid of this Brother Tian, and it wasn't a general fear. And Brother Tian immediately noticed Yi Qing, who was sitting on the sofa, with a calm expression, before he let out a cold smile and said, You're the one who beat these men of mine down, and still didn't give us face? Yi Qing sniffed, nodded and said, Whatever he says, is what he says. It's getting late. I'm busy. Finish it early so I can go back to bed early. After saying that, Yi Qing directly stood up, pointing at Tiger, saying, 2 ways. First, let him immediately kneel on these broken glasses now, until they are all stained with blood, then break an arm and a leg. This matter will be over. I won't care about anything else. Second, beat all of you down. Then, come back to do the first one. You guys choose. This was said in such a way that the people present were stunned. One could only think that Yi Qing was not really drunk and confused. The current situation was a complete change compared to just now. Brother Tian had already come, and brought dozens of fierce men, with weapons in their hands. At this time, the smarter ones should know to restrain themselves. But Yi Qing, now the performance, but more arrogant than just overbearing. This makes people cannot understand. Brother Tian's men, at this moment, clamored even more, while Brother Tian was slightly frowning. After all, he was considered to have been in the underground world for a long time, unlike Tiger and the others, who didn't have any brains at all. Yi Qing's indifferent demeanor and ruthless tactics were not simple at first glance, although the underground world of Zhangchang was theirs. But, who dares to say that there are no strong dragons crossing the border? This, brother, you are indeed very wild. However, are you sure you know what you are talking about? Do you know, who are you talking to? Yi Qing sniffed, lightly glanced at Brother Tian, and said, all of you are already here, and your strength has already been shown, so there's no need to beat around the bush for me. Trying to use Uncle Nine to pressure me? Then you might as well call Ninth Uncle right now. Tell him that Yi Qing is here, and that's how he threatened you all. Let Ninth Uncle come and clean me up. I'd like to see him, if he has the guts to do so. After saying that, Yi Qing directly sat down on the sofa, looked at Brother Tian, and said in a cold voice, go ahead and fight, let Uncle Nine come. The moment Yi Qing said these words, the entire bar instantly quieted down. Yi Qing directly mentioned the ninth uncle, but also said what? To see if the ninth uncle has the guts to say this kind of words. It is clear that he knows the ninth uncle, and the relationship is even more unusual than they think. In Jiangcheng, how many people dare to say that the ninth uncle does not have the guts? Really? Or pretending? At this moment, Tian's face became grave. Looking at Yi Qing, he said in a deep voice, brother's words, some of them don't respect Uncle Nine very much. Could it be that you and ninth uncle know each other? But how come I don't remember meeting you? Dare I ask, brother, this call, is it really necessary? Yi Qing smiled coldly as he said, go ahead and call. Tell him that I, Yi Qing, am waiting for him right here. Let him come. Chapter 80. Someone wants to kill you. This time, Tian was not going to be able to fight without it. Yi Qing's behavior is too calm. This to say that do not know the ninth uncle. All let people do not believe it. Well, Tiger at this time saw that Brother Tian's face was not right. He quickly clenched his teeth and said, Brother Tian, don't believe him. He's just full of lies and bluffs. He's lying to you. He's fooling you. He's just trying to find an excuse to leave. His background, others are not clear. I know at best, he is just a punk just released from prison. Although he can fight a little bit, but he doesn't have any background at all. This, I can guarantee. He absolutely does not know the ninth uncle. He, even if he knows, heard of the ninth uncle's name, but also not necessarily in the prison which person's there to hear. Even if there is a relationship, but also may be the relationship between the seven turns. But if you call the ninth uncle at this time, so late, the ninth uncle will be angry. What Tiger said was not without reason. Ninth uncle usually pays a lot of attention to the time of rest. This late, usually no one will disturb. But Yi Qing's behavior was also a little too calm. Looking at Tiger, Brother Tian said in a deep voice, how can you be sure? If he really has a great relationship with Uncle Nine, then, if he beats up the wrong person, will you or I be responsible? Tiger clenched his teeth and ruthlessly said, I'm responsible. I can be sure that he's just bluffing. When Brother Tian heard this, he directly kicked Tiger Z's body and angrily said, you are responsible? You are something. You are responsible for it. You say, how can you be sure? Cannot say a reason. Today, even if he does not pack you, I also want to teach you a hard lesson. At this moment, Tian is really upset. Inviting such a big trouble to himself for no reason. It would be strange if he wasn't annoyed. At this moment, Tiger hurriedly pointed at Bai Weiwei and said, she is Bai Weiwei of the Bai family. This man is in a relationship with her sister, so she knows best about this person's details. It won't be false. When Brother Tian heard this, he immediately looked at Bai Weiwei. As for Bai Weiwei, she looked like a little girl on weekdays, but when she really encountered this kind of occasion, she was scared. At this moment, Brother Tian and everyone's gazes were all placed on Bai Weiwei's body, which immediately left Bai Weiwei at a loss for words. Bai Weiwei? Say it, what is the relationship between you and this person? In the end, what is the bottom line? Do you recognize the ninth uncle? You say, dare to have half a word of lie. I spent your face, As soon as this sentence was said, Bai Weiwei immediately screamed miserably, covering her face as if she was already injured. I said, I've only met him twice, but I know who he is. His name is Yi Qing. He's been in prison for 3 years. He's only just been released. He's a native of Jiangchang. Brother Tian, you've been following Uncle Nine for so many years, and you're Uncle Nine's beloved. If Uncle Nine recognizes this person, wouldn't you be unclear? Not to mention that he just got out of prison not even 2 days ago. It's too late for him to want to know ninth uncle. Fake. It's all fake. This person is the best at lying to people. Otherwise, my sister and Sister Qing, you wouldn't have been fooled by him. Looking at Bai Weiwei, who didn't look like she was telling lies, Tian nodded. Then looking at Yi Qing, he sneered. Kid, almost fooled by you. You are quite bold. Really not afraid that if I make a call, you kid can't even live if you want to. Yi Qing sniffed, shrugged his shoulders and said, the phone is in your hands. You want to play on. Do not want to play, no one to stop you. Just, remind you a word, do not make the wrong choice, or else, it really is unable to account for it. After saying that, Yi Qing pointed at Bai Weiwei and laughed. Most of what she said is right, but, I didn't lie to her sister, and I'm not some kind of a liar. As for that, whether or not I actually know Uncle Nine or not, you just decide for yourself, okay? Don't talk nonsense, recognize or not, make a phone call is not clear. If not, then start a war. Really troublesome, annoying. After saying that, Yi Qing stretched his waist, seemingly feeling bored, but the more he was so full of himself, this brother Tian, on the contrary, the more he felt that there was a problem. Fight. Gritting his teeth, brother Tian still decided to make this call. Otherwise, as Yi Qing said, in case, he really knew, it would be too late. After dialing ninth uncle's cell phone, brother Tian quickly changed into a fawning smile and said, Ninth uncle, hello, I'm little Tian Z. Yes, didn't disturb your old man's rest. Right, it's like this, I have something to report with you. After saying that, Tian immediately gave a brief report of the situation to ninth uncle, emphasizing on Yi Qing's name, and at that moment, Uncle Nine's voice immediately raised a lot, allowing many people to hear it. What? Yi Qing is at your place? Quickly get Mr. Yi on the phone. At this moment, there was no need for Uncle Nine to answer anything anymore, because the phrase Mr. Yi already explained a lot. Brother Tian, immediately with a picture of a smiling face, swallowed his saliva and carefully handed the phone to Yi Qing, saying, Mr. Yi, Uncle Nine asks you to answer the phone. The gap between this before and after is so big, the people present all see it, how the result, there is no doubt. As for Tiger, he fell to the ground with a disheveled face. He already knew very well his own end. What will be the end? Receiving the cell phone, Yi Qing was still sitting blandly, while brother Tian was standing respectfully in front of Yi Qing, accompanying him with a smile. Ninth uncle, it's me, Yi Qing. On the phone, ninth uncle's voice was anxious. Mr. Yi, don't move there for now. I'm coming over. Something's wrong. Someone wants to kill you. At these words, Yi Qing flinched for a moment. Then, in his eyes, a hint of danger flashed. Someone wants to kill himself. Moreover, it is still someone who can make ninth uncle lose his composure. I'm afraid that the person who came is not simple, is it? Oh, it's fine. Ninth uncle doesn't need to worry. I'm fine here for the time being. Mr. Yi, you mustn't let your guard down. It's not convenient to say on the phone. I'll rush over there. You give the phone to that person just now. I'll let them protect you first. Yi Qing nodded, then handed the phone to brother Tian. After brother Tian received the phone, he carefully said, Ninth uncle? Uncle Nine didn't have time to babble with brother Tian and directly gave the harshest order. Tian, I don't care what you guys have done amongst yourselves. From now on, listen to my order. Remember, it's a death order. If you can't fulfill it, all of you go to hell kind of thing. Protect Mr. Yi. Someone is going to do something bad to Mr. Yi. Use all your lives to protect Mr. Yi. Is that clear? As long as Mr. Yi doesn't get into trouble, you guys are making a merit. I'll give you guys a personal celebration. But, if Mr. Yi hurts a hair, you guys, all of you will be buried with him. Ninth uncle's roar made Tian's sweaty hairs explode. Just when he wanted to ask something more, the phone was directly hung up, and at this moment, brother Tian knew that he had no choice. Protecting Yi Qing, he had only this one way to go. Gritting his teeth, brother Tian looked at all the little brothers present, and angrily said, Everyone, take me as the center. Surround the city in a circle. Without my order, no one is allowed to approach. Chapter 81 Kneeling on Broken Glass. Brother Tian's order caused everyone present to freeze, especially Brother Tian's men. All of them looked at Brother Tian in a daze. At this moment, Brother Tian couldn't care less, and directly said angrily, "What are you looking at me for? Why don't you follow the order? And remember, anyone who dares to make any attempts to misbehave, take them down immediately." After saying this, only then did Brother Tian respectfully look at Yi Qing and said, "Mr. Yi, don't worry, as long as Tian, am here, I definitely won't let you suffer a single bit of harm." This was said in such a way that the people present were instantly speechless. Aren't you the ones who want to harm Yi Qing? As a result, you guys are now the ones protecting Yi Qing instead? This posturing, what does it count as? As for Yi Qing, who knew the truth, he looked at Brother Tian and the others and nodded lightly, saying, "Actually, there's no need to be like this, I can solve it myself." At this moment, it didn't matter if Brother Tian believed Yi Qing's words or not. What mattered was that he had to complete his mission. Yes, of course you have the ability to protect yourself, but please also ask for Mr. Ye's understanding. The order that Uncle Nine gave us was to protect you from the slightest harm. So this kind of small matter, it's better for us to serve. Mr. Yi, what happened just now? I'm really sorry. Look, what kind of punishment do you have? You can just say it. I guarantee that I don't have any complaints. Speaking here, Brother Tian kicked the already frozen tiger, and laughed. Mr. Yi, tiger has eyes but doesn't recognize MT. Tai, he did something wrong. You just feel free to punish. After saying that, Brother Tian looked at Tiger Z and angrily said, "Something with no eyes. Why don't you hurry up and apologize to Mr. Yi on your knees?" Only then did Tiger Z slow down, a face that was filled with pain and regret. Even Ninth Uncle had to address a Mr. Yi. What was his Tiger Z's behavior just now, if not looking for death? Bai Weiwei harmed him. Thinking of this, the tiger resentfully glanced at Bai Weiwei, and Bai Weiwei, was Tiger this? I looked startled, but she also felt speechless. Things, how could it be so well? Yi Qing is not just an ordinary person who just came out of prison. How could he possibly know Ninth Uncle? All of this is too dreamy so that Bai Weiwei simply cannot react. However, now, whether Bai Weiwei reacted or not, it didn't matter anymore. The end was set, and Tiger was unable to return to heaven. Looking at Yi Qing, Tiger gritted his teeth and said with a disheveled face, "Mr. Yi, it's my fault, please punish me." Yi Qing looked at Tiger Z and spoke faintly. "What should be punished? Just now I have already said it. It seems, there is no need to repeat it, right?" Indeed, just now Yi Qing had already said it, but Tiger felt that since they had all become his own people, wasn't it, it might be punished a little bit lighter. However, he had underestimated Yi Qing's ruthlessness, and even more so, he had overlooked the fact that what Yi Qing had said was a mouthful of spit and a nail, and what had been given a chance, and what was not wanted. Well, there was no chance. Tiger gritted his teeth, looked at the broken glass on the ground, then slowly knelt down. That one broken glass, instantly, let the tiger feel chills, pain sweating. But, right at this moment, Yi Qing spoke. "If I remember correctly, just now, what I said was, let you kneel down hard." Just such a sentence made Tiger's face turn pale. Kneeling gently like this, was already made painful by the broken glass. If he were to kneel down fiercely, Tiger could be sure that even if his legs weren't ruined, they would still be similar. Tiger for this reason, looked to Brother Tian. Eyes, all are pleading. After all, Tiger was his own brother. Brother Tian couldn't turn a blind eye. He could only look at Yi Qing and softly said, "Mr. Yi, Tiger knows he is wrong. Do you think, is it possible to take a lighter punishment?" Yi Qing heard this, lightly glanced at Brother Tian and said, "You are teaching me things?" When this statement came out, Brother Tian immediately felt his face fall to the ground, but dared to be angry and dared not say anything. The existence that even Uncle Nine had to treat respectfully. How could he dare to be unbridled? No, Mr. Yi, you have misunderstood. I dare not. After saying that, Brother Tian looked at Tiger Z, and heavily slapped Tiger Z's face, and angrily said, "Who allowed you to bargain? Why don't you hurry up and do what Mr. Yi said?" Tiger Z sniffed, knowing that he had no chance but to do so. Sighing softly, Tiger Z gritted his teeth, then heavily kneeled on the ground of broken glass. Instantly, the pain that drilled into his heart made Tiger Z couldn't help but scream miserably. The blood on his legs instantly flowed all over the place. This picture, just look at it, all feel pain. At this moment, the people present, when they looked at Yi Qing, they couldn't help but shiver. Ruthless heart, really ruthless heart. And at this moment, Yi Qing ignored the crowd and leisurely sipped his wine, then suddenly laughed. "If you guys don't make a move, later on, you really won't have a chance. This was said in such a way that all the people present were dumbfounded. Brother Tian and the others even thought that it was meant for them to hear. However, only the three people sitting on the side with indifferent faces understood that these words were said to them. The boss of those three assassins lightly laughed and said, "From the fact that these people suddenly protected Yi Qing, we know that the news that we came here to kill Yi Qing has leaked out. Ha, I just didn't expect that this Yi Qing really dares to clamor. That's right, since there's no possibility of saving energy, then it's time to strike." The second of the three killers yawned in boredom and said, "It's long overdue to make a move. Kill them early and go back to resume their orders. That's all." Afterwards, the three assassins slowly stood up and faintly spoke, "Since you know that we are here, and you still dare not hide, Yi Qing, are you thinking that these people can protect you?" This sudden scene made the people present all look dumbfounded. Before a wave subsides, another wave rises. This Yi Qing, just how many people have been offended? Tiger, at this time, has already fainted from the pain. Brother Tian, they, like a great enemy, immediately made a defensive posture. Cat and Throwback at this moment directly looked at Bai Weiwei. The meaning of that look, very clear. Bai Weiwei instantly felt helpless. The scene of Yi Qing recognizing Ninth Uncle just now, including the scene of Tiger being punished, had already made Bai Weiwei not know what to do. Now that people who wanted to kill Yi Qing suddenly appeared again, Bai Weiwei really didn't dare to pull on herself anymore. "It's none of my business. These people have nothing to do with me. I just let Tiger teach Yi Qing a lesson. I didn't look for anyone else. I really didn't." After saying that, Bai Weiwei seemed to be afraid that Yi Qing didn't believe her. She hurriedly looked at Yi Qing and said, "Yi Qing, I didn't find these people. I really didn't. Moreover, I didn't want to kill you at all." When Yi Qing heard this, he lightly glanced at Bai Weiwei and said, "I know that it has nothing to do with you. You don't have such a great ability either." Hearing Yi Qing's words, Bai Weiwei was relieved, but then, a wave of anger filled Bai Weiwei's heart. "What do you mean, you don't have such a great ability?" Yi Qing was looking down on himself? Chapter 82 Three Killers. Bai Weiwei had anger in her heart. Other people's looking down on her. Maybe she could still understand and not get too angry, but Yi Qing's looking down on her made her feel very angry, because she could never believe that Yi Qing would be a very powerful person. Wasn't this just a liar who played with his feelings? Wasn't this just an ordinary person who had just been released from prison? Although she didn't know how she knew Ninth Uncle. But, so what? A liar is a liar. Right at this moment, the three killer brothers had approached Tian and these people, looked at Tian and the others, and said coldly, "If you don't want to die, get out of the way." Brother Tian was really angry today. A tiger had made him not only lose face, but also almost make a big trouble. But Yi Qing after all had the care of Ninth Uncle. So what the hell were these three people that popped up in front of him? One by one arrogance, not the slightest bit worse than the previous Yi Qing. He still do not believe it. Today, really one cannot afford to offend not? What kind of people are you? You also dare to come to Jiangcheng to spread the wild. Advise you to hurry up and get lost. Otherwise, you will not be spared. Brother Tian looked at the three killer brothers, very angry. Killer three brothers also did not say anything. Three people directly from the body took out their respective weapons. They have a word, will directly strike the meaning. Yi Qing at this time slowly got up, looked at Brother Tian, and said, "You guys are not their opponents. Get out of the way." Brother Tian heard this, looked at Yi Qing and respectfully said, "Mr. Yi, please also believe in our strength. Although we don't dare to say that we are the most powerful underlings of Uncle Nine, we are definitely the most loyal. Therefore, Uncle Nine ordered us to absolutely not let you suffer a single bit of harm. Then, we have to carry out the order without fail, even if, to give our lives." Tian was afraid that Ninth Uncle would find himself to settle the score, and hurriedly seized every opportunity to express his loyalty. Of course, there is also the meaning that Tian is not afraid of this killer three brothers in front of him at all. After all, the opposite side is only three people, while on their side, dozens of brothers with weapons. This can still lose? Even if they lost, it couldn't be a much ugly loss. Yi Qing looked deeply at Brother Tian, then nodded with a smile and said, "Since you guys want to perform, then fine, I won't say anything more." After saying that, Yi Qing sat down again, seemingly, really not intending to care, and Brother Tian smiled slightly, shook his head, then took a machete from his men, pointed at the three killer brothers, and laughed coldly. "A few ungrateful things, running to us to cause trouble. Since you don't want to leave, then you don't have to leave. Brothers, give me on, catch them all for me, and hand them over to Uncle Nine to deal with later." With Brother Tian's order, Brother Tian's men rushed towards the three killer brothers in a swarm. However, Facts proved that there were times when numbers did not mean everything, especially when faced with someone strong enough to crush them. Numbers had no meaning. The killer three brothers didn't even lift their eyes, directly rushed towards the crowd, so fast that people almost looked away, and most importantly, the killer three brothers struck out so viciously that it was simply outrageous. Every time he struck, there would be one of Brother Tian's men fell in a pool of blood, while the three brothers of the killer, in addition to a little bit of blood stained on their bodies, at all, even the wounds, did not have one. In just a few minutes' time, dozens of Brother Tian's men, fully half of them, had fallen in a pool of blood, and this scene, looking at Brother Tian, was almost like his scalp was numb, feeling fear, terrifying, just too terrifying, ridiculously strong. At this time, the remaining men of Brother Tian seemed to be scared out of their wits. One by one, they stood still, even began to keep retreating. In their eyes, all were fear. It is not true that they are in the underground world, and it is not true that they usually show off their strength and don't seem to be afraid of death. But in the end, they are also ordinary people. If they are human beings, they will always have fear. Faced with three strong as a monster-like existence, and out of almost fatal existence, they, not afraid of the strange. At this moment, the floor of the bar has long been stained with blood, pungent smell of blood, miserable scene, so that many people who watched before, all screamed and left the bar. Yi, Mr. Yi, why don't I escort you out first? These three people, they are really a bit too strong. At this moment, Brother Tian looked at Yi Cheng. His face no longer had the pride and arrogance that he had before. All that was left was a miserable white color. At this moment, he no longer said anything like being able to protect Yi Cheng. He couldn't protect him. The other party was too strong, and his own men were clearly scared out of their wits, even if they were still able to continue fighting. But then what? It was just a matter of waiting for a few more minutes. They would all be beaten down, and then Yi Cheng would still have to face these three terrifying killers head-on. Yi Cheng, however, never intended to leave. At this time, Bai Weiwei and Cat Throwing have been scared a little out of their minds. They are fond of having fun, no doubt, but they have also never participated in, much less seen, this kind of bloody scene. These people is really dare to kill. If they could leave, at this time, they had already left, but there was no way out. Hearing that Brother Tian was going to take Yi Cheng out of here, Bai Weiwei's eyes immediately brightened up. Looking at Yi Cheng, eagerly said, "Yes, Yi Cheng, quickly go. If you don't go, it will be too late. These people, they are too scary." Yi Cheng sniffed, looked at Tian, looked at Bai Weiwei, smiled bashfully, shook his head and said, "Go, it means escape. In my Yi Cheng's dictionary, there is no such word as escape. Just let them come. I'll just sit here and wait for them to kill them." At this moment, Tian wanted to curse his mother. Was this the time to act like a fool? Still sitting here waiting for them to kill over. Wait for them to kill over words. You people cannot live. Still pretend it. Bai Weiwei was even more angry face, angrily looking at Yi Cheng, growled, "Yi Cheng, what are you pretending here? What time is it? Do not hurry to run. Really want to die here not?" As they spoke, the three killers had already beaten up Tian's men once again. Another dozen or so fell in a pool of blood. The other remaining ones no longer dared to stop these three killers. Killer boss, holding a short knife, licked the blood on the knife, and laughed, painful. "Haven't had this much pain in a long time. It's really enjoyable. It's just a pity that we can't kill too many people. We can't make too much of a mess. Otherwise, we should really kill everyone here today. That would be fun." Killer second heard, laughed and said, "Big brother, killed on the kill. Anyway, in the end, there are Big Brother here to cover the bottom. Called what the 9 uncles right? Ha, he is not. Also dare to with us against it? Simply looking for death. However, low profile is good." The boss said, "Do not let us too high profile, then low profile it." Tian's scalp tingled as he listened to their conversation. They were all killing blood, and this was called keeping a low profile? And what surprised Brother Tian the most was that they actually knew that this was 9th uncle's territory, but they didn't care at all, and even said, 9th uncle wouldn't dare to go against them? This means 9th uncle is recognizing them. At this moment, Brother Tian is simply going crazy. This all, what with what? A few Big Brother, between us, is there any misunderstanding or not? Let's sit down to talk. I see no need to fight and kill it. Tian brother helpless, at this moment, has been directly in front of the three killers. In addition to stalling for time, think of ways to reconcile. He has no way. Chapter 83, How dare you stop us? The three killers, looking at Tian, sneered, "Now you know you're afraid? Weren't you still very wild just now? want to talk to us? Fine. You, personally, kill Yi Cheng, then we'll let you go. This deal, it's a good deal, right? Hearing the conditions of the three assassins, Tian was tearless. He wanted to kill Yi Cheng, but the problem was, he didn't dare. This was the person that Uncle Nine had named to protect. If he dared to take a shot at Yi Cheng today, these three assassins wouldn't move him, and Uncle Nine would also kill him. Three big brothers, you guys must be from the underground world. You should know Ninth Uncle. I am following Ninth Uncle. This Mr. Yi is also Ninth Uncle's friend. I think there must be a misunderstanding between us. Otherwise, it's better to talk about it. You guys don't worry. If there is really any misunderstanding, the apology should be apologized. The compensation should be compensated. Definitely won't let you guys come here for nothing. What do you think? Brother Tian's tone. Very soft. Posture. Very low. Even. Directly mentioned Ninth Uncle's name, hoping that they could look at Ninth Uncle's face and show mercy. Unfortunately, Brother Tian thought too much. The three assassins looked at Brother Tian and laughed coldly. Trying to scare us with Uncle Nine's name? Oh, what you should consider is, when Ninth Uncle was protecting Yi Cheng, did he know that we came here to kill Yi Cheng? If he knew, I think, the most he should do is to go as far away as he can, or even, help us to do it. Otherwise, do you really think that Ninth Uncle dares to be our enemy? Borrowing his three guts, I'm afraid, he wouldn't dare. Ha 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 ha. Crazy, very crazy. These words clearly did not put Ninth Uncle in the eyes, as if Ninth Uncle knows who they are, will definitely be afraid. Brother Tian's heart immediately sank, because he was very clear about one thing, that is, these three assassins, who had already fought to such an extent, did not have any possibility of lying to him. So, what was said must be the truth. You guys, who the hell are you? With a bitter face, Brother Tian asked these words, and the three assassins, looking at Brother Tian, spoke with great disdain. With you, you're not qualified to know our identities. It's more or less the same when Uncle Nine comes. After saying that, these three assassins looked at Yi Cheng, who was still calmly sitting on the sofa, and laughed coldly. Yi Cheng, is it you who will cut yourself, or is it that we will do it? However, you have to think clearly. If it is us who will do it, then it will be very painful. At this time, Yi Cheng stretched his waist, slowly got up, looked at the three killers, and coldly smiled. The same words. If you don't want to be in too much pain, then just cut yourself. The moment these words were said, the three killers burst out laughing, as if they had heard a joke. Interesting. Originally thought that the Zhongchang line would be a very boring thing, but I didn't expect. It's quite interesting. Okay, then let's see. You, Yi Cheng, apart from being tough-talking, what exactly are your skills? After saying that, the three killers were about to strike, and just at this time, Uncle Nine arrived. Stop it right now, or else, I'll make it so that you won't be able to leave Zhongchang. The three assassins just turned around, glanced at Uncle Nine, then they sneered, and continued to walk towards Yi Cheng. Obviously, they didn't take Uncle Nine seriously, and they didn't care even more about Uncle Nine's threat. As for Uncle Nine, at this moment, his face was hard to see. Other people didn't know who sent these three assassins, but he, in his heart, knew exactly, precisely because he knew. He had a lot of worries. Originally, he was still thinking that it was not possible to resolve the conflict, but now it seemed that it was impossible. What's more, the master of the Wan family has already made a decision. The Tan family side, there are already people to go to arrest people. Based on this point, there is no choice. Gritting his teeth, Ninth Uncle directly took out a pistol. Then at the three killers, he fired. This scene stunned everyone. Guns, this is not the same concept as other fights. After the gunshot, the oldest of the three killers, looking at his arm that was pierced by the bullet and kept bleeding, a face, not knowing whether it was pain or anger, twisted to the extreme. You, looking for death? Killer boss and the others, angrily turned around, looking at Ninth Uncle who was holding a gun, angrily said, you, dare to shoot? Do you know what you're doing? Do you know who you're shooting at? Uncle Nine sniffed and slowly moved forward, and at this moment, behind Uncle Nine, a large number of people immediately gathered, following Uncle Nine, continuously moving forward. Irrelevant people, all disperse. As Ninth Uncle gave an order, his men immediately began to drive people away, which included Bai Weiwei and the girls, who were all driven out as well. However, no one had any complaints. In this kind of occasion where the slightest inattention could result in injury and death, they had long wanted to leave. Only after everyone had left did Uncle Nine take a deep breath and looked at the three assassins, saying, Mr. Yi is my Uncle Nine, and even more so, an honored guest of my one family, and must not be allowed to suffer any slightest harm. Uncle Kung. We can't contact him for the time being, but, I think, if Uncle Kung knows that my one family is dead set on protecting this person, I'm afraid, he will also give 3 points of face. 3 friends, I advise you, it's better to leave. Otherwise, don't blame us for not being polite. Hearing Ninth Uncle's words, the 3 assassins immediately revealed a cold smile and said, so, you know who we are. Good guts, really good guts knowing that we are sent by Uncle Kung, and still dare to take action against us and use your gun. Ninth Uncle, you are intent on looking for death in the entire eastern province, my Uncle Kung's words, that's a holy decree. Ninth Uncle, you guys, including the entire one family, prepare to be annihilated. Although the Sun Ming killer was arrogant, however, the words that were spoken made Ninth Uncle not dare to refute. The reason was simple. As the most powerful giant big brother in the entire eastern province underground world, Uncle Kung, indeed had such qualifications, and Uncle Kung's men also do have this kind of backbone. If it was possible, neither Uncle Nine nor Master Wan would want to make an enemy of Uncle Gong, but right now, they had already made their decision, so there was no way back. Since that's the case, if the 3 of you refuse to leave, then please stay in Jiangcheng as guests, and turn around. On Uncle Gong's side, we will give an explanation. After saying that, Uncle Nine waved his hand, and his men immediately surrounded them. As for the 3 assassins, seeing that Uncle Nine dared to forcefully leave them behind, they immediately revealed angry expressions. Ninth Uncle, do you know what you are doing? It's not too late to regret now, otherwise, you will definitely regret it. Ninth Uncle sniffed and said in a deep voice, whether I regret it or not, I don't know, but today, as long as I'm here, you guys won't be able to touch a single hair on Mr. Ye's head. Bind your hands and you will live. If you dare to resist, then I will kill you. As he spoke, Uncle Nine raised the gun in his hand once again. The threat of a hot weapon made the 3 assassins furious but powerless. They were strong, but they knew very well that they were not strong enough to be more powerful than bullets. Good, good, good. It seems that your one family is going to rebel. Fine, we will tie our hands and be at your disposal. But you guys remember clearly, today, how did you capture us? Turn around. I'll let you guys kowtow and beg us to leave. After saying that, the 3 killers directly put away their weapons, not intending to resist, and Uncle Nine also sighed in relief. After all, if you cannot kill, it is better not to kill. Really, if you killed a person, then it is really immortal. At least, at this moment, Ninth Uncle still fantasize. Can an Uncle Gong, peaceful coexistence, even if, apologize and pay some money, it is better than becoming an enemy.